Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
The hint of a sob. Grandpa, I am still alive. Help me. The black mist, formless and intangible, passed through old Zhong's body and gradually dissipated into a cloud of darkness. Old Zhong's eyelids trembled incessantly. A tear traced down his cheek and he abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant his dim old eyes blazed with a light full of hatred and fury. The gravitational field around them expanded 100-fold in an instant. Everyone felt this terrifying fluctuation. Old Zhong stared fixedly at the ferocious she-beast charging from afar, speaking with an indisputable tone. Chushi. His hunched figure suddenly grew towering, his aura turning ruthless and decisive, stirring the hearts of all. Even if everything before him were illusions, he could not ignore his granddaughter's plea. At this moment the hundreds of ancient martial alliance superpowered members on the field, having received the order, erupted with astonishing momentum. Chushi. Brothers, charge. Once we slay this she-beast wreaking havoc in Libin City, we'll go back to celebrate the new year. Kill. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the tragic scene in Libin City. Inside the lion base. On the metal platform Chen Mo had previously constructed, superpowered members of the lion base began demonstrating their abilities one by one. Though crude, it sufficed as a makeshift stage. Come on. I'll show you a chest-smashing stone trick. Hit. Countless survivors gathered on this night with various makeshift performances, bringing waves of laughter and joy. Though the crowd was so vast that those in the back could barely see, the festive spirit inevitably infected the weary survivors. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of flames shot into the sky. Bang! In the night sky a brilliant and splendid firework exploded. Countless people instinctively looked up at the sky, their faces filled with awe. Fireworks. This scene was something no one had anticipated. Happy Chushi Eve. Someone in the crowd started the cheer, and in an instant the venue erupted into lively celebration. A group of children inside the base chattered noisily. Then one after another fireworks blossomed gorgeously. Bang! Bang! All members of the Lion, including every survivor, wore smiles without exception, their pupils filled with the breathtaking fireworks. It's New Year's Eve. On the villa rooftop, Luo Tianxiong stood on the balcony gazing up at the stunning fireworks in the sky. For a moment he too was captivated by this awe-inspiring scene. Chao Fengyuan, seeing this, grinned and sidled over. Brother Luo, how about it? Didn't I do a good job this time? No fireworks. Then have all the flame-wielding psychics in the Lion take the field and let the other psychics stir up some grand commotion. After all, watching fireworks is just about the spectacle and the sound. Genius. Chao Fengyuan couldn't help but preen. Luo Tianxiong stared at the fireworks, lost in a long daze. Chao, you did well this time. Tang Xuanyu meanwhile pulled Qiqi along to watch from the doorway. Qiqi was shouting and jumping with excitement, her little face brimming with joy, while Tang Xuanyu glanced at the empty surroundings and muttered with some complaint. We agreed to celebrate New Year's Eve. Meanwhile in Libin City, after Elder Zhong made his decision, the morale boost brought by a respected and feared leader was formidable. Even if the she-beast was suffocatingly despair-inducing, making everyone feel minuscule before it, this still couldn't stop their resolve. As warriors they ought to fear nothing. This apocalypse was their finest stage. Beast transformation. Strength amplification. Rushing ahead first were over 30 psychics from the ancient martial alliance with physical enhancements, wielding weapons with resolute faces, charging straight past the Nian beast toward the she-beast. Mental reinforcement. Soul weapon. Water slash. The elemental and mental psychics in the rear continuously provided enhancements and blessings. Water element psychics manipulated their powers to split the sea in that area, while Yan Hao and his group, already heavily drained, forcibly carved out a foothold. Massive waves were cleaved apart as various elemental energies like shooting stars streaked down and pounded the she-beast's body, already burdened with debuffs. Boom! Boom! With such concentrated attacks, the mere 100-odd psychics of the ancient martial alliance unleashed a might rivaling, or even surpassing, the firepower of thousands from the military district. The she-beast roared in fury. These attacks couldn't breach its defenses. Meanwhile the enhanced psychics wielding weapons forged from emerald crystal drew near. Holy cow! This thing's huge. The 30-plus enhanced psychics trembled all over when they clearly saw the she-beast. Only by facing it so directly could one feel the she-beast's immense pressure, like a small mountain, forcing them to look up in awe. Confronting such a colossal beast required overcoming deep-seated terror. 50 to 60 meters tall, larger than the Shoshi god, its limbs alone were as high as 7 or 8 stories. Their entire group combined wasn't even as wide as one of the she-beast's feet. With the heavy fishy stench of the deep sea they steeled themselves and charged to its feet where a single scale was as tall as a person. Someone bellowed, "Kill it." With that they struck and stabbed at the densely packed scales. The enhanced psychic strength was extraordinary, and with weapons made from emerald crystal their assault was even more devastating than the elemental psychic's attacks. Crack. Crack. Scales were shattered continuously. Sensing the commotion at its feet, roar. Though it didn't harm the she-beast much, it enraged it immensely. It raised its head high, thrashing its limbs, churning up countless waves that burst forth. A towering wave swallowed 5 or 6 people in an instant. Its tail like a massive pillar swept across. Under that brutal, overwhelming force even the enhanced psychics with all their buffs were shattered to pieces. Yet this did nothing to stop the relentless fire from the distant elemental psychics or the desperate close combat fighters. Chen Mo far away stared fixedly at the sea surface. The she-beast's power was terrifying. Though the ancient martial alliance had sent over 100 psychics, they suffered heavy losses in moments under the she-beast's rampage. No matter how strong the warriors, they were helpless against such a monstrous creature. This small force could barely harm the she-beast. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured, "Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong haven't come yet. With just these people we can't drive off this she-beast." Without absolute power, a high-level psychic was key. The ancient martial alliance, a major survivor faction in his past life, was immensely strong. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong, Qin Wenzhong, Li Xiaoran, these were the pillars of the alliance, dozens of them all with incredibly powerful psychic abilities. Many had joined later, but a good number came from martial arts families. Wait. As if struck by a thought, Chen Mo grinned and muttered to himself. If I remember right, several awakened through spirit cores later. So it's about time to make my move. Qiongqi, let's go. A restless glint appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. After watching for so long he was itching to act. He had roughly gauged the strength of the Shi and Nian beasts. The Nian was about 4th tier while the Shi was more powerful, around 5th tier. Roar. The Shi beast bellowed and the surrounding seawater surged, forming a massive whirlpool that enveloped it, shielding it from the incoming psychic attacks. The psychics near it were swallowed by the terrifying waves. Anguished roars rang out as they were shredded into bloody mist in the violent currents. Ignoring the gravity field, the she-beast's gaze grew fiercer, and this mountain-like creature slowly advanced toward the Nian beast and the ancient martial alliance members. From the water vortex, powerful jets periodically shot out like high-pressure water cannons, leveling everything in their path. Dozens more were pulverized, their blood and flesh mingling with the seawater. Bam! The elemental psychics in the ancient martial alliance, overexerted and exhausted, stared helplessly at the colossal water vortex. Their supposedly mighty attacks had done less damage than the weakened Nian beast, merely shattering some of the she-beast's scales. But under the cascade of seawater they quickly regenerated. Someone, eyes wide with terror, stared at the she-beast, lips pale and face drained of color, muttering. What kind of monster is this? With all our attacks we haven't even scratched it. President. Should we retreat? We are no match for the Shishir beast. Have Yang and the others not arrived yet? The Nian beast seemed to sense that the ancient martial alliance could not stop the Shishir, its eyes filled with murderous intent as it gazed at the overwhelming water vortex approaching like a giant tornado rising from the sea. It felt a hint of retreat. Now that it had just awakened, it was definitely no match for the Shishir beast. If these humans could not stop it, the only option was to flee. The Shishir beast was unlike other dominant exotic species, it lacked territorial awareness and could act freely. Its contention with the Nian had always been bitter, and only it could have pursued the Nian beast to this day. Had the Nian awoken sooner, the situation would have been reversed. Roar. The originally fierce group of people, after clashing with the Shishir beast, found themselves in utter despair. It was too powerful. It was completely on a different level. Even the ancient martial alliance could not handle it. What kind of existence could possibly be killed? Faced with the increasingly close water vortex, old Zhong's expression was exceptionally determined. He aimed his hands at that direction and gritted his teeth, pushing the gravitational magnetic field to its limit. The water vortex collapsed under this immense pressure, revealing the massive figure of the Shishir beast. His arm trembled continuously. Although his ability was not strong, he was still a 4th-tier ability user. The gravitational magnetic field, when pushed to the extreme, was not to be underestimated. Retreat. Old Zhong faced the waves crashing in and stood at the forefront, shouting with extreme determination. I will stay here, you all take the Nian and leave. What? Old Zhong. No, we will stay to help you. Your strength is too low, go find Xiao Yang and the others. Old Zhong shouted decisively. Go. He had also realized that ordinary second-tier and third-tier ability users could not harm the Shishir beast at all. Only those with abilities starting from the fourth tier had a chance to injure or even kill it here. The gap was too vast. Although a group of elites had come from the ancient martial alliance, more were escorting the survivors of Libin City away. He could push the gravitational magnetic field to its limit, buying time for everyone present to escape. President. The group of people present were unwilling to leave. Whoa, the distant Shishir beast felt as if it were trapped in a quagmire within this gravitational magnetic field. It let out a roar, its dark green scales erecting from the gaps flowed thick black mist. The gravitational magnetic field seemed to have no effect on these Nian phantoms if the black mist transformed into sea beasts charging towards the group. These were all sea beasts it had devoured from the deep sea when it reached the shore. A giant toothy shark formed from black mist opened its mouth, ferociously lunging at the crowd of the ancient martial alliance. Not good. Old Zhong, watch out. The ability users of the ancient martial alliance turned pale and unleashed their abilities in a furious counterattack. Old Zhong's pupils constricted as he saw the overwhelming Nian phantoms approaching from all directions. At this moment a loud and resounding beast roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Immediately after, a piercing buzzing sound caused everyone to shudder, covering their ears in extreme pain. What is that sound? Once the voice of the succession's disruption appeared, all abilities present vanished. The gravitational magnetic field enhancement type elemental abilities, the waves stirred up by the Shishir beast. This terrifying sound was incredibly desolate, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, and the Nian phantoms that should have pounced and clawed all scattered and vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the Shishir beast in the distance saw its furious waves instantly shatter and disperse. Roar! From somewhere a roar exploded, towering 6 meters high with massive black wings sprouting from its back. The furious Qiongqi charged like a meteor towards the 50-meter-long Shishir beast. Boom! Like a primitive war chariot, this powerful strike carried boundless force, producing an immense and muffled sound that directly shattered the Shishir beast's scales and flesh, gushing forth torrents of blue blood. Whoa! The Shishir beast was struck by this sudden blow. Its massive body shuddered, creating huge waves, and it let out a painful wail. Clearly this attack had caused it harm. This was the first time the Shishir beast had let out a painful roar. The sharp claws of Qiongqi, coupled with its bloodthirsty nature, continuously tore into the Shishir beast's body, clawing and biting with its fangs, tearing through its incredibly tough scales and thick flesh. Puff puff. Meanwhile, Chen Mo leaped onto the back of the Shishir beast. The Shishir beast was a towering 60 meters high, and from its back he looked down at the group of ancient martial alliance members who appeared as tiny as ants. The height of the Shishir beast was even several meters taller than Shuxishan. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo unleashed the ghost cut with a fierce gaze, aiming for the flesh of the Shishir beast. Then, running along the back of the Shishir beast, he continuously extended the small wound he had created, pulling it longer and longer. For this giant beast, the wound caused by the ghost cut was almost negligible, but the Dominion ability of Qiongqi and Chen Mo could breach its defenses. With the Dominion ability activated, countless sharp metallic blades plunged into the flesh of the Shishir beast. Even the Shishir beast could not endure the pain and fell into a state of rage. Whoa! It let out an unprecedented roar, shaking off the metal blades on its body, and countless waves transformed into water columns shooting towards Qiongqi and Chen Mo. Seeing this, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. He had observed for a long time, knowing that the Shishir beast could recover its injuries through the sea water. With a cold smile, he activated the Dominion ability to transform the water columns into incredibly sharp metal substances, dodging to the side. These metals directly pierced into the massive body of the Shishir beast. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out, and the Shishir beast furiously swung its tail at Qiongqi. Its tail was nearly as wide as Qiongqi itself, and Qiongqi let out a roar, violently flapping its black wings and soaring high to evade. It extended its claws to bite at the tail, firmly gripping it as its massive body swung wildly in the air with the Shishir beast's tail. Whoa! Another furious roar resonated. At the combined power of one person and one beast was even greater than the damage caused by hundreds of ability users from the ancient martial alliance. In the past life, Ehuang single-handedly killed the peak period Nian beast, which was enough to show that a powerful ability user in this apocalyptic world could equal 1,000 troops. This utterly shocking scene left a group of people from the ancient martial alliance completely dumbfounded. How could anyone manage to restrain that formidable sunset beast within the sea, rendering it unable to advance? Everyone gasped in disbelief, their mouths agape enough to fit a chicken egg, utterly stupefied. Who is he? How powerful? This was the thought that crossed their minds at that moment. Before seeing Chen Mo, no one could believe that a single person could suppress such a terrifying sunset beast. Nearby the year beast seemed to sense some danger, fixating its gaze on the sunset beast, its large pupils flickering with apprehension. At this moment even Elder Qiong couldn't help but stare blankly at the scene before him. After Chen Mo's appearance, the pressure on everyone suddenly eased. Is this one of our people? No, wait, what about Sui Yu and the others? Exactly, someone is holding it back. President, let's withdraw quickly. Someone voiced their lingering fears. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately garnered the agreement of most, as no one believed that the young man could kill the sunset beast. Yes, if we don't leave now it might be too late. Have some decency, the young man came to help us out of goodwill, isn't it ungrateful to just walk away like this? Among the crowd quite a few held opposing views, thinking it would bring shame to the ancient martial alliance. What time is it now? Can't we send someone back later? Come on, by then the grass on the grave will be several meters high. Elder Qiong, what do you say? Elder Qiong fixed his gaze on the young man on the back of the sunset beast. Though his enhanced senses as an ability user were exceptionally sharp, the darkness of the sky and the size of the beast made it impossible for him to discern who was on its back. However, the imposing figure of the Qiongqi was simply too eye-catching. That looks familiar. Elder Qiong felt that the Qiongqi was somewhat recognizable, as if he had seen it before. He pondered for a moment before immediately giving orders. As martial artists, how can we engage in such ungrateful deeds? Though this person's origins are unclear, our common enemy at present is that sunset beast. Support him. Yes. A group of people quickly organized and launched their support. Just as the words were spoken, a series of whistling sounds cut through the air from behind everyone. Elder Qiong. We're here. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the ancient martial alliance were overjoyed, turning around in surprise. They saw three figures rushing over, stepping on debris floating on the surface of the sea. Each of them moved with remarkable grace. Some wore martial arts uniforms while others were in casual attire. The leader was a young man of similar age to Chen Mo, slender and straight with long hair tied back. His handsome features were clad in a martial arts uniform, holding a silver spear exuding an ancient chivalrous aura. The other two were slightly older, their gazes sharp and strong with robust physiques that clearly indicated they were martial artists. Yang Suiyu, Zhang Kong and Qin Wenzhong. The three strongest forces of the ancient martial alliance. All of them were without exception fourth-tier ability users. Sui Yu and brother Zhang, brother Qin are here. We're saved. Haha, now that Sui Yu and the others have arrived, let's see how that sunset beast can escape. Seeing the newcomers, Elder Qiong couldn't help but feel relieved, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Numbers do not determine strength but rather skill. Sui Yu and the others were responsible for ensuring the safe departure of the members of the ancient martial alliance. Seeing that their group hadn't returned for a long time, they would naturally come to look for them. Finally they had arrived. Just the appearance of the three was like a calming pill, reassuring the members of the ancient martial alliance. Kill. Except for that sunset beast. With brother Zhang and the others here, capturing the sunset beast would also allow for the exchange of supplies with that mysterious merchant. The members of the ancient martial alliance, invigorated as if pumped with adrenaline, activated their abilities once more and charged toward the sunset beast, entangled with Chen Mo in the distance. Yang Sui Yu and the others rushed over quickly. Elder Qiong, are you alright? Zhang Kong's face was filled with worry. Upon seeing the Qiongqi and Chen Mo battling fiercely with the sunset beast in the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So many people have died. Is this the year beast that Xiao Lin mentioned? Why are there two of them? The three were utterly astonished. The year beast has already been subdued by Xiao Lin, we can discuss that later. First let's deal with the sunset beast and help that boy. Elder Qiong immediately directed his gaze toward the sunset beast. The three exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Yang Suiyu, holding the silver spear, addressed Qin Wenzhong. Uncle Qiong, take me over first. Qin Wenzhong, a steady middle-aged man, nodded and said with a serious expression, all right Suiyu, you and Zhang Kong go help. The reinforcements from various military districts have arrived, I'll lead everyone to evacuate. No matter how serious the matter, it was no match for Elder Qiong's importance. After all, he was the leader of the ancient martial alliance. Yang Suiyu focused intently on the distant sunset beast, his eyes filled with fiery combat spirit. He nodded, activating his ability. A surge of energy suddenly spread from the awakening dark patterns on his right palm, climbing up the shaft of the silver spear. On the body of the silver spear, undulating light blue unknown runes appeared as if it had been enhanced and began to tremble gently. Qin Wenzhong's gaze fell upon the recently deceased bodies of the members of the ancient martial alliance floating near the sunset beast. He went straight for Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong's backs. Buzz. Abilities activated. Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong instantly vanished from their original locations. In their place those two gruesome corpses appeared. A grade ability exchange transfer. Although it's a lower tier ability compared to this grade divine teleportation exchange transfer is equally powerful, capable of swapping the positions of two visible objects within a certain range. Qin Wenzhong was a 4th tier ability user. For him the limit of the exchange transfer was already 500 meters. Moreover, there were restrictions on the objects being transferred. If, for instance, if the size was too large and exceeded his abilities, it wouldn't work. Yang Suiyu and the others immediately appeared near the Sunset Beast. Under the relentless attack from the Qiongqi and Chen Mo, the Sunset Beast was already covered in wounds, thrashing violently in the surrounding sea. The tumultuous waves and thick black mist shrouded the area, accompanied by a series of roaring tides emanating from it. Yang Suiyu spotted a floating corpse in the sea and used it as a springboard, leaping into the air. As he approached the Sunset Beast, he thrust the silver spear deep into its body. Puff! With the enhancement of his ability, the silver spear became incredibly sharp, piercing through the scales and deeply embedding itself in the flesh of the Sunset Beast. Yang Suiyu's gaze was calm as he spun around while holding the silver spear, leaping upwards. He confidently balanced on the spear's shaft, bending his body to leap once more. The silver spear bent at an arc, and with this force Yang Suiyu soared over 50 meters high onto the back of the Sunset Beast. Grasping the silver spear embedded in the beast's body, Yang Suiyu felt it begin to shake violently. Then unexpectedly it pulled free from the flesh, seemingly guided by an invisible thread, returning to his hand. The back of the Sunset Beast was vast. Looking up at Chen Mo, who was wreaking havoc above, Yang Suiyu couldn't help but be slightly taken aback at the sight of such a young face. Chen Mo also noticed the newcomer before him. Yang Suiyu. How could he have come as well? Yang Suiyu, one of the paramount powerhouses of the ancient martial alliance, in her past life was a pillar of strength. Moreover, she was the master of the S-rank ability Martial Saint. Although this ability fell within the realm of enhancement type powers, its degree of amplification was several times that of ordinary enhancement abilities. Not only could it strengthen her own body, but it could also fortify weapons, making her no less than a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The frenzied twilight beast writhed incessantly as wave after violent wave crashed against it, its blue blood mingling with the seawater. Chen Mo's eyes remained calm. There was no exchange between him and Yang Suiyu upon her arrival. Gripping his silver spear, he thrust it heavily into the previously opened wound. Pft! The wound already gashed by the ghost cutter grew even larger. Yang Suiyu exerted force with her right hand, and her slender frame erupted with a power that was no less terrifying than that of Qiongqi. Yet she did not stop. Holding the silver spear, she cast a piercing gaze downward and pressed it with immense force. The silver spear sank inch by inch into the flesh below. The Tumterlong weapon was steadily embedded, causing the twilight beast beneath to let out a howl of excruciating pain. Roar! Such a deafening bellow sent chills down the spines of the ancient martial alliance members in the distance. Below the twilight beast, Zhang Kong's movements were not as agile as Yang Suyu's. Half submerged in the sea, he looked up at the beast's agonized form, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. What a terrifying monster! Since you're in the sea, try this. Zhang Kong's eyes blazed with brilliance as awakening patterns surfaced on his robust biceps. His hands crackled with electricity, surging with dense intricate bolts of lightning. His clenched fists wreathed in thunder slammed heavily into the seawater. He was an A-class elemental ability user commanding heavenly thunder. Rumble. Water is naturally conductive, and this terrifying strike transformed the area around the twilight beast into a sea of lightning. Roar. The twilight beast bellowed in fury, thrashing wildly and churning up waves that engulfed Zhang Kong. Yet its colossal size meant the lightning only reached its limb, sparing Chen Mo and Yang Suiyu on its back. The twilight beast twisted its body madly, attempting to dive beneath the waves, but the paralyzing lightning fiercely assaulted its limbs, preventing its escape. Already riddled with countless wounds torn by Chen Mo and Qiongqi, it now faced the added onslaught of Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong, the master of lightning. Chen Mo could sense the twilight beast's life force fading. In the distance, the Nian beast following a departing group heard the agonized cries and sensed the beast's grievous injuries, stirring with restless intent. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo glanced at Yang Suiyu nearby. Her spear technique was fiercely precise, each strike following the traces left by his ghost cutter to tear through the beast's flesh. With Zhang Kong's thunderous power below paralyzing its movements, the twilight beast found itself with no retreat. He only intended to drive the beast away, not to kill it. If he and Qiongqi joined forces with these two, the twilight beast might truly be at risk of falling. Chen Mo pondered, deciding he could not let it die so easily. With this in mind, he immediately communicated with Qiongqi, ordering it to cease its attack. Qiongqi, having torn off half the twilight beast's tail, was ferocious beyond measure. The beast's blood had greatly inflamed its savage nature. As the dominant menace of Tianhai City, it was not so easily commanded without the authority of the heavenly power ability. Qiongqi's crimson eyes burned with violence and bloodlust. Only after receiving Chen Mo's command did it reluctantly withdraw its claws from the beast's flesh after a long pause. With a roar it beat its wings and soared above the twilight beast. Another mutant. Zhang Kong and Yang Suya's pupils constricted at the sight. Chen Mo acted decisively, watching the beast below trying to sink into the sea but thwarted by the dense crackling lightning. He discreetly manipulated a steel pellet, shooting it from the water to instantly pierce Zhang Kong's shoulder. Another pellet shot straight toward Yang Suyu. Her senses sharp, she detected the attack and swiftly withdrew her silver spear, deflecting it with a flick. Clang. As a 5th rank ability user, the collision between the pellet and spear tip sent violent tremors through the silver spear. The numbing sensation spreading from the spear made Yang Suyu's expression shift. She could hardly believe such a small pellet possessed such power, if the vibration nearly caused her to lose her grip on the spear. With a deep shout, Yang Suyu exerted force with her wrist and swung the spear mightily. Pft! The pellet was redirected, embedding itself into the twilight beast's flesh. She turned to Chen Mo, her face flushed with fury, and yelled, "What are you doing?" She could hardly believe this man had the audacity to attack them after they came to help. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, Zhang Kong's shoulder was pierced clean through by the sudden strike, leaving a bloody hole. His face contorted in pain as he cried out. The lightning dissipated instantly, leaving only faint sparks on the water, but that was enough to allow the twilight beast to sink. Roar! The beast held, its enormous eyes fixed on Zhang Kong in the sea with murderous intent. Despite its massive size, it was not clumsy. It churned up countless waves, turned and swiped its claws forward. Countless black mists transformed into enslaved spirits surging forth. Hearing Zhang Kong scream, Yang Suyu abandoned her interrogation of Chen Mo. She immediately dove straight down, her ability activated as the silver spear flew from her hand, turning into a streak of light that shattered the charging spirits. This beast still won't leave. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. He had deliberately spared it, yet it refused to retreat. He directly activated the heavenly power ability, leveraging the terrifying weight of the Shoshi deity. In an instant, the colossal silhouette of the deity seemed to manifest behind Chen Mo. The phantom vanished in a flash, but that mere moment of tens of thousands of tons of weight forced the twilight beast beneath him to wail in agony. Its massive body plunged into the seabed, sending up a tremendous commotion and waves. A sensation of weightlessness hit Chen Mo as he shouted, "Qiongqi!" Roar! Qiongqi spread its wings, diving in a swooping arc toward Chen Mo's position. Qiongqi extended its front claws, lifting Chen Mo and carrying him into the air. Below, Zhang Kong and Yang Suyu were not so fortunate, if the surging waves caused by the beast's submersion swallowed them into the sea. In the distance, Qin Wenzhong's pupils contracted as he activated his displacement and teleportation ability once more. A flash of white light flickered. Zhang Kong and Yang Suyu appeared there, drenched from head to toe. Zhang Kong had swallowed a great deal of seawater, his face pale as he lay on the ground, the blood from the gaping wound piercing his right arm still flowing unceasingly. Even Yang Suyu's right hand bore a massive bloody gash. Xiao Yang. The group still remaining there were greatly alarmed and hurried forward. Quick, get someone to treat them. He had not expected the she-beast to be so powerful, even wounding Suyu and Zhang Kong. Most had already evacuated, leaving only Elder Zhong and a few other capable ability users. A person with a healing ability emerged from the crowd and hastened to restore Zhang Kong's and Yang Suyu's strength. Qin Wenzhong produced 2th-grade recovery potions for them to drink. Roar! An unwilling roar came from the seawater, and the she-beast, accompanied by rolling waves, chose to retreat into the distance. It had escaped. As it left, its gaze was filled with hatred toward the direction of the ancient martial alliance. At that moment, everyone present felt a sense of having survived the disaster, and they couldn't help but breathe a great sigh of relief. The she-beast has retreated. Elder Zhong, the she-beast has retreated. With the retreat of the she-beast, the surging seawater also receded rapidly like the ebb and flow of the tide. The earth began to reveal itself, covered in cracks and scattered pools of water. The corpses of the ancient martial alliance members previously killed by the Shi and Nian beasts came into view, along with many unknown bodies swollen and pale from the water. After receiving treatment, Yang Suyu and Zhang Kong's condition improved considerably. At that moment, Qiongqi also arrived at the place, carrying Chen Mo in the distance. Qiongqi's massive body shrank continuously as Chen Mo leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. It's him. He's the one who held off the she-beast earlier. Hiss. That alien beast can actually fly. It's simply unbelievable. Elder Zhong Qin Wenzhong and the others naturally saw the newcomer. So close in proximity the ancient martial alliance members marveled at the youth's age. He appeared not much older than Xiaoyang. Elder Zhong also sized up Chen Mo, somewhat surprised. Young friend, thank you. He stepped forward to express his gratitude, but Yang Suiyu immediately pulled him back, glaring at Chen Mo with anger. Elder Zhong, don't go near. It's him. He let the she-beast escape and just attacked Zhang Kong and me. What? At these words everyone present was utterly shocked. Elder Zhong paused in his tracks, frowning. Qin Wenzhong looked at Chen Mo with displeasure and said in a deep voice. Young friend, isn't this a bit unfair? Our people came to help you, yet you've injured them. Qiongqi roared at the group. Chen Mo raised his hand slightly, his eyes calm as he stepped forward and said, if it weren't for me your President Zhong would have died long ago. That she-beast, I could have dealt with it alone. When did I need your intervention? His tone was flat, devoid of any guilt. What about the Nian beast? Chen Mo glanced around. Only one of the Nian and she-beasts needed to survive. Since he planned to subdue the she-beast, he would act after it had wreaked havoc. After this battle he had a rough understanding of the she-beast's strength. A newly emerged she-beast was not beyond reach. Even without the aid of the god of longevity and joy, he and Qiongqi could subdue it. In his memories the Nian beast was terrifyingly hopeless. To his weaker past self it was like an insurmountable mountain, a lingering nightmare. But engaging the she-beast now suddenly reminded Chen Mo that although the two beasts were powerful, he himself was no longer the same person. With a top-tier 5th-order Dominion ability, a 4th-order Celestial Authority ability, and the assistance of Qiongqi, the overlord of Tianhai City, the apocalyptic gods that once terrified him no longer seemed invincible. You. At this moment the wound on Zhang Kong's right arm had healed. Impatient by nature he summoned lightning in both hands and was about to strike at Chen Mo. Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong also rose, the 3 4th-order ability users of the ancient martial alliance, warily confronting Chen Mo. Yang Suyu's eyes were icy as she stared at her peer and said coldly. Why did you let that she-beast go? Pa. What else could it be? This guy definitely wants to keep the she-beast's corpse for himself. Zhang Kong said angrily. Chen Mo found this somewhat amusing, his eyes narrowing as he looked at them and spoke. If Qiongqi and I hadn't gravely wounded that she-beast, do you really think you few 4th-order ability users could have killed it? The ancient martial alliance's top combatants were indeed powerful and they were martial artists, but to think that Yang Suiyu and Zhang Kong alone could slay the she-beast was far too simplistic. If the Nian and she-beasts were so easy to kill, the Nian beast would not have wreaked havoc in the apocalypse for 5 years. What, you want to fight me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at Yang Suiyu and the other two with amusement. Behind Chen Mo thousands of razor-sharp metal blades suddenly surged into being, aimed at the positions of the ancient martial alliance members. Beside him Qiongqi paced slightly, lowering its body, spreading its massive pitch-black wings, standing at Chen Mo's side, baring its fangs and assuming a fierce hunting posture. Even with its size reduced, the oppressive aura of bloodlust and savagery still made hearts pound with fear. Yang Suiyu gripped her silver spear tightly, eyeing Chen Mo warily. Both he and Zhang Kong had personally experienced the terror of those metals. Just moments ago on the she-beast's back a single steel pellet had left his right hand numb and tingling. They had seen metal-controlling elemental ability users before. Even within the ancient martial alliance there were such individuals, but they had never felt such power from an elemental ability. The scene momentarily stalemated. Chen Mo, relaxed in demeanor, walked forward unhurriedly. Don't move. A sharp light flashed in Yang Suyu's eyes. She thrust her silver spear directly at Chen Mo, stopping less than a meter from his chest. You can try. Chen Mo glanced at the spear and snapped his fingers. Splash. The spear had melted into a pool of silver liquid floating in the air, leaving only a shaft. Yang Suyu's pupils dilated in shock. Xiaoyang stepped back. I don't believe he can control my lightning. Zhang Kong advanced aggressively, his face furious, eager to avenge his earlier injury. Just then Elder Zhong's voice came from the side. Enough. Zhang Kong, Suiyu Wenzhong, all of you stop. He's right. If he hadn't arrived earlier these old bones of mine would have been buried here. Zhong Lao slowly stepped forward. But. Seeing Zhong Lao approach, Zhang Kong wanted to say something more. Zhong Lao glanced at him and said calmly, that's enough. At least the outcome is good. Zhong Lao ordered the others to step aside and Yang Suiyu and his group had no choice but to obey. He then turned to face Chen Mo across from him, revealing a kind smile, and cupped his fists in gratitude. Young friend, thank you. If this old man's memory serves me correctly, you must be Chen Mo from Tianhai City, right? He identified Chen Mo's identity in a single sentence. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. This person actually knew him. As if reading Chen Mo's confusion, Zhong Lao stepped forward with a chuckle and spoke. I happen to hear news about you. The 6th Military District seems to have some disputes with you, young friend. But rest assured, our ancient martial alliance is not unreasonable. We will not make a move against you. The 6th Military District had already distributed Chen Mo's information to all major powers, offering great rewards for his capture. He had previously felt that the mutant beast beside Chen Mo looked familiar, but the pair of wings on its back made him uncertain. It was only upon clearly seeing Chen Mo's face that he recognized him. Brother Chen is young and accomplished. To possess such strength at such a young age, the 6th Military District's failure to befriend you and instead offend you is truly their loss. Zhong Lao said with a smile. Our ancient martial alliance harbors no ill intentions toward you, young friend. Please rest assured. Yang Suiyu and the others frowned upon hearing this. You're that Chen Mo. Evidently they had also heard of this name. In this apocalypse where information was scarce, few people were remembered by all, invariably famous leaders or psychics. He himself had once been an unknown ordinary psychic. Never did he imagine that now even Zhong Yushu, the leader of the ancient martial alliance, would know of him. This was something even he hadn't anticipated. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. So am already this famous. In this information-blocked apocalypse, countless psychics yearned to make their mark and spread their fame. Many lone psychics frequently displayed formidable power, hoping to raise their value and be invited by major military districts or large independent forces. If not for the 6th Military District suppressing earlier intel due to pride and Lin On's influence, the battle involving over 4,000 men failing to capture Chen Mo, suffering heavy losses with barely a tenth surviving. Had this news been released, all major powers would have been shaken. Countless people would have flocked to invite him. By then, even if the Lin family sat in the 3rd highest position at the center, many powers would be willing to risk offending the 6th Military District to recruit Chen Mo. Between a dead man and an immensely powerful psychic whom over 4,000 troops failed to capture, the greater weight was self-evident. Zhong Lao looked at the young man before him, unable to help feeling a sense of admiration. Seeing is believing. The information from the 6th Military District was still conservative, recording that Chen Mo could control metal with psychic abilities estimated at around Tier 3. The only notable trait was the extremely ferocious mutant beast that always accompanied him. Yet this single man and beast managed to suppress the apocalyptic divine beast Qi, which even hundreds of Tier 2 and 3 psychics from the ancient martial alliance couldn't handle, nearly killing it. If any fool had tried to curry favor with the 6th Military District by attacking him, they would have long been reduced to ashes. If I recall correctly. This man has never joined any force, has he? Zhong Lao suddenly felt a desire to nurture talent. With a benevolent expression like a kindly old grandfather, he spoke. Brother Chen, our ancient martial alliance has suffered such a calamity thanks to your assistance. This old man thanks you here. Our alliance is greatly indebted to you and will not treat you poorly, young friend. Since you came for the Nian beast, why not come to the ancient martial alliance for a visit? With Zai's retreat, the tsunami that had submerged most of Libin City gradually receded. Though it was unknown if she would attack again, gravely wounded, it wouldn't cause trouble for a while. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, especially since he had respected this old man in his past life. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered briefly, then nodded. All right. I also have some matters to attend to. The Nian beast was highly intelligent, even able to transform into the likeness of others to deceive the ancient martial alliance. Though he possessed the heavenly authority ability, he had never properly communicated with an apocalyptic divine being. Shoshi, as a lower divine being, had considerable power but was too dim-witted. Even slightly complex commands left it confused, only babbling in response. Rarely encountering a mid-level divine being, he might be able to communicate with the Nian beast. Above Tier 8 were high-level divine beings and above Tier 5 were mid-level ones. If the Nian beast hadn't died in his past life and had rampaged for another 4 or 5 years, it might have ascended to a high-level divine being. With enough consumption it could break through and evolve. Its potential was considerable. The heavenly authority ability could currently enslave a limited number of mutant divine beings, more would become a burden. Even now Chen Mo was still deliberating whether to subdue a Nian or Shi beast. Just one would consume a terrifying amount, over 100 million. Where could he find that much food for them? Though population reduction was inevitable for secondary evolution, Chen Mo wasn't so insane as to exterminate all of humanity. The Shi beast was easier to handle, it could be sent into the deep sea to feed itself. But the Nian beast could only operate on land, requiring far too many resources. Even the ancient martial alliance at its peak in his past life couldn't afford to keep a Nian beast. Though it grew into a giant force by relying on it, they still had to let it roam freely to devour living beings. If that were the case, wasn't the Nian beast's eventual death at Shi Yuan's hands partly due to the ancient martial alliance's neglect, the hounds being killed once the hares were caught? Zhong Lao chuckled. Zhang Kong, still harboring grievances over the earlier incident, tried to dissuade him. President. Zhong Lao merely gave him a faint glance and Zhang Kong shuddered, daring not to say more. Qin Wenzhong grabbed his hand and shook his head, whispering. Forget it, Zhang Kong. He's right. With our strength we couldn't have stopped that she-beast. Can't you see that Zhong Lao seems to admire this young man? That she-beast has fled. Let's head back first. The ancient martial alliance had suffered such a devastating blow with heavy casualties among the ability users and now urgently needed a strong infusion of fresh blood. At present the only card they could play was a single rank ability user named Yang Sueyu. If this person were to join and take command, their position would be as unshakable as a mountain. Within the ancient martial alliance, not to mention the post-apocalyptic era, even before the apocalypse, strength was paramount. No one dared to underestimate any formidable individual. Seeing even Qin Wenzhong speak this way, Zhang Kong immediately turned to Yang Sueyu, attempting to recruit an ally on the same side, and spoke with indignation. Xiao Yang, what do you say? Just now, if it weren't for Wenzhong, the two of us might not have made it back. This guy definitely has ulterior motives. Yang Sueyu remained silent for a moment. He gazed at the back of Chen Mo, who was walking side by side with Elder Zhong, then looked at his own silver spear which had lost its tip and said with a calm expression. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a 5th rank ability user. Neither of us is a match for him. 5th rank. Zhang Kong was startled, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could anyone break through so quickly? The entire ancient martial alliance had spent a vast amount of resources and crystal cores just to train a few mainstays like them. How could Chen Mo acting alone possibly be a 5th rank ability user? Yang Sueyu shook his head. I don't know how he did it either. He still felt a lingering fear over the steel ball from before. He was proud by nature, having become a 9th stage martial arts grandmaster at a young age, and was also the master of the rank ability martial saint. Relying on his martial skills and powerful physique ability, he had never taken those elemental ability users seriously. Within the ancient martial alliance, no elemental ability user could ever restrain him. But Chen Mo's appearance had directly shattered his perception of elemental ability users. A tiny steel ball possessed such immense power it was almost unimaginable. Yang Sueyu continued. Besides, do you really think the ability users of the 6th military region are just sitting around doing nothing? The fact that they haven't caught this person in so long is enough to show how formidable he is. Our ancient martial alliance has already suffered heavy losses this time. If we act, we won't gain any advantage. Better to let sleeping dogs lie. Since Elder Zhong says so, he must have his reasons. Well, just have to swallow this loss. Let's go. With that, Yang Sueyu picked up his spear and followed. Only Zhang Kong was left standing there dumbfounded. Finally he stomped the floor in frustration and cursed. Damn it. This is so infuriating. His shoulder was still throbbing with pain. On the way back to the ancient martial alliance, the ability users of the ancient martial alliance Yang Sueyu and Qin Wenzhong accompanied them, staying alert to their surroundings. In the middle, Chen Mo curiously inquired about the origin of the Nian beast. Logically, this was a secret of the ancient martial alliance known to only a few even within the organization. But to his surprise, Elder Zhong not only did not conceal it but was quite candid in revealing everything. Elder Zhong shook his head with a sigh. Alas. Little friend, you may not know this, but that Nian beast was actually discovered before the apocalypse. However, the matter was too significant, and to avoid causing unnecessary panic, it was covered up. My granddaughter awakened the beast taming ability and always believed the Nian beast wasn't dead. She wanted to control it for the use of our ancient martial alliance. At this point, Elder Zhong's dim old eyes were filled with deep guilt and self-reproach. He let out a faint sigh and continued. Then what you saw happened. That she-beast seemed to be the Nian beast's nemesis. It came from the deep sea, raising a monstrous tsunami that directly submerged half of Libin City. In truth, he himself bore a large part of the responsibility. If he hadn't been so indulgent with Zhonglin, Libin City would not have fallen to such a state. Although most of the resources and strongholds had been relocated, the survivors and elite members of the ancient martial alliance lost were irreplaceable. After this battle the ancient martial alliance might be crippled, completely losing its foothold in this post-apocalyptic world. There was only one way to change that. Elder Qiong said no more, instead looking at Chen Mo, who was deep in thought. That's the way things are. Chen Mo lowered his head, his eyes flickering. After organizing his thoughts he finally understood the whole story. That day in Huabei City when Li Long and the others asked him for the tree seed, it was to use the mucus secreted by the peach tree to break the seal of the Nian beast. After the devastation wrought by the she-beast coupled with the cunning Nian beast using a phantom to take on Zhonglin's form, there was a high probability that the ancient martial alliance would cooperate with the Nian beast in the future, helping it through its weak period. In return the Nian beast would need the alliance's protection to prevent the she-beast from returning. Elder Qiong looked somewhat forlorn and murmured. Alas, what's done is done. Saying more is useless. It's only because our ancient martial alliance was too greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, and committed a grave taboo. Elder Qiong, please don't say that. No one could have predicted the appearance of another she-beast. At least that Nian beast has been safely brought back. Qin Wenzhong comforted him from the side. Elder Qiong shook his head. A mistake is a mistake. Shao Qin, you've worked hard too. The successful evacuation of half the ancient martial alliance's personnel within a single day was certainly due in no small part to Qin Wenzhong and the others. At that moment Chen Mo suddenly spoke up coldly. What do you plan to do with that Nian beast? At this Yang Suiyu and the others present all turned their gazes toward him. They had been deliberately avoiding the topic of the Nian beast, as if unwilling to mention it in front of an outsider. Zhang Kong from behind said displeasedly. Aren't you asking too many questions? How we deal with the Nian beast is our ancient martial alliance's business, isn't it? Surprisingly, Yang Suiyu and Qin Wenzhong did not intervene to stop Zhang Kong's questioning. After all, this topic was far too sensitive for the ancient martial alliance. To unseal the Nian beast, the ancient martial alliance had expended vast amounts of manpower and resources. Even that she-beast had come for the Nian beast's sake. One could only imagine what formidable combat power the Nian beast would possess once it recovered. It could be said that after taming the Nian beast the ancient martial alliance would be able to do as they pleased. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo stopped and turned to look at Zhang Kong. His gaze was exceptionally cold, filled with a fierce and murderous aura. Zhang Kong shuddered all over. It was as if he had fallen into a sea of corpses and blood. A person's aura could not be concealed, and as a martial artist his perception was even keener. From Chen Mo he seemed to see countless souls of the violently slain. How many people must he have killed to possess such a murderous intent? Zhang Kong's heart trembled and he stood frozen in place, unable to speak. Yang Suiyu frowned and stepped in front of him, saying, "Friend, the ancient martial alliance means you no harm, but matters concerning the Nian beast are classified. Even our own members are not privy to such details." Everyone present was proud and arrogant. If not for their fear of Chen Mo's strength they would not have spoken so calmly. Chen Mo said indifferently. "Even without you telling me, I know you're reluctant to part with the Nian beast's power. The ancient martial alliance plans to use it to leave Libin City and find a new stronghold for development. After all, in his past life they had done the same. Half of Libin City had been destroyed, making it unsuitable for any faction's development. If they wished to avoid extinction, leaving was the only option." Huh. Elder Qiong suddenly laughed heartily, praising young friend speaks well. In truth, this old man does have such intentions, but those are matters for later. It seems you are quite interested in the Nian beast. Could it be that your visit to Libin City is solely for it? Elder Qiong inquired. Aside from the Nian beast he could think of no other reason for Chen Mo's presence. Chen Mo nodded slightly, his tone softening as he spoke with Elder Qiong. "I have come for the carcass of this Nian beast." Since Elder Qiong was not being evasive with him, he would be equally forthright and state his purpose directly. Moreover, he had no desire to beat around the bush, for he wanted both the she-beast and the Nian beast. What? The few people nearby were greatly startled. They had expended vast amounts of time and resources to obtain the Nian beast, and now they were expected to hand it over willingly. None of those present would accept that. No way. Elder Qiong, however, remained exceptionally calm, as if he had anticipated Chen Mo's words. He chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "Young friend, you are indeed a straightforward person. I presume you intend to trade the Nian beast's corpse with the divine merchant?" Chen Mo nodded. Elder Qiong laughed gently. "No rush, no rush. Let us first return and discuss this, if this old man is quite curious about you." Elder Qiong. "What do you mean?" Seeing that Elder Qiong did not deny it, was he actually prepared to agree. "We cannot. We sacrificed many for that Nian beast, chairman." "Yes. How can we do this?" How can we face Sister Xiaolin? A crowd of confused faces, but Qin Wenzhong remained composed, shouting to quiet them. Though the group fell silent, their hostility toward Chen Mo deepened. Chen Mo paid it no mind. He had no fear of the ancient martial alliance even at its peak, let alone now with its elites dead or wounded. The ancient martial alliance was an indispensable faction for the second evolution. Although he respected Elder Zhong, if they resorted to force, Chen Mo would not hesitate to send them to their graves. Elder Zhong ignored the crowd's protests. Instead, he said with a benevolent smile, "These are trivial matters. In my view, young friend, your value far surpasses that of the Nian beast. At such a young age you possess the strength to single-handedly fight the she beast. I presume you have reached the 5th order Esper level. Have you joined any faction?" The group soon arrived at the ancient martial alliance's current stronghold. A defensive wall had already been erected outside. Inside the base, large shipping containers were scattered about, resembling a port. Survivors and the wounded were returning in succession, each drenched, surrounded by incessant cries of pain and heavy coughing. After enduring such a catastrophe, the face of every person was shrouded in an inescapable gloom. Today was the first day of the new year. Fortunately, the tsunami had not lasted long, receding in less than a day. Yet even so, the disaster wrought by the she-beast had claimed thousands of lives in the ancient martial alliance. Those with healing abilities began their work immediately upon return. Those who had retreated with the major military districts had also returned after the floodwaters receded, accompanied by reinforcements from the 3 military districts. "Over here. Careful." Yuan Yu was directing the survivors of the ancient martial alliance in searching for usable remaining supplies. She watched the wounded streaming in, listening to the endless wails and coughs. Her eyes were filled with deep concern. This tsunami had made everyone realize that the deep sea held horrors beyond just a single she-beast. A variety of colossal sea monsters had come along, henceforth no faction would willingly establish a safe zone near the coast. The seawater brought disease and rendered many supplies and food unusable. Espers might be fine, but ordinary people were in a precarious state. Just half a month ago the ancient martial alliance was an independent faction comparable to many military districts, but this natural disaster and the she-beast calamity would severely cripple it, likely leaving it gasping for breath for a long time. At the entrance of the ancient martial alliance, several leaders from various regional factions had also arrived to offer support. Tap tap. At that moment an elderly man in a Taoist robe hurried past Yuan Yu. The old man carried himself with dignity, moving with a commanding stride. Behind him followed several elders of similar age, and behind them 6 or 7 middle-aged men and women. Leading them was Ma Baogua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi school. The ones beside him were also leaders of various martial sects. The ancient martial alliance adhered to seniority and hierarchy. These were its high-ranking members, the leading figures of various martial arts schools from before the apocalypse. Although most had not awakened any abilities, the alliance's foundation was built by this group during the early days of the apocalypse. Ma Baogua stopped and addressed Yuan Yu. "Xiao Yu. Has the Nian beast been dealt with?" Yuan Yu replied respectfully, "It has been taken care of." None of the reinforcements noticed. Ma Baogua nodded slightly. "Well done. The matter of the Nian beast is of utmost importance. We must ensure no other factions discover it. That granddaughter of Yu Shu has finally done something good after wasting so many of our resources." He recalled that he had been the most opposed to Zhonglin's plan, but Zhong Yushu's prestige within the alliance was too high, almost like a one-man rule, overriding all objections and pushing it through. When he first saw the Nian beast he was utterly stunned, but with it came an uncontrollable surge of joy. Now he only hoped that Zhong Yushu would die at the hands of that she-beast. Then he could take over his position and become the supreme leader of the ancient martial alliance. "Let's go. Don't keep them waiting." Ma Baogua led a group of high-ranking members of the ancient martial alliance to the base's exterior, where several individuals were already waiting. They were Gao Limao from the 6th Military District, Wang Guoshan from the 11th Military District, and Deng Ping from the 9th Military District. Each was flanked by bodyguards, all hailing from their respective war zones. As for the larger survivor factions, they naturally had no desire to wade into this murky affair. Under such circumstances, those who did come, regardless of their motives, were offering invaluable aid to the ancient martial alliance in its time of need. Gao Limao, his face paling more than the others, clung tightly to Zui Yuan beside him. He had absolutely no desire to be in such a godforsaken place. He couldn't even fathom why the 6th Military District had sent someone as insignificant as him. If danger were to strike, the mere thought made his ample belly tremble. The 2 men beside him, hailing from the 11th and 9th districts, were high-ranking military officers, tall, straight-backed and clad in crisp uniforms. Suppressing his terror, Gao Limao decided to ease the tension with conversation. Major General Wang, why have you come? And where is Xiao Jiang? He turned to Wang Guoshan with a fawning tone. To him these two men from the 11th and 9th districts were towering figures. He was merely a mid-level officer in the 6th district. Wang Guoshan shot him a cold glance and replied flatly, he's been confined. The chief had sent Jiang Fan to the 6th district to negotiate resource exchanges. After Jiang Fan absconded and went missing, he was placed under confinement upon his return. Deng Ping watched the steady stream of wounded being transported nearby, a flicker of pity in his eyes. I don't understand their intentions. If these injured aren't taken back for treatment, they won't last long. They had come with minimal troops and firepower given the vast distance. Simply sending personnel to oversee the evacuation of survivors from Libin City was already a considerable feat. Is the ancient martial alliance not here yet? Deng Ping murmured. Just then, before anyone could be seen, Ma Baoguo's voice rang out. My apologies for the wait. He approached with a feigned smile and a courteous demeanor. The tsunami that struck Libin City has prompted you generals to travel thousands of miles for the sake of the nation and its people. Your dedication truly inspires our deepest admiration. Ma Baoguo reached the three men and offered flattery with a show of reverence. Gao Limao chuckled, about to speak, when Wang Guoshan interjected with a heavy tone. What does the ancient martial alliance mean by this? You broadcast a call for aid. Our district chief, unwilling to see the survivors of Libin City suffer, dispatched us to transport them to safety. Yet now you suddenly change your mind and go back on your word. The time and resources wasted on this round trip were no trivial matter. Confronted with such a piercing and direct accusation, Ma Baoguo's expression soured. The 11th district had sent a thorny character. He forced a laugh. The waters have receded. This decision isn't mine to make, it rests with our leader Zhong Yushu. Then where is he? Deng Ping asked. Ma Baoguo replied, he should return shortly. To be honest, he wasn't certain. According to the returning ability users, Zhong Yushu and Xiao Yang were currently dealing with the she-beast. Let me first show you the current situation. Wang Guoshan snorted coldly but said nothing. Under Ma Baoguo's guidance they proceeded. Wang Guoshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had long heard that some large factions possessed abundant supplies rivaling even the military districts. But seeing the vast quantities of waterlogged supplies and the impenetrable walls surrounding them only deepened his displeasure. He said coldly, the ancient martial alliance certainly has grand ambitions. Are you aiming to become the 13th military district? Do you think the high commands of each district are unaware of your little schemes? You can't even protect these survivors. If the districts and the central government weren't currently preoccupied and you refuse to submit once everything settles, not a single one of you will escape. The nation currently had only 12 military districts. With the apocalypse's arrival and the collapse of order, just like the mutant overlords, countless powerful ability users sought to establish their own domains. That was why factions like Qiongqi and Longgang were so desperate to expand. Once order was restored and the districts intervened, small factions would be utterly crushed before them. Wang Guoshan's words sent cold sweat pouring down Ma Baoguo's back. Unlike Elder Zhong, he was no ordinary man, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from a district major general. Thighs. Ma Baoguo's beard quivered. Behind him the father of Yang Suiyu, heir of the Yang family spear, stepped forward and bowed with calm dignity. The ancient martial alliance is deeply grateful for your support. However, these matters must await Elder Zhong's return for a final decision. Moreover, from what I understand, not all military districts are entirely law-abiding, are they? Yang Yun said calmly. Wang Guoshan narrowed his eyes but remained silent this time. Behind each military district stood figures from the central government's highest echelons. The distances between them were simply too vast. If all 12 districts had united, these ambitious survivor factions would never have had the chance to declare themselves kings. They would have been absorbed long ago. Sensing the escalating tension, Gao Limao played the peacemaker with a hearty laugh. Alright, let's focus on the matter at hand. Let's wait a little longer, they should be back soon. The group returned to wait outside the ancient martial alliance compound. After about 10 more minutes they finally spotted Elder Zhong and his party returning in the distance. Seeing his son return safely, Yang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Gao Limao looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his entire body struck by thunderous shock. His trembling hand pointed toward Chen Mo's direction, his teeth chattering. Thighs. Xiao Zhua, is he that? That. Chen Mo, Zhua Yuan beside him replied, his expression instantly turning grave. Upon confirmation, Gao Limao lost all desire to remain. His small eyes bulging, he urgently tugged at Zhua Yuan. Let's go. Xiao Zhua, let's go. This butcher was here. Others might not know, but he certainly remembered how those 4,000 had died. Wang Guoshan noticed the commotion and frowned. What's wrong with you? Meanwhile, Elder Zhong and his group had also spotted the waiting crowd. From a distance, Qin Wenzhong said in a low voice, Elder Zhong, it's the people from the 6th, 9th and 11th districts. Elder Zhong nodded calmly. Let's go over. But then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Chen Mo and said softly, young friend, with the 6th district's people here, will this be inconvenient for you? He knew of the conflict between Chen Mo and the 6th district and feared the situation might become awkward. Chen Mo had naturally noticed the man standing there. The portly Gao Limao, and beside him Zui Yuan, the possessor of the collapse ability, a top-tier combatant from the 6th district in his past life. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. In his past life he had been part of the 6th war zone and knew Gao Limao's character well. A coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong, always the first to flee at the first sign of trouble. The 6th district had suffered such a massive loss, there was no way he didn't know. The mere sight of Chen Mo would likely terrify him into fleeing, let alone daring to act against him on the spot. The truth unfolded exactly as Chen Mo had anticipated. When Gao Limao spotted Chen Mo's presence there, his face drained of color in sheer terror, his only desire being to flee the scene as swiftly as possible. X Xiaozhua. Do you think that guy doesn't recognize me yet? Gao Limao stammered, retreating a few steps, his pupils trembling with fear. Though Xiaozhua possessed considerable strength compared to the Chen Mo who had single-handedly dismantled over 4,000 men from the 6th military district, he was utterly outmatched. Ever since that battle, the high command of the 6th military district had been in an uproar. Over 4,000 men. And they still couldn't subdue Chen Mo. When the news reached them, every senior officer in the 6th military district doubted their own ears. 4,000 men, this was no trivial number. Though it didn't shake their foundation, the loss was grievous. After confirming the report, all the high-ranking officers fell silent. This time their decision was surprisingly unanimous. One by one they petitioned Lin Anha, declaring their inability to handle this man. Deploying more troops to capture Chen Mo would only incur further losses. Moreover, every military district was now focused on constructing and fortifying safe zones. They urgently needed manpower to keep pace with the main forces. Fortunately, word came from the central command that Lin Anha had secured his position. With the authority to mobilize a large contingent of superhumans and armed forces, the immediate crisis was alleviated. Zui Yuan, standing nearby, took a deep breath, steeling himself with utmost vigilance. His face solemn, he said, rest assured, with Major General Wang and his men here, Chen Mo wouldn't dare lay a hand on you. Besides, you have no personal conflict with him. It should be fine. Yet even as he spoke, his own confidence wavered. For merely being in the 6th military district was itself a provocation. Should? What do you mean should? Gao Limao shrieked. Wang Guoshan frowned, glancing at the restless Gao Limao, and said sternly, Gao Limao, what are you shouting about? Deng Ping from the 9th military district also chimed in with a smile. Is it that Elder Zhong's return has you so excited? That man over there, he must be Yang Suiyu, the heir of the Yang family spear from the ancient martial alliance, correct? The major factions kept a close watch on such formidable figures. Deng Ping gazed at Yang Suiyu, who walked beside Elder Zhong with a bearing as upright and distinguished as a pine, and couldn't help but admire aloud. It's better to see once than hear 100 times. Enslaving martial saint ability, what a waste it would be if such talent didn't contribute to the military districts. The 3 districts each had their own motives for this rescue mission. As for the 9th military district, its goal was to recruit talents from the ancient martial alliance. In plain terms, they were here to poach. Someone like Yang Suiyu possessing enslaving ability was a treasure worth cultivating anywhere. Moreover, Yang Suiyu had already possessed remarkable strength before the apocalypse. Deng Ping surveyed the individuals around Elder Zhong, recognizing almost every one of them. When his gaze fell upon Chen Mo, however, the unfamiliar face gave him pause. And who is that? At that moment, Ma Baogua and his group stepped forward to greet them. Seeing Elder Zhong return, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ma Baogua's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Ma Baogua spoke up. Old Zhong, the military district has sent people. Leave it to me. Elder Zhong nodded slightly, then addressed the group behind him. All of you head back first and tend to your injuries. Well, host the esteemed guests from the military districts. With that, Elder Zhong turned to Chen Mo, offering a kindly smile and speaking softly. Young friend, please wait a moment. I'll have Xiao Yang take you to rest first, I'll be with you shortly. What do you say, young friend? Chen Mo nodded. The old man before him was exceedingly courteous, and throughout their conversation he had been forthcoming and amiable. There was no need for haste. Chen Mo said, "All right. Follow me." Yang Suiyu approached and spoke indifferently. Chen Mo departed with the members of the ancient martial alliance. As he passed by a few individuals he cast a glance at Wang Guoshan and Gao Limao. This nearly scared Gao Limao out of his wits. He leaped up from the ground as if jolted. Only after Chen Mo had left did Gao Limao, cowering in a corner, finally let out a long breath. He patted his plump chest, still trembling with fear, and muttered, "He's finally gone." He vowed never to take on such perilous tasks again. As an ordinary man he felt like he was treading on thin ice in this apocalypse, terrified of dying out there. That was why he couldn't bear to venture out without Xiao Zuo by his side. Now it seemed even having Xiao Zuo around wasn't absolute safety. Wouldn't it be better to simply enjoy the security of the 6th Military District? As Chen Mo walked past, the Qiongqi followed, swaggeringly majestic and imposing. Wang Guoshan raised an eyebrow, gazing after his retreating figure and murmuring, "Xiao Zhou, is that the Chen Mo that Xiao Jiang mentioned?" He spoke to the attendant beside him. The young man nodded and replied, "It should be him. That aberrant beast is the best proof." Wang Guoshan's eyes flickered at the words. He then glanced at the still shaken Gao Limao, lost in thought. He recalled how Xiao Jiang had been boasting non-stop about an incredibly formidable person after his return. It seemed that person was named Chen Mo. He said that Chen Mo could single-handedly thrash a 4th-tier aberrant beast with ease and almost divine feat. Jiang Fan might be somewhat rebellious, but he was undeniably powerful. Moreover, he possessed a divine rank ability. In terms of both background and strength, he was considered the top figure of the 11th Military District. For someone of his caliber to hold Chen Mo in such high regard was certainly worth paying attention to. He had heard that this guy had some grudge against the 6th Military District. Wang Guoshan pondered silently. In the crowd, Elder Zhong stepped forward. With a kindly smile that seemed directed at everyone, he began to speak. "Your esteemed arrival to offer aid is like coal delivered in snowy weather. We of the ancient martial alliance are profoundly grateful. However, the tsunami threat came and went swiftly, and it has already been resolved. Please follow me, honored guests. We shall never forget this kindness." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang Suiyu led Chen Mo into the inner sanctum of the ancient martial alliance's base. Everywhere traces of the tsunami's devastation remained, with countless wounded. The high-ranking members of the ancient martial alliance had stayed behind. Whether intentional or not, Elder Zhong led the 3 military district representatives to a location opposite to this one. In silence they arrived directly at Elder Zhong's usual office on the 6th floor. After Chen Mo ascended, the Qiongqi below lay prostrate on the ground. Suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed, and the Qiongqi opened its eyes to look. The room, about 60 to 70 square meters, was sparsely furnished with some documents and books. A number of potted plants were also present. However, having been soaked by seawater, they had all withered. The accumulated water had clearly been cleaned up. Yang Suiyu said softly, "Have a seat. Elder Zhong will come after he finishes his business. He said you are free to look through the materials on his desk. Aren't these confidential documents of your ancient martial alliance?" Chen Mo said with great interest. Yang Suiyu replied flatly, "You can also choose not to look. On it is a picture of Elder Zhong holding a young girl. Both of them are beaming with radiant smiles, a genuine display of joy. She must be Elder Zhong's granddaughter." Chen Mo did not pay much attention, but instead picked up the documents on the desk and began to browse through them. At the top is the list of current superhumans of the ancient martial alliance. Those with powerful abilities are marked with red circles. Among them, many are crossed out, indicating that they have perished. There were quite a few familiar names on the list, spanning 2 to 3 pages. Roughly estimating, there were at least nearly 300 individuals. So many. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the current situation of the Lion's Might, the ancient martial alliance has more than 4 to 5 times their number of superhumans. This was even before the news of the crystal cores enabling postnatal awakenings had been made public. From this it can be inferred that the population in the ancient martial alliance base is at least 40 to 50,000. Chen Mo glanced at Yang Suiyu beside him. Is this showing off their strength to him? He continued reading. The upper layers were all about various meetings. Among them there were discussions about exchanging jade crystal stones. More information came from various military districts across the country. For example, a powerful being appeared in a certain region, or a strange species emerged. Chen Mo discovered the most critical piece of information. His pupils slightly constricted. It was noted that the Central Authority seemed to have been prepared as early as the onset of the calamity. They had foresightly built safe zones, gathering a large number of talents and storing countless resources. When the apocalypse arrived, the zombie crisis did not stir much of a ripple there. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo's expression changed in shock, appearing somewhat incredulous. What? He continued reading, and it was clearly written above. The Central Authority was aware that the 12 military districts scattered across the land were hard to control. Thus they planned to establish them as a federation. Each district would have its own leader, allowing them to develop independently. Currently, the Central Authority and several military districts were actively dealing with regional overlords. They had silently resolved at least 11 fourth-tier overlords or low-tier divine beings. They had also exchanged numerous peculiar items from mysterious merchants for research, which had already yielded preliminary results. These resources would likely be circulated in about 6 months. Initially, Chen Mo was not surprised because it was identical to his memories, indicating the future direction and rhythm of the developments in various military districts. However, upon seeing that 11 overlords had been dealt with, Chen Mo became restless. This information had not leaked out at all. Moreover, what was most shocking was that before the apocalypse came, the Central Authority had already completed the repairs of the safe zones. How did you know about this? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask Yang Suiyu beside him. Yang Suiyu shook his head and replied, I don't know either. Elder Zhong has his own channels of information. Elder Zhong asked me to tell you that after the Central Authority and the military districts get organized, the large survivor factions outside will be in grave danger. That beast from the past year is very important to our ancient martial alliance, at least it can help us establish a foothold. Moreover, Elder Zhong values you highly and welcomes your joining. Yang Suiyu said with a nonchalant tone. Chen Mo's eyes kept flickering as he gradually became aware of some of the colossal secrets unknown in his previous life. Under this document, Elder Zhong had summarized the confidential information. He inferred that there are at least 6-level superhumans in the Central Authority. It is even highly likely that they had news of superhumans even before the apocalypse. In his previous life, the Central Authority was the most mysterious and had hardly interfered in the disputes among the various battle zones. But it can be confirmed that every one of them was undoubtedly a top talent from across the nation, most of whom had gone there to serve. Chen Mo slowly closed the confidential document. Aren't you going to read more? Yang Suiyu asked beside him. Chen Mo quickly calmed his emotions and smiled widely. He casually found a comfortable position to lie down. I won't read any more. The more I read, the more troublesome it becomes. With 15 years of memories from the apocalypse, I know exactly what I should do. Yang Suiyu, on the other hand, was a bit curious and couldn't help but ask, what did you see? Chen Mo glanced at him and said, want to know? The documents are right there, go and look for yourself, why ask me? Yang Suiyu fell silent for a moment. He made no move even though he was a pillar in the ancient martial alliance. Those documents, as far as he knew, had only been seen by Elder Zhong and Chen Mo. Even high-ranking officials within the ancient martial alliance such as Ma Bao and others were not qualified to view them. Forget it, I don't have the qualifications to read them. Yang Suiyu looked at Chen Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said with a sigh. My gun is broken. Chen Mo said with his eyes closed. With a snap of his fingers, a swirling mass of liquid iron appeared out of nowhere. The molten iron covered the bare end of Yang Suyu's gun barrel under his astonished gaze. It magically transformed into a sharper and more resilient gun tip than before. I reinforced it for you, and no need to thank me. Chen Mo said lightly. Looking at the clean and neat lines, the extremely sharp point of the gun blade gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Yang Suyu's eyes brightened as he eagerly picked up the silver gun, feeling its weight was considerably heavier than before. It also felt more substantial when waved. At that moment, the door creaked open. The Lin family has only this one descendant. Elder Zhong said, his words laden with implication. So what? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Elder Zhong was momentarily taken aback, then let out a wry chuckle. Ha ha. Young friend, you truly possess extraordinary courage. Even this old man cannot help but admire you. In truth, our ancient martial alliance has no conflict with you, young friend. It's just that the Nian beast is far too crucial to our alliance. If you would be willing to hand over that Nian beast to us should you ever need assistance in the future, the ancient martial alliance would gladly stand as your steadfast ally. One more friend means one more path. What do you think, young friend? Elder Zhong said with a genial smile. The implication was clear: if the central authorities ever moved against him, the ancient martial alliance would intervene. Otherwise things might not go so smoothly. Chen Mo stared intently at the kindly-faced old man before him, saying nothing. His eyes narrowed slightly. To have developed the ancient martial alliance into an organization that even the major military regions regarded with caution. Truly not a single one of them was simple. First he revealed his hand and used a glimpse of the central authorities to intimidate him. Then he extended goodwill, offering help, a blend of grace and coercion. You flatter me. Chen Mo's expression was exceptionally resolute, his tone brooking no dissent as he continued. But that Nian beast, I must have it. Zhong Yushu was stunned. He had not anticipated that after Chen Mo had seen some information about the central authorities. It would only strengthen his resolve to kill that Nian beast. Only by growing strong oneself could one stand unshaken even when storms gathered. This was the confidence granted by his authority and dominion powers. With that, Chen Mo rose to leave. Young friend, how about we trade with crystal cores? Elder Zhong's voice came from behind, attempting to detain him. Chen Mo did not pause. Sigh, young friend, think carefully. What this old man said earlier was true, but once you step through that door. The representatives from the 3 military regions had already been sent away by him. Even upon leaving, they remained unaware of the existence of the She Beast and the Nian Beast. Zhong Yushu had not expected that this young man would risk offending yet another force, the ancient martial alliance, by leaving. He knew too much, and so. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily. Sigh. Elder Zhong let out a regretful sigh. It was rare to find someone capable of suppressing the She Beast single-handedly, even Yang could not do it. He remained silent for a long time, his gaze profound, lost in thought. Outside the door, Yang Suiyu stood leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. He did not block Chen Mo's departure. Decided. This is the ancient martial alliance base, you won't be able to leave. Yang Suiyu said coldly. Chen Mo glanced at him and walked straight out. Even the tip of Yang Sui's silver spear had transformed into steel pellets swirling around him. As if sensing something, Yang Suiyu opened his eyes. When he saw his spear shaft empty once again, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn it. He stepped inside and approached Elder Zhong, saying. Elder Zhong, everyone has been assembled. Will you be coming? Elder Zhong sighed, his dim eyes flickering with struggle, and waved his hand. Forget it. Send word to have everyone stand down. What? Yang Suiyu was utterly astonished, never expecting Elder Zhong to say such a thing. Elder Zhong, why is that? Elder Zhong gave a bitter smile, looked up at Yang Suiyu and said. The ancient martial alliance has suffered heavy losses. It can no longer endure any turmoil. Yang, what do you make of this man's strength? Yang Suiyu fell silent for a moment at the question. He recalled the scene from the earlier campaign against the She Beast and murmured with a shake of his head. Unfathomable. And that mutant beast by his side is at least of the 4th rank. Indeed. Elder Zhong sighed. With that mutant beast added to the equation, none of our ancient martial alliance members can detain him. Even if you say so, Yang, even if we were to win a Pyrrhic victory, we would gain little. Rather than that, it's better to do him a favor. Let the Nian beast's death herald the arrival of the mysterious merchant. Take all our alliance's resources and trade with the coming mysterious merchant. But Elder Zhong, what about Xiaolin? Yang Suiyu asked, puzzled. At the mention of Zhonglin, Elder Zhong's eyes filled with pain and sorrow. He shook his head and said softly. Xiaolin. She died long ago. The Nian beast's transformation into a specter could deceive others, but how could it fool the one who raised Zhonglin from childhood? His earlier decision to act was nothing more than a gambit to cooperate with a tiger. Mutual exploitation, using the Nian beast's power to revive the ancient martial alliance. Go now, Yang. After speaking these words, Elder Zhong seemed to have aged decades in an instant. He waved his hand. Yang Suiyu nodded and turned to leave. Elder Zhong gazed at the photograph on the table, lost in memories. With Zhonglin gone, he had no more ties to bind him. As the president of the Martial Arts Association. At the dawn of the apocalypse following Zhonglin's suggestion, he established an independent force for martial artists. A person lives only once. Heaven had granted him an ability, giving him a new lease on life and erasing the frail disease-ridden body that had plagued him. He too wished to make his mark in this apocalyptic world. Xiaolin, trust your grandfather. Even without that Nian beast, grandfather will surely make the ancient martial alliance stand firm in this apocalypse. As he spoke, a piercing light flickered in Elder Zhong's eyes. Allowing Chen Mo to so easily destroy the fruits of the ancient martial alliance's painstaking efforts since the apocalypse began. Was there not in this a measure of vengeance for Xiaolan's death at the Nian beast's claws? Zhong Yushu harbored hatred for both Nian and Shi. But after witnessing the myriad miraculous abilities in this apocalypse, perhaps one day there might be a way to revive Xiaolan. This world has changed. Anything is possible. Elder Zhong looked at the stack of documents on the table. He pulled out the classified files beneath that Chen Mo had not opened and unfolded them. At the top of the document it read, Project Chi Alpha. There were only a few lines. But it was something Xiaolan had discovered by chance while organizing her mentor's belongings. It stated that starting 30 years ago archaeological teams worldwide had successively unearthed various massive entities. Sub-creatures lying in slumber. They had appeared as if from nowhere scattered across the globe. Their numbers were simply staggering. And the Nian beast was merely one among them. It had also been the focus of Zhong Lin and her mentor's research. At this moment inside the ancient Martial Alliance base, Chen Mo frowned. Because he could not find Qiongqi. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar. Roar. Chen Mo frowned and immediately rushed over. 7 or 8 ability users from the ancient Martial Alliance had surrounded Qiongqi. Zhang Kong's face was icy, his tone dripping with contempt. A beast is just a beast. How dare an outsider covet what belongs to the ancient Martial Alliance? Master Ma said the Nian beast is hungry, take it as its meal. One female ability user wielding a long whip stepped forward. She lashed out fiercely at Qiongqi. The whip began to elongate, coiling toward Qiongqi. Qiongqi let out a furious roar. It swung its massive claws, trampling the whip underfoot and tearing it apart. Bang! It flapped its wings, attempting to flee. It's trying to escape. Stop it. What a sight it was. Amidst a chaotic dance of demons, a terrifying entity descended, embodying rampant devastation. The savage beast of dusk stood tall at the highest point of Tianhai City. With each step the ground trembled as if a catastrophic earthquake had struck beneath its 4 colossal limbs, surged a tumultuous wave akin to monstrous tides. The recovery and advancement speed of the dusk beast was astonishing. Just moments ago it had been severely injured, yet now it appeared completely restored, even larger than before. In these 7 days it had devoured countless lives, exhausting several cities in its wake. The dusk beast had arrived in its most pinnacle and formidable state. In the distance, Chen Mo riding the powerful Qiongqi felt a heavy weight in his gaze. After witnessing an even more terrifying dusk beast than the one in Libin City, his desire to subdue it intensified. As time passed, the dusk beast grew ever stronger. This is troublesome. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes flickering as he beheld the chaotic, densely packed phantoms rushing towards him. If I let it feast for another 30 days, it could very well reach the ranks of a 6th-order Apocalypse Divine Being. The 6th-order Apocalypse Divine Being was a unique dividing line among deities. And this dusk beast before him was not only recovering from its injuries but had also reached the peak of the 5th order. The phantoms howled as they charged and pouncing like wolves and tigers upon sensing the presence of intruders. With its overwhelming strength, Qiongqi smashed through the phantoms, its powerful wings striking terror. Each swing was like the force of 1,000 tons, obliterating the phantoms that surrounded them. Bang! Bang! Qiongqi accelerated, resembling a dazzling shooting star as it descended towards the dusk beast. At this moment the immense eyes of the dusk beast were also fixed on the approaching Qiongqi and the familiar figure atop it. It was sentient, possessing intelligence on par with the year beast, and it vividly remembered the one who had once made it suffer and failed to slay the year beast. In an instant the dusk beast was enraged, its powerful limb striking the ground, causing the earth to shatter and rocks to soar. The dusk beast let out a tremendous roar. Countless phantoms surged forth in succession, intertwining with overwhelming black mist resembling dragons and pythons, which contained an immense number of phantoms. The view was almost completely consumed by the phantoms. Faced with such a horrifying scene, Chen Mo, seated on Qiongqi, remained eerily calm. Raising his right hand, countless silver blades soared into the air, whirling around Qiongqi, their sharp edges slicing through as Qiongqi charged ahead into the engulfing black mist. The dusk beast glared fiercely at the scene above, its enormous pupils filled with rage and murderous intent. It and the year beast were eternal nemeses. The reason it had spent days seeking out the year beast in Libin City was that it believed that by devouring any party after the year was awakened, its strength would surge to the peak, advancing a level. Thus it harbored an intense hatred for the humans before it. The thick black mist in the air split apart as silver light surged, unleashing the agonizing cries of countless phantoms. Roar! Qiongqi's gaze was fierce as countless phantoms surged towards it, slashed by Chen Mo's authority, who wielded the Tea blade, cutting down several with fatigue setting in. Bang! The thick black mist was torn apart from end to end, revealing a massive figure rushing out. Qiongqi had returned to its original form, towering 6 to 7 meters high. Chen Mo activated his dominion powers, summoning vast amounts of metal to transform into silver liquid from the ground, his eyes shimmering as he downed a recovery potion. Controlling the liquid, he formed countless blades in the air, waving his hand to unleash them like a volley of arrows. Pooh! 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 The overwhelming black mist was pierced and shattered by the silver blades, phantoms perishing within, and the mist's volume diminished. Below, the dusk beast glared with rage, opening its mouth wide as it conjured an incredibly terrifying force within its abyssal jaws, a whirlpool of azure water swirling continuously. Ow! With a roar, a powerful high-pressure water column capable of shattering anything surged toward Qiongqi in the sky. Qiongqi's pupils narrowed as it swiftly swiped its claws to counter. Boom! Water splashed, erupting with a tremendous sound. Qiongqi was also sent flying by the terrifying force, while Chen Mo on its back swayed, nearly losing his balance. Chen Mo's expression changed drastically as he looked down at the dusk beast. Damn it, it's indeed become quite formidable with the recovery. Both the number of phantoms and the size of the dusk beast had reached a terrifying level. The thousands of silver blades controlled by the dominion powers flew through the air, indiscriminately tracing brilliant silver lines. With so many phantoms present, even aimless attacks could easily slay several. Since it had come to this, I shall hold nothing back. Chen Mo's expression hardened as he shouted down to Qiongqi. Qiongqi, go straight for the top of that dusk beast. Qiongqi understood, flapping its wings once more, protected by the thousands of swirling silver blades, rendering the phantoms unable to harm them. The dusk beast did not comprehend the intentions of the person before it. Once again it unleashed a massive jet of water from its mouth, its power terrifying, rivaling the impact of a cannonball. Hundreds of silver blades scattered in the air attempted to slice through the incoming water columns, but they were swiftly engulfed by the colossal torrents. Rustle, rustle. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened, his mouth slightly open as he invoked the Qiongqi powers, immediately calling forth the incantation of the Shoshi god. The voice of the Shoshi god could dismantle abilities, yet the water columns only dissolved at their front, still presenting an unstoppable momentum. Chen Mo couldn't help but increase his volume. As the incantation grew louder, the energy required became heavier. Bang bang. Just as the water columns were about to crash down, they suddenly exploded into splashes, falling like a torrential downpour. But suddenly a shocking scene unfolded. The dusk beast below roared, and the falling droplets in the sky froze in midair as if time had been suspended. These people had always been responsible for capturing aberrations. Thus they were exceedingly adept at the task of subduing such creatures. Move aside, let me take this. A burly bald man among the psychics brandished his meteor hammer, the bulging veins on his muscular arms standing out as he let out a hearty laugh. Quite a fiery temper. But I prefer capturing aberrations with your spirit. With a resounding bang, the meteor hammer swung forth. He hurled it with all his might toward the Qiongqi. The heavy meteor hammer crashed down upon the beast with tremendous force. An ordinary aberration struck by such a blow would surely suffer grievous harm. The Qiongqi let out a furious roar and swatted with a claw. The meteor hammer shattered into pieces in an instant. TCH. The man below changed his expression, frowning with displeasure. Damn it. This one seems quite powerful. But his brow soon relaxed. He clenched his hands in the air and black threads burst forth from between his palms. The bald man sneered. And what about this? The threads wove together midair into an immense pitch-black spiderweb, descending to envelop the Qiongqi. Crank ability, entangling web. The man named Lu Hao was one of Ma Beoguo's men. His ability possessed formidable adhesive properties. The cage formed by his threads was an infallible bane to aberrations. Lu Hao laughed heartily and addressed a woman beside him. Kai, your turn. Capture him. The woman nodded and unleashed a series of binding rings. They expanded from her hands, speeding forth to encircle the Qiongqi layer by layer. Roar. The Qiongqi struggled and thrashed, shattering ring after ring. Yet the other team members were not idle, they calmly activated their own abilities. As the web descended from the sky, its viscous strands clung tightly to the Qiongqi's fur and wings. The Qiongqi's massive body plummeted uncontrollably downward. With a thunderous crash it struck the ground. Zhang Kong let out an ecstatic laugh. He strode forward, boldly slamming his hands onto the ground. Fierce raging lightning surged forth, bombarding the Qiongqi trapped within the web. Their combined efforts multiplied the power several-fold. The crackling of thunder and acrid smoke filled the air. A furious roar emanated from within. The group executed their plan seamlessly, with clear division of labor, leaving the Qiongqi no opportunity. The ancient martial alliance had previously for capturing various aberrations. Meticulously selected a team of psychics capable of perfect coordination. Seeing the Qiongqi subdued, Qiongqi felt immense satisfaction. He laughed heartily. Haha, a 4th rank beast. Is that all? I thought it would be more impressive. The bald man Lu Hao flexed his arm dismissively. Too easy, all bark and no bite. Well done. From the rear, Ma Baoguo approached with his entourage. Master Ma. Seeing him, the group hurried forward. Ma Baoguo gazed at the Qiongqi ensnared in the web, nodded with satisfaction and spoke. The Nian beast needs to replenish its strength. This aberration here saves us the trouble of searching elsewhere. Take it as food. Yuan Yu among them wore a troubled expression. This isn't right. Elder Zhong is still negotiating with that person. To capture his aberration like this. Humph. Ma Baoguo snorted coldly and raised his voice. What's wrong with it? We of the ancient martial alliance have finally obtained the Nian beast. How can we simply hand it over? I'll make the decision. Who dares to object? Lu Hao, one of Ma Baoguo's men, turned and smiled. Naturally. We have labored day and night, expended immense effort to capture aberrations, all for this moment. Master Ma. Before he could finish, Lu Hao's head was sent flying by a single slap, arcing high into the air. A massive lightning-fast shadow swept past. With a thud, Lu Hao's torso crashed to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. He couldn't even react in time. Spurting blood splattered across the faces of Ma Baoguo and the others. This sudden unforeseen event left all the ancient martial alliance members frozen in shock. A furious roar erupted from the Qiongqi, its voice now exceptionally fierce. The beast flapped its wings, hovering in midair, its wings spread wide, towering above. Its crimson pupils glared down at the crowd with savage malevolence. Hot mist billowed from its maw. The web had somehow been broken. The remnants clinging to its body melted away under its scorching body temperature. How could a 3rd rank ability restrain a 4th rank aberration? With a series of cracking sounds, the Qiongqi growled lowly, its body beginning to swell. In the blink of an eye, it grew 2 or 3 times larger. The crowd erupted in chaos. Brother Lu is dead. How did it escape? Master Ma. Protect Master Ma. A group of psychics from the ancient martial alliance immediately shielded Ma Baoguo and the other high-ranking members. A chill ran through everyone present. They stared up at the Qiongqi, their legs trembling uncontrollably. When did this happen? Zhang Lin Saixia, didn't you capture it? Someone shouted in fury. Zhang was equally incredulous. Yes. That aberration had clearly been restrained by Lu Hao and Lin Saixia. With their dual abilities as a safety measure, ordinary aberrations would never. Zhang turned around. When he saw the woman lying in a pool of blood, dismembered, his pupils constricted sharply. How was this possible? Lin Saixia was dead. When had it happened? No one had time to think. The enraged Qiongqi dove down, swooping toward the crowd with its wings. Damn it. Protect Master Ma. Pandemonium erupted. Psychics of the 2nd rank rushed forward. They unleashed their abilities, forming a human defensive wall at the front, facing the Qiongqi, now several times larger. Everyone felt a wave of weakness. Though not as colossal as the Nian beast or the she beast, the Qiongqi's savage, bloodthirsty, tiger-like form awakened their most primal fears. Abilities, flames, arrows, ice, rained upon the Qiongqi, but its speed was so great that it eluded their attacks entirely. Stay back, someone cried. When it opened its eyes again, its gaping maw engulfed them. With a roar, the Qiongqi swallowed a man whole, the crunching of bones echoing horribly. The sound of bones being crushed filled the air. It flapped its wings, lashing out at the figures nearby. With a single sweep, it sent several people flying, their bones shattered into fragments. Under the immense force, those struck tumbled across the ground, dragging long trails of blood, their fate unknown. Don't come closer. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted. No. Another superhuman was mercilessly crushed into a pulp. The tremendous commotion here. Naturally, it alarmed countless superhumans from the ancient martial alliance nearby. Reinforcements kept arriving. Ma Baoguo watched as people were hurled into the air and fled in panic before him. He couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Why had no one told him that this aberrant creature possessed such terrifying strength? Call. Call for the Nian beast. The horrifying sight made Ma Baoguo's lips tremble as he tugged at the man beside him. Master Ma, we can't hold it off. Run. Zhang Kong. What are you standing there for? Strike. Zhang Kong, who had been frozen in place for a long while, finally snapped out of it. Seeing the blood all around, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He let out a furious roar and charged forward. Beast! Your grandpa is right here. At that moment the Qiongqi was trampling a terrified superhuman who kept begging for mercy. On its right, Zhang Kong's fists crackled with thunder. As a third-tier superhuman he moved with lightning speed, charging in with celestial thunder. The Qiongqi let out a long howl. Its right wing dropped down instantly, shielding half of its body. With a thunderous crash, the fist wreathed in lightning struck squarely against the pitch-black right wing. Countless fine bolts of lightning crackled. It was as if he had struck an unyielding rock. The lightning coiled around the Qiongqi's wing but could not penetrate even a fraction deeper. Zhang Kong's pupils dilated as he stared blankly at the scene. With a powerful flap of its wing, the Qiongqi sent him flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. The Qiongqi's eyes were bloodshot and ravenous as it fixed its gaze on Zhang Kong in the distance. It clearly remembered this lightning-wielding foe. It crushed a superhuman from the ancient martial alliance under its left claw into a bloody pulp. A piercing scream of agony rang out. The Qiongqi turned its massive body and strode directly toward Zhang Kong. Coughing painfully, Zhang Kong clutched his chest on the ground. Several of his ribs were broken and his entire body ached. He could only watch helplessly as the Qiongqi approached. Dragging his battered form, he kept retreating. The Qiongqi before him seemed to transform into a monster emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. Zhang Kong's face twisted in terror as he opened his mouth. Help! Help! A thunderous blast. The superhumans from the ancient martial alliance nearby seized this chance to intensify their attacks on the Qiongqi. They tried to divert its attention to allow Zhang Kong to escape. But the Qiongqi was vengeful, its blood-red pupils fixed solely on him. It ignored the attacks around it, dropping both wings to shield itself. No matter how fiercely the superhumans struck, they could not breach its defenses. Each step was heavy and ominous. As the distance closed, Zhang Kong shut his eyes tightly. A mighty roar echoed. Just then Chen Mo's voice rang out from afar. Qiongqi. The massive creature paused slightly. It looked up to see Chen Mo, Yang Suiyu and the others appearing on the scene. Witnessing the gruesome sight. Blood flowed like a river, mingling with corpses and pulp in pools of water, the stench of gore thick and suffocating. Under the Qiongqi's massacre. In a short span, over 30 superhumans from the ancient martial alliance had perished. Yang Suyu's pupils contracted. This. He knew trouble was brewing. He rushed forward and shouted, "Stop this at once. What do you think you're doing?" Even the usually patient man was now seething with anger. The ancient martial alliance had already suffered heavy losses. Losing so many more was unbearable. Yang Suiyu, his face dark as thunder, charged ahead. He swung his spear shaft, now missing its tip, shattering incoming superhuman abilities as he roared, "Are you all rebelling?" He glanced at the Qiongqi, now several times larger than before, then leaped to Zhang Kong's side, dragging him into the midst of the opposing alliance members. Little Yang Suiyu. Seeing him, the alliance members were overjoyed. Ma Baogua stepped out from the crowd surrounding him. Little Yang, quickly kill that aberrant beast. That creature suddenly went berserk and slaughtered our people. On the other side, the Qiongqi returned to Chen Mo's side. Gazing at the carnage of blood and corpses, Chen Mo's expression remained calm, unreadable. He spoke flatly. What happened? The Qiongqi was violent by nature, delighting in betrayal, and only Chen Mo with his celestial authority ability could control it. Yang Suiyu had already told him on the way that Elder Zhong had agreed to give up the Nian beast and hand it over to him on the condition that it die within the alliance's domain. Because the mysterious merchant was also a crucial figure to them. Killing had to be done in the right context. But if the Qiongqi had truly initiated the attack, then it needed a good lesson. Otherwise, turning on its own allies would be unacceptable. Chen Mo shot at a glance. The Qiongqi shrank back to its original size. It nuzzled up to Chen Mo affectionately, letting out a slightly aggrieved low growl. Through his celestial authority ability, Chen Mo quickly grasped the entire situation. After learning the truth, he nodded, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. I see. You did well. Since they struck first, then let them die. According to the Qiongqi, it had already held back significantly. Otherwise, by the time he and Yang Suiyu arrived, they would have found nothing but a field of corpses. Looking at the terrified members of the ancient martial alliance across from him, Yang Suyu's face twisted with fury as he hoisted Zhang Kong, who was like a limp rag. With a sharp crack he slapped him hard across the face. Zhang Kong, who gave you the guts to attack? Didn't I say, do not act before Elder Zhong's orders? If he hadn't come, who knew what would have happened? It was my decision. Ma Baogua stepped forward arrogantly from the crowd. He stood with an air of unquestionable authority, staring at Yang Suiyu, exuding the bearing of a grandmaster. Is there a problem? Moments ago he had fled faster than anyone, and now he put on the guise of an elder, scolding little Yang that Nian beast belongs to our ancient martial alliance. How can it be handed over to others? How could it be you? Yang Suiyu shuddered, utterly incredulous. The alliance had a strict hierarchy of respect for elders. Seeing Ma Baogua step forward, Yang Suiyu took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. Master Ma, but Elder Zhong already said. Enough. Ma Baogua cut him off irritably. He scolded Yang Suiyu in a patronizing tone. Humph. I think that old man Zhong Yushu has lost his wits with age. Little Yang, you're young, how can you be so clueless? Ma Baogua, believing himself blameless and acting solely for the ancient martial alliance, declared with righteous indignation, if we truly hand it over to him, wouldn't our ancient martial alliance gain nothing but instead suffer a great loss of our people? Indeed, that is the reasoning. The few elders standing beside Ma Baogua also nodded in approval, and everyone silently acquiesced to this decision. Master Ma speaks no wrong. This Nian beast is of extraordinary significance. Our ancient martial alliance has invested so much effort these days, we absolutely must not yield it. Yes, Xiao Yang, you are a member of our ancient martial alliance. You cannot side with outsiders. The people before him were all his elders. Seeing this, Yang Suiyu fell silent for a moment. To be fair, he too was unwilling to hand over the Nian beast. But this was no longer just about that issue. Yang Suiyu urged anxiously, even if you refuse to hand over the Nian beast, you cannot touch his. Enough. At this point, Yang Suyu's father Yang Yun spoke with a grave expression. Suiyu, the adults are discussing matters. This is no place for you to speak. Come here. He did this for Suyu's own good, knowing his son's proud nature. But some things were not so easily explained with a few words. Father. Yang Suiyu was perplexed but helpless. As more members of the ancient martial alliance gathered, Ma Baogua, emboldened by the numbers, stepped forward and addressed Chen Mo with a deep voice. Young man, so young, yet the mutant beast you raised is so bloodthirsty. After today, I fear keeping it will only bring calamity. You cannot simply walk away after killing so many of our people. Ma Baogua bellowed the order. Make a move. Capture this man. Show no mercy. These people had not participated in the battle against the she-beast. Thus they were unaware of Chen Mo's true strength. However, the ability users of the ancient martial alliance who had arrived behind Ma Baogua were different. Upon hearing the command, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Each face bore a hint of fear and hesitation. For a moment not a single person was willing to step forward. Some even began to shuffle backward. A long silence ensued. Seeing no one act, Ma Baogua frowned and turned around. Where are the people? When he saw the group of ability users standing behind him. Instead, he and the other high-ranking members of the ancient martial alliance were left isolated. Ma Baogua's eyes widened in fury as he cursed, "What are you doing? All of you attack." The crowd remained unmoved. Someone spoke sheepishly. Master Ma. It's not that we don't want to, but that man over there is no ordinary person. You weren't here before, but that she-beast was repelled by him. Yes. Going up there would be suicide. Ma Baogua choked on his breath and immediately turned to another group of ability users who hadn't gone over. They're scared, but what about you? You didn't go either, so why aren't you attacking? Master Ma, you saw that mutant beast earlier. Brother Zhang was almost beaten to death. Ma Baogua stamped his foot in rage. Thinking he was besides Zhong Yushu the most authoritative figure in the ancient martial alliance, yet now these wretches refused to obey his orders, he grew even more furious. He's just one man, are all of you afraid of him? None of you will go. Fine. I'll do it myself. Ma Baogua snatched a blade from someone, strode forward boldly and rolled up his sleeves, exuding the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. Today I shall show you the power of the Xingyi school. He refused to believe that the other party would dare lay a hand on him, the second in command of the ancient martial alliance. Even if he was an ability user, so what? In the ancient martial alliance, wasn't everyone respectful to him? The crowd's expressions changed drastically. Master Ma. You can't. Be careful. Someone rushed forward to stop him. Humph. Get out of my way. Ma Baogua said coldly, his expression resolute. These young people today truly know no bounds. They think having abilities allows them to do as they please. Today I will teach him what it means to be a martial grandmaster. As long as one upholds the martial way, even ability users are not invincible. Ma Baoguo's words were forceful, resolute and confident. His figure instantly loomed large among the members of the ancient martial alliance, a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods. Master Ma. Some gazed at his retreating figure with fervent eyes. An ordinary person daring to challenge an ability user, and with such confidence, who could do that? Perhaps Master Ma really could. At that moment this thought inexplicably arose in many minds. That man must be Master Ma. The eyes of all were moved, there was doubt, admiration. But mostly immense anticipation. Ma Baoguo's hands moved gracefully, concealing profound secrets unfathomable to all. Chen Mo on the opposite side sneered coldly. He had never seen anyone so eager to die. With a cold laugh he flicked his finger. Old fool, if you're so desperate for death, I'll send you on your way. Not even possessing an ability and yet daring to threaten him. Swoosh, a steel pellet broke through the air, its sonic boom resounding as it shot forth violently. Ma Baoguo's pupils dilated. Among the crowd Yang Suiyu seemed to sense something. He immediately lunged forward, using his spear shaft to shield Ma Baogua. Master Ma. Watch out. Crack. Ultimately, without a spear tip, even the toughest shaft could not withstand the steel pellet, shattering inch by inch. Pft. The steel pellet pierced clean through Ma Baoguo's throat. Blood gushed out in torrents. From beginning to end the fight lasted less than a second. It was over before it even began. As simple as could be. Master Ma. Everyone's eyes were wide with fury. Even Yang Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Mo across from him. Ma Baogua seemed frozen in place. He stood there stunned. Tap tap tap. He staggered backward, trembling all over. Foam and blood surged from his throat and mouth. Master Ma. The people nearby rushed to support him. As they helped him to the ground, his body began to convulse uncontrollably. His eyes seemed ready to pop out. He raised a feeble hand pointing at Chen Mo, making indistinct guttural sounds. Young man. You have no martial honor. His hands suddenly dropped heavily. The truth of the matter was always so cruel. Master Ma had taught everyone in the ancient martial alliance with his life that before an ability user, even the mightiest martial grandmaster was but an ant. The crowd erupted. After Ma Baoguo's death, chaos erupted instantly. Even Yang Suiyu, his eyes red with rage, glared at Chen Mo and roared. Do you know what you've done? He's insane. This guy dared to kill Master Ma. The ability users behind were all dumbfounded by the scene. They had anticipated a groundbreaking epic battle. But no one expected that Master Ma, renowned before the apocalypse for his legendary 5-whip lightning strike and 9 heavens thunder kick, would be so pathetically vulnerable. A grandmaster of his generation fallen. The elderly men beside Ma Baogua were horrified, their pupils trembling as they roared. Why are you all just standing there? Kill him. Avenge old Ma. Boom. Even though they were terrified of Chen Mo now that Ma Baogua was dead, the group of superpowered beings from the ancient martial alliance had no choice but to steel themselves and charge forward. Kill. Avenge Master Ma. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel irritated. Out of respect for Elder Zhong, he had already shown considerable restraint. Qiongqi had also remained peaceful, not provoking anyone. Yet these people dared to go back on their word. Watching the crowd rushing toward him, Chen Mo's gaze grew colder. Puff puff. He directly pierced through the foremost attackers, leaving bloody holes in their bodies. He said coldly, anyone else want to die? Come at me together. Buzz buzz, his dominant ability surged and the Qiongqi beside him stirred restlessly, assuming a hunting posture. Roar. Qiongqi stood before Chen Mo. That single roar instantly intimidated the 50 or 60 superpowered beings of the ancient martial alliance. The atmosphere became tense. With what had just happened as a warning, the 100-odd people facing Chen Mo and Qiongqi dared not make a move. Go on. Why aren't you attacking? The few elders behind urged frantically. Qiongqi took a step forward and the crowd of hundreds took a step back. Chen Mo said coldly. Qiongqi, let's go. I'm taking that Nian beast today and I'd like to see who dares stop me. In the crowd, Yang Suyu's pupils contracted. A surge of anger rose within him and he stepped forward. Move aside. I'll deal with him. The crowd parted and Yang Suiyu walked out staring at Chen Mo across from him. He said, "You really shouldn't have killed Master Ma." There might have still been room for negotiation. But with Chen Mo's act, if he didn't step in now, he would be seen as disloyal and unjust. Chen Mo's eyes held a hint of mockery. "What's the matter? Without your gun, do you think you can fight me? Want me to lend you one?" Yang Suiyu took a deep breath, saying nothing. He crouched slightly, then with a push from his toes and fists clenched shot out like a cannonball. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his hand, the steel pellets beside him shot out in unison. S-rank martial saint ability, one of the most powerful superpowered beings in the ancient martial alliance from his past life. Yang Suyu's strength made Chen Mo want to test him in combat. Both the steel pellets and Yang Suiyu were incredibly fast. Seeing the steel pellets flying toward his face, Yang Suiyu remained calm. With agile footwork he dodged each pellet and quickly closed the distance to Chen Mo. Some pellets behind him pierced the ground while others curved back and flew toward Yang Suiyu from behind. "Watch out!" someone shouted from behind. Yang Suiyu seemed to sense it too. Not daring to be careless, he spun around and punched. The martial saint ability activated. Neat blue patterns appeared on his fist. His punch was fierce, and when it met the pellet it produced a sonic boom. Bang! The pellet shattered into pieces. At this moment his advantage as a martial artist became clear. With a deep shout, Yang Suiyu moved gracefully, handling the incoming pellets with ease. Bang! Bang! Each punch carried a gust of wind, shattering pellets one by one. His physique was so tough it rivaled fourth-rank aberrations. But with so many pellets, even he couldn't dodge them all. Pure evasion was useless. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, a pellet struck his knee. Crack! Yang Suyu's expression changed instantly. Although the martial saint ability had greatly strengthened his body, this solid hit made him feel like his bones were about to break. A bead of sweat involuntarily trickled down Yang Suyu's forehead. A sharp pain radiated from his right knee. "Oh!" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Truly, those who train in martial arts year-round should not be underestimated. Their reactions and judgment were incomparable to ordinary people. The martial saint ability in the hands of these martial artists was indeed more than the sum of its parts. "Since your fists are so tough, how about this?" Chen Mo grinned. The shattered pellets had turned into a pool of silver liquid. It floated up eerily, forming sharp objects. Metal blades surrounded Yang Suiyu from all directions, locking him in place. Hiss! Seeing this, the superpowered beings behind gasped. Yang Yun shouted angrily, "You coward!" Looking at the metal blades surrounding him, Yang Suyu's expression was grim. He excelled at using a spear, which complemented his ability perfectly. But his weapon had been melted by the enemy. Ordinary metal was also under the opponent's control, so picking one up was useless. A single pellet had nearly shattered his bones. If these sharp metal blades struck him, even his body strengthened by the martial saint ability wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just then a superpowered being in the crowd appeared, holding a long spear. "Brother Yang! Catch! This spear was custom-made for you." He hurled the spear into the air. When Yang Suiyu saw the spear, his eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed it. The spear trembled violently, then shot toward him like a streak of light. Clang! The newly forged spear was in his hand. The shaft was smooth and light, the blade seemingly fused with it a dark black color that appeared extraordinary. Holding the spear, a neat blue line extended from his arm, spreading along his palm to the spear. The greatest strength of the martial saint ability was that it could also empower weapons. Under the influence of the ability, the spear began to emit a faint glow. With the weapon in hand, Yang Suyu's entire demeanor changed. His eyes sharpened, becoming fierce. With a deep shout, he swept the spear in a wide arc. Kicking up dust and mist, a series of crisp, clang clang clang, sounds echoed. Like a whirlwind, he sent the surrounding metal blades flying, embedding them deep into the ground. Yang Suiyu stared at the spear in amazement. He marveled at its extraordinary nature. He knew what it was, a batch of weapons obtained by the ancient martial alliance at great expense. At this moment he felt as if he had found his soul. Excited, he shouted at Chen Mo, "Now you can't control this spear of mine, can you?" On the other side, Chen Mo had not interfered, seemingly unsurprised. Jade crystal. This was probably another batch sold at a high price by Dragon Steel. But perhaps because it was purchased later, Lin Yu's divine smith ability seemed to have improved. This weapon was forged to perfection. It was nothing like the crude blades Lion had acquired. She had truly built it up and made it strong. A great battle is imminent, and with weapons in hand Yang Suiyu displays a formidable presence. His eyes brim with fighting spirit, and even if he cannot defeat his opponent he is determined to fight with all his might. Come and fight. Yang Suiyu's gaze is intense as if two flames burn within them. Chen Mo squints slightly, a nonchalant smile on his face. Let's give it a try. Just then a hoarse voice unexpectedly sounded from behind Chen Mo. Cough cough, enough, everyone stop. Elder Zhong hunches over and walks slowly forward. He looks somewhat haggard, glancing at the bodies scattered on the ground and sighing at the sight of the corpse of the horse master in the distance. Sigh. Another significant loss of combatants. Elder Zhong. Upon seeing him, the members of the ancient martial alliance immediately change their expressions and call out in haste. Elder Zhong, don't come over. Elder Zhong seems to hear nothing and walks directly to Chen Mo's side. He lets out a soft sigh and shakes his head at Chen Mo. I already know what happened, my young friend. The ancient martial alliance cannot withstand any more great turmoil. For the sake of this old man, please stop, my young friend. His tone is sincere, tinged with a hint of plea. Chen Mo gazes at the kind old man before him, and for some reason he feels a sense of confusion, as if he cannot see through him. The timing of his arrival is too coincidental. Chen Mo is not even sure if Elder Zhong is involved in this matter. He nods calmly. Elder Zhong bows and says, thank you. He then turns around and speaks to the group opposite him with an undeniable tone. Alright, this farce ends here. Xiao Yang, take my young friend to where the year beast is. If my young friend needs help, lend assistance. The rest retreat with me if this is not something we can involve ourselves in any longer. Elder Zhong's authority clearly surpasses that of the horse master. With just a single sentence he halts the ancient martial alliance members who were reluctant to engage despite their confusion. Aside from some higher-ups from the ancient martial alliance showing displeasure, the rest did not take any further action. Yang Suiyu takes a deep breath, slings his spear over his back and strides forward. Understood, follow me. Thanks to Elder Zhong's appearance, the group that had been on the brink of conflict moments ago chose to cease hostilities. The scene became unusually peaceful, of course, if it weren't for the corpses littered around. Chen Mo nodded and followed, casting a deep glance at Elder Zhong beside him. Seeing his calm expression, he said nothing further and boldly walked past the group with Qiongqi. The practitioners from the ancient martial alliance parted to create a path. After Chen Mo left, a group of higher-ups surrounded them, their faces filled with anger. Elder Zhong. Why did you let him go? The horse master is dead. I know, Elder Zhong replied calmly. As he looked at Chen Mo's retreating figure, his expression suddenly grew serious as he murmured. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward. I never expected such a talent to emerge in the apocalypse. Those ability users in the central region might not even compare. If Chen Mo were to be stopped or defeated, it would mean that the ancient martial alliance was not afraid of him. Conversely, they could use him to eliminate those who vied for power. However, it seems he has sensed something. His words carry a hint of caution, and then he shakes his head, addressing those still alive. If too much face is given, it loses its value. The other party has already held back. Anyone who dares to trouble my young friend again will find me unyielding. Have someone handle the bodies here. Everyone else follow me. Elder Zhong said in a deep voice. Who exactly is that horse master you speak of? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Yang Suiyu, walking ahead, paused and replied indifferently without turning his head. Aside from Elder Zhong, he is the second in command. A third of the warriors are his people, he added. Using a knife to kill someone. Chen Mo was enlightened by this, and rather than feeling angry, his eyes sparkled as he clicked his tongue in admiration. What a brilliant tactic, Elder Zhong. At the same time he tested his strength, he also eliminated his rival. It is no wonder that the leaders who can stand out in this apocalypse are not simple characters. Having seemingly agreed with him, he maintained his composure, and the timing of his appearance was also impeccable. If Yang Suiyu had died, it would have been a real blow to the ancient martial alliance. What did you say? Yang Suiyu frowned and asked, somewhat confused as he turned back. It's nothing, Chen Mo replied with a grin. Take me to see that year beast. The two arrived at a large warehouse which was heavily guarded. It is currently injured and resting. Sister Zhonglin said it can freely change its size, so it has been placed here. How to deal with it is all up to you. If you can handle that year beast alone. Chen Mo nodded, instructing Qiongqi to wait outside while he entered the warehouse alone. The warehouse is vast, once used for storing resources by the ancient martial alliance, but is now completely empty. What greeted his eyes was a colossal creature resembling a small mountain sound asleep. The temperature here is exceedingly high and one can see layers of scorching heat waves as if entering a steam room. The temperature here does not affect him. High-tier mutated beasts and deities of the apocalypse seem to have the ability to shrink, but even so the current year beast stands at a height of 7 to 8 meters, nearly reaching the roof. It is currently lying on the ground, its heavy heartbeat thundering and its breathing sounds as loud as thunder. Its body is marred with numerous wounds that are slowly healing. The damage from the battle with the evening beast is simply too great, and its extreme weakness and hunger force the year beast to sleep in order to recover. If during this time no powerful mutated beast corpses are sent by the ancient martial alliance for it to consume, it will likely fall into a prolonged slumber again. Only by observing it so closely can one truly feel the immense power contained within this mythical being. Radiating an ancient and desolate aura, the year beast's massive black body is adorned with lava-like patterns. Its limbs stand like pillars supporting the sky, its brows resemble clouds, and its head is framed by thick black fur with a deep red horn that continuously emits a faint glow. If the evening beast resembles a Qiongqi from mythology, then the year beast is akin to an enlarged and mighty lion. Just a glance allows one to sense the wild and violent power contained within this body, a life form of exceptionally high order. This is the power that countless people yearn for. Though he has seen it before, admiring it at such close range is understandable as to why the ancient martial alliance reacted so fervently upon realizing they could control this being. Compared to the plump and bloated figure of the god of longevity, this deity of the apocalypse is evidently more to his taste. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. If it weren't for the evening beast being more beneficial to him and easier to sustain, he would have truly considered taking it into the realm of Qiongqi. As if sensing the arrival of someone, the year beast slowly opens its enormous eyes. Like two torches in the night, its gaze is deep and glimmers with an unusual light. It remembered the figure before it. Consuming it would allow it to recover significantly. Chen Mo showed no fear approaching the colossal Nian beast without caution, murmuring softly, "Let's have a chat." He invoked the Qiongqi ability, communicating not with any human but in a language that only deities could comprehend. The Nian beast's pupils flickered with a hint of astonishment. Its massive frame trembled, releasing a dense black aura. The miasma materialized into the form of Zhonglin, appearing before Chen Mo as it fixed its gaze on him and spoke. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Mo glanced at the miasma form Zhonglin and sneered. "You might fool others, but using a dead person to speak with me, spare me such petty tricks." Bang! A steel pellet shot from an unknown origin. A piercing scream echoed as the miasma figure of Zhonglin was shattered into oblivion. The Nian beast lowered its head slowly, its two enormous pupils fixed on the minuscule human before it. An alien sound resonated within Chen Mo's mind. It was an arcane language, one that every awakened could grasp a few words of but nothing more. Divine speech. It was unique, unlike other apocalypse deities who disdained conversing with humans. The Qiongqi ability allowed Chen Mo to comprehend it all. He closed his eyes to perceive for a moment, then frowned. Divine envoy. Another wave of energy came through Tianxuan, and this time Chen Mo's eyes narrowed with profound astonishment. According to the Nian beast, divine envoys were servants chosen by the apocalypse deities, the only ones capable of communicating with them. If an ordinary person was chosen, they would receive power bestowed by the apocalypse deity. If an ability user was chosen, they would gain an additional special ability. Clearly the Nian beast had mistaken him for such a being. Chen Mo's furrowed brow relaxed and he broke into a grin. "You're right. Tell me, where did you descend from and why did you appear in the Libin city mine?" The Nian beast slowly closed its eyes, offering no further information. Chen Mo was unsurprised and said flatly, "Then die. I may not be able to deal with she, but dealing with you is easy enough." The Nian beast's eyes snapped open, its pupils surging with terrifying bloodlust and murderous intent. It stared at Chen Mo for a long while, its pupils rotating ceaselessly. Simple, clear information was transmitted again through the Qiongqi ability. This was an evolution that could alter the very essence of life. All beings were on the same track, and they were the obstacles and trials set along the way, with victors and eliminated. According to the Nian beast, each apocalypse deity had its own mission. Its mission for evolution was devouring, so it was not bound by the stronghold restrictions. Other deities were confined by the stronghold restrictions and could only fulfill their missions through divine envoys. The information was complex, or perhaps the fourth-tier Qiongqi ability had its limits, eventually even it could not decipher the meaning. Evolution. Chen Mo's expression grew somber as the flood of information gave him a headache. After digesting it, a peculiar force abruptly severed his connection with the Nian beast. Clang. Chen Mo's body shuddered, swaying unsteadily. The Nian beast's pupils gleamed with mockery. Did he think conversing with an apocalypse deity came without a price? It transmitted another message, this time starkly simple. Cooperation. To escape the manipulation of the apocalypse deities, one had to choose to cooperate with it. Chen Mo steadied himself, his eyes flickering as he remained immersed in the earlier information. Chen Mo slowly raised his right hand where the dark patterns of Qiongqi shimmered with a sinister purple glow. Divine Envoy. Am I one too? One ability is the limit, only a divine envoy can wield two. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy as he sneered. But I don't like that title. Even if this ability was granted by a deity, it's mine now. I will kill that deity and take its place. The Nian beast scoffed at this, its gaze like that mocking an ignorant ant. Chen Mo smiled nonchalantly, his eyes crinkling. Take you for instance, Nian beast, did you ever imagine you'd die here today? Boom. The Nian beast's pupils dilated as the lava-like patterns on its body erupted with searing light. Roar. Suddenly, the Qiongqi outside roared and burst through the door, its face ferocious and savage, wings beating as it lunged directly at the Nian beast. Around it massive chains had somehow bound its limbs. The Nian beast instantly realized it had been deceived by this cunning human. It rose in a fury, roaring as the ground beneath it turned to rolling magma erupting in scorching pillars of flame. Boom. A deafening crash echoed as though an earthquake had struck the ancient Martial Alliance base. Everyone looked toward the distant location of the Nian beast. The massive warehouse had collapsed, a fiery cloud blazing in the sky, turning the surrounding miles blisteringly hot. Roar. It was the furious bellow of the Nian beast. The members of the ancient Martial Alliance turned pale and Elder Zhong paused to look over. Had it already begun? Elder Zhong. It's that Nian beast. It's agitated. That guy must have made his move. The ability users behind him cried out in panic. Is he insane? Fighting inside our base, does he want to destroy the ancient Martial Alliance? Elder Zhong didn't hesitate, immediately ordering, no one go over there. Mobilize all our resources, if that Nian beast dies we must maximize its value. Yes. Outside the warehouse, Yang Suiyu stared at the massive commotion, his eyes fixed on the warehouse engulfed in billowing dust. Through the haze the Nian beast's colossal form flickered in and out of view. Though smaller than when it first awoke, it still towered over 20 meters high. Roar. The cries of the Qiongqi and the Nian beast intertwined. Through the smoke the Qiongqi lunged straight for the Nian beast's throat, latching onto its body. Unlike the icy she beast, this one's body was scorching hot, even causing the Qiongqi's claws to sizzle and emit thick steam. The Qiongqi's eyes burned with brutality, ignoring the heat as it swung with tremendous force, tearing away a massive chunk of flesh and fur from the Nian beast. Squelch. A torrent of blood gushed out like a waterfall. Roar. And no matter the creature, the throat remains its most vulnerable point, searing agony ignited its fury. Its body temperature soared relentlessly, molten veins across its hide blazed with incandescent intensity. Qiongqi's four claws, their fur and flesh seared away, remained unmoved, relentlessly tearing, biting, unyielding. Boom. And though dwarfed by the 20-meter Nian beast, Qiongqi still towered at 6 to 7 meters, its blows delivered devastation in scale. Thud. Thud. And each strike carried crushing lethality. And the Nian beast howled in torment as torrents of blood gushed forth. It was pinned motionless by colossal chains, forged under the sovereign ability's augmentation. These metallic restraints were no ordinary alloy, impossibly dense, unfathomably heavy, impervious to conventional thermal dissolution. The Nian beast thrashed wildly, limbs lashing out to obliterate everything within sight. Its body heat climbed to a horrifying extreme, as if it had become a living thermonuclear core. Its vast obsidian-black form glowed incandescent crimson like a titanic forge-heated iron ingot. Such apocalyptic heat forced even Qiongqi to roar and beat its wings skyward, evading the infernal maelstrom. And rumble, the ground beneath the Nian beast's feet liquefied into churning magma, searing lava surged upward, desperately attempting to corrode the chains. The earth fractured. Heaven trembled. The world shook. Buildings surrounding the ancient Martial Alliance collapsed one after another. Crimson light pulsed from widening fissures while towering pillars of radiant flame erupted around the beast, roiling magma spiraled skyward, embers scattering like falling stars. Thud. Thud. And crack, and the chains began dissolving into molten slag. And with a deafening bellow the Nian beast surged forth from the smoke and fire, a wrathful deity of flame wreathed in roaring conflagration. Roar. Nit's gaze pierced like lightning. The last shackles shattered, immediately it roared again, surging to flee. And nothing stood in its path. Its massive brutish frame charged forward like an unstoppable war chariot, trampling all before it. Had the tsunami not already emptied the ancient martial alliance's interior, evacuating every survivor, the collapsing structures would have claimed countless more lives. Qiongqi let loose a thunderous roar and dove downward. Chen Mo leapt onto its back and gave chase, his eyes glacial, his right hand lifting with cold precision. Rumble, and activating the sovereign ability, he raised towering walls of metal around them, a seamless cage-like prison enclosing himself, Qiongqi and the Nian beast. The effort drained immense reserves. He downed a graded recovery elixir to replenish his strength. Then came the storm. Countless silver liquid swords materialized midair, suspended gleaming colossal, and plunged toward the fleeing Nian beast alongside Qiongqi, a spectacle of staggering grandeur. Yang Suiyu stared upward, his face etched with raw awe at the terrifying display of power, his heart hammering as he gazed upon Chen Mo suspended high above. Could this truly be the strength of a human being? And the metallic barrier below, the sky-filling greatsword above the Nian beast rampaging through fire and magma, it was nothing short of an epic mythic confrontation. He looked down at his newly acquired rifle, and for a moment sank deep into doubt. And they were simply not on the same plane. He didn't even know how, or whether, he could enter such a battlefield. Ni's expression twisted with profound complexity. Only now did he grasp the sheer absurdity of their earlier clash. Throughout, his opponent had likely not even expended half his true might. Otherwise, even with his new rifle, he would have fallen just as swiftly as Master Ma, utterly obliterated. And how could anyone possibly withstand that 30-meter greatsword descending from the heavens? Trapped behind the metallic walls, the Nian beast had nowhere to flee. Its pupils flickered wildly as it gathered blazing heat, preparing to unleash torrential flames, carving a colossal breach through the barrier. Flames roared forth from its maw, unrestrained, incinerating. These walls consumed enormous energy, not refined like the steel beads or blades forged continuously by the sovereign ability, but crude unrefined metal, utterly incapable of withstanding the Nian beast's inferno. But Chen Mo right behind granted it no reprieve. With a cold snort, he commanded the greatsword to descend, cleaving toward the cornered beast with lethal finality. Qiongqi accelerated. Sensing the colossal blade rumbling in pursuit, the Nian beast, now with no escape, tilted its head skyward and unleashed a defiant earth-shaking roar. And thunderous crack. The ground erupted, geysers of magma burst forth like volcanic cataclysm, hurling waves of searing flame skyward, threatening to swallow all existence. The ancient martial alliance's base spanned only a few kilometers, yet this circular metallic barrier sealed off a half-mile radius entirely. This hellscape, wrought by merely a fraction of the Nian beast's divine might, nearly shattered the entire ancient martial alliance to splinters. Yang Suiyu's pupils contracted violently. He felt as though he'd witnessed the apocalypse anew. And the sky burned deep crimson, lit by fire and magma pressing down as if to crush the world beneath its weight. Gripping his spear, he rushed forward, only to hear moments later the Nian beast's agonized wail, piercing resonant, shattering clouds and rattling souls alike. Roar, and that cry of exquisite suffering echoed beyond the metallic walls, heard clearly even by the ancient martial alliance's Esper operatives stationed outside. They stared upward, eyes wide with shock, hearts pounding in time with the quaking earth. And what in the world is happening over there? Fortunately, to avoid detection by the three military districts, the ancient martial alliance had placed the Nian beast far from sensitive zones. And among the crowd, Yang Yun suddenly paled. Something had struck him like lightning. No. My son is still in there. Nelder Zhong. My son is still inside. And he was nearly frantic. His family's sole heir Yang Suiyu carried all his hopes and dreams. Elder Zhong Suiyu must not be harmed. And calm yourself, old Yang, the boy is strong. He can protect himself. Someone grabbed his arm. Na senior official's face contorted with anger. And but why provoke such chaos? Does he intend to destroy the ancient martial alliance? Elder Zhong frowned. And the Nian beast is formidable, such brutal combat is unavoidable. It matters not. We are relocating soon anyway. Even if this base is lost, it is no great loss. So long as our people survive, all else may be rebuilt. Nothing is gained without sacrifice. After the tsunami, mass casualty stripped the ancient martial alliance of its bloated inefficiency, leaving it leaner, swifter, unburdened. Are all supplies mobilized? Elder Zhong turned to an aide and asked. All relocated per your orders. 101432 grade 1 spirit crystals, 7342 grade 2, 142 grade 3 and 2 grade 4 spirit crystals. These represented the alliance's entire crystal reserve, substantial in number yet severely depleted due to Elder Zhonglin's directive to deploy large contingents in capturing live aberrants. This decision drastically hindered the alliance's development, lagging behind peer-level powers by more than double. It was common knowledge that the combat prowess of the ability users within the ancient martial alliance was far from weak. Even a few hundred of them could hold back the onslaught of the twilight beasts, and any single one taken out could match 2 ordinary foes. Yet the stockpile of spirit cores amounted to so little. Upon learning that these were all that remained, Elder Qiong let out a heavy sigh. Truly, one misstep led to countless others. Seeing Elder Qiong's grim expression, a man kindly reminded him, "Elder Qiong, Yan Hao and the others have retrieved 6 corpses of 3rd-tier aberrant creatures from outside. They are now at the base's perimeter." As the seawater receded, the ancient martial alliance's original haul of over 30 3rd-tier aberrant corpses was also a considerable number. However, most were lost amidst the tsunami and only 6 were recovered. "Elder Qiong, I still have some spirit cores here. For the development of the ancient martial alliance, please accept them." At this moment a member of the alliance stepped forward holding out spirit cores. One person set an example and others followed. They were all martial artists bound by a profound sense of belonging here. To enable Elder Qiong to trade with the mysterious merchant for items essential to future growth, one by one they all produced the spirit cores they had been using to enhance their abilities. "And me? I have some too." "Elder Qiong, use them as you wish." Watching the crowd gather around him, Elder Qiong's eyes grew moist. "Good. Good. All of you are such fine children." He repeated the word "good" 3 times. Among these people some were young, others already middle-aged. They were the last pillars of the ancient martial alliance. Elder Qiong could not help but sigh in admiration. With people like these, why worry about the alliance's revival? It was merely a matter of starting anew. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the metal walls, a hellish scene unfolded. Countless structures had melted, the earth transformed into a sea of magma. Thick searing smoke billowed and surged, and pillars of fire erupted in torrents from the molten rock. Gurgle, gurgle. The magma bubbled and churned. The enormous metal sword had liquefied into silver molten iron, yet the Nian beast's left claw had been severed. Viscous crimson blood gushed forth. The Nian beast let out an agonized roar, its pupils brimming with an unstoppable, heaven-shaking, murderous intent. The Nian beast, having lost its left claw, was driven utterly mad. It did not even attempt to flee, but instead opened its maw and furiously spewed scorching flames at Qiongqi and Chen Mo, who were hovering in midair before it. Boom! Chen Mo's expression was icy as he said coldly, "Are you enraged now?" Qiongqi soared upward, dodging the torrent of flames with astonishing speed. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as the Nian beast leaped high into the air, appearing directly above Qiongqi. Its colossal pupils were mesmerizing, its massive body blotting out the sky and descending like a mountain. Even grievously wounded and severely weakened, the Nian beast was not to be underestimated. Qiongqi's pupils contracted into vertical slits. It let out a low growl, attempting to veer away, but the disparity in size was too great if the Nian beast was about to crash down. Chen Mo's expression hardened. He raised his hand, pushing his dominion ability to its limit. The metal within the magma below was instantly drawn out. It transformed into streams of silver liquid that surged in from all directions, coalescing like a vortex into a colossal razor-sharp metal spear. These metal spears were scorched red-hot, appearing utterly terrifying. If the Nian beast descended straight down, it would be impaled through and through. The Nian beast naturally noticed this. In its towering rage, its entire body blazed with fierce flames, and the temperature in the area instantly became hellish. Its colossal form was engulfed in fire, descending like a massive burning meteor. As the blazing flames touched the tips of the metal spears, they began to hiss and melt away. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. This metal had been reinforced by his dominion ability. Simply shaping it into this form had already consumed a significant amount of power. Rumble, the Nian beast, wreathed in roaring flames, plummeted straight down. Roar! The Qiongqi below let out a thunderous cry, flapping its wings to their utmost limit, shooting out of the range like a meteor. Boom! The earth and sky quaked as the Nian beast crashed down. Countless magma splashes erupted, resembling a colossal volcanic explosion. The sky was dyed a crimson glow. Like brilliant fireworks, blazing fireballs rained down in all directions. They traveled so far that even the ancient martial alliance base beyond the metal walls could not escape the devastation. Roar! A fireball struck the left side of Qiongqi's body. It let out a pained roar and began to plummet uncontrollably. At that moment the Nian beast burst forth from the magma once more. But this time, incredibly, its severed left limb had completely regenerated. However, its massive body had shrunk by a full 3 circles. Before, when the Nian beast entered its combat stance, it had still been over 20 meters tall. Now it was even smaller than the 7 or 8 meters it had been when reduced in the warehouse. It was only slightly larger than Qiongqi in its prime form. The twilight beast could also heal wounds within seawater, but this was entirely dependent on devouring the life force of billions of living beings. With no food to replenish its strength, it could only forcibly recover by consuming its own vitality. Unlike its usual tendency to flee without a fight, the Nian beast acted contrary to its nature this time. It charged through the magma, leaving a trail of molten rock as it trampled its way toward where Qiongqi had fallen. Through his celestial authority ability, Chen Mo could sense that Qiongqi had sustained considerable injuries. A sense of great foreboding washed over him. The Nian beast's flames were no ordinary fire. The fur on Qiongqi's left side was scorched black, a large portion of its flesh charred to cinders, and even its wing was ablaze. The speed of its descent increased rapidly. In the distance, the Nian beast was also stomping through the lava, charging toward them. If they fell like this, both he and Qiongqi would plunge into the searing magma. If only Xian Yu were here now. This was the first time Qiongqi had suffered such severe injuries. Without further hesitation, Chen Mo retrieved 2 bottles of grade recovery potions from his luminous pearl. Fortunately, he had traded for quite a few from the mysterious merchant earlier. He downed 1 bottle himself and immediately hurled the other bottle of grade recovery potion, shouting, "Qiongqi! Eat this!" Qiongqi understood. It bit down on the slender glass bottle, shattering it, and swallowed both the shards and the potion within. The effect of the grade recovery potion was immediate. Qiongqi let out a long roar. With a sudden flap of its wings, the blazing flames were extinguished. Its once plummeting body soared back into the air, tracing a shaped arc as it ascended into the sky. At this moment, the advantage of possessing flight became evident. As long as Qiongqi remained high in the air, the Nian beast below could do nothing to harm it. Roar! The Nian beast below lifted its head, spewing forth pillars of flame from its maw that shot straight into the sky. This time the Qiongqi remained vigilant, constantly twisting its body to evade. The Dominator ability hummed with restless energy, and within his mind the Nian beast's mocking and disdainful divine speech echoed once more. Chen Mo stared down at the beast below, a fierce resolve hardening his face. "You're really asking for it." Seated upon the Qiongqi's back, he opened his palm wide, and suddenly a dazzling radiance burst forth. Rumble, high in the sky where the Qiongqi flew. Like an aerial bombardment, beams of white light blossomed continuously as colossal metal spikes rained down toward the molten lava below. They fell like torrential rain, a spectacle of sheer grandeur. With such a massive unleashing of his ability, the dense volley left virtually no room to dodge. Chen Mo frantically activated his Dominator ability again and again, while his other hand constantly retrieved grade recovery potions to gulp down. Seeing this, the Nian beast below dilated its pupils, staring fixedly at the metal spikes growing ever larger in its field of vision. In that moment, utter panic seized it. Its horn blazed with a crimson light, and its entire body once again ignited with roaring flames. Yet having just recovered, its power was far from its former might. Even an apocalyptic deity had its limits. A colossal metal spike pierced through the raging flames and plunged into its back. The Nian beast let out an agonized howl, its cry echoing to the heavens. Then, thud, thud, thud. Countless metal spikes plunged from the sky into the magma, erupting splashes of sparks and molten mud. One after another they stood tall within the lava field, humming and trembling incessantly. Nearly 100 of them filled the entire metal enclosure. In the distance, Yang Suya's pupils dilated as he stared transfixed at the scene before him. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that an ability user could wield such power. Did he have no limits? It was like a man-made cataclysm, a judgment of heaven. Hundreds of metal spikes falling from the sky into the magma, the colossal sounds echoing from afar left Yang Suyu utterly dumbfounded. His throat felt parched. It was difficult to imagine what tier of ability user could unleash such a vast range and terrifying might. The Dominator ability was an SS grade ability, the pinnacle of the metal elemental abilities. Unlike various elemental abilities with their many limitations, like collapse or open flames, the Dominator ability could perform their functions and even surpass them in efficacy. Its range of application was also incredibly vast. If an A-grade elemental ability user had a range of 100 meters, the Dominator ability extended 4 or 5 times that or more. This was why when an ability reached a sufficiently high level, any battle could easily trigger cataclysmic changes across a vast area, rivaling those apocalyptic deities. With his keen eyesight, Yang Suyu witnessed the scene of devastation, his mind and spirit shaken. He felt as if he were reliving that terror-inducing, unforgettable apocalyptic vision. At that moment a startling conjecture surfaced in Yang Suyu's mind. If a person's ability could truly become so powerful, then on the day the apocalypse descended, when the world changed and everything was destroyed, was that also the work of some entity? That was a being of a higher life plane. The moment ordinary humans acquired abilities they had already begun to transcend and evolve to a new level of existence. Boom! The deafening sounds from afar, the sight of blazing skies left Yang Suiyu dazed. For the first time he began to doubt his own great martial sage ability. On the Qiongqi's back, Chen Mo was already drenched in sweat, his forehead covered with perspiration. As the epicenter, the temperature here was terrifyingly high. An ordinary person's flesh would begin to burn and dissolve within a second. This use of the Dominator ability was fiercer and more powerful than any before. Not only had it reached the 5th tier, but he had also mobilized nearly all its power. These apocalyptic deities could easily alter the environment if the area below had already turned into a sea of molten lava. Amidst the rolling magma, metal spikes stood erect while the Nian beast was impaled upon 2 colossal spikes above the lava. One pierced its abdomen, the other its neck. Its life force ebbed away. Though it still struggled feebly, its strength was now utterly futile. Qiongqi, descend. Chen Mo commanded. The Qiongqi dove straight down. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and activated his ability once more. The 2 metal spikes piercing the Nian beast melted and dissolved, transforming into a metal platform that covered the surrounding magma. The platform's temperature was scorching, but it remained within the Qiongqi's tolerance. The Nian beast lay on its side, gasping for breath. Its body was only about 7 meters tall, roughly the size of the previous Toad King. 2 massive bloody holes on its body continuously spewed hot blood, staining the metal platform around it. Its breathing was faint and it clearly lacked the strength to rise again. Squelch. Squelch. Chen Mo and the Qiongqi stepped through the viscous blood. This was the blood of an apocalyptic deity. The Qiongqi bared its fangs at the Nian beast with ferocity, but when it saw the spreading blood it lowered its head and extended its barbed tongue to lick it. Chen Mo shot a glance at the Qiongqi's undignified behavior, then stepped forward slowly, staring intently at the Nian beast before him. Quite tough to kill. A divine speech echoed in his mind. It was a plea for mercy from the Nian beast. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. Now you beg for mercy. But unfortunately it's not you I need. In my past life the she-beast died. This time let's change it up. Chen Mo whispered, his eyes cold and indifferent. Qiongqi, send it off. The Qiongqi behind him began to writhe, its body swelling in an instant to match the Nian beast's current size. Give it back exactly what it gave you. The Qiongqi's crimson pupils were filled with murderous intent. It held a deep grudge. Though it had consumed several grade recovery potions, its wounds remained far from healed. It approached the Nian beast. The Nian beast's pupils dilated, its plea growing more desperate, but the Qiongqi remained unmoved. Instead it raised its right claw high, its eyes blazing with killing intent, and let out a roar. Roar. Boom. The metal platform nearly shattered from the impact. With a single claw strike, the Nian beast's massive body convulsed violently before lying still, devoid of life. Admittedly, the Nian beast's physical form was incredibly resilient. Even under the Qiongqi's ferocious blow, its skull was not crushed but merely caved in. From its body small black orbs of light began to emerge. The surging magma around dissipated and the land turned into a scorched wasteland. Beneath the flames everything seemed to be purified. Only the faint remnants of fire and the shocking colossal metal spikes deeply embedded in the ground remained. Even an apocalyptic deity once dead was merely a corpse. Chen Mo's gaze was calm as he stared at the Nian beast's body in silence for a moment. The Nian beast, which in his past life was destined to be slain by Shi Yuan, had now died by his own hand. The only constant was that both times the Nian beast had fallen to the Dominator ability, as if it were fate. Gazing around, Chen Mo let out a long breath. His eyes flickered as he murmured, then it should be about time. The first to arrive was not the mysterious merchant but Yang Suiyu, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He came bearing a long spear, and upon seeing the carcass of the Nian beast his pupils involuntarily contracted. He actually succeeded. How is this possible? Chen Mo naturally noticed the arrival. He said indifferently, "What, here to snatch the spoils?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. Yang Suiyu was taken aback, his expression darkening as he spoke. "No, I just came to check, wanted to help you." "No need. After handling this Nian beast's corpse have Elder Zhong and the others come to trade." "After all, that's what I promised Elder Zhong," Chen Mo said calmly. Enhancement-type abilities when faced with these massive aberrant gods were ultimately insufficient. Even Enslaving ability Martial Saint, though formidable in solo combat, was still at the lower end among the divine elemental and ordinary ability types belonging to the latter. Picking up the Kiri, Chen Mo approached the Nian beast's head and plunged the blade in with a single thrust. Pft! As he stirred and probed within, a sudden resistance was felt. Chen Mo exerted force with his right hand, expending considerable effort to pry upward sharply. Rip, a large chunk of flesh was torn open. From within he retrieved a 5th-tier crystal core unique to the class of apocalyptic gods. The Nian beast's crystal core. Unlike ordinary diamond-shaped cores, this one was exceptionally round, a vivid fiery red emitting a faint eerie red glow. Holding it felt scorching hot. Though small, it contained all the life force of the Nian beast and that pure unadulterated power from the crystal core. Once a crystal core reached tier 4 or above, its effects became vastly different. Whether used for enhancement or forging, it possessed extraordinary capabilities. This special crystal core from an apocalyptic god, even just worn as a pendant, could strengthen a fire element ability user. It was roughly comparable to his own amplification ring, better than nothing. If given to Lin Yu for forging, its uses would be far more numerous. Chen Mo stored it into the Mingyao pearl. The pearl's pupil rotated ceaselessly as if alive. A flash of white light shimmered and the 5th-tier crystal core of the Nian beast was directly absorbed into the storage space. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Yang Suiyu was deeply shaken. At the same time he clenched his fists, feeling a sense of powerlessness. The gap between himself and this man was simply too vast. Even that single scene just now lingered in his mind as an indelible shadow, almost like a divine miracle. What tier ability user are you exactly? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked. Chen Mo glanced at him, casually conjured a seat, sat down to wait for the mysterious merchant, and said flatly. 5th tier. 5th tier. Yang Suiyu furrowed his brow, staring intently at Chen Mo with disbelief. Impossible. I'm a 4th-tier ability user. Are all 5th-tier elemental ability users as strong as you? Chen Mo rolled his eyes in exasperation and said. Who told you I'm an elemental ability user? With nothing better to do, Chen Mo stroked the Qiongqi, now 2 to 3 meters tall, and spoke unhurriedly with lowered eyes. Abilities have their distinctions too. Even if those elemental ability users from your ancient martial alliance reached the 5th tier, they couldn't produce such an effect. Your martial saint ability is not weak. Ordinary elemental ability users simply can't touch you. The only person he had seen who could achieve such an effect was Jiang Fan with his Shrank Divine ability. His judgment was also incredibly powerful, and after the second evolution his ability advanced further to SSS 6 wings through the evolution stone. If Yang Suiyu were lucky enough to gain benefits during the second evolution, his martial saint ability could also advance. But in his past life Chen Mo had never heard of any change in his ability. Yang Suiyu felt somewhat better upon hearing this. His martial saint ability was not weak, enhancing both himself and his weapons. He was hailed as the foremost in the ancient martial alliance. If all 5th-tier elemental ability users had Chen Mo's effect, it would truly shatter his Dao heart. Did you deliberately let that she-beast escape earlier? With only the two of them present, Yang Suiyu voiced the doubt in his heart. Chen Mo was utterly nonchalant, not denying it in the slightest. He nodded and said, "It was me." His tone was calm, even somewhat casual. Seeing his infuriating expression, Yang Suiyu barely suppressed the urge to thrust his spear at him. Suppressing his anger, he said in a deep voice, "Why did you do that? Do you know how many people will die if the she-beast escapes? If I recall correctly, Tianhai City is a coastal city, isn't it? If the she-beast brings another tsunami, tens of thousands. No, even more people will die." "Too few," Chen Mo said with a faint smile, stroking the Qiongqi. "It would have to be tens of millions at least. Otherwise, without the second evolution there will be more Nian and she-beasts in the future. We won't be able to withstand the apocalyptic gods. It's still better than the extinction of humanity." If he remembered correctly, in the battle of the 15th year of the apocalypse, Lin Shu had caused the death of himself, Yuer, and the entire squad. But by that time it was almost the final countdown for the entire world. Small nations everywhere had been completely wiped out. Even some formidable great powers were on the verge of collapse. Almost daily apocalyptic gods and sea beasts from all over the world came ashore. Extinction was only a matter of time. Without opportunities like the mysterious merchant, the elephant envoy's world secret realms, and the second evolution, they wouldn't have lasted 15 years. He wasn't sure if the arrival of the second evolution was related to the Nian and she beasts, but based on this direction of development, at least nothing uncontrollable would happen. Yang Suyu's breath caught. Though the man before him wore a smile, his eyes were exceptionally cold and indifferent, as if discussing something utterly trivial. "Since you had the power to kill the Nian beast, why didn't you act against the she beast? Do you want to see more people die? What good does that do you?" Yang Suyu's face flushed with anger as he demanded loudly. In his ingrained view, greater power came with greater responsibility. How could Chen Mo possessing such formidable abilities choose to ignore the situation and even deliberately let the she-beast escape? Chen Mo's smile vanished abruptly. He slowly raised his head to look at him. His gaze was ice-cold and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. So what? Yang Suiyu met his eyes without speaking, gripping his spear tighter, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The atmosphere grew tense. Huh. Chen Mo suddenly burst into laughter, stood up and shrugged. Why so wary? Just kidding, messing with you. Both the she-beast and the Nian beast were present back then. Even if I had divine powers, there was nothing I could do. Yang Suyu's body turned ice-cold, his pupils trembling. He certainly did not take this as a jest. Nor could he comprehend why the person before him could change his countenance so swiftly, leaving one utterly unable to fathom his thoughts. Chen Mo walked to Yang Suyu's side, patted his shoulder and said softly, "Go and notify Elder Zhong the person has arrived." Yang Suiyu was momentarily stunned. With that, Chen Mo gazed ahead. Amidst the ruins ravaged by the Nian beast, the mysterious merchant had once again appeared like a specter, silent and unseen. Yang Suiyu was startled, knowing that the mysterious merchant's presence would not last long. He immediately set off to inform Elder Zhong of the merchant's arrival, then departed the place. "You're here." Chen Mo grinned. The mysterious merchant approached slowly, his gaze fixed on the massive corpse of the Nian beast. As always, his first words were, "A trade." The voice, though equally androgynous and hoarse, bore a distinct difference from the previous two encounters. Chen Mo furrowed his brow. A different person. Deal. The mysterious merchant nodded. Beneath the black robe a swirl of pitch-black mist stirred, as if gazing at Chen Mo before speaking slowly. "You still lack the body of a 5th-tier mutant or a 4th-tier deity. It is the collateral for the bright bird pearl." I know. But this is a 5th-tier apocalypse deity, isn't its value somewhat excessive?" Chen Mo said with a faint smile. The mysterious merchant, it is sufficient to offset the value of the bright bird pearl. Should you require anything more, I will procure it at a price that satisfies you. Chen Mo circled the mysterious merchant, scrutinizing him for a moment, then asked with curiosity, "Are you mysterious merchants not a single entity? What happened to the one I traded with before?" The mysterious merchant replied calmly, "He is currently conducting a trade with a certain deity. This information is worth the equivalent of the Nian beast's 2 eyes, roughly 2/10 of the remaining value after offsetting the bright bird pearl." He even added considerately. Chen Mo's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the deity merchant before him. A loss of 2/10 just like that. He hadn't even started trading yet. Yet the news he brought was equally explosive. The deity merchant who had traded with him twice before was now bargaining with an apocalypse deity. 2 crucial pieces of information: the mysterious merchants might be a collective and apocalypse deities were also their trading partners. What the traded items were remained unknown. Though this secret was astonishing, Chen Mo was more concerned about the remaining value of the Nian beast's corpse. Even if he knew, what could he do? He couldn't stop their trades. But this old fellow had simply turned it into a transaction without a second thought. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless, remaining silent for a long while before speaking softly. "You're really stingy compared to him. At least that one had given him a few pieces of information for free." The mysterious merchant said nothing, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. "What do you wish to trade?" Chen Mo pondered. With the remaining value of the Nian beast's corpse, he certainly couldn't afford what he truly desired. Within the bright bird pearl there was still a vial of berserk potion and 3 vials of grade recovery potion. As for the Nian beast's core, he could hand it over to Lin Yu for processing. He was determined to obtain the next evolution stone, and the various potions consumed in those secret realms would be numerous. He needed to replenish a large amount of ability-restoring potions or cores. Grade potions corresponded to 4th-tier ability users. "First state your price," Chen Mo said. The mysterious merchant glanced at the Nian beast beside him and spoke slowly. "The most valuable core has already been taken by you. Half the value offsets the bright bird pearl plus the previous information. Enough, just get to the point." Chen Mo waved his hand. This fellow was so miserly, saying so much just to drive down the price, utterly lacking in straightforwardness. "The deity merchant, the Kirisword you use is also ours. I have a blade here that is far superior to the Kirisword. This sword alone would normally cover the entire remaining value, but if you are willing to hand over the enhanced Kirisword, it can offset the Nian beast's residual worth." "Oh." Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Show it to me." The space before him began to warp, and from within a longsword of similar length and width to the Kirisword floated out slowly. Unlike the shabby Kirisword wrapped in white bandages, this blade was a deep crimson like blood with dried bloodstains of varying depth on the edge. The hilt however was pitch black, seemingly unremarkable. Chen Mo grinned. Doesn't seem so different. Explain. The mysterious merchant introduced, this blade was forged from the unique spine of an apocalypse deity. It is called the TWO blade and it surpasses your Kirisword enhanced with jadeite crystals in effectiveness. Like your Kirisword, it contains a higher grade of bloodstone capable of drawing blood to replenish abilities. Wounds inflicted by the TWO blade on those below the 7th tier cannot heal and will be continuously drained. But these are not its key features. As he spoke, the unremarkable black hilt of the TWO blade suddenly extended a sharp writhing barb. At the very tip of the barb was an almost imperceptible small circular opening. Chen Mo's pupils contracted. From the hilt of the TWO blade he inexplicably sensed an eerie aura and divine language echoed in his mind. No. The blade was not made from the apocalypse deity's spine, the hilt was. The hilt is indeed the spine of that apocalypse deity, the mysterious merchant said plainly as if reading Chen Mo's thoughts. Simply call out TWO in your mind and this barb will appear. The wielder will have their flesh pierced and blood drawn by the barb, temporarily gaining the ability of TWO. Care to try? Without hesitation Chen Mo stepped forward and grasped the TWO blade firmly. He was eager to see what made this weapon forged from an apocalypse deity's spine so extraordinary. Thud. The moment his hand closed around the TWO blade, the sharp writhing barb plunged deep into his palm. It did not pierce through his arm but spread like a vein over the back of his hand, pulsating rhythmically as it greedily drank his blood. Like a mosquito's proboscis, Chen Mo felt no pain at all nor any effect from the blood loss. Yet the TWO blade in his hand grew increasingly crimson, a sinister blood-red hue that emitted a faint eerie glow, making it appear utterly uncanny. After holding it for a while, the TWO blade in his hand showed no reaction. Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his chest as if a needle had been driven deep into his heart. The searing agony made Chen Mo's expression change abruptly. The TWO blade clutched in his hand began to tremble softly. Soon wisps of black mist emerged wantonly from it, gradually swirling around him. They transformed into 3 blades identical to the TWO blade floating behind Chen Mo. What was even more astonishing was that at the hilt a black mist imp like an infant held the blade with its tiny hands. Rather than floating, it seemed to be lifted by the imp, appearing exceedingly eerie. Chen Mo closed his eyes tightly. Through the slender sharp blood thorn on the hilt his vision seemed to expand immensely. 4 unobstructed fields of vision appeared, transmitted by the black mist imps conjured by the power of TWO. This was not the sensation of multitasking, it was as if he had gained 3 extra pairs of eyes able to perceive everything around him. The power of TWO has a mirroring effect. The mysterious merchant's voice came faintly. But in the end it's just a single spine. These 3 TWO imps not only mirror your actions but also replicate the damage and the blade's absorption effect. Moreover, in battle you can directly swap places with an imp. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. He commanded one of the TWO imps to move to a location and through his connection with the blade activated its power. In that instant he vanished from his spot, replacing the imp. 2 remained. Beside him Qiongqi stared wide-eyed at the empty surroundings. Where did the master go? Not bad, came Chen Mo's voice from behind. He walked over slowly, gazing at the blade in his hand and murmuring softly. Can it be controlled by the sovereign ability? The mysterious merchant shook his head. No, this is a special weapon. Then it's still somewhat useless. Chen Mo said indifferently. The sovereign ability was his primary means of the TWO blade. Whether it drained blood to restore ability or caused unceasing bleeding with its short-range teleportation seemed powerful but required close combat. The only interesting feature was the TWO imps, but he had already tested that their maximum range from the blade was about 10 meters. In other words, even if he used the blade's power to move he couldn't exceed that range. This blade could prove quite useful in specific situations within the second evolution secret realm. The secret realm was fraught with danger. With the teleportation ability he could save himself a lot of trouble. Chen Mo deactivated the power of TWO. The blood drained this time was not enough to affect him, so he felt no major discomfort. My ability determines that I rely little on weapons, but having something is better than nothing. I can give you Onakiri in exchange, but if this is all the transaction is worth, forget it. The mysterious merchant fell silent for a moment. It had thought this special weapon would be enough to cover the remaining value, but the other party didn't seem satisfied. Not to mention the TWO blade, a special weapon with an effect comparable to a minor ability. In this apocalypse many who were slightly stronger didn't even have such a weapon. Shouldn't he be surprised? This mysterious merchant felt what the previous one had felt, a deep bewilderment toward this man. Chen Mo, however, appeared indifferent. In his past life, though he had never used special weapons, he had seen plenty. He had witnessed far more powerful special weapons. In simple terms, those forged from the bodies of apocalypse gods or alien creatures often carried special abilities. Perspective shapes cognition. The Taya blade was indeed good, but if it was all he could get, Chen Mo would rather trade for more recovery potions and crystals to prepare for the second evolution after the Nian beast's rampage. The mysterious merchant was still pondering. Chen Mo wasn't in a hurry, and seeing its contemplative expression couldn't help but smile and probe. New here? The other didn't answer. Chen Mo didn't mind and asked, how many Taya imps can I use? 3 at a time. Once all 3 are gone, you can replenish them by consuming blood energy. Oh, so that's 3 short-range teleports. Don't overthink it. What I want is simple, just a bit more recovery potions and crystals. Well, about 20 grade recovery potions and 4 or 5 4th-tier crystals should do. Chen Mo said with a smile. The mysterious merchant was taken aback, seemingly startled. Why don't you just rob me? After thinking for a while, it spoke faintly. 15 grade recovery potions and 1 4th-tier crystal. Too little, Chen Mo bargained. The mysterious merchant said, this is about my limit, but since you traded with 01, I can make an exception and give you some extras. I can give you 10 blind boxes, it said. There were multiple mysterious merchants at higher levels had more authority and could decide trades more freely. A merchant of its level couldn't extend credit or invest like the previous one. Their trades were also heavily restricted, not entirely at their whim. Blind boxes. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment. He had never heard of such a thing. There was no memory of any information about blind boxes, so he asked in surprise. What blind boxes? The mysterious merchant replied, blind boxes that can contain valuable items, sometimes far exceeding their cost, but it requires a bit of luck. Besides the ones I give you, you can also exchange one for a 3rd-tier crystal. Want to try? It even started pitching to him. No need. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. After a moment of thought, he said with interest, but it sounds good. Alright, deal. After all, he had already obtained the Nian beast's most precious special crystal. He had the Taya blade crystal's recovery potions and a chance to try his luck with blind boxes. Perfect. The mysterious merchant nodded and said, transaction complete. With a hum, bottles of grade recovery potions and 10 grey marble-sized spheres appeared before him. These items floated in front of Chen Mo, and then Onakiri and the Nian beast's corpse vanished into specks of light. The mysterious merchant said, pleasure doing business. Looking forward to our next cooperation. I'm not looking forward to it, Chen Mo muttered. As if struck by a thought, the mysterious merchant cautioned, by the way, let me remind you, use the power of Taya sparingly with this blade. Why? The mysterious merchant did not reply. His figure soon grew hazy, on the verge of vanishing from this place. The mysterious merchant would appear randomly at any location, lingering like an NPC for an hour before disappearing. The only way to make him appear voluntarily was to slay powerful aberrations and apocalypse deities, yet even after a transaction he would not stay long but choose to depart. Just then a hurried shout rang out from afar. Wait. Hold on. Chen Mo turned to look. In the distance, Yang Suiyu rushed over hastily, followed closely by Elder Zhong and a large group of martial artists from the ancient martial alliance. They carried large bundles and bags, and at the rear dozens of people dragged massive carcasses of aberrations. They too had come to trade. Yang Suiyu was the first to arrive, panting heavily. Seeing the mysterious merchant about to vanish, he immediately stopped him. Trade. We want to trade. Chen Mo grinned. Good thing, any later and he'd have been gone. At the sight of the newcomers, the mysterious merchant's fading figure instantly regained clarity. He nodded and spoke, deal made. With just a glance at the approaching crowd, he knew this would be a substantial transaction. Yang Suyu's face lit up with joy. They had seized the opportunity. The divine merchant came and went without a trace. His first appearance at the ancient martial alliance was triggered by their slaying of a 4th-tier aberration, but subsequent attempts to replicate that had failed, evidently due to insufficient value. The ancient martial alliance's contingent arrived about 100 strong with an imposing presence. Elder Zhong stepped forward slowly. The Nian beast's corpse had long since vanished, likely already traded away by Chen Mo. Elder Zhong offered a kind smile and said, heh. Young friend, your strength is truly astonishing. I never imagined you could actually slay the Nian beast. Chen Mo surveyed the supplies the ancient martial alliance had brought, quite abundant in quantity, and replied with a faint smile, Elder Zhong flatters me. It did take no small effort. Since the matter of the Nian beast is settled, I shall not linger further in the ancient martial alliance. After all, he had yet to learn the situation with Qiongqi. In the coming days he only needed to patiently wait for the she-beast to wreak havoc before subduing it and ushering in his second evolution. In his spare time he could also hunt high-tier spirit cores with Xuanyu to advance his abilities. Elder Zhong waved his hand with a chuckle. Young friend, your prowess is extraordinary. I doubt anything in this apocalypse can trouble you. I now understand the matter clearly. Our ancient martial alliance was at fault for striking first. Allow me to offer my apologies. Consider this a small token of my sincerity. I hope you won't hold it against us. With that, Elder Zhong produced an item as a gesture of apology. A spirit core. In this apocalyptic world, spirit cores were the most common currency. Yet the one Elder Zhong presented was singular. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, sensing the energy fluctuations from the core. This was a fourth-tier spirit core. Even within the ancient martial alliance only 2 such cores existed. In a sense, a fourth-tier spirit core was more precious than a fifth-tier one. Not for its purity of energy, but because it was the highest-grade core ordinary people could use to awaken latent abilities. It offered a significant chance for an ordinary person to awaken a formidable ability with minimal risk of backlash from failure, holding extraordinary significance for common folk. Even in this era, fourth-tier cores were the pinnacle, with few in the possession of major powers. Rather than trading it away, he offered one as a gift, demonstrating his sincerity. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback. This is... Elder Zhong sighed with a wry smile. Young friend, please accept it. The ancient martial alliance has no wish to be your enemy. I trust you understand my intent. Chen Mo nodded and did not refuse. This trip had been fruitful, he had even managed to reap benefits from the ancient martial alliance. As it stood, a fourth-tier spirit core was enough to secure the services of a fourth-tier ability user from any major power. Taking the core, Chen Mo did not linger and said, "Then I'll take my leave." Trading with the mysterious merchant was a confidential matter for any faction, staying would be inappropriate. Elder Zhong smiled. The ancient martial alliance plans to relocate to Yangzhou City. Should you have time, you are welcome to visit. That was far from Libin City. After this incident, major powers realized the dangers of coastal regions. A few large factions wished to establish bases nearby. If the opportunity arises, I will come, Chen Mo nodded slightly. Without the Nian beast's aid, the ancient martial alliance would likely fade from the sight of major powers for a long time. As for the future, it depended on Elder Zhong's choices. He mounted the Qiongqi and patted it. Let's go. It's time to head back. The Qiongqi roared, spreading its wings and soaring into the distance. Their return route was the same as before, crossing the most perilous sea region to reach Tianhai City's shore. As long as they didn't venture into the deep sea, the aberrant sea beasts couldn't harm the Qiongqi. Elder Zhong watched Chen Mo leave, his eyes flickering with unknown thoughts before turning back to the mysterious merchant to conduct their trade. Above the sea near Libin City, Chen Mo took out the 10 blind box spheres he had obtained from the mysterious merchant. The spheres were not hard and could be crushed with a light squeeze. Crack. Chen Mo crushed one. In his palm materialized a small black vortex spinning continuously. Oh. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, marveling at this ability to conjure objects from nothing. It seemed to be a standard skill of every mysterious merchant. The vortex kept spinning, gradually revealing the shape of an object. It was small and looked very familiar. Plop. Something was squeezed out and fell into Chen Mo's hand. When he saw what it was, it turned out to be a low-grade spirit core. Damn it. Chen Mo's face darkened, feeling thoroughly cheated. A low-grade spirit core. Such things had virtually disappeared since the early apocalypse, hadn't they? Even ordinary people turning into zombies now directly reached the first tier. He tossed the worthless core away, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Chen Mo muttered, looking at the remaining 9 spheres, they can't all be low-grade cores. He crushed them all at once. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining 9 gray beads were all crushed by Chen Mo, and as before, tiny black vortices appeared, distorting the surrounding space. After a moment, a crystal core suddenly fell from one of the black vortices. A first rank one. Then scattered crystal cores dropped one after another, and Chen Mo's face grew increasingly dark. It wasn't until the 3rd crystal core had passed that something different finally appeared. With a clang, an F-grade recovery potion dropped out. Inferior crystal cores. A 2nd rank crystal core. Chen Mo had already lost all hope, but when it came to the last item, a pure white beast fang tumbled out. Chen Mo was startled. It was about the size of a palm with a matte texture and a faint glowing white light. Holding it in his hand he could vaguely sense the energy contained within the fang. Could this be the tooth of some aberrant creature or even an apocalyptic deity? Chen Mo's eyes lit up with surprise. There really is something good after all. Compared to the previous items, this one was distinctly different. Under normal circumstances it might be a material or a special artifact like the Taya blade. Unfortunately he was neither an appraiser nor a forger and had no idea what it was for. Fortunately, upon returning to the lion he could inquire about ability users with such capabilities. He stored all the items into the Mingmiao Pearl. From 10 blind boxes he had obtained 5 inferior crystal cores, 1 first rank and 1 second rank crystal core, 2 grade recovery potions and this unknown beast fang. Better than nothing, as it was all free. At least the 2 grade recovery potions were worth a fair number of crystal cores. Seated on the back of the Qiongqi he gazed out over the vast sea. Perhaps because the Qiongqi was flying at a high altitude the return journey was safe and free from sea beast attacks. At that moment inside the lion base in Tianhai City, Tang Xuanyu was playing in the snow with Qiqi. The snow in Tianhai City had been falling continuously for several days. It was now the second day of the Lunar New Year and Qiqi, dressed in a little red padded jacket, was building a snowman. Tang Xuanyu looked up at the sky and murmured, "Ah, I wonder how things are going." There had been no news about the Nian beast and everything had returned to normal, peaceful and calm. Qiqi, putting a nose on the snowman, turned to Tang Xuanyu and said sweetly, "Sister, why aren't you playing?" Over the past few days the two had grown quite close and Tang Xuanyu told her stories almost every evening. Tang Xuanyu smiled and stepped forward saying, Coming. After playing for a while, seeing Qiqi's joyful expression, Tang Xuanyu chuckled and said, "Qiqi, why do you seem so happy today?" Qiqi crouched down shoveling snow and said with her head lowered, "Because Big Brother is coming back." Huh? Tang Xuanyu was taken aback. Qiqi looked up, her little face flushed and beamed. Qiqi saw it. Tang Xuanyu was puzzled. Like everyone else in the lion, she didn't know that Qiqi had an ability. The previous night in a dream Qiqi had seen Chen Mo returning through someone else's perspective. But she didn't dwell on it, instead she sighed as she looked at everything around her. If only it could always be like this. Just then an off-road vehicle pulled up outside the villa. Luo Tianxiong got out with several trusted subordinates, including Jiang Dong, who had regained his senses. They carried large bags and bundles of items. Upon entering the courtyard they spotted Tang Xuanyu and Qiqi outside. "Haha. Sister-in-law Qiqi, Happy New Year." He greeted them and ordered his men to put the things away. "Uncle Luo." Seeing him, Qiqi's eyes lit up and she ran over. Luo Tianxiong put his arm around Qiqi's shoulder and said, "Little girl, aren't you going out to play with your friends? On the way here I saw Little Sun and Little Sand and the others coming. They're here." Hearing this, Qiqi immediately hopped and skipped out. After she left, Luo Tianxiong turned to Tang Xuanyu and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, are you comfortable staying here at the lion these past few days?" Tang Xuanyu nodded. "I feel a bit embarrassed." Haha. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily and said, "Don't be shy. Consider this your home. Stay as long as you like." "But sister-in-law, has Brother Chen not returned yet?" Luo Tianxiong lowered his voice. Tang Xuanyu sighed and shook her head. "I don't know when he'll be back." The men beside Luo Tianxiong exchanged glances, their faces showing concern. Could something have happened to Brother Chen? "Shut your crow's mouth. Tell me who could possibly get the better of Brother Chen." Sensing the subtle tension and being naturally perceptive, Tang Xuanyu quickly detected something amiss and asked, "Has something happened?" Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered, then he gave a wry smile. "You're not an outsider, sister-in-law, so I'll be straight with you. Brother Chen was right. That Nian beast has indeed appeared." "What?" Tang Xuanya's heart jolted. Chen Mo had said the Nian beast would appear on New Year's Eve, but since there was no news even on the second day of the New Year, she had assumed it was false. "Where?" Chao Fengyuan, standing nearby, spoke with a grim expression. "Chuanyuan City." Contrary to what Brother Chen said, the Nian beast's first appearance wasn't in Libin City. What happened in Libin City was probably just a tsunami. Brother Chen traveled all the way there and didn't even catch a glimpse of the Nian beast. And news came last night Chuanyuan City was slaughtered by that Nian beast. As he spoke, Chao Fengyuan couldn't help but tremble. Chuanyuan City also had several sizable survivor factions, only slightly inferior to the lion in terms of resources and dozens of ability users. If the top-tier factions were the major military districts, then the lion was merely third-rate, trailing behind Dragon Steel and the ancient Martial Alliance. After all, a faction's core strength lay in its ability users and firepower, and the advantage in resources was gradually diminishing. This was why Luo Tianxiong so eagerly sought talented individuals took in survivors and was so excited upon learning that crystal cores could enable post-awakening. Slaughter. Those two simple words meant millions of lives had been devoured by the Nian beast, not a single survivor. Tang Xuanyu instantly felt a chill run through her as if plunged into an icy abyss. Even Luo Tianxiong, the leader of the lion, couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the last message from Chuanyuan City was a cry for help received this morning. The place is now a sea of corpses and blood, with humans, mutants and zombies all devoured clean by that Nian beast. He had even contacted a high-ranking military official, but aside from knowing that no further messages had come from Chuanyuan City, he remained utterly ignorant of its current state. Sister-in-law, I've already stationed guards around Tianhai City. As Brother Chen said, the precursor to the Nian beast's appearance is a spreading black mist. Chuanyuan City is not far from Tianhai City. I want to ask if there's any way to get in touch with Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong pleaded. He was truly terrified. A city as large as Chuanyuan had been slaughtered by the Nian beast in less than a day on the first day of the new year. Without even a chance to resist, its horrifying power left him momentarily at a loss. Tang Xuanyu also understood the gravity of the situation. A beast that could so easily devour an entire city's populace was terrifying indeed. Her pretty face paled as she pondered for a long while, only to shake her head helplessly. I have no way either. But Chi-Chi said he should be back soon. Chi-Chi. Luo Tianxiong was stunned. Just as everyone was anxious and restless, a roar thundered through the sky, stirring the winds and clouds. A colossal figure appeared above the villa. Gazing down at the scene below, Chen Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Finally back. He hadn't rested properly for days, having traveled all the way from Libin City with Qiongqi. Even an Iron Man couldn't endure this. Now he desperately needed some rest, his mind and body nearly at their breaking point. Let's go down. Chen Mo said slowly. You've worked hard too, Qiongqi. Rest well later. Compared to himself, Qiongqi was even more exhausted, having flown almost non-stop. While crystals and potions could restore its anomalous power, they couldn't relieve the fatigue of the mind. Qiongqi let out a low growl and slowly descended. At that moment, Luo Tianxiong and the others looked up, staring in awe. Tang Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise. Chen Mo. The crowd's faces lit up with joy. Brother Chen. Brother Chen is back. Boss Brother Chen. Upon seeing the familiar figure on Qiongqi's back, it was as if they had found their anchor. Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Unlike the major military districts, survivor factions lacked a central command to unite them in true crises. Surviving in this apocalypse was far too difficult, like walking on thin ice. Even he had to remain cautious and vigilant at all times. Such was the price of independence. As Qiongqi landed, Chen Mo noticed Luo Tianxiong and his group in the villa's courtyard and was puzzled. This is... Chen Mo. You're finally back. Tang Xuanyu hurried over, her pretty face brimming with uncontainable joy. Chen Mo dismounted from Qiongqi, casually tossing it a fourth-tier crystal as a reward, then turned to Tang Xuanyu with a gentle expression and nodded. I'm back. Tang Xuanyu's beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Mo, noticing his haggard appearance and the fresh scars on Qiongqi's massive body. As if struck by a thought, she spoke. Did you see that Nian beast? I did. Chen Mo replied calmly, his voice low. Not only that, but I also learned a huge secret. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Tianxiong led his men forward from a distance. Luo Tianxiong let out a hearty laugh and clapped Chen Mo heavily on the shoulder. Brother Chen, if you hadn't come, I really wouldn't know what to do. You were right, that Nian beast appeared and devoured every living soul in Chuanyuan City within a single day. What? Chen Mo frowned upon hearing this. The she beast. It's quite fast. Probably because it was badly injured and urgently needs a large number of living beings to recover. So it seems that she beast has taken the place of the Nian beast from his past life. Brother Chen, what did you go to Libin City for? Yeah, Brother Chen, Chuanyuan City is right next door. Will that Nian beast come this way? Several subordinates asked worriedly. Brother Chen, it's cold here. How about we talk inside? Luo Tianxiong suggested. No. Before Chen Mo could respond, Tang Xuanyu interjected firmly. Brother Luo, can't you see that Chen Mo is exhausted? Chen Mo just got back from Libin City. Can't we let him rest first before discussing anything? Luo Tianxiong and the others were taken aback, and even Chen Mo looked at Tang Xuanyu in surprise. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on Tang Xuanyu. Realizing the attention, her face flushed crimson and she muttered meekly. "Well, maybe finishing the talk first isn't so bad." Chen Mo's expression turned odd. Haha. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily, slapping his forehead. It takes a sister-in-law's thoughtfulness. Unlike us rough men so careless, we forgot about this. The surrounding crowd also smiled knowingly. Brother Chen is truly blessed, a college girl who cares for him so much. We're all envious. The atmosphere lightened a bit. And no, it's not what you think. Tang Xuanyu was caught off guard. Haha, don't explain. We all understand. No matter how she tried to explain, the rough men only laughed harder. Luo Tianxiong cleared his throat. Ahem, enough. Brother Chen just got back, so there's no rush. He turned to Chen Mo. Brother Chen, get some rest first. How about I come back after noon? Chen Mo nodded. All right. Fine. He really did need a good rest. Luo Tianxiong stepped forward, patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said solemnly. Rest well. Chen Mo was puzzled by his meaning. Luo Tianxiong led his men away, leaving only Tang Xuanyu and Chen Mo. Did you encounter any danger in Libin City? Tang Xuanyu asked. Did you encounter any danger in Libin City? Tang Xuanyu asked. Not too bad. Come on, I'll tell you inside. He rested well through noon. Refreshed and clear-minded, even cultivators, though far surpassing ordinary humans in physical resilience, still require essential rest. A few hours sufficed. Chen Mo's eyes gleamed brightly as he stretched and pushed open the door. Jiang Dong had already been waiting outside, grinning broadly. Brother Chen, how was your rest? Chen Mo nodded. Then let's go, Jiang Dong said. Once aboard the vehicle, Chen Mo asked curiously. How did you come into contact with the Jingshi cult? At the mention, Jiang Dong bristled with indignation. Brother Chen, don't even ask, it's pure misfortune. Before this I'd gone out to handle a trade deal. On my way back I met a woman muttering something unintelligible. I approached to inquire, and before I knew it everything changed. During that time his consciousness remained lucid, he remembered every detail, but under the insidious influence of the faith ability his will was severely compromised, leaving only two voices echoing in his mind. One commanded him to recruit more followers for the Jingshi cult, if the other demanded he offer resources to the cult leader. Chen Mo nodded silently, his gaze flickering, asking no further. Feng Chuancai's ability was truly formidable. A single individual had thrown multiple military districts into disarray. If opportunity arose, Chen Mo would indeed wish to meet him. They arrived at Luo Tianxiong's study. Luo Tianxiong paced back and forth, deeply anxious. The moment the door creaked open, he hurried forward to greet Chen Mo, and spoke first. Senior Chen, something's wrong. The Nian beast has reappeared. Chen Mo paused slightly, then asked, where? It moved from Chuanyuan City to Huabei City, the 6th military district. Luo Tianxiong said gravely. Chen Mo casually took a seat, remarking indifferently. Isn't that good news? Now it's farther from Tianhai City. Luo Tianxiong blinked in surprise, taken aback by Chen Mo's nonchalance. Brother Chen, surely you're not the least bit concerned about the Nian beast. Chen Mo replied coolly, I've already seen it. What? A sharp gasp escaped them all. Luo Tianxiong, Chao Fangyuan and Jiang Dong stared stunned. Brother Chen, don't jest. Where did you see it? Facing their utter astonishment, Chen Mo concisely recounted what had transpired in Libin City, omitting entirely the crucial fact that the Nian beast and she beast were two distinct entities. HSSST. They drew sharp breaths. So the Nian beast is truly invincible. Even the ancient martial alliance suffered heavy losses trying to subdue it. Chen Mo cast a glance at him, calm and unruffled. With me here, what is there to fear? He understood the she-beast's strength well enough. Together with Qiongqi subduing it posed no difficulty. Yet one thing warranted attention: the she-beast had begun devouring relentlessly, not only to sustain itself but also to heal its wounds, its power growing stronger day by day. Chen Mo delayed action for two reasons: first, to allow it to fulfill its role in culling the population; second, to wait until it reached its absolute peak, so he might capture a truly formidable, fully matured she-beast. That way he'd save himself the immense resources otherwise needed to elevate its cultivation. By the way, Brother Luo, how did those intelligence-gathering negotiations you undertook go? Chen Mo asked. Luo Tianxiong gave a wry smile and shook his head. Not well. I sent envoys earlier, yet many factions dismissed the Nian beast outright, refusing to believe it could ever manifest. But now, that may change. After all, in a single night it reduced Chuanyuan City to a corpse-ridden wasteland, roaming without territorial restraint, rampaging without inhibition. No one dares ignore such terror, fearing it might appear before them at any moment. We'll sell high, no loss there. The Nian beast's emergence will inevitably trigger panic across numerous regions. Smaller survivor enclaves won't survive. This is the perfect chance to expand Lion's territory and absorb new populations. As if struck by sudden inspiration, Chen Mo added. Does Lion have any awakened individuals specializing in appraisal, or forging? Luo Tianxiong frowned, then picked up a registry of awakened individuals from his desk and began scanning it carefully. After a long pause he sighed softly, none. With so many awakened individuals, surely at least one should possess such an ability. Not even anyone with insight abilities? Chen Mo asked. Chao Fengyuan's expression turned awkward. There was one, before he died. What a pity. Chen Mo murmured. He possessed the Nian beast's unique crystal core and fang, yet lacked knowledge of their properties. Only awakened individuals with appraisal or analytical abilities could discern the latent effects of such rare materials, or weapons forged from them. Lin Yu wasn't present either, so it seemed he'd have to wait until returning to Huabei City. Perhaps in due time. Luo Tianxiong mused. You mentioned that crystal core can trigger postnatal awakening, but since it's Lunar New Year we've postponed implementation slightly. The first candidate list is finalized. We're now preparing the cores. Barring unforeseen incidents, roughly 30 new awakened individuals should emerge from this initial cohort. This initiative served not only to refine Lion's elite ranks but also to alleviate the current strain on its population resources. Chen Mo had already explained the side effects of postnatal awakening, but the announcement had just broken, sending shockwaves across the base. Even knowing the odds were low, countless survivors eagerly volunteered, eager to be the first to seize this unprecedented opportunity. That's sufficient. Don't worry about the Nian beast. Continue normal operations, maintain vigilant defenses, hunt for crystals and cultivate awakened individuals. Once we reach critical mass, Lion will be ready to expand outward. Chen Mo added, intending to use this interlude to rest fully, preparing for his imminent second evolution. Hearing such unequivocal reassurance, Luo Tianxiong's face lit up and the last sliver of doubt dissolved from his heart. His sole fear had been the Nian beast's appearance, shattering his life's work in an instant. Recalling this, Luo Tianxiong burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. With Brother Chen saying that, I can rest easy, completely at ease. Within the 6th Military District, a host of high-ranking officials had gathered in the conference room. Lin Anhe had also returned from the central government, bringing back a large contingent of people. A clamor of heated debate filled the air, with factions locked in fierce disagreement. Gao Limao, like an insignificant underling, stood silently beside one of the senior officials, not daring to speak. The atmosphere was solemn and the faces of all present were etched with profound gravity. What the hell are we going to do about that monster outside? Even though it's retreated for now, there's no telling when it might return. A military man with a square, resolute face seated on the other side of Lin Anhe barked out. If it weren't for Old Master Lin and the 5,000 troops specially dispatched from the central government along with a few ability users, our 6th military district would likely have been the first war zone to be annihilated in this apocalypse. What an utter disgrace. The Nian beast's appearance had caught everyone completely off guard, manifesting near Huabei City without warning, perilously close to the 6th war zone. It was a matter of pure chance. The first war zone to be struck by the Nian beast always suffered the most catastrophic losses, while subsequent zones could prepare in advance based on prior intelligence, minimizing their damage. The she beast hadn't even targeted Libin City yet. The ancient martial alliance was thrown into chaos and shattered by the tsunami it triggered. The 6th war zone fared even worse. Ill-prepared, the battle was even more brutal than the one against Chen Mo. The 6th war zone currently housed a total population of 140,000, a meager number. Excluding those mutated into zombies after the apocalypse's onset, the armed forces numbered 80,000. The remaining 60,000 comprised survivors and the relatives of high-ranking officials. Every deployment depleted their resources. The loss of over 4,000 personnel at Chen Mo's hands was a significant blow. Now, with the she-beast's appearance, over 10,000 survivors and 8,000 field operatives had been wiped out in a single morning. Damn it. Among all 12 war zones, our 6th has suffered the heaviest losses since the apocalypse began. Lin Anhe, if you keep this up, well, I'll be finished. A senior official berated him. He cared little for whoever stood behind Lin Anhe, a mere city mayor whose pre-apocalypse authority was inferior to his own. Now because old Master Lin had resurrected his former career, he had returned and leapfrogged to become the top authority of the 6th war zone. The high-ranking officials of the 6th military district had never accepted this parachuted leader. The central government was too far away, its reach too limited to exert control here. That man showed no mercy, growing angrier as he spoke. You said we should capture Chen Mo, fine, we acted. But do you have any idea of his strength? Over 4,000 people. Including Zheng Haifeng, all killed by him. And you? What was your reason? Instead of developing and building a safe zone, you acted solely to avenge your damned son. Those 4,000 could have been on guard duty, maybe reducing our losses. Your son's life matters, but don't the lives of my men matter? Screw you. The man couldn't hold back his curse. The others remained silent. The speaker Guo Xiaoyuan held a lofty position and voiced the sentiments of everyone present. Lin Anhe sat expressionless, his calm face eerily still. He spoke slowly. From today onward I am taking command of the 6th war zone. This is the central government's directive. If anyone else is dissatisfied with me, speak up now. Bang! Guo Xiaoyuan slammed the table and stood up. Bullshit. You're just riding on old Master Lin's coattails. We've been tolerant enough. You don't actually think anyone respects you, do you? Everyone, let's stop holding back. If this continues, the 6th military district will become his Lin family's personal fiefdom. These words stirred restlessness among the crowd. The she-beast's appearance was merely a spark. The deeper issue was resentment toward this parachuted commander. Sensing the unrest, Lin Anhe spoke calmly. Shao Shi. The short-haired, clean-featured young man standing beside Lin Anhe cast a cold glance at Guo Xiaoyuan. Suddenly. Thud. A sharp earthen spike erupted from beneath Guo Xiaoyuan's feet, impaling him on the spot. Blood trickled slowly down the spike. Guo Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. An ability user beside him startled, moved to act. Bang! A massive boulder crushed him into pulp, shaking the entire conference room. Gasps filled the air as everyone's eyes dilated. The man beside Guo Xiaoyuan was a bona fide 4th-tier ability user. The crowd erupted into chaos and uproar. Lin Anhe. Are you insane? Why did you kill Guo Xiaoyuan? Many could no longer sit still and shot to their feet. Thud. Thud. They met the same fate as Guo Xiaoyuan. The entire conference room turned bloody in an instant. The high-ranking officials present were shaken to their core. Gao Limio's legs gave way from terror, nearly wetting himself. Yet now no one dared to rise from their seats again. Trembling uncontrollably, they stared at the young man from the central government beside Lin Anhe as if seeing a ghost. Lin Anhe suddenly broke into a grin, adjusted his scholarly glasses and spoke in a gentle tone. Now. Is there anyone else who's dissatisfied? In this apocalypse, strength was the only rule. I imagine. Many of you have subordinates eager to climb the ranks, don't you? Lin Anhe removed his glasses, pulled a cloth from his pocket and wiped them leisurely, a faint smile playing on his lips. From now on I am the supreme authority of the 6th military district. Who agrees? Who opposes? The crowd remained deathly silent. Turmoil churned in everyone's hearts. No one could have imagined that Lin Anhe would dare in plain sight to kill several high-ranking officials of the 6th military district. Madness. He had absolutely lost his mind. Shrouded in immense fear, no one dared to contradict Lin Anhe any longer. The thick coppery scent of blood hung in the air, mingled with a hint of urine. Everyone kept their heads bowed in silence. Lin Anhe grinned, clapping his hands cheerfully. All right then, it's settled. Now we can continue the meeting. The ability users I brought back from the central government are each worth several ordinary ones. Even if that Nian beast attacks again, it's nothing to fear. But I know what you're afraid of. By the way, wasn't there some rumor circulating about this? I recall it was called Lion, wasn't it? Receiving no response, Lin Anhe frowned and said coldly, speak. At that moment a sheepish voice rang out. Lin. Chief, that was indeed my doing. I was in charge of it. From amid the crowd, Gao Limao spoke hesitantly. His legs trembled uncontrollably and his face was smeared with blood, for he belonged to Guo Xiaoyuan and had stood right beside him. Lin Anhe turned his gaze toward him, a grin spreading across his face as he beheld the cowering Gao Limao. Not bad. What's your name? Gigi Gao Limao. Lin Anhe nodded, a genial smile playing on his lips. One of Guo Xiaoyuan's men, aren't you? Good. Since the military command of several troops under Guo Xiaoyuan has fallen vacant and you are his man, I'll entrust you with handling the matter of that Nian beast. If the survivor faction demands resources in exchange, go and negotiate with them. Once it's done you will replace Guo Xiaoyuan. Sit. Lin Anha said with a faint smile. Boom. At these words Gao Limao felt as though struck by lightning. His corpulent frame quivered and his eyes bulged as he stared in disbelief at the smiling Lin Anha. Had he just been promoted? The happiness came too suddenly. He had leaped to become a high-ranking figure in the 6th War Zone's first echelon. His heart pounded wildly as the young man beside Lin Anha repeated coolly. Chief Lin told you to sit. Gao Limao glanced around. Every seat was occupied and Guo Xiaoyuan beside him was still pinned in place by earthen spikes. His face twitched violently, knowing that refusing to sit would only land him in the same fate. Suppressing his terror, he dragged Guo Xiaoyuan out and laid him gently on the ground nearby. His body was drenched in Guo Xiaoyuan's blood, yet his eyes gleamed with ecstasy as he sat down in the blood-soaked seat, trembling incessantly. Only then did Lin Anha nod in satisfaction. This fellow was good, timid but obedient. He liked such people. Alright, let's continue the meeting. Authority had been established and the carrot had been given. No one had expected that the greatest beneficiary of this meeting would be none other than Guo Xiaoyuan's childhood friend, the timid Gao Limao. The meeting proceeded in an eerie manner. The impaled corpse stood upright in its seat and everyone was drenched in blood, yet they all chose to ignore it. Everyone understood that with Lin An's arrival the 6th military district was truly about to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, at the Lion base on the other side, Luo Tianxiong led Chen Mo to the warehouse where the crystals were stored. What lay within were the final batch of high-quality crystals in the Lion base. He was a shrewd man, naturally aware that his relationship with Chen Mo, though seemingly close, was actually built on mutual benefit. Yet he cared little even if it pained him now. These crystals would purchase a bright future for the Lion base, this he firmly believed. Luo Tianxiong said with a smile, Brother Chen, everyone's been busy with the festivities these past few days, so we haven't gone out hunting for crystals. So the stock here isn't much, but I've managed to procure some more for you. Take a look, there are about 80 3rd-tier crystals here and 180 2nd-tier ones. How many? Chen Mo was stunned for a long moment, incredulous. As Luo Tianxiong opened a sack resembling a rice bag, the dazzling sparkling crystals within shone like a treasure trove. Even he couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. Previously Luo Tianxiong of the Lion base had stored only 27 3rd-tier crystals. Yet before him lay 80 3rd-tier crystals. To think that during this period even the ancient martial alliance's entire stock of 3rd-tier crystals amounted to just over 130. Where on earth did this man get so many? Chen Mo looked at Luo Tianxiong in astonishment. Luo Tianxiong chuckled sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Brother Chen, to be honest, these 3rd-tier crystals were all handed over to us yesterday by a young lady named Lin Yu from the 6th military district. Lin Yu? Chen Mo was taken aback. She came yesterday. It was far too dangerous. Lin Yu's ability was extremely precious. Traveling here during this time she might have encountered the she-beast and never returned. Luo Tianxiong looked at the shocked Chen Mo, his eyes growing increasingly curious. He had no idea of their relationship. The young lady's arrival yesterday had been a grand affair. She was escorted by thousands of soldiers from the 6th military district, accompanied by several formidable ability users. Delivering over 80 3rd-tier crystals in one go, such extravagance nearly made his eyes pop out when he saw it. To think that the entire crystal stock of the Lion base paled in comparison to what a single young lady had given, how shameful. Luo Tianxiong said. Yes. Brother Chen. That young lady said these were from a trade. She had converted all lower quality ones into 3rd-tier crystals, saying you could make use of them. There were plenty more crystals, but due to limited quantities she couldn't exchange for 4th-tier ones. The 6th military district didn't have many 3rd-tier crystals either, so this was all she could manage. She asked me to tell you that this is a New Year's gift for you and to wish you a happy New Year. The young lady was quite pretty, and from the looks of it she seemed to be a student. And then there was Tang Xuanyu. Had bet his life there was something going on. Even he couldn't resist the gossip. Luo Tianxiong leaned in, brimming with curiosity. Brother, I've never seen that woman before, and judging by her entourage she seems to hold a high position in the 6th military district. Some high-ranking official's daughter. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. After a long pause he shook his head with a wry smile. You're overthinking it. Luo Tianxiong didn't understand, but Chen Mo knew full well, those crystals were obtained from trading emerald jade. And from what Lin Yu had indicated, she had already exchanged nearly all the third-tier crystals in the 6th military district. Naturally, the district couldn't trade away all its high-tier crystals, it had to retain at least half in reserve. This was a return of several hundred times the investment. Chen Mo didn't elaborate. Instead, he stepped forward to collect the crystals, speaking slowly. Next time she comes, tell her not to exchange so many. She should be more cautious. Carrying so many third-tier crystals away at once, even if she were a prominent figure in the 6th military district, would inevitably draw unwanted attention. But it was certain that Lin Yue with her divine artificer ability would be granted immense leniency by any faction. After all, this ability was invaluable to any organization. Not only did it provide firepower, but it also made her the object of every ability user's favor. As long as materials were handed to her, she could forge perfect weapons suited for anyone. What a find! Chen Mo murmured involuntarily. I rather like this gift. 80 third-tier crystals were no small sum before the arrival of the second evolution. Who would have thought that the woman he had once saved with a single first-tier crystal, who had been on the brink of death, would now become the darling of the 6th military district? And the greatest beneficiary of it all was none other than himself, the very man the 6th military district loathed the most. 7 days later. In the following period, the she-beast, as it had planned, replaced the Nian beast and began its assaults. This week was destined to be the most brutal time for all of humanity since the apocalypse. Across the world, apocalyptic deities resembling the Nian emerged from ancient history, awakening from their slumber. Terrifying sea beasts continuously rose from the deep, further severing connections between nations. Corpses littered the ground and survivors fled from every region. Even those who had thought themselves secure in their sanctuaries, isolated from the apocalypse, were forced to leave their former shelters. Wherever the she-beast set foot, the remnants of its Qiong were lethal. In merely 8 days since its appearance, it had created 9 empty cities, annihilated over a dozen factions of various sizes, and claimed the lives of more than 10 million living beings, a scene of utter devastation. During these 7 days, the lion sold all information regarding the she-beast to 6 or 7 factions, amassing a vast amount of resources in the process. The crystals harvested numbered in the tens of thousands. A rough count revealed over 10,000 crystals, mostly of the first and second tiers, along with a substantial amount of food and other supplies. Starting with the 6th military district, which suffered the greatest losses, the 11th, 2nd and 7th military districts were successively ravaged by the she-beast. However, with the lesson of the 6th military district and the intelligence provided by the lion, their formidable firepower, though unable to slay the beast, was enough to protect their secure bases from invasion. More and more factions prepared themselves. Most astonishingly, the 11th military district displayed remarkable performance during the defense, severely wounding the she-beast. Though they failed to completely eliminate the she-beast, their reputation soared, attracting many survivors to join and strengthen their ranks. During this time of widespread anxiety, the name Lion caught the attention of many factions. Luo Tianxiong found himself increasingly busy expanding his base and consolidating power amidst the chaos. Because of this news, the remaining factions that had not yet disbanded also prepared for the she-beast's impending assault. The unknown was the greatest source of fear. Once they learned that this apocalyptic deity was the Nian beast, the previous catastrophic scenes would surely not recur. On this day, outside the outskirts of Qiongqi city, a thunderous roar echoed as overwhelming black floodwaters engulfed everything, dissolving ferocious zombies, bones and all, in the tide of calamity. Except for dead cities entirely overrun by zombies with no survivors left, the zombies in cities with major faction strongholds had been cleared to the outskirts. Here in the suburbs of Qiongqi city, the density of zombies was unimaginably high. One massive zombie let out a furious roar. On its neck was a tiny emaciated zombie, the two connected by flesh and blood. The small zombie seemed embedded in the larger charger zombie, constantly baring its teeth with a hideous expression, emitting hoarse grunts. Surprisingly, charger-type zombies were known only for brutal charges and had extremely low intelligence. Yet this one remained motionless amidst a horde, merely issuing warning roars. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he observed. Standing aside with Qiongqi, he allowed Tang Xuanyu to handle the zombies alone for practice. Gazing at the leader-like zombie opposite, he spoke in a deep voice. Be careful. That one is a parasite, if the one on its neck is the true body. It was roughly at the early 4th tier level, likely the local zombie king. As humans advanced, mutants and zombies evolved as well, perhaps even faster. During this time, Chen Mo had been accompanying Tang Xuanyu in training her abilities. Tang Xuanyu at the forefront nodded and cautiously manipulated the Calamity Tide ability. Her beautiful eyes revealed calm composure. Days of practice had accustomed her to this rhythm. With a wave of her hand, she summoned waves to engulf and drown the zombies that lunged at her. But the place Chen Mo had brought her to was perilous. Even ordinary 4th tier ability users dared not tread here. Dozens of zombies before her wailed and melted away. At the howl of the parasite zombie king, more zombies surged from both sides to fill the gaps. Tang Xuanyu lightly tapped the spinning black water vortex beneath her feet. Clusters of water leaped out, forming a ring around her that enclosed her in the center. These black streams became a water wall, dissolving any zombie below the third tier on contact, emitting a continuous eerie white mist. Suddenly, a bloody skeletal hand burst through the water wall. Splashing countless droplets, it was merely inches away from Tang Xuanyu. Tang Xuanya's face turned pale instantly. With a sharp cry, she raised her hand and shot a powerful water column that sent the zombie flying back. Like a high-pressure water jet, the zombie was hurled high into the air. Wave after wave of zombies surged in, rapidly depleting her ability energy. Outnumbered against such a horde, her face grew increasingly pale. "Need help?" Chen Mo's voice came from behind. Tang Xuanyu shook her head and said firmly, "No, let me handle it." She was now a 4th-tier ability user as well. With the aid of the 3rd-tier crystals provided by Chen Mo, she had successfully advanced to the 4th tier, and the Calamity Tide had undergone a qualitative leap. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xuanyu once again activated the Calamity Tide ability. The water beneath her feet began to spin rapidly, continuously gushing forth, forming a black water vortex 4 to 5 meters high. Standing atop this current, she could now see the sheer number of zombies ahead, over 1,000 in total. Black water floated around her, forming arrows that shot down at the zombies one after another. Each arrow struck a zombie's head, melting a bloody hole, and they fell one by one. The parasite zombie king opposite grew even more enraged. Tang Xuanyu closed her eyes and drew from the water vortex a massive pulsating orb that seemed alive. She manipulated her ability to expand it further while the water below rapidly diminished, signaling the limit of her power. The enormous undulating water orb floated forward, slowly moving to the center. She was about to unleash her ultimate move. Suddenly, a loud bang. The water sphere burst apart, scattering into countless dense droplets that fell like rain, descending like the bloom of a splendid firework. A rustling sound spread. This was a large-scale attack. As the raindrops fell upon them, the vast horde of zombies before them melted away in the rain, letting out unceasing mournful roars. Chen Mo and Qiongqi were also sprinkled with raindrops. The water could even corrode the energy of abilities, but for him and Qiongqi the corrosive effect was minimal, unlike the zombies opposite. At that moment, the parasite zombie king could no longer sit still. The small zombie parasitic on its body let out a continuous gurgling sound from its throat. The charger beat its chest, then drove its hand directly into the ground. The earth split apart, and amid the dust it lifted a massive clod of soil and hurled it from afar toward Tang Xuanyu, who was atop the water tornado. With a roar, Tang Xuanyu narrowed her beautiful eyes. She raised her hand to release a calamity tide to shatter the clod, but found nothing. Her power was empty. Her delicate body trembled. The massive expenditure of her ability without replenishment had drained her inner strength completely. She could no longer even maintain the water vortex below, and she began to fall. "You were too impatient." Chen Mo suddenly appeared beside her, catching her in his arms. With a wave of his hand, a metal blade shot forth toward the parasitic zombie attached to the charger's shoulder. The parasitic zombie let out a loud cry. Understanding, the charger raised its thick hand to shield it behind. With a squelch, the metal blade pierced through flesh, embedding firmly into the charger's massive palm, eliciting a pained howl. Flesh was pierced, and the metal blade was firmly embedded in the center of its giant palm. The charger let out a painful howl. With a roar, Qiongqi charged in from behind like a brutal war chariot. Tang Xuanyu slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, and when she saw Chen Mo, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Her face flushed and she spoke with self-reproach. "Sorry." Chen Mo smiled indifferently. "It's fine. You've only just reached the 4th rank ability user stage. Next time, pay more attention to your remaining ability. Didn't I give you several recovery potions? Drink one when you feel unwell." Her ability had just undergone a qualitative change, and this was Xuanya's first time using such a large-scale power after reaching the 4th rank, so it was inevitable she would be somewhat unaccustomed. Tang Xuanyu nodded obediently, her face reddening as she bit her lip and looked at him softly. Could you put me down first?" Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then realized how ambiguous their current position was. Tang Xuanyu was pressed close against him, and even through his pants his right hand occasionally felt a soft warmth. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but blush, quickly putting her down. He coughed a few times to feign composure. Counting his past life, he was a true nearly 40-year-old youthful lad. Tang Xuanyu also stood silently aside, her face flushed, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, but the zombies paid no heed to the occasion. The zombies ahead launched another attack. Chen Mo's face turned cold. He charged into the zombie horde wielding the Taya blade like a tiger among sheep, relying solely on his 5th rank ability user physique to reap the zombies. With a squelch, a crimson arc slashed through, cleaving 3 or 4 zombies in half. The Taya little ghost also swung its blade from 3 other directions, and the color of the Taya blade grew even more vivid and eerie, a blood-red hue. Chen Mo moved swiftly, using the power of the Taya blade to instantly flash behind a charging zombie. Without even turning his head, he thrust the blade into the back of its skull. With a clang, it struck the center of its forehead. The blade made intimate contact with the zombie's crystal core, shattering it completely. Meanwhile, up ahead, Qiongqi was locked in battle with the 4th rank zombie king. Qiongqi's physical form was formidable, and ordinary zombies were no match for it. The charger was thick-skinned and tough, and with the control of the parasitic small zombie, it was exceptionally troublesome, unlike ordinary zombies. With a bang, after killing about 100 zombies, Chen Mo felt it was still too slow and drove the Taya blade into the ground. With a cold snort, he activated his Dominion ability. A humming sound arose. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble, transforming into a silvery liquid as the range of his Dominion ability expanded. Countless metal blades floated up. With a gentle wave of his right hand, they shot out fiercely like a volley of 10,000 arrows, each blade unyielding and razor-sharp. Blood splattered continuously. Under the control of his Dominion ability, the speed was so fast it was invisible to the naked eye, as if an invisible scythe swept through, reaping the lives of hundreds of zombies in this area. The Taya little ghost also flew toward the zombie king, which was locked in fierce combat with Qiongqi. It landed directly on the zombie king's shoulder and activated the power of Taya. With a swoosh, Chen Mo vanished from his original spot, instantly replacing the position of the Taya little ghost. His eyes were cold and ruthless. Clinging to the zombie king's shoulder, he drew the Taya blade and slashed at the parasitic zombie on its body. This was a special zombie. Only by killing the parasitic host on its body could it be completely destroyed. Qiongqi was unaware of this, so all the damage it had inflicted before was far from lethal. The small parasitic zombie on the charger's body widened its pitch-black pupils in shock, revealing a highly human-like expression as it let out a series of loud cries. Suddenly, just as the Taya blade was about to strike, a ghostly white figure dashed forward from behind at incredible speed, its form impossible to discern. The white figure leaped high, a full 6 or 7 meters into the air, arcing toward the zombie king. A massive bone shield materialized in front of the parasitic zombie. With a clang, the Taya blade struck the bone shield squarely. A violent numbness shot through his hand, and Chen Mo's expression shifted as he immediately looked over. When he saw the newcomer, his pupils contracted sharply. It was the female zombie king of Qiongqi City, the one who had fought the Shoshi god that day. Her right arm had expanded sideways to form the bone shield. Bone knots adorned her hair strands. The half of her face that remained intact revealed her to be a young woman with deep black pupils devoid of whites, while the other half was hideous, exposing flesh, blood and bone. Chen Mo's heart pounded. Compared to before, this female zombie king seemed cleaner, with more hair and no longer covered in sticky fluids. Besides her face, her body was also more intact, with fine bone spurs growing on her legs and the backs of her arms. Her skin was a pallid, bloodless white. She had evolved, giving birth to new flesh. But what struck Chen Mo as most unreal was, at such close quarters, why did this zombie's appearance seem so familiar? He saw panic and bewilderment on the half of the female zombie king's face. "You? Who are you?" In just that single breath, the female corpse king let out a piercing shriek, the sound waves erupting and stirring up a massive air current that blasted Chen Mo and Qiongqi apart. Chen Mo's expression turned icy in an instant. With a raise of his hand, a metal blade shot forth, hurtling straight toward the female zombie. Seeing this, the female zombie swung her bony spiked arm. With a clang, she shattered the metal blade. Just then a frantic shout came from behind. Chen Go. Bad news. The black fog you mentioned heralding the arrival of the Nian beast has appeared around Qiongqi City. Brother Luo has already led all members of the lion base there. What? Chen Mo's heart jolted. He immediately turned around to look. In the distance, Wang Yurue was rushing toward him. Behind him, tentacles like an octopus limbs bound Chao Fengyuan, dangling him in midair and swaying him left and right, a most peculiar sight. Chao Fengyuan was dizzy and disoriented. When he saw the colossal parasitic corpse king, his face turned pale. But clearly he hadn't forgotten the urgent matter, and he shouted with great anxiety. "Chen Ge, how did you end up in this godforsaken place? I've been looking everywhere for you. That Nian beast is about to descend on Qiongqi City. The boss asked me to fetch you." Chen Mo's eyes flickered. 7 days had passed, indeed it was about time. The she-beast had ravaged so many cities, greatly reducing the population. But this time the lion had sold information about the Nian beast, allowing many factions to prepare early. Thus the population loss wasn't as horrifying as in his past life. Still, it wasn't enough. Behind him Qiongqi roared. When Chen Mo looked back again, the surrounding zombies had fled with the parasitic entity and the female corpse king. Qiongqi let out another furious roar, wanting to give chase. Chen Mo frowned and said, "Qiongqi, come back." That female corpse king had actually been able to withstand his metal blade. If his senses were correct, she had already reached the 5th rank. He remembered that when he last saw her she was only at the 4th rank. Her rate of advancement was not slow. Taya Xiaogue leaped out. With a swoosh, Chen Mo flashed to Tang Xuanya's side, flicked the blood off the Taya blade and severed the Taya force. Holy crap! Chao Fangyuan's eyes widened. Teleportation. Tang Xuanyu asked beside him, "What's wrong?" Just as Chao Fangyuan was about to speak, a wave of nausea hit him. His stomach churned and he couldn't stop himself from retching. He quickly turned to Wang Yurui and said, "Xiao Wang, quick! Put me down." Ugh! Having been jostled all the way by Wang Yurui's octopus-like ability, how could an ordinary person like him endure it? The tentacles released and Chao Fangyuan collapsed limply to the ground. After a long moment of recovery, he looked up at Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu and said, "Chen Gu, early this morning the border guard spotted the black fog you mentioned. Brother Luo said you were going to deal with that Nian beast, so he told me to fetch you." A flicker of surprise appeared in Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes. "It's already reaching Qiongqi City so soon. Didn't they say it had gone to the 4th military district?" 7 days, given the population of Qiongqi City, it's about right, Chen Mo said calmly. The Nian beast would appear where food was most abundant, then gradually spread to other areas. Of course this was random and he assumed the she-beast was the same. Chen Mo nodded. Without hesitation he helped Tang Xuanyu onto Qiongqi and said in a low voice, "Take me there." Wang Yurui nodded, manipulating the tentacles behind him. Wait. Chao Fangyuan's face turned pale. "Let me catch my breath first, just a little more. Time is tight." "You can throw up on the way," Wang Yurui said flatly, then without further ado bound Chao Fangyuan up again. Chao Fangyuan's face was ashen. As he vomited he said, slow down. Ugh. Following behind Wang Yurui, Chen Mo's mind drifted back to the female zombie he had seen earlier. It wasn't strange for zombies to develop intelligence after advancing to a certain level, but why did that female zombie seem so familiar? After pondering for a while, Chen Mo shook his head and let the thought go. Forget it. At the border of Qiongqi City, a black mist about half a zhang in height swirled around, forming something like a line of defense. Aside from its eerie appearance, the black mist held no other peculiarities. At that moment thousands of lion members were patrolling the area in an orderly fashion. The lions' population was small. Though they had detected the black mist, their firepower was insufficient to deploy forces across all areas. "Brother Meng, how's Chi-Chi doing? Are you still looking after her?" "Haha, no way. Now that Chen Gu is back, the little girl doesn't even remember me." "Hey, don't say that. At least you're the one taking care of Chi-Chi. You've got to get on Chen Guest's good side, huh?" Just then a lion member squinted, noticing a large group of figures in the distance, about 100 people. Frowning, he shouted, "Wait, everyone, look. There seem to be people coming over there. Probably a small group of survivors. I'll go inform the boss." One of them spoke. But soon the one who had spoken earlier changed expression drastically, shouting in horror, "Quick! Everyone come here! Come here!" That's. Behind the fleeing 100 or so people, a dense, countless horde of zombies followed. It was like a zombie army launching an attack. The leader of the fleeing survivors wore a panicked expression, but upon seeing the lion members in the distance his face lit up with joy and he shouted, "Quick! Everyone hurry over there! That's the lion! If we can reach them, we'll be saved." This cry only fueled the survivors' will to live. Gritting their teeth they charged forward, even if it meant running their legs off. They were a survivor group from a neighboring county of Qiongqi City. Seeing the black fog spreading over the city's edge, they had panicked and wanted to take refuge at the lion base. They had decided to travel together, but they hadn't expected so many zombies to be roaming near Qiongqi City. The lion had driven almost all the zombies out of the city. The lion patrol squad was shocked. They hadn't anticipated that this group of 100 people would attract tens of thousands of zombies. With only about 80 patrol members stationed there, they all raised their rifles, aiming at the approaching survivors. "Stop right there. Damn it. Are you trying to get us all killed? The lion members were scattered patrolling in groups. If so many zombies broke through the lion's border defenses, it would be a devastating blow to the lion. They'd probably all be dead before the Nian beast even arrived. God damn it, these bastards come seeking shelter and bring such a gift. Shit. Chen Bin, go inform the boss. Lu Meng roared angrily, then turned and shouted directly. Stop these bastards, make them run somewhere else. A group of men aimed their guns at the hundreds of survivors rushing toward them. From behind, the shrill screams of those left behind echoed occasionally. The group's faces turned pale with fury as they cursed. They don't want us to pass. We're from Qiongqi too, are they trying to kill us? Charge through. If we die together. Stay there and the Nian beast will eat us, come here and the zombies will get us. After barely making it here, I'd rather die than go back. Seeing the survivors still charging desperately with a horde of zombies behind them, Lu Meng's fury ignited. Open fire. Anyone who dares take another step forward, shoot them down. He couldn't even imagine the scene of tens of thousands of zombies flooding into Qiongqi city all at once. Bang. Bang. Seeing the survivors unmoved, the members of Qiongqi, a ruthless bunch, opened fire without hesitation. Among the 100-odd people on the other side, a sharp-faced youth with dyed white hair changed expression, spat and cursed, "These bastards, they're shooting at their own countrymen." With a hum of his ability, the bullets melted in an instant. The Qiongqi members across from them widened their eyes in shock. They have ability users over there. Charge. If Qiongqi won't let us live, we won't let them off easy. The leading survivor, a scar-faced man, shouted and signaled the ability users at the front to clear the way with their powers. Bang, 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 the relentless gunfire echoed as the ferocious 100-strong survivors burst through the black mist and charged straight into Qiongqi's formation. Their faces twisted with rage. The scar-faced man pinned down one of Qiongqi's members and roared, "You son of a bitch. Why did you attack us? Are all of Qiongqi a bunch of cowards? Speak." Bang. A punch landed. Lu Meng's face turned ashen as he aimed his gun at the man. "What are you doing? Let him go." With a creak, the sharp-faced youth beside the burly man sneered and used his ability to twist the gun barrels away from the big man. This. The group was stunned. Isn't this Brother Chen's ability? The survivors of Ehuang gang looked furious. Damn it, you're all trying to get us killed. Boss, since Ehuang is destroyed and Qiongqi wants us dead, we won't let them off easy. On this journey, Ehuang gang had suffered heavy losses, from over 1,000 people to just over 100 now. Behind them, the countless dense horde of zombies was about to descend. If they lured them into Qiongqi city, Qiongqi would suffer too. Right. If it weren't for A's would have died under their bullets. Boss, screw them. The survivors behind them all hardened, shouted loudly. I say, boss, I heard Qiongqi's base is rich in resources. Just kill Luo Tianxiong and take over, our Ehuang gang can be restored and even stronger. Fan Ehuang looked at the Qiongqi member pinned beneath him, his eyes flickering with obvious temptation. Right. Why couldn't he take over Qiongqi? Well, talk later, the zombies are coming, let's pull back first. A's put something on these guys, haha, let them taste being chased by zombies too. Fan Ehuang laughed viciously. Got it, bro. Fan Zhe grinned, manipulating his ability to condense metal into heavy liquid that stuck to their ankles. Though they could move, they were barely able to take a step. Some tried to resist but were effortlessly killed. He was a third-tier ability user with an A-grade metal ability able to control any metal in the vicinity. But he couldn't achieve the environment-independent fine control of a dominant ability, otherwise it would have been metal chains on their feet. Bastard, I'll kill you. Lu Meng, enraged by the deaths of his teammates, drew a military knife and lunged. Slap. The knife in his hand exploded into flower-shaped liquid metal. Fan Zhe stepped forward if the military knife had somehow appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it heavily into Lu Meng's abdomen. Tuh. Lu Meng shuddered. Lu Meng. The Qiongqi member's eyes burned with fury. Fan Zhe sneered, leaning close to his ear and whispering. I heard there's someone in Qiongqi who's good with metal too. I wonder who's better. Tuh. The knife was yanked out, spraying blood, and Fan Zhe callously threw it to the ground. He laughed arrogantly and strode forward. Haha. Stay here and wait to die slowly. Oh, you can still run. If you can still walk. Sometimes more than killing someone, the thrill lies in watching them die bit by bit. Good job, Xiao Zhe. Fan Ehuang laughed in satisfaction. Let's go. Ignoring the curses of the Qiongqi members, he led the group away. This time Haiyuan survivors were elites including Fan Haiyuan and his brother Fan Zhe, a 4th tier and a 3rd tier ability user respectively. A small squad from Qiongqi was no match for them. The Qiongqi members present were filled with murderous intent, but the metal shackles on their feet made even moving a meter exhausting as they struggled to remove the heavy blocks from their ankles. Soon after Haiyuan left Roar, the massive horde of zombies broke through the black mist and surged forward. The Qiongqi group's eyes widened in hatred and despair. No. One by one they were devoured by the zombie horde. Meanwhile Chen Mo and his team returned from the rear. Seeing the dense massive zombie swarm not far away, Wang Yurui's pupils contracted. This. The dazed Chao Fengyuan snapped awake instantly. Zombies? Why are there so many zombies here? Is that she-beast here? I'll go first. Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu rode the Qiongqi soaring into the air above the zombie horde. Noticing a few Qiongqi members crawling desperately on the ground trying to escape, Chen Mo frowned. Their feet. What happened? Thud. He activated his dominant ability. Just as the last few dozen Qiongqi members were about to be devoured, a metal wall rose before them. Rumble. The metal wall surged high, spreading sideways to block the tens of thousands of zombies from entering Tianhai City. The despairing group looked up in disbelief, spotting the fierce Qiongqi in the sky, and their faces lit up with joy. Brother Chen. It's Brother Chen. We're saved. Tang Xuanyu furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. What is going on here? Let's not worry about them, deal with these zombies first. Chen Mo looked down and realized that this was a small-scale zombie tide. The fact that so many zombies had gathered must indicate the presence of a zombie king. His gaze quickly swept across the dense mass of corpses, and he soon spotted a particularly unusual figure amidst the throng. It was a 4th-order zombie king protected in the center by a group of zombies. It appeared sparse and ordinary at first glance, but from the heights one could clearly observe that the surrounding horde was forming streams, deliberately avoiding the position of the zombie king. Fortunately it was not hard to find, Chen Mo said in a deep voice. Xuanyu, handle the surrounding zombies, I will deal with that zombie king. Without giving Tang Xuanyu any time to react, he leaped down directly. Tang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Chen Mo to descend so quickly. The Qiongqi beneath him also flew downwards. She hurriedly activated her abilities, unleashing a torrent of disaster that poured down like rain, accompanied by the anguished howls of the zombies below. Meanwhile Wang Yuru also joined the battlefield. One tentacle held Chao Fengyuan while 7 other tentacles flailed about, wildly striking with immense force, each blow unleashing astonishing power. Boom! Boom! Beneath the relentless and agile tentacles there were virtually no weaknesses, and no zombies could approach him. The fact that Luo Tianxiong focused on cultivating this ability user, who was also on Chen Mo's list, indicated that he was no ordinary person possessing exceedingly formidable strength. Chao Fengyuan gulped at the terrifying scene. Little Wang, you were this powerful all along. He had always thought that Little Wang's hefty tentacles were good for frying. Chen Mo, wielding the Taya blade, jumped forcefully to the ground with the blade embedding into the soil. The massive airflow generated from his descent sent the surrounding zombies flying. Bang! Ow! A sea of zombies rushed in, dense as locusts, filling the air with a foul stench and endless roars. The zombies that had been expelled from Tianhai City had undergone drastic changes, with a significant number being 2nd order. Such a terrifying quantity was enough to obliterate any medium-sized power. The power of Dominion unfolded, and dazzling silver rays flickered around Chen Mo, creating sharp silver blades that swept through the air in all directions. Poochie poochie. The silver blades pierced through their bodies, blood splattering, weaving a scene of slaughter that was almost like a performance. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on the opposing zombie king, which seemed to sense an immense threat, continuously howling and summoning zombies to surround itself. The tide of zombies halted slightly and began to claw their way toward Chen Mo. Whoosh! At that moment a thick water column erupted from the sky. The torrent of disaster swept through numerous zombies, forming a massive whirlpool that trapped Chen Mo and the zombie king within. Roar! Faced with Chen Mo's relentless approach, the zombie king took a step back in fear, continuously emitting a growl of warning. Its kind endowed it with high intelligence, but despite being a 4th-order zombie king, its strength was in fact quite weak, with the ability to merely dominate the horde. As silver blades continuously sliced through the zombies charging toward him, Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he contemplated recalling the previous female zombie king and the parasitic zombie king. Not investigating further, he had not realized that during these few days in the outskirts of Tianhai City he had suddenly noticed a rather peculiar phenomenon. That was the zombies that had disappeared from Tianhai City seemed to have spontaneously left the city in an orderly manner, forming significant energy sources outside. Low-level zombies lack intelligence, but as their life levels continue to rise they could become an alternative form of life with intelligence that may rival that of humans. After all, they were originally derived from humans, and according to the bestiar theory they were the products of evolution that had failed and taken another direction. The Taya ghost emerged invisibly. Chen Mo silently estimated the distance. 30 meters. 25 meters. As he saw the surrounding zombies unable to obstruct him, the zombie king roared and immediately turned to flee. However, the surroundings were enveloped by the torrent of disaster, with countless zombies continuously being washed away in the whirlpool. Roar. When the distance narrowed to 10 meters, Chen Mo suddenly vanished without a trace. The zombie king was taken aback. Goodbye, came Chen Mo's calm voice from behind. He had switched places with the Taya ghost and appeared behind the zombie king at an unknown moment. Swish, the crimson light swept past. The Taya blade directly severed the zombie king's head, which rolled on the ground. Roar. The surrounding zombies instantly fell into a frenzy, creating chaos. The silver blades condensed furiously and a furious roar echoed from Qiongqi in the sky. The zombie horde, like a tide, seemed to sense immense danger and scattered in all directions. Having lost their leader, the unique roar of Qiongqi as a dominant species similarly possessed considerable deterrent power over them. Ding! The last few zombies imprisoned within the torrent of disaster were eliminated. The torrent dissipated and Qiongqi descended with Tang Xuanyu. The outside world bore the marks of a flood's devastation as hundreds of thousands of zombie corpses began to melt beneath the torrent of disaster. Shimmering crystal cores on the ground emitted colorful lights densely packed like stars. Tang Xuanyu immediately dismounted from Qiongqi and rushed to Chen Mo's side, filled with concern. Chen Mo. Are you alright? Chen Mo shook his head and Wang Yuru also came over, glancing at the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Chen Mo simply instructed, Chao Fangyuan, gather these crystal cores. I will go see what happened to them. He and Tang Xuanyu went directly to the side of those surviving lions. Upon seeing Chen Mo, their faces revealed a sense of relief after the disaster mixed with sorrow as they spoke. Brother Chen. We lost over 60 people. Tang Xuanyu hurriedly stepped forward to check, exclaiming, the iron blocks attached to your feet. What is this? She looked up at Chen Mo. In her impression, only Chen Mo could manipulate metal. Chen Mo frowned at the sight and with a thought directly dissolved the heavy iron blocks. There had been a presence with elemental abilities capable of manipulating metal. What exactly happened? It's the Ehuang gang. A force from near our Tianhai city has arrived. They not only brought this massive tide of corpses, but one of them a guy who can manipulate metal just like you. Brother Chen deliberately trapped us here. Lu Meng was killed by them too, as someone said mournfully. How could it be Brother Lu? Tang Xuanya's delicate frame trembled as she felt a wave of dizziness. She still remembered that burly man with a perpetual smile and a stubbly face who had arranged her accommodation during her first days at Qiongqi. He had a good relationship with Qiqi, so she had always held a favorable impression of him. Now hearing the news of his sudden death, it all felt so surreal. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu turned to look at Chen Mo. She noticed that Chen Mo's expression was frighteningly dark. Lu Meng He. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Brother Chen, I heard those bastards say they want to replace Qiongqi and make a move on Boss Luo. Don't worry about us, go help Boss Luo. Got it. Chen Mo's voice was eerily calm as he vanished from the spot. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu called out. Meanwhile, Chao Fangyuan and Wang Yurue had finished collecting the crystal cores. 8 hands certainly made things convenient. The two hurried over. Seeing so few people left, Chao Fangyuan was thunderstruck and said in disbelief. What happened here? Was it that Nian beast? At that moment, within another border area. Boom. Over 1,000 members of Qiongqi stared warily at the few hundred opponents opposite them, gunfire ceaselessly erupting. Luo Tianxiang's face was twisted with rage as he bellowed. Kill them all. Anyone who holds back, I'll execute them myself. This time he was truly enraged. Those bastards from the Ehuang gang dared to attack one of his Qiongqi squads. The formidable ability users within Qiongqi made their moves one after another. The already outnumbered Ehuang gang was driven into a corner. Damn it, brother. Qiongqi has too many people. We can't take them with our numbers. Should we retreat? Fan Zhe had lost his earlier nonchalance. He erected a massive metal shield to defend himself. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed from the other side. He could control metal, but he couldn't suppress such overwhelming firepower. Members of the Ehuang gang were constantly being shot to death under the dense barrage, their bodies riddled with holes. Seeing his brothers dwindling around him with tenacious Qiongqi ability users pressing from the side, Fan Haiyuan's face was grim. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, he had underestimated Qiongqi's strength. Where the hell did Luo Tianxiong get so many powerful ability users? Even he, a 4th-tier ability user, and his brother Fan Zhe couldn't withstand this. At this rate, forget about replacing him, surviving was questionable. Fan Haiyuan's eyes flickered and he immediately shouted. Luo Tianxiong. I'm telling you, a tide of tens of thousands of zombies is coming. If you don't deal with it, your other Qiongqi squads will be wiped out. If you insist on a fight to the death with me now, you'll regret it. Bullshit. Jiang Dong spat from across the way. Brother Luo, don't believe him. This bastard killed our people and brazenly invaded our territory. If we don't finish him today, I'll never forgive myself. Luo Tianxiong stared coldly at the struggling survivors of the Ehuang gang and said in a chilling voice. Fan Haiyuan, do you think Qiongqi is afraid of a mere few thousand zombies? Today, if I don't kill you, I'll have failed my fallen brothers. His voice thundered with absolute finality. Brother Chen hadn't deceived him. The first batch of post-awakening ability user tests had concluded. Nearly all of the 1,000 participants were lost, but it had also produced 14 ability users. This post-awakening initiative was set to target over half of Qiongqi's survivors. The creation of these ability users gave him immense confidence. Besides, Qiongqi wasn't some pushover that anyone could provoke. Fan Haiyuan's face changed color drastically and his gaze turned ferocious as he said. Luo Tianxiong. Do you have to be so ruthless? Every man in the Ehuang gang is elite and we have no shortage of ability users. If we join Qiongqi, your strength will only grow. Luo Tianxiong's eyes were ice cold as he said, leave none alive. Seeing his resolve, Fan Haiyuan's pupils contracted sharply and he roared in fury. Arg. Luo Tianxiong, just you wait. I swear I'll destroy Qiongqi. As they were pulling out. He took a deep breath, gathering a mass of air. His cheeks puffed out like a frog's. Whoosh. Instantly a powerful current swept across the entire field, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and even blowing the bullets off course. A fierce gale raged and the sand made it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open. Rank ability Dust Storm. As a 4th-tier ability user who had crossed the threshold, his power was naturally formidable. Brothers of the Ehuang gang, let's go. Fan Haiyuan bellowed, using the dust storm to hold off Qiongqi's forces as he rallied the last 40-plus survivors to flee. Stop them. Luo Tianxiong's furious shout came from within the dust. A glint of cold light flashed through the haze. A razor-sharp arrow shot forth, piercing through Fan Haiyuan's arm. Tu. Fan Haiyuan cried out in agony, fleeing in even greater terror. The dust storm lingered for a long while before dissipating. Fan Haiyuan and his group were long gone. Boss, they got away. Jiang Dong said indignantly. Luo Tianxiong's gaze was filled with ruthless venom. He looked toward the border where the black mist was growing denser. Earlier it had only been half a zhang high, but now it had reached the height of a man of 1.8 meters. It's almost here. Luo Tianxiong couldn't help but recall Chen Mo's words. In this critical time, with this new group causing trouble, he had to leave someone behind to guard against the Nian beast's approach. Luo Tianxiong said. Dongzi, you stay here. Fang Yu, Li Guahao, you two come with me. Both were formidable 3rd-tier ability users, second only to Wang Yurue. Fang Yu was on the list wielding the Brank ability Falcon Arrow. It was he who had fired that arrow. Fan Haiyuan led his remaining men in flight for an unknown distance before finally slowing down, panting heavily. The survivors of the Ehuang gang were ashen-faced, their earlier boasts of replacing Qiongqi utterly deflated. The main force led by Luo Tianxiong had dealt them a devastating blow. Too strong. The atmosphere was heavy, but no one dared to criticize Fan Haiyuan as they had all been complicit. The arrogant Fan Zhe couldn't stand the humiliation and kicked a rock, shattering it. Boom. Damn it. Weren't we told that the Qiongqi were all a bunch of cowards? Where did they get so many superpowered individuals? It's been so long since Haiyuan had just over a dozen, yet the Qiongqi side actually has more than 30. Little did they know, due to the Nian beast, Luo Tianxiong had split the Qiongqi members into patrols, leaving even more superpowered individuals absent from that location. Fan Zhe, unwilling to accept defeat, spoke with fierce eyes. Why must those superpowered individuals all be willing to pledge allegiance to Luo Tianxiong? Enough, Zhe. At this moment, Fan Haiyuan, who was sitting to the side, spoke with a somewhat pale complexion. Rest a while, then leave Tianhai City. We underestimated the strength of the Qiongqi. What we saw earlier was probably just a squad, not their main force. He had been careless. Fan Haiyuan looked at the arrow piercing his arm, an arrow condensed from superpower that vanished after leaving a certain range, revealing a bloody flesh-piercing hole. Fan Haiyuan was drenched in sweat from the pain gritting his teeth. Even he couldn't help but secretly marvel at the rapid development of the Qiongqi. "Zhe, stop the bleeding quickly," he said. Fan Zhe, seeing this, stepped forward and directly manipulated molten iron to cover Fan Haiyuan's wound, barely managing to stop the bleeding. However, he was merely a third-order superpowered individual lacking the precision in manipulation. The weight of the solidified iron also imposed a considerable burden on Fan Haiyuan. "Brother, what do we do now? If we can just capture that Luo Tianxiong, the others won't dare to lay a hand on us." Even now he still refused to give up. Fan Haiyuan took a deep breath, his face as dark as water, and spoke. "Where's the opportunity? Tell me." Fan Zhe was momentarily speechless. Fan Haiyuan slowly stood up, feeling the heavy weight on his right arm, and looked at the members of the Haiyuan gang. "Let's go quickly. The Qiongqi might catch up soon." Just then. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Someone. The faces of everyone present changed dramatically. Like startled birds, they followed the sound with their gaze. Even Fan Haiyuan couldn't help but change his expression, fearing it was someone from the Qiongqi. A young man holding a long sword walked slowly forward. When he saw it was just one person and a youth, at that he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, yet remained vigilant. "Who are you?" Fan Zhe, his eyes hostile and his heart already burning with anger, strode forward and looked down at the newcomer, shouting. "I'm asking you, are you from the Qiongqi?" If he could encounter a Qiongqi squad now, it would be perfect. He could kill them to vent his anger and incidentally annoy that Luo Tianxiong. Fan Haiyuan did not stop him either. Anyone who appeared here, even if not from the Qiongqi, could not be left alive because they now knew their location. "Zhe, finish him quickly. We need to go." He stood up to organize the group for another escape. Fan Zhe sneered. "Brother, you go first. I'll catch up later." Fan Haiyuan knew his younger brother's temperament well and nodded. "Don't take too long." "Got it, brother," Fan Zhe said nonchalantly. But just as Fan Haiyuan and the others were about to leave, suddenly, rumble rumble, massive metal barriers rose, blocking their path. Fan Haiyuan was startled, thinking it was his brother Fan Zhe who had done this on purpose. He immediately turned his head and shouted angrily, "Zhe! What are you doing?" At that moment Fan Zhe looked utterly bewildered. "What? I didn't do anything." Just then Chen Mo's voice came through faintly. "I heard someone was looking for me." Fan Zhe glanced at the metal barrier, then at Chen Mo before him, and as if realizing something, he exclaimed loudly, "You're that superpowered individual from the Qiongqi who can control metal." Upon knowing that the person before him was a member of the Qiongqi, his face became even more excited and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. I heard you're quite formidable. What a coincidence. My superpower also happens to control metal." Fan Zhe let out a wild, arrogant laugh, directly raising his hand toward the towering metal wall. He tried to activate his superpower to melt it. After a long while the metal wall remained as immovable as a great mountain, showing no response. Fan Zhe was stunned. Then frowning, he looked at his right hand with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Had he run out of energy? Refusing to believe it, he took a crystal core from his pocket, absorbed it to restore his superpower, and once again aimed at the metal barrier. Still it stood unmoving like a mountain. Chen Mo let out a cold sneer. The dominant superpower was the progenitor of all elemental superpowers. One could say that all elemental superpowers were derivative branches of the dominant superpower. The metal he had refined and controlled in terms of both density and quality was far beyond what an ordinary metal superpower could compare to. And he wanted to take control of my metal. Zhe! What are you doing? Hurry up and get rid of him. Fan Haiyuan's anxious voice came from not far away. The more he delayed, the more he feared that Luo Tianxiong and his men would arrive. Fan Zhe furrowed his brow. Could it be that similar superpowers couldn't interfere with each other? He could only attribute it to that. Chen Mo stared at the sharp-faced white-haired youth before him and said calmly, "Was it you who killed Lu Meng?" Fan Zhe was taken aback, then as if remembering something he sneered indifferently. "Oh. You mean that guy with the knife? He wasn't killed by me, he was killed by his own knife, ha ha ha. I like to be unique, just like the color of my hair. Similarly, there should only be one person who can control metal, and that's enough." Fan Zhe looked at Chen Mo with malicious eyes. You know what I mean. Chen Mo nodded, holding the Taotie sword as he stepped forward. Fan Ze's eyes grew even more disdainful and he stood there without moving. Using a metal sword to try and kill me who can control metal. What do you also want to feel what it's like to be pierced by your own sword? Chen Mo ignored Fan Ze's mockery. Instead he slowly raised his sword and slashed directly at Fan Ze. Fan Ze sneered that the previous incident might have been an accident but not this time. He fixed his gaze on the Taotie sword and shouted loudly, activating his superpower in an attempt to melt it. Ridiculous. But the Taotie sword showed absolutely no change. He tried again. Once, twice. Boom. Fan Ze felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Under Chen Mo's deliberate control the Taotie sword descended very slowly. The Taotie sword grew larger and larger in his pupils. Fan Ze's face instantly turned deathly pale, filled with disbelief, and his lips trembled as he muttered, "No. Impossible. Why? Why couldn't his superpower control this sword?" The Taotie sword was so sharp it could cut through iron like mud and it made not a single sound. Plop. An arm was severed cleanly. Swoosh, blood gushed from the empty right arm like a fountain, a torrent of blood spraying out. The sharpness of the Taotie sword was such that even the transmission of pain seemed delayed by 2 or 3 seconds before it arrived. No. No. Fan Ze's face was filled with terror and horror and he stumbled backward a few steps. The intense pain like a long-suppressed dam bursting poured out. Then a most miserable piercing scream echoed through the sky. The Taotie blade was exchanged from a mysterious merchant crafted from materials that were exceptionally unique, not even controllable by one's own powers, let alone by a mere metal elemental ability user. My hand. My hand. Fan Ze rolled in agony on the ground, drenched in sweat, his face twisted in pain. Brother, kill him, help me kill him. His cries of excruciating pain naturally attracted the attention of the group from the Ehuang gang not far away. Fan Ehuang's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing that his brother's right arm had been brutally severed by this person, instantly engulfed in furious wrath. He immediately summoned a whirlwind of sand to isolate their positions, leading a large group of people charging forward. Fan Ehuang rushed to pick up the bleeding Fan Ze, his expression filled with extreme anger. He and Fan Ze had lost their parents at a young age, relying on relatives in the village to grow up. With only one brother, how could he not be furious upon seeing his brother's arm severed? Fan Ze's face was deathly pale, crying out in pain within Fan Ehuang's embrace. Brother. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. He kept screaming for help. Bastard. Kill him for me. Fan Ehuang, seeing this, was heartbroken and roared in rage, his pupils turning crimson with madness. Everyone attack. Kill this bastard. At that moment he didn't care whether Luo Tianxiong and his group would catch up, he only wanted to avenge his brother by killing that guy. A group of members from the Ehuang gang charged fiercely into the swirling sand. Take him down. Suddenly. Puff. Puff. From the swirling dust, silver blades suddenly shot out, piercing through the storm as if they had a patrolling function, striking directly into the foreheads of those from the Ehuang gang. The few people in the front shook, a warm damp flow falling from above. This is blood. Whose? Bang. There was no time for a reaction. One by one the members of the Ehuang gang collapsed. 1, 2, 10. The chilling gleam continued to burst forth from the dust. Dead, dead. Someone murmured in horror. The remaining ones were already terrified, turning to flee, but under the control of the master ability even the ability users were treated equally. As if with consciousness, the silver blades directly avoided Fan Ehuang's position, continuously claiming the lives of those fleeing beside him. No, don't escape. Fan Ehuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the members of his Ehuang gang fall one after another. This was a merciless slaughter. In just a few breaths of the 40 or so remaining members of the Ehuang gang, very few survived. Only those who hid beside Fan Ehuang were spared. Blood steadily flowed to his feet. Fan Ehuang trembled all over, his head buzzing. He still couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Fan, brother Fan. Let's escape. Someone clutched the corner of Fan Ehuang's clothing, not daring to move, their face filled with terror. He's an ability user. Definitely a powerful ability user. A crimson light slashed down vertically. The surging dust storm was cut apart by the Taotie blade. Chen Mo slowly emerged from within, his expression unusually calm. He simply looked at Fan Ehuang and the few remaining beside him, hundreds of silver blades floating around him. Fan Ehuang's breath hitched, his pupils trembling as he murmured, "You. Who on earth are you?" Such terrifying strength, such overwhelming power even made him feel an unwillingness to resist. The Fan Zhe in Fan Haiyuan's arms painfully opened, one eye filled with resentment as he looked at Chen Mo. I want to kill you. He forcibly broke free from Fan Haiyuan, collapsing to the ground from excessive blood loss. Yet he still managed to use his ability. It was similarly a clump of liquid metal, somewhat comical and absurd, forming in midair but unable to take shape. Chen Mo mocked him with a glance, taking a step forward. Is this what you want? Bang! That clump of liquid metal under the influence of the master ability transformed into a sharp blade, a silver gleam flashing. It severed Fan Zhe's last left arm. Fan Zhe, lying on the ground like a dead dog, had his pupils dilate, his voice piercingly shrill. Is it still like this? His right leg was severed next. The metals under the control of the master ability were as easy to manipulate as his own limbs. Fan Haiyuan beside him had bloodshot eyes about to burst. The group of Haiyuan gang members beside them were frightened out of their wits, trembling all over. Cruel. Fan Haiyuan wanted to act, but what blocked them were blades aimed at them, gleaming with blinding sharpness. His teeth bit into his own flesh, unable to do anything but helplessly watch this scene unfold. There's one leg left, so let's have another cut. Chen Mo's face remained calm and indifferent. Puff. The last leg was neatly severed. The silver blade was covered in his blood, slowly floating in front of Chen Mo. Now it's complete. Chen Mo slowly approached, casually saying, "You said you would use Lu Meng's weapon to kill him. Then how about I use your abilities to kill you?" Fan Zhe's eyes bulged completely, becoming a human pig, his limbs bleeding profusely, the immense pain rendering him unable to scream. But as a third-tier ability user, his physique was robust. Even after losing his limbs, he still did not faint, instead pleading in agony amidst the blood. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Bastard. You bastard, let my brother go. If there's anything, come at me. Fan Haiyuan roared like a madman. At the same time, Luo Tianxiong and Tang Xuanyu, who encountered him on the road, arrived at the scene. Chen Mo. Brother Chen. A group of people approached from afar, and upon seeing the numerous corpses of the Haiyuan gang members, all their pupils trembled in shock. The sight of Fan Zhe reduced to a human pig was even more unbearable to look at. Luo Tianxiong's face was filled with rage. He had heard from Chao Fengyuan on the way that the 8th squad had suffered nearly total annihilation, with over 80 people, only 6 remaining alive, and even Lu Meng had died at the hands of the Haiyuan gang. Since overcoming the most difficult early days of the apocalypse, the Lion had not seen so many people die due to external forces in a long time. If they had died at the hands of that year's beast, he would have no complaints, but to die inexplicably at the hands of another force, if he could remain indifferent, then he would no longer be Luo Tianxiong. Fan Haiyuan. Luo Tianxiong gritted his teeth, resembling an enraged lion, as he glared at Fan Haiyuan and his group with a fierce gaze. Tang Xuanyu, witnessing this brutal scene nearby, couldn't help but turn pale. The sight of countless zombies had long ceased to faze her, yet these were living, breathing humans. She immediately activated her Calamity Tide ability, dissolving and dismembering the corpses. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Mo glanced at the enraged Luo Tianxiong and the others, then said calmly. You're here. Perfect timing. Those who died earlier were all your lion's men. I'll leave this matter to you. Luo Tianxiong cast a grateful look at Chen Mo, speaking in a low voice. Thank you. Chen Mo nodded slightly and walked over to Tang Xuanya's side. Are you hurt? After disposing of the corpses, Tang Xuanyu stood before Chen Mo, examining him intently. A deep worry clouded her beautiful eyes. From Brother Luo's words, she knew the Haiyuan gang had many formidable ability users. More than the deaths she feared for Chen Mo's safety. The chill on Chen Mo's face faded, replaced by a faint smile as he shook his head. It's nothing. Who could harm me? Tang Xuanyu rolled her eyes and retorted. Conceited. Meanwhile, Luo Tianxiong stepped forward with Wang Yurue, Li Guahao and Fang Yu. At this moment a raging inferno of fury burned within him. Over 70 of his brothers had perished, some at the hands of the Haiyuan gang, but more were devoured alive by the zombie horde. Glancing coldly at Fan Zhe lying in a pool of blood, Luo Tianxiong crushed the severed arm beneath his foot into a pulp as he walked forward slowly. Fan Haiyuan, how do you wish to die? Luo Tianxiong. Let my brother go. Fan Haiyuan roared, his eyes bloodshot. This dead dog. Luo Tianxiong looked at Fan Zhe by his feet, then raised his leg and delivered a vicious kick to his head. Bang! The force of the blow was so savage that Fan Zhe's head burst like a watermelon. Blood splattered across most of the black leather jacket Luo Tianxiong always wore. Bang! Fan Haiyuan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart and lungs seeming to stop. No. He howled like a wounded wolf trapped in a desperate corner. He descended into utter madness, charging forward recklessly. "I'll kill you." Wang Yurui was about to strike, but Luo Tianxiong raised a hand to stop him. Wang Yurui was taken aback, confused. Luo Tianxiong stripped off his blood-stained black leather jacket, his rugged face twisted with ruthless cruelty as he snarled. "I want to kill you too. You lost your brother, but I lost a band of brothers who fought alongside me through thick and thin. Everyone step aside." He intended to duel Fan Haiyuan alone. Chen Mo shot him a surprised glance. Tang Xuanya's beautiful eyes were also filled with confusion. "Brother Luo. Isn't Fan Haiyuan a 4th-tier ability user? He's going to..." Within the lion, aside from a very few, hardly anyone knew Luo Tianxiong possessed abilities. She had only just arrived and had never seen him fight. Chen Mo looked in that direction and said softly, "Let the lion handle its own affairs." He knew Luo Tianxiong was an ability user. Early on, Luo had even asked him what his ability was. To be honest, he didn't hold much hatred for the Haiyuan gang, nor could he fully grasp the depth of Luo Tianxiong's fury. It was only because Lu Meng had always looked after Qiongqi that his death left a bitter taste. "Boss." Jiang Dong, seeing Wang Yurui and the others retreat, was filled with indignation. "What are you all standing around for? Go help the boss." Wang Yurui shook his head. "The boss said he'll handle it himself." All eyes in the arena fixed on Luo Tianxiong. The newly arrived ability users had never seen him in action. Jiang Dong, Chao Fengyuan and the others had only witnessed it once when he shattered a boulder. Seeing Luo Tianxiong take off his jacket and approach, seemingly courting death, Fan Haiyuan's face twisted with rage. Luo Tianxiong, a mere ordinary man, dares to come without an ability user's protection. "You're asking for death. Perfect, I'll kill you and avenge my brother Azay." His ability could only influence the environment, but as a 4th-tier ability user, killing an ordinary man was child's play. Though he didn't understand why Luo Tianxiong was giving him such an opening, his murderous intent was overwhelming. He lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed directly at Luo Tianxiong's head, intent on crushing it. The punch was incredibly fast, rivaling a grandmaster's, far beyond an ordinary person's reaction time. But then a terrifying sight unfolded. Bang! A surge of immense power erupted, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luo Tianxiong's broad right hand had gripped Fan Haiyuan's fist firmly. His expression was icy cold. Luo Tianxiong's voice was frigid. "Who told you I don't have an ability?" Fan Haiyuan's pupils shrank, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Luo Tianxiong. He tried to pull his fist back, but Luo Tianxiong's right hand was like a vice, clamping down on it. Then a searing pain shot through him. Crack, the sound of bones breaking. Luo Tianxiong twisted his fist violently. He twisted Fan Haiyuan's arm, a body of a 4th-tier ability user, into a spiral. Fan Haiyuan's face contorted in agony. His right arm was twisted into a knot, hanging limp. He clutched it in pain, drenched in sweat. His expression was one of utter disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. You're an ability user. How was this possible?" Luo Tianxiong's face was dark and grim. He walked forward slowly, each step cracking the earth beneath him as if bearing 1,000 tons of weight. His muscles began to swell. His already imposing frame seemed to expand 2 or 3 times, bursting his clothes and revealing a terrifyingly powerful physique. But the most horrifying sight was the golden fur that began to sprout wildly across Luo Tianxiong's skin. His pupils turned into those of a bloodthirsty savage beast, his arms transformed into lion's claws, and an overwhelming aura of oppression radiated from his entire being. Fan Haiyuan gasped for breath, staring in disbelief at the lion man before him. Jiang Dong, Wang Yurui and the others were also wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Tang Xuanyu covered her mouth in shock. Even Chen Mo was taken aback for a long moment. An A-grade Beast King ability. This Luo Tianxiong's ability. Wasn't it 100-fold amplification? Chen Mo was stunned for a while, frowning, his mind racing. After pondering for a long time, he finally grasped the key. 4th tier. It was only after reaching the 4th tier threshold that the vast differences between ability grades became apparent. Before that, an elemental ability user and a dominion ability user of the same attribute were hard to distinguish, only discernible by the consumption and range of their abilities. And the Beast King was a type of enhancement ability similar to a 100-fold amplification. Both were A-grade abilities. In other words, he had misidentified Luo Tianxiong's ability back then. Yet to put it another way, even if Luo Tianxiang's ability was in a rank hundredfold amplification, it would still be an effortless victory over Fan Haiyuan, whose rank ability was Dust Storm. Both were at the 4th rank, yet a vast chasm separated them. One was an enhancement type, the other an auxiliary type. How could they be compared? Luo Tianxiang advanced step by step, his footfalls so heavy that each one felt like a stomp on Fan Haiyuan's chest. Fan Haiyuan's eyelids twitched violently as he retreated continuously. The few remaining survivors of the Haiyuan gang behind him were already paralyzed with fright. Their voices trembled, brimming with terror. Don't come any closer. Brother Fan is a 4th rank ability user, don't seek death. Luo Tianxiang's pupils blazed with savagery, his immensely powerful form swelling ever larger in Fan Haiyuan's vision. Annoying. A hot breath escaped his lips, and in the next instant he vanished from his spot. Boom. Boom. Explosive sounds of bones cracking erupted repeatedly. His speed was so tremendous that aside from Chen Mo, everyone present could only faintly discern a yellow blur. There was no time to react. A fierce gale howled past, lifting Fan Haiyuan's black hair. In a flash, the heads of the few survivors behind him were obliterated by a brutal, overwhelming force. Bam. Bam. A low guttural roar like an engine's rumble sounded. Luo Tianxiang, transformed into a lionman, had somehow appeared behind Fan Haiyuan. In his massive claws he held 2 bloody heads, which he callously hurled to the ground, splattering brain matter and blood in all directions. Instant kill. It's your turn now. Luo Tianxiang murmured, his gaze fierce and ruthless. No, impossible. Fan Haiyuan began to tremble violently. He dared not even turn to look back. Why was the lion boss so powerful? Overwhelmed by immense terror, Fan Haiyuan collapsed weakly, his head hitting the ground. He choked out in a hoarse voice, tears and snot streaming. B-Boss Luo. Spare me. TCH. Luo Tianxiang clicked his tongue in disdain at such cowardice, sneering. Fan Haiyuan, if you had come to avenge your brother Hedon, I might have thought slightly more of you. He stepped forward slowly, looking down at Fan Haiyuan, who knelt trembling, too afraid to resist. With a single punch he shoved the man's head into the dirt. Even as a 4th rank ability user, this brutal blow left blood seeping from all 7 orifices. Punch after punch. 2 punches. Who knew how long it lasted? Fan Haiyuan was beaten beyond recognition, a bloody pulp. Jiangdong and the others watched the gruesome scene, their hearts racing. After an unknown span of time, Luo Tianxiang grabbed him and flung him away like a dead dog, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Boom. He's a 4th rank ability user, he won't die so easily. Keep an eye on him and take him back. We lost too many brothers from the lion gang. He won't get off easy. Once we're back, let the boys give him a proper welcome. The Beast King form slowly receded and Luo Tianxiang reverted to his previous state, bare-chested. His eyes were icy, the fury in his pupils gradually subsiding after the violent outburst. Jiangdong and Chao Fengyuan were already dumbfounded, their expressions horrified. None had expected their usually low-key boss to possess such strength. They stood frozen, nodding woodenly. Got it. After retracting his ability, Luo Tianxiang stepped forward, draped his jacket back on his chest and abs still exposed. He approached Chen Mo, still reeking of blood and killing intent, and said solemnly, Brother Chen, I owe you another favor. Chen Mo, knowing his mood was foul, shook his head. No matter. But this isn't the time to discuss that. Luo Tianxiang paused. What? Look over there. Chen Mo's voice came. Everyone followed his gaze. The black mist nearby had grown incredibly dense, so murky that the boundary beyond was invisible. And the dark fog began to churn violently. The sky also started to fill with it, as if the entire city of Tianhai was shrouded in a gray haze, ominous and deeply unsettling. Luo Tianxiang and the others were stunned. How much time had passed? Barely half an hour, and the black mist had swelled to such an extent. As if a great horror was about to descend. Chen Mo's eyes were calm as he recalled the image of the she-beast. He murmured softly. It's almost here. The Nian beast. Jiangdong's heart raced as they all looked at Chen Mo. On the 9th day after New Year's Eve was the beast that had ravaged cities finally descending upon Tianhai. Brother Chen. Where will the Nian beast appear? Chao Fengyuan asked immediately. Chen Mo remained composed. It's enormous. I'm not sure exactly how it will manifest. But it's certain to be within today. At these words everyone snapped to full alert. Though none had seen the Nian beast, its legends had kept all factions in a state of constant dread and unrest. Even though Luo Tianxiong had tried to suppress the news, rumors still leaked. The Lion Gang's recent large-scale movements had naturally drawn the attention of countless survivors in the base. Let's regroup first. Waiting here won't help. Don't worry. I'll handle it. Chen Mo said. Though it was earlier than had estimated, it didn't matter. Previously the ancient martial alliance was present, but this time he had no intention of letting the she-beast go. He would enslave it using the Qiongqi ability and send it on a 30-day hunt. Luo Tianxiong nodded gravely, his voice deep. It has to be this way. Brother Chen, let's go. Xiao Wang, come with us. Fang Yugua, how you two stay and guard this place. If you spot the Nian beast, don't engage, retreat immediately and bring back word. The team here had been ravaged by those damned Fan brothers, leaving the area empty. With Fang Yu and Li Guoheo's strength, they were worth hundreds of men here, which put him at ease. The two nodded. Luo Tianxiong glanced at Fan Haiyuan, who lay severely injured and unable to move, and ordered Chao Fangyuan to take him away. Chao Fangyuan stepped forward, pressing the muzzle directly against his forehead, viciously kicking him and spitting. You bastard, just wait till we get back. Chen Mo turned to the anxious Tang Xuanyu and said, don't worry, nothing will happen. Let's go. The two mounted the Qiongqi together. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he gazed at the thick black mist in the sky, pondering silently. The she-beast. This would also be the final battle before the advent of the second evolution. His Qiongqi ability had long been stirring restlessly. Time passed until the afternoon and the she-beast had yet to appear. Yet the sky and borders of Tianhai City were already shrouded by an oppressive dense black mist, silent and eerie. Though it was only afternoon, under the veil of that mist it felt no different from the dead of night. With searchlights and floodlights blazing inside a tent at the border of Tianhai City, Chen Mo, Luo Tianxiong and the others sat waiting patiently. Luo Tianxiong paced back and forth, anxiously glancing at his watch. Still not here. Jiang Dong slumped over the table, yawned sleepily and spoke. Boss, maybe it's not coming. It's so late, even that Nian beast needs to sleep. Luo Tianxiong kicked him directly and cursed. What the hell do you mean, thinking about sleeping at a time like this? Do you even know what time it is? It's 4 in the afternoon. Do you really think it's night? Jiang Dong looked at the pitch-black scene outside the tent, somewhat incredulous. Just then Chen Mo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed something and snapped his eyes open. It's here. Tang Zuanya's heart jolted. It's here. What's here? Jiang Dong asked. Luo Tianxiong's pupils contracted and he immediately stood up. Let's go. Time to work. The Qiongqi, which had been lying prostrate outside the tent, rose and let out a wary growl at the thick gloomy black clouds in the sky. Luo Tianxiong and the others rushed out. What is that smell? As soon as they exited the tent they were hit by a strong putrid stench, like rotten fish and shrimp left out for months, mixed with the salty tang of seawater, overwhelmingly intense. Chen Mo picked up the Taya blade and walked out unhurriedly. In the distance the lion members on patrol had inexplicably grown restless, exclaiming in surprise. Look! What is that? What's happening? Luo Tianxiong led his men forward. Boss, look at that part of the sky. There in the center of distant Tianhai City, the black mist that enshrouded the entire city surged and churned, intertwining into a vortex. The vortex roiled and thick black mist cascaded down from it, forming a colossal, terrifying sight akin to a tornado cloud, fearsome to behold. That direction. The city center. Luo Tianxiong's pupils dilated in an instant as he stared at the astonishing scene in disbelief. Not just him, but all the lion members at the border gazed into the distance, and even the survivors in the lion base lifted their heads in unison, lost in a daze. What is that thing? What's happening to the clouds? A wave of intense unease washed over everyone's hearts. Luo Tianxiong sensed that something was terribly wrong. The Nian beast was likely about to descend. But its location was something no one had anticipated. The city center of Tianhai City. That desolate wasteland ravaged by the Shoshi god, long abandoned. Brother Chen. Luo Tianxiong immediately turned around. Roar. To his astonishment, Chen Mo had already mounted the Qiongqi, soaring into the air without even taking Tang Xuanyu along. The Qiongqi sped through the sky with incredible speed, heading straight for the city center. Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu stamped her foot in frustration. Luo Tianxiong realized that the Nian beast was about to appear, and its landing spot was precisely the city center of Tianhai City. Damn it! With so many of us here, how did it manage to bypass everyone and descend? But there was no time to dwell on it now. Getting from here to the city center would take considerable effort. Luo Tianxiong bellowed thunderously. Brothers! Get ready, we're heading straight for the city center. Yes. The lion members responded loudly in unison. Boss, shouldn't we notify the other squads at the border? Chao Fengyuan reminded him. With such a commotion they're not fools. Luo Tianxiong said gravely. We need to move fast and support Brother Chen. Though it deviated slightly from the plan, it was still manageable. The city center of Tianhai City was already a wasteland and the lion base was established in the suburbs far apart. Even if a firefight broke out, it wouldn't affect the lion's foundations. Meanwhile, in the gray sky where the black cloud seemed about to collapse, the Qiongqi raced onward. On its back, Chen Mo stared fixedly at the awe-inspiring scene in the distance where vast black clouds converged into a colossal vortex cascading downward. At the city center, it was already submerged in the dense black mist. From that vast sea of black fog, one could clearly see the servants devoured by the she-beast writhing within a frenzied pandemonium. They were massive sea beasts, humans, zombies and aberrations roaming the sky and ground. Like an abyssal vista, two enormous blood-red pupils gleamed from within the towering black mist. Qiongqi, faster. A vague sense of foreboding welled up in Chen Mo's heart and he patted the beast beneath him. The Qiongqi let out a long roar, folding its wings like an arrow and shooting forward, doubling its speed several times over. Suddenly. Oh oh oh, a sound that shook the heavens and earth, reverberating across all of Tianhai City. Fierce winds howled within the black mist, countless rocks shattered and rolled, erupting into a deafening roar. Boom! The black mist flowing from the vortex was blasted apart. From within emerged the silhouette of a colossal being. Cyan black scales, limbs like pillars of heaven, standing nearly 70 meters tall, a god of the apocalypse even larger than the Shoshi god had descended. Rumble, its mane was wild, identical to the Nian beast, its azure tail thrashing as its vast majestic form stood upon this wasteland like the sovereign of the entire world. This was the second apocalyptic god to grace Tianhai City since the end of days. The she-beast. The she-beast raised its head and let out another long howl. Oh oh oh, in that moment from the outside in the black mist seemed to regain life, emitting shrill ghostly cries. Both in the sky and on the ground, countless hordes of spectral servants flew everywhere without exception. As if receiving orders from the she-beast, they lunged in all directions across Tianhai City, reaping lives and ravaging the land. Plump round droplets of water were frozen solid, and under the manipulation of the she-beast's power the countless densely packed droplets began to tremble, shooting toward the Qiongqi and Chen Mo above. With a series of sharp cracks, the raindrops as sudden as a tempest struck the Qiongqi's body. Though the damage was not severe, the force was nonetheless considerable. Water droplets burst across the Qiongqi's limbs, abdomen and wings, leaving a cluster of bloody holes in their wake. The droplets hurtled toward Chen Mo at lightning speed. He swung his Taya blade in a sweeping arc. A cascade of water droplets exploded and the splashing spray grazed his cheek, leaving a thin cut from which blood trickled. Chen Mo's expression grew grim. The she-beast's power had indeed grown stronger. Perhaps if it were allowed to devour Tianhai City, it might truly advance to the 6th rank. Fortunately, it was not yet beyond control. He activated his Dominion ability, commanding the liquid silver metal to gather beneath the Qiongqi, forming a metallic wall to block the incoming droplets. The recent Shoshi divine breaking technique had consumed a vast amount of energy. After downing another bottle of grade recovery potion, the enraged Qiongqi soared to hover above the she-beast's head. Chen Mo let out a cold snort, directly condensing massive metal spikes to rain down upon the she-beast below, attempting to slay it in the same manner he had killed the Nian beast before. With a thunderous rumble, the thick, immense metal spikes plummeted. The she-beast looked up without flinching. Its four hooves trampled the water vortex, from which colossal water columns rose and converged above its head, forming a vast ocean suspended in the air. A metal spike crashed into the water, sending up countless splashes, but then it could advance no further. The tremendous force of its fall from the sky was nullified by the water's power. With successive booms, the remaining metal spikes landed around the she-beast, embedding themselves deep into the earth. Chen Mo, riding the Qiongqi, gazed down at the scene below, his face ice cold and fierce. Block. Let's see what you can block with. A hum resonated as the Dominion ability was invoked. In an instant, all the metal spikes shattered and transformed into a silver liquid. Even the enormous spikes suspended above the she-beast, held back by the water, did the same. These metals seemed alive, melting into the water's surface and spreading outward in all directions. Meanwhile, the silver liquid from the spikes embedded in the earth morphed into silver blades, shooting toward the she-beast from every side, inescapable. The she-beast roared in fury. With a violent cry, it raised its forelegs and slammed its massive body down, striking the ground. A deafening explosion echoed, so powerful that even the distant lion group rushing toward the scene felt the earth beneath them collapse, sending many flying into the air. What the hell? Chao Fengyuan, fully armed beside Luo Tianxiong, was thrown face-first into the dirt. Behind them over 1,000 men clutching their guns staggered as they stared in disbelief at the scene shrouded in dust. But his firepower never ceased, for the number of lingering spirits here was overwhelming. The ability users within the Lion group activated their powers. Wang Yurue and other enhancement-type users led the way, his 8 tentacles swinging, shattering countless lingering spirits and massive boulders blocking the path, a terrifying display of strength. Behind them, Feng Yu wielded his bow, using his ability to condense emerald green arrows. A series of 7 arrows strung like stars shot forth in arcs, blasting the lingering spirits into nothingness. Even before reaching the battlefield, Luo Tianxiong felt an immense oppressive force permeating the air. His Beast King ability gave him keen perception, and his sixth sense warned him that ahead lay a terrifying being he could never hope to resist. The earth fissures had spread here with bottomless cracks everywhere. Tang Xuanyu, equally tense, stood atop a water tornado, gazing at the scene ahead from the highest point. That's the Qiongqi and Chen Mo. Brother Luo, hurry. Luo Tianxiong, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded and turned to shout at the vast lion group behind him. All of you, pick up the pace. Move it. Meanwhile, from the earth trampled by the she-beast, sudden towering waves surged forth. They enveloped the center, forming a water wall that submerged the countless silver blades racing in from all directions. Blade after blade was engulfed and scoured within the currents. Suddenly a roar erupted from behind the water wall, the Qiongqi's cry. Its massive form tore through the barrier, charging in its flight path level with the she-beast's head. The she-beast's pupils widened in shock. The Qiongqi, in a diving posture, was unstoppably fast. Just as it opened its mouth to spew a water column, the Qiongqi was already upon its enormous eyes. The Qiongqi's visage was savage and ferocious, its face contorted, bearing gleaming snow-white fangs. Chen Mo swung the Taya blade once more, and the Taya imp, not slow, carried the sword forward. When the distance was right, spikes pierced flesh and a wisp of black swirling Taya power emerged around him. Chen Mo instantly used this power, vanishing from the Qiongqi's back and reappearing on the she-beast's immense body, the same old spot. Chen Mo settled on the she-beast's back. The Shoshi divine sound resounded, and the surrounding water fell away like a cascade. The dense silver blades followed in rapid succession. At the same time, the furious Qiongqi struck out with a claw, viciously slamming into the she-beast's massive left eye. The she-beast's pupil dilated. A thunderous impact. A deafening, eardrum-shattering roar of agony pierced the skies. The she-beast's left eye was cruelly crushed by the Qiongqi. Its razor-sharp claws injured its most vulnerable spot, and cyan blood gushed forth, drenching the Qiongqi. The she-beast squeezed its left eye shut, bleeding profusely. In pain and rage, it began to thrash, raising its right claw to strike at the Qiongqi. Chen Mo, on its back, watched with an icy expression and sneered, still trying to resist. With a hum, the Tianguan ability in his left hand blazed with brilliant light. A dazzling white radiance burst forth. A piercing, shrill and sharp sound exploded. Even the distant lion group, having just cleared the lingering spirits and arrived, were all stunned. The ability users in their ranks found their powers dispelled one by one. Wang Yurui's 8 tentacles retracted swiftly, and Feng Yu stared in disbelief as the arrow he had just shot vanished into thin air. The lingering spirits around them suddenly froze in place, then burst into clouds of black mist. The sound of the protagonist's law-breaking voice was astonishing. The Shoshi god, despite being overly heavy and sluggish with no offensive capabilities, is an existence that can be considered a bug among lower deities. A thunderous roar reverberated, and the Shisho suddenly felt an immense weight on its back. It let out a wail, its limbs uncontrollably kneeling down as its body began to collapse towards the ground, causing countless stones to shatter. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qiongqi flapped its wings to escape, lifting Chen Mo high into the air amidst the billowing dust. Rumble. Chen Mo sat astride Qiongqi, hovering in midair with his gaze fixed below. Through the power of Tianshu, he released the Shoshi god, whose overwhelming weight constrained the Shisho like a giant mountain. The collapse continued rapidly, yet the earthquake was unexpectedly terrifying, forcing the pride of lion-like supernatural beings to once again activate their powers to resist the tumbling boulders. It lasted for quite a while. Thick dust completely obscured everyone's vision, and as the smoke dissipated, they seemed to glimpse the silhouette of a colossal creature within the haze. That is. An older member of the pride looked at the scene before him in disbelief. It was a deep pit nearly 20 meters deep, containing a gigantic creature bloated and covered in white flesh, standing at least 40 to 50 meters tall, resembling a giant faceless monster sitting in that pit, with only its mouth filled with sharp teeth, continuously emitting a piercing scream akin to that of a baby. Under its massive body, the Shisho was firmly pressed down. Upon witnessing this scene, the pride members were left dumbfounded. They had previously seen the immense figure of the Shisho from afar, though terrifying it had not exceeded their understanding. But this monster before them was unlike any being in this world, resembling an alien entity, its appearance incredibly chilling and its cry rattling the very souls of those who heard it. Since the apocalypse, more than half of the Pride were new members, while the old members trembled uncontrollably in place. The new members, including Wang Yuru, had widened eyes gazing in horror at the colossal beast, their pupils filled with sheer terror. Shoshi God. That monster is the Shoshi God. Wasn't it already eliminated by Brother Chen? Why is it here? At that moment the older members of the Pride felt an overwhelming despair, frozen in place for a long time. One Shisho was terrifying enough, and now another apocalyptic deity had appeared in Tianhai City. Only Luo Tianxiong and Tang Xuanyu remained somewhat calm. Luo Tianxiong had already suspected something, while Tang Xuanyu had witnessed the Shoshi God wreak havoc in the 6th military district. The two remained silent for a long time. Luo Tianxiong unconsciously swallowed hard, looking at Chen Mo, who was riding on Qiongqi, with a hint of fear. My goodness! Brother Chen, where did you get this Shoshi God? Though he suspected the Shoshi God's sudden disappearance was related to Chen Mo, he couldn't fathom where his brother could possibly hide the Shoshi God. Boss, is the Shoshi God friend or foe? Jiang Dong timidly asked from the side. Let's wait and see. That Shisho seems to have been subdued. Chen Mo in the air had naturally noticed the Pride members approaching, numbering no less than 7,000, all heavily armed. But he said nothing more, instead communicating with the Shoshi God through Tianshu to subdue the Shisho beneath it. The Shoshi God, somewhat confused, understood the intent, while the Shisho beneath howled in pain, struggling to shake off the Shoshi God. Water columns continuously struck the Shoshi God, but alas, its thick skin was tough and it was close to reaching the 5th tier. Its whole body of white fat rippled with waves from the blows. Also enraged, it suddenly extended its arm to strike the head of the Shisho below. Boom! Boom! Each strike shook the earth, its power terrifying, accompanied by the vicious agonizing cries. Chen Mo on Qiongqi's back observed this, his eyes flickering as he muttered. A few more hits and it should be enough. And at that moment. Aoo! Bang bang bang! Massive stones were hurled into the air as water surged forth from deep beneath the earth. The Shisho beneath the Shoshi God went into a frenzy. The deep pit quickly filled with water, and with this immense terrifying force a horrendous wave erupted, sending the Shoshi God flying. How heavy must the Shoshi God be? It could pin the Shisho to the ground, its massive body comparable to a giant mountain. Yet even so, beneath the terrifying force of the Shisho, it was lifted dozens of meters into the air by the wave. This colossal creature was heading towards the over 1,000 Pride members in the distance. It was a dark mass, as if a mountain was crashing down upon them. All the Pride members were horrified, gazing in disbelief at the terrifying body of the Shoshi God. If it were to fall, it would surely turn a group of people into meat paste. No. Luo Tianxiong immediately transformed into the form of the Beast King, leaping into the air in a furious rage, while the supernatural beings within the Pride activated their powers to the maximum extent to prevent this disaster. Chen Mo on Qiongqi's back noticed this scene, his pupils narrowing sharply, and at the last moment he activated Tianshu to withdraw the Shoshi God. Buzz! In the blink of an eye the Shoshi God vanished. Upon seeing the sudden disappearance of the Shoshi God, the Pride members were left in shock. Many of them collapsed to the ground, having never felt so close to death before. Luo Tianxiong also looked at the scene before him in disbelief, his pupils filled with horror and relief. The Pride he had painstakingly built was almost wiped out just now. Meanwhile Chen Mo furrowed his brows and looked at the bottomless water pit. Is there still strength left? No, wait. As if realizing something, Chen Mo's face changed in shock. The Shisho slowly emerged, treading upon the giant waves rising to the same height as Qiongqi. Its terrifying body was covered in wounds, blue blood flowing incessantly, yet the cuts made by silver blades healed at a visibly rapid pace. The Shisho tightly closed its injured left eye, while the other eye was fixed with unending murderous intent and hatred upon Qiongqi and Chen Mo. Rumble! The dark cloud in the sky grew denser, and the Shisho exhaled a vast amount of mist from its mouth and nose. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that towering waves burst forth from the ground, forming two massive torrents swirling on either side of the Shisho. Before the terrified eyes of all, the torrents transformed into an Shisho identical to it. Boom! In that moment everyone was struck dumb, incredulously staring at the scene before them. 3-3 Zicious. Jiang Dong's legs felt weak. Even Chen Mo's pupils slightly dilated. This is 6th tier. How is this possible? 3 she-beasts stood there like indestructible colossal walls, each one more ferocious and terrifying than the last. They were water phantoms born from the beast's breakthrough ability, with surging tides coiling beneath their feet. They appeared identical to the original, exuding overwhelming might and a terrifying aura. The immense pressure and shocking sight left the members of Qiongqi utterly horrified, their faces pale as they muttered in despair. How is this possible? 3 Nyen beasts. How can we even fight this? Boss, what do we do now? It's over, all over. We can't possibly win. Even a single she-beast was terrifying enough, but the appearance of 3 was like 3 insurmountable mountains, hair-raising beyond belief. Many opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with disbelief, and even their hands gripping their guns began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Chen Mo at this moment felt his heart and soul quake, his whole body trembling slightly. 6th rank. A 6th rank apocalyptic deity possessed power that had crossed a vast chasm, not something easily dealt with. Under the extreme oppression and torment from Chen Mo and the auspicious beast Qiongqi, that she-beast had chosen to forcibly break through and step into the 6th rank. In the she-beast's enormous pupils brimming with boundless hatred, Chen Mo could sense its overwhelming resentment toward him. The 3 she-beasts moved in unison, raising their heads high and letting out a sky-shaking roar. This vast majestic sound caused everyone present to cover their ears in agony. The sound was even louder and more piercing than Qiongqi's, seeming to shatter the thick oppressive black mist in the sky. Eardrums buzzed. Although he knew the other 2 were merely abilities manifested after the she-beast's breakthrough to the 6th rank, all show and no substance, Chen Mo still rubbed his forehead in dismay and muttered. Trouble. Qiongqi, I think we've gone too far. He had underestimated the devouring speed of apocalyptic deities like the she-beast. In just 7 days it had not only healed its injuries but also broken through to the 6th rank today. In his past life it still had its archenemy, the Nyen beast, to contend with, so it couldn't act so recklessly. But this time was vastly different. Qiongqi burned with battle intent, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead it stared fixedly at the 3 she-beasts opposite, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Roar! It responded. After downing a bottle of grade recovery potion, Chen Mo grinned. You're right. What's just a she-beast? We've even killed a Nyen beast before. Moreover, in his past life, Ehuang, who possessed the Dominator ability, had single-handedly slain a 7th rank Nyen beast. This one was only 6th rank. If he could do it, why couldn't Chen Mo? The she-beast's breakthrough only made Chen Mo like it even more. With this thought, a fire of battle surged in his eyes. His expression turned deadly serious as he said in a low voice. In the past, the Celestial Authority ability sought exactly this kind of powerful apocalyptic deity. Roar! Below, Qiongqi sensed its master's fighting spirit and let out a roar of its own, not as loud as the she-beast's but filled with defiance and brutality. Qiongqi suddenly flapped its wings, darting forward with lightning speed, several times faster than before, like a straight arrow racing through the air. The she-beast opposite bristled its cyan-gray scales, its massive body shrouded in black mist. It and the 2 identical phantoms beside it opened their fathomless maws simultaneously, 3 enormous water vortexes swirling rapidly, brewing terrifying elemental power. Boom! 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 3 colossal water dragons shot forth their might, overwhelming intent on smashing Chen Mo and Qiongqi into pieces. Chen Mo raised a hand, channeling the limit of his Dominator power to form layers of metal walls stacked before him. They floated in the air, a spectacular sight, but the 6th rank she-beast's abilities were far beyond what they used to be. The 3 massive water pillars converged and wove together, piercing through the metal walls. Bang! 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 Terrifying impacts came one after another. The metal controlled by the Dominator ability was harder than anything in the world, yet now it seemed fragile against the water pillars. This was still the she-beast's power while wounded. Even Ehuang, when facing the 7th rank Nyen beast in his past life, had relied on the advantage of his 8th rank Dominator ability and paid a considerable price to kill it and rise to fame. Now between Chen Mo and the she-beast there was a full rank difference. Chen Mo's expression changed. He frantically pushed his Dominator power, forcibly constructing several more layers of metal walls before the massive water pillars were finally neutralized. Splash! The water exploded, but the she-beast gave him no chance to catch his breath. It once again used a similar ability to freeze time, turning countless dense water droplets into bullets that shot forward after the explosion. Chen Mo! Tang Xuanyu shouted from afar, her pretty face pale. Ignoring the Qiongqi member's attempts to stop her, she rushed forward. As a 4th rank ability user, how could ordinary people hold her back? What the hell? This startled Jiang Dong and the others, who immediately looked at the hesitant Luo Tianxiong. Boss! The boss woman is charging in. If something happens to her, brother Chen will kill us. Luo Tianxiong's eyes flickered. Staring at the 3 she-beasts, his scalp tingled and he had long harbored thoughts of retreat. Could Qiongqi really stand against this Nian beast? But when he looked up at Chen Mo, who chose to engage the enemy in the air, and Tang Xuanyu, who rushed forward without regard for herself, he seemed to make a decision. His face turned savage. His muscles bulged and golden fur sprouted on his cheeks and skin. Damn it, I owe everything I have to Brother Chen. If I die, so be it. Buzz, Beast King form. Luo Tianxiang's eyes burned with a desperate, reckless madness. He turned to the despairing low-morale Qiongqi members and roared in fury, raising his arm. Damn it. Even a woman charges faster than us. Are we all cowards in Qiongqi? These words jolted every Qiongqi member. Those who could barely hold their guns hung their heads in shame. Brother Chen dares to face this alone. I ask you, are you a bunch of cowards who fear death? Luo Tianxiang's voice grew louder. His golden fur stood on end, his rage immense. Jiang Dong and Chao Fengyuan shouted in unison. No. Brothers, they're just 3 beasts a bit bigger than usual. Let's fuck them up. Yeah, just beasts. Some kept trying to convince themselves. Under Luo Tianxiang's goading, the Qiongqi members' expressions turned as savage and ruthless as his. Who the hell is a coward? Let's kill that beast. Yeah. Kill that beast. Kill. Kill. With one voice, the thousands of lion members glared with fury, their blood boiling as they erupted into a deafening roar. A single cowardly soldier shames the whole unit, but with this soaring battle spirit and morale, the despairing fear was mercilessly washed away. Everyone was eager, itching to grab their weapons and charge into close combat. Boss, I can't wait any longer, let's kill it. Jiang Dong howled. Luo Tianxiong saw this and bellowed an order. I'll lead the charge. All ability users follow me. Charge. He took the lead, each step shattering the ground and rocks, charging straight at the distant inviolable beast that loomed like a mountain, the she-beast. This time all members of the lion were present, over 7,000 strong, surging into the field like a tide of fearless warriors, their heads a dense sea of determination. Such a massive commotion naturally caught Tang Xuanya's attention. She turned around, her face lighting up with surprise. Sister-in-law, we're here. Luo Tianxiong roared from afar, charging with unstoppable momentum. Tang Xuanyu nodded, a silent understanding passing between them as she watched the droplets hurtling toward Chen Mo and the Qiongqi. Under this ferocious storm-like assault, the Qiongqi had nowhere to dodge, and Chen Mo was forced to frantically channel his ability to shield it from severe harm. The Qiongqi's flight ability was too crucial, combined with its airborne mastery of the Dominion ability, it doubled their effectiveness. A sheen of sweat covered Chen Mo's forehead and his clothes were shredded by the droplets. Damn, that's strong. Chen Mo rarely cursed, his face growing more grim as he downed recovery potions without pause. Beneath him, the Qiongqi weaved through the air, cleaving through the surging Chang with a single blade, while Chen Mo used his Dominion ability to condense hundreds of sharp silver blades that shattered the droplets. Through the dense barrage, Chen Mo seemed to glimpse a mocking, taunting glint in the eyes of the 3 she-beasts opposite him. Damn, it was this creature laughing at him. The she-beast, having broken through to the 6th rank, had yet to strike directly, instead toying with him through the Chang and elemental forces. Chen Mo's face darkened, a cold fury surfacing as he spoke with icy venom. You and that Nian beast are truly cut from the same cloth. Are all you apocalypse gods so twisted? That look in its eyes truly enraged Chen Mo. Countless silver blades pierced through everything around. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo steeled himself and pulled out the crimson, violently surging rage potion he had once traded from the mysterious merchant. The rage potion was a crucial trump card for ability users capable of massively boosting their power in a short time. Even he had only managed to acquire a single vial back then. Chen Mo downed it without hesitation. The potion's effect was immediate, a surging torrential power coursed through his body. His skin turned a blazing red and even his eyes became bloodshot. Boom! An overwhelming force of metal energy erupted like a volcano that had long been dormant, finally exploding. Everything around, the droplets, the Chang, froze in midair. The Qiongqi beneath him faltered, noticing the silvery liquid swirling around them like an ocean. Chen Mo's face was ice cold as he channeled the Dominion ability and roared. He forcibly condensed that liquid into tens of thousands of sky-darkening silver blades, shooting them toward the she-beast. The air cracked with explosions. Under the rage potion's influence, he briefly surpassed the Dominion ability's limits, 10,000 silver blades, a pitch-black swarm, annihilating countless Chang in their path. The she-beast opposite narrowed its eyes and slammed the ground, summoning a massive tidal wave before its colossal form to block the assault. Bang bang bang. But this time its water barrier couldn't withstand the Dominion ability's onslaught. Thousands of silver blades pierced through the defense, turning into streaks of silver light that enveloped the beast, slicing through its unyielding scales and defenses. Pft. Pft. Large chunks of bluish-gray scales were shredded, revealing shallow wounds that oozed green blood. A single silver blade's damage was minimal, but with 10,000 of them the lethality was terrifying. Even a 6th-rank she-beast couldn't withstand it. Soon its entire body was drenched in green blood. Roar! The she-beast bellowed in agony. It summoned swirling torrents of water, trying to swallow the irritating dense swarm of silver blades. Suddenly a piercing ear-splitting shriek caused the massive water waves to explode and dissipate. This time Chen Mo's law-breaking sound was even more potent than Shuxishan's. The enhancement from the Rage Potion wasn't limited to the Dominion ability, the Celestial Authority ability was also greatly amplified. The two she-beasts flanking the main one nearly dissolved into torrents under the law-breaking sound, only to reform once it faded. In this state Chen Mo's pupils turned a deeper red and his connection with the Dominion ability seemed to breach a higher threshold. He could feel every single silver blade. Roar! Through mental communication the Qiongqi closed in on the she-beast's position. When they were close enough, Chen Mo spread his hand wide and snarled coldly. Taste this. Plop. The 10,000 silver blades plunged simultaneously into the she-beast's massive body, nearly turning it into a porcupine. Roar. The sudden brutal assault of 10,000 blades piercing its flesh sent the she-beast into a howl of agony. Roar! The two flanking she-beasts bellowed and furiously slammed their giant palms at Chen Mo. Due to the close proximity, both colossal hands came crashing down. Just then. Bang bang bang, a hail of gunfire erupted. A black water vortex and a gigantic octopus tentacle lashed out, smashing into the water phantoms of the she-beasts. Boom! The right water phantom had half its body blasted into water. Then thousands of bullets, spatial compressions, elemental attacks and emerald arrows rained down. Boom rumble, the thunderous roar was like a world-shaking war. Roar, the lion's forces had arrived. The lion members and ability users launched a frenzied assault on the two water phantoms. Under the overwhelming barrage of over 7,000 fighters, the two side phantoms were unable to aid the main body. Instead they turned their furious gaze toward the dense swarm of humans who seemed like mere ants in their eyes. Aoo! Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu stepped upon the water vortex, ceaselessly manipulating the tide of calamity to blast toward it. Luo Tianxiong, his face twisted with ferocity, charged over, bellowing loudly. Brother Chen, leave these two Nian beasts to us. He naturally understood that the lion's strength was insufficient to deal with the Nian beast's true body, but the water phantom clone possessed less than half the power of the she-beast. Among their lion there were no fewer than 5 4th-tier ability users, along with over 7,000 fully armed troops, barely enough to hold back the two water phantoms of the she-beasts. Damn it, daring to cause chaos on our lion's turf today, well, smash you beasts to pieces. Among the lion, Luo Tianxiong was the fiercest. Activating his Beast King ability, he fearlessly led dozens of enhancement-type ability users charging forward. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He cast a deeply astonished glance at the lion members who came to support, including Tang Xuanyu, and was profoundly moved. Seeing the massive fire support from the lion group, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the she-beast, his eyes burning with even more excitement and madness, and he grinned widely. Haha, good, leave it to you all. Boom. Rumble. Amid the thunderous gunfire and dense rain of bullets, Chen Mo once again shot forth a dense array of silver blades toward the she-beast. The she-beast's true body had suffered immense damage just now, with green blood streaming from its body. Enduring the pain, it opened its mouth and spewed a thick cloud of zombie mist that engulfed the silver blades. Screams of agony echoed incessantly from the black mist. Boom. Qiongqi, let's go. To avoid affecting the lion members, Chen Mo directed Qiongqi toward another ruined area. The center of Tianhai City was already in shambles. Seeing this, the she-beast's true body roared and leaped out, charging recklessly in pursuit. Rumble, with every step the ground trembled and countless rubble was crushed into dust by its brutal trampling. In its eyes, eliminating this human would render the other ants insignificant. Aoo! Luo Tianxiong witnessed this and said with some concern, "Don't get yourself killed, Brother Chen." He then turned to look at the two she-beast water phantoms that the lion was holding back. Over 1,000 lion members constantly maneuvered, forming a circular formation to encircle the two she-beasts, minimizing casualties. The two she-beasts continuously unleashed powerful waves of giant water masses toward the 7,000-plus lion members. Even with ability users like Tang Xuanyu and Wang Yurue assisting, they couldn't prevent attacks from striking the densely packed lion crowd. Each explosion of water left a deep crater on the ground. Screams rang out repeatedly. Those unfortunate enough to be hit by the fierce water jets were shattered to pieces, their lives extinguished. Boom. Rumble. Another explosion sounded. 200 to 300 people lay in pools of blood fallen. Even the few survivors were grievously wounded, lying on the ground fainting from pain, awaiting death. In the heat of battle there was no time to tend to the wounded. Every lion member, eyes bloodshot, frantically reloaded and fired. Bang bang bang. Luo Tianxiang's eyes were equally red. He shouted, "Brother Chen has lured away the Nian beast's true body. Now these two beasts are ours. Brothers. Hit them hard. Live or die. If we survive today, I'll give you whatever you want when we get back." Luo Tianxiang lifted a massive stone, veins bulging on his arms, and hurled it fiercely at one of the she-beast's water phantoms. Boom. Rumble. Meanwhile, on the other side, the she-beast's true body was frantically chasing Chen Mo. Incredibly, its colossal size didn't seem to hinder its speed. Even Qiongqi's desperate flight could barely shake off the she-beast. But this suited Chen Mo's plan. Chen Mo glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing she-beast. As it ran, it continuously shot thick jets of water from its mouth, seemingly determined to kill him here today. Quickly surveying the surroundings, he noted they were over a kilometer away from the two water phantoms and the lion. Chen Mo snorted coldly and said, "Qiongqi, that's enough." Roar. Qiongqi immediately flapped its wings to turn back, charging at the she-beast with a ferocious snarl. The she-beast's massive pupils blazed with fury. Startled for a moment, it then swung its giant paw. With a thunderous sound, the enormous paw was nearly the size of Qiongqi. If this strike landed, even Qiongqi's powerful body would be crushed to pieces. After all, Qiongqi was only at the 4th tier, while this she-beast had forcibly advanced to the 6th tier. The connection established by the Celestial Authority ability meant Qiongqi understood its master's intent without words. Its gaze was fierce, charging forward without hesitation or fear. Chen Mo gripped the Taya blade tightly. Just as the giant paw was about to strike Qiongqi. He activated the Dominion ability. To Qiongqi's left, a massive metal plate 3 meters thick and 10 meters high materialized in midair. Clang. Rumble. A deafening crash resounded as the she-beast's paw slammed solidly into the metal plate. After consuming the Berserk potion to temporarily breach the threshold of his ability, the Dominion ability this time managed to withstand the she-beast's attack. The Taya Blade spirit flew out, and seizing this opportunity, Chen Mo immediately channeled the power of Taya, vanishing from Qiongqi's back. For such a massive creature, even 10,000 silver blades wouldn't inflict fatal damage. This time Chen Mo appeared in midair, plummeting rapidly, and aimed the Taya blade at the she-beast's giant paw, striking down heavily. Schlick. After all, it was a weapon exchanged for the corpse of a 5th-tier Nian beast. The Taya blade was far sharper than the ghost cutter. This cut easily pierced the she-beast's scale defense, embedding deep into the flesh of its left claw. Chen Mo gripped the Taya blade with both hands, stepping on the she-beast's left claw. A gush of green blood spurted out, splattering his face and clothes. Even his pupils were stained by the green blood. Beneath this blood, Chen Mo's eyes were exceptionally bright and piercing, filled with boundless madness. Chen Mo's pupils dilated. He exerted force with both hands and roared, "Rip!" The Taya blade sliced downward along the wound, tearing open a bloody gash. Aoo! The she-beast furiously slammed its left claw, but the power of Taya was activated once more, and this time Chen Mo appeared on the other side of the beast's body. Employing the same tactic, relying on the Taya blade's ability to inflict wounds that could not heal, Chen Mo struck 3 times in succession, carving enormous gashes into the she-beast's frame. Against such a thick-skinned colossal creature, the power wielded by a human's minuscule form combined with a specialized weapon proved to be astonishingly formidable. As the Taya blade's power was exhausted for the last time, Qiongqi sensed its master's location in advance. Just as Chen Mo was flung away by the she-beast's violent thrashing, Qiongqi appeared beneath him and caught him. Beneath the she-beast's limbs, massive whirlpools churned, from which streams of water continuously flowed out, enveloping its wounds. Yet to its fury, the wounds inflicted by the Taya blade refused to heal within a short time, meaning the life force within it was rapidly ebbing away. It began to grow flustered and agitated, manically commanding the water to repeatedly cover its wounds. Below, Qiongqi swiftly widened the distance from the enraged she-beast. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, observing the wounds that left the beast bleeding profusely, on its left claw, its right side, its back. If his sovereign ability could control this Taya blade with its unique traits, he might have already slain this she-beast. But he wanted it alive. Through the Taya blade's ability to drain blood, the depleted energy within him surged back to fullness. The restorative effect of a 6th-tier apocalypse deity's blood was roughly equivalent to 2nd-grade recovery potions. Under this intense pressure, the drain on his mental energy was inevitable and the effects of the rage potion were on the verge of fading. The aftermath of breaking through the energy threshold was weakness, rendering him unable to wield his power. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he resolved to end the battle swiftly, giving the beast no chance to catch its breath. He expanded the domain of his sovereign ability to encompass the she-beast, manipulating it to form a metal cage around the creature. As the cage took half shape, his eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Chen Mo bit his lip hard, drawing blood to sharpen his awareness, and once again channeled his power. Sensing his master's distress, Qiongqi beneath him let out a mighty roar. "Closer," Chen Mo commanded. The brief period of weakness from the rage potion had arrived sooner than he anticipated. He could no longer manipulate the sovereign ability from such a distance. Moreover, the she-beast's immense size meant he could only barely complete this metal cage before the rage potion's effects fully dissipated. The energy within him was draining rapidly. To capture this she-beast alive, he had expended considerable effort to shape the metal cage and imprison it within. Inside the cage, the she-beast sensed its life force ebbing from its wounds. It roared in fury, repeatedly smashing the cage with its claws. Bang! Bang! Each impact deformed the colossal metal cage time and again, until its massive body began to sway. The wounds from countless metal blades and the unhealing gashes from Taya had left it equally weak, on the verge of collapse. Both man and beast had reached their limits. Whoever faltered first would declare the battle's end. Roar! Suddenly the she-beast let out a prolonged roar, as if in a final surge of strength. Beneath its feet, immense rings of water ripples began to churn. Unable to break free from the cage, its gigantic form began to sink, as if attempting to escape into the whirlpool as before. It was trying to flee. Roar! Qiongqi bellowed. Chen Mo's face darkened at the sight. He gritted his teeth and activated his Qiongqi ability, summoning Shoshishin once more. Rumble, stop it! Chen Mo roared. Shoshishin, colossal in form, let out a shriek. The metal cage melted instantly, and the whirlpool the she-beast had summoned to escape was halted mid-formation. Yet the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 6 remained. The whirlpool was not dispelled by Shoshishin's cry. Shoshishin emitted a cry like an infant's, then extended its two plump hands and seized the she-beast's tail. With astonishing strength, it yanked the beast from the whirlpool and hurled it high into the air. Rumble! A tremendous crash echoed as Shoshishin rolled its own body giant against giant and pressed down upon the fallen she-beast. Roar! The she-beast jerked its head up, its massive eyes filled with agony, letting out a pained cry. Then it crashed heavily to the ground, appearing barely alive, collapsing from exhaustion. But Shoshishin showed no mercy, swinging its arm again and again to deliver finishing blows upon the prone beast. Boom! Boom! Each strike was thunderous. Meanwhile, atop Qiongqi, Chen Mo saw this and finally felt the stone in his heart lift. His eyelids grew heavy and he nearly slipped from Qiongqi's back. Roar! Qiongqi flew as steadily as it could and landed gently. It approached the immense Shoshishin, raised its head and barked twice. Shoshishin paused its fist, halting midair, and looked at Qiongqi. Qiongqi signaled for it to leave. With a low response, Shoshishin dissolved into starlight and vanished. The she-beast now lay in a deep pit, barely alive. The pit was nearly filled with the pool of cyan blood flowing from its body. Chen Mo shook his head, slowly dismounted from Qiongqi and patted it. You've worked hard. Staggering, Chen Mo walked toward the she-beast. Qiongqi pressed against him, steadying him to prevent a fall. Roar! As he stood before the beast, looking up at this titan, he realized he was smaller than even a single one of its cyan scales. From the she-beast's mouth and nose came the faintest breaths. It was battered and bruised, with hardly a spot unscathed. The wounds from the Taya blade continued to bleed, leaving it powerless to move. It was dying. Had Qiongqi not stopped Shoshishin, a few more blows would have made it a corpse. The she-beast weakly opened its eyes, its gaze still burning with hatred for the human before it. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he used his Qiongqi ability to communicate. I killed the Nian beast. If you don't want the same fate, submit to me. Even if the she-beast's nature differed somewhat from the Nian beast's, it couldn't be too far off, as shown by its earlier attempt to flee. When it heard the voice transmitted by the Qiongqi ability, the same shock and confusion that had been in the Nian beast's eyes appeared in its massive pupils. After a long pause, a deep, clear, rumbling voice resonated in his mind. Human. It seemed to be confirming whether the being who understood the language of the apocalypse deities was truly human. Chen Mo did not provide further explanation but fixed his gaze on the sunset beast. You need not ask so many questions. I offer you two choices: submit to me or face death. All right. The voice of the sunset beast came again unhesitatingly as if it had responded the moment Chen Mo finished speaking. Chen Mo. The speed at which it yielded caught Chen Mo off guard. He had initially thought that this troublesome creature would take a beating before submitting, but to his surprise the sunset beast, a deity of the apocalypse, showed not a hint of defiance. Chen Mo found himself momentarily speechless, nodding numbly. Good, do not resist. As Chen Mo approached slowly, a trace of mockery appeared in the eyes of the sunset beast. In its perception, even if it submitted, what difference would it make? A mere human regarded as an ant in its eyes. Once it regained its strength, why would it submit to him? Even if this person before it was somewhat special, it was the same for them. Beings of such high intelligence would never bow to anyone. As Chen Mo drew closer, the sunset beast suddenly opened its massive jaws and roared at him. Even though it lacked the strength to stand, it seemed intent on witnessing the comical sight of this insignificant human being frightened. Roar! This overwhelming gust of air mixed with the stench of seawater rushed forth. Chen Mo's long black hair stood on end, yet his expression remained unervingly calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. Slightly furrowing his brow, he waved his arm in disgust. It seems you still refuse to be honest. He was troubled by the lack of reason to teach this sunset beast a lesson. If it were too compliant, it would be rather dull. Since this sunset beast was so uncooperative, he would beat it into submission. Qiongqi, Chen Mo said calmly. Roar. Qiongqi roared and lunged forward, leaping onto the massive body of the sunset beast. From who knows where its claws struck forcefully at the sunset beast's body. Boom. Roar. The cry of pain echoed from the mouth of the sunset beast. Qiongqi seemed not yet satisfied, relentlessly clawing and biting at the sunset beast's defenses. Blue blood gushed forth, and at that moment the sunset beast resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly unable to resist, only able to emit shrill howls. Chen Mo watched this scene with cold eyes. His own condition was not too good either. The powers of his dominion had been nearly exhausted, followed closely by the side effects brought on by the rage-inducing potion. Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness and took out a bottle of grade recovery potion to regain his powers for the coming enslavement of the Qiongqi ability. The life force of the sunset beast was rapidly waning, and after being battered by Qiongqi, it finally sent out a message. And no. I'm dying. I submit, I submit. It must be said that both the sunset beast and the year beast originated from the same source, nearly carved from the same mold. The only difference was that the sunset beast was born earlier, having regained much of its strength in the deep sea before coming ashore. Through the Qiongqi ability, the sunset beast's cries of alarm reached Chen Mo, causing him to sneer repeatedly. He commanded Qiongqi to cease its assault, then approached slowly, placing his hand upon the massive body of the sunset beast. If you resist again, I will take your life. The Qiongqi ability was activated. Buzz buzz. A bizarre purple light erupted from his left hand. That unique sensation returned as if two intertwined threads converged. The purple light emitted by the Qiongqi ability gradually enveloped the massive form of the sunset beast. The sunset beast seemed to sense something. It began to stir restlessly, and the waters at its feet began to boil. A voice filled with immense fear immediately rang out. What is this? How do you possess such power? No. This is not the kind of submission. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. What do you think it is then? He increased his force. Upon sensing the coercive enslavement and contract-forming ability of the Qiongqi power, panic and fear appeared for the first time in the large pupils of the sunset beast. Enveloped in purple light, it was filled with shock, continually writhing in an attempt to struggle. Two powerful wills were clashing, one from Chen Mo wielding the Qiongqi ability and the other from the sunset beast. The attempt to enslave a high-level being was an immense burden for him as well. The sunset beast's form began to dissipate into countless specks of starlight, and its struggles grew increasingly fierce. Because the sunset beast did not genuinely wish to submit, coupled with its immense power, the resistance brought on by the Qiongqi ability was unprecedented, more intense than any previous attempt. Chen Mo's face twisted in pain, his head pounding as if it were about to explode. Qiongqi, make it behave. Bang! A loud crash rang out. The connection of the Qiongqi ability was still forcefully being established, and the body of the sunset beast gradually dissipated, spreading through Chen Mo's left arm. As it surged into the tattoo concealed within the peach tree and Shuxigot, it began to expand. A fierce, terrifying tattoo identical to the sunset beast emerged upon his skin. The sunset beast tattoo. Starting from the tail end of its form, as the sunset beast gradually dissipated, the tattoo belonging to it gradually completed itself, shimmering with a faint light. Tail, feet, body. The consciousness of the sunset beast and its roars continued to resist desperately, its unwilling cries resonating in Chen Mo's mind like a giant hammer striking repeatedly. Stop, you damned human. Qiongqi watched intently, its eyes flickering as it focused on every move of its master. Suddenly. Boom! A deluge of monstrous purple light completely engulfed both the Sunset Beast and Chen Mo. The colossal figure of the Sunset Beast disappeared without a trace in the deep pit. Chen Mo's mind went blank as the tattoo of the Sunset Beast spread from his arm to his back, occupying 2/3 of his body, compressing the tattoos of Shuxigod and the peach tree. The tattoo was fierce and terrifying, vividly lifelike, as if the Sunset Beast and Chen Mo had merged into one, ready to burst forth from within. All the energy within him had been siphoned away and the side effects of the rage-inducing potion peaked. Chen Mo swayed unsteadily, losing control as he fell backward. Seeing this, Qiongqi let out a low growl, rushing over to catch its master, gently placing him on the ground and then sheltering him while continuously emitting low growls toward the fainting Chen Mo. After an unknown period, Chen Mo slowly awakened from his stupor, opening his somewhat weary eyes and gazing around in confusion. The roar of the Sunset Beast faded from his mind, and Chen Mo furrowed his brows as he recalled everything that had transpired before. His eyes brightened as he murmured, "Did I succeed?" He could feel the connection established between the Qiongqi ability and the Sunset Beast, as well as the power bestowed upon him by the Sunset Beast. The Dominion ability had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, infinitely approaching the 6th tier. Chen Mo couldn't help but grin, yet he also felt a secret chill at the success of this subjugation. Though he had been reborn and could prepare for events yet to unfold in this apocalypse, he still dared not underestimate any apocalyptic deity. This time, subduing the she-beast had been exceedingly perilous. He had underestimated its advancement speed. Yet high risk always promised high reward. A 6th-tier apocalyptic deity. With the she-beast he could practically stride unopposed through the current wasteland. For now the she-beast was undoubtedly his most formidable trump card. Just then a great commotion erupted in the distance as Luo Tianxiong led the lion group rushing to the scene. Many of the lion members had bloodshot eyes and bore injuries, still reeling from their previous ordeal. Though they were many, the avatars of the 6th-tier she-beast were equally terrifying. The lion suffered heavy casualties. Of over 7,000, fewer than 4,000 remained, including some incapacitated but still alive. Fortunately, at the critical moment of the final battle with the two she-beast avatars, they simultaneously dissolved into water and vanished, granting a respite. Luo Tianxiong and the others immediately understood that Chen Mo must have resolved his end, so they hurried over. The destruction wrought by the she-beast along the way was shocking. Luo Tianxiong and Tang Xuanyu, the two most concerned for Chen Mo, had their hearts in their throats. When they saw Chen Mo beside the Qiongqi, both were overjoyed and rushed over. "Brother Chen." "Chen Mo." Chen Mo revealed a smile. Luo Tianxiong gave him a big bear hug. Chen Mo, already aching all over, grimaced and forced himself free from the pain. "Are you alright?" Luo Tianxiong asked with concern. "Do I look alright?" Chen Mo, in high spirits after subduing the she-beast, made a rare joke. He was drenched in blood, not his own but the green blood of the she-beast. Tang Xuanyu, more reserved, asked with concern. "Chen Mo, did you take care of that Nian beast?" "We were fighting and the two Nian beasts suddenly vanished." Luo Tianxiong looked around puzzled. "Yeah, brother Chen, where's that big Nian beast? How'd it disappear?" Chen Mo smiled without explaining much. "It fled, but rest assured it won't come back." "Fled?" Luo Tianxiong looked oddly at the pit nearly filled with the she-beast's blood, its shape clearly matching the beast. It must have been severely wounded, but where could such a massive injured Nian beast flee to? Luo Tianxiong fell into thought, recalling the sudden disappearance of the Shoshi deity earlier. He guessed brother Chen must have done something. Everyone had secrets, so he refrained from asking. But since brother Chen said so. Luo Tianxiong let out a long sigh, a knowing smile spreading across his face as the pressure on him dissipated, leaving him lighthearted. At least this time. He had bet correctly. Tang Xuanyu quickly realized this too, and both tacitly said no more. Instead, Jiang Dong and Chao Fangyuan, panting from the rear, arrived and upon hearing Chen Mo's words shouted in disbelief. "What? Fled? How can that Nian beast escape? It killed so many of our brothers. Boss, let's strike while it's weak and chase it down." Both were eager, grabbing their guns as if to lead the lion members in pursuit. "Stop right there. You two idiots, haven't we lost enough men? Go on your own if you want, but don't lead the brothers to their deaths." Luo Tianxiong glared at them. The two shrank back in fright, daring not to speak. Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily and called out to the weary lion members. "We Tianhai City have finally survived this grueling battle. Brothers, we've driven off that cursed Nian beast. What the major military zones achieved we've done too, we've won." Luo Tianxiong's voice was impassioned. Though this battle was arduous, it would forge the lion members into a solid, more cohesive force. Hooray! The remaining 1,000+ lion members cheered. Not only Chen Mo but everyone in the lion had reached a breaking point. After the brief joy of victory under immense pressure, a wave of exhaustion followed. The entire lion was spent. Luo Tianxiong looked at Chen Mo. "Brother Chen, let's head back." Chen Mo shook his head gently. "You go ahead. I have something to take care of, you'll catch up later." Though the she-beast was now enslaved, it was gravely wounded. The Celestial Authority ability couldn't heal its injuries, he needed to find a safe place for it to recover its strength. Moreover, the new ability from the she-beast granted by Celestial Authority wasn't convenient to use within the lion. Well. Luo Tianxiong pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Alright. Though Qiongqi City is now free of zombies, you never know what might pop up. Be careful, Brother Chen. Come to me if anything happens." Luo Tianxiong looked at him solemnly. Chen Mo nodded. Luo Tianxiong then shouted, "Brothers, let's move. Back to base." The lion members finally smiled and departed with the wounded. But Tang Xuanyu chose to stay behind. Chen Mo was puzzled. "Xuanyu, aren't you going?" She rolled her eyes at him and said softly with a smile. "You don't trust them, but you don't trust me either." Chen Mo was taken aback. "Xuanyu, what are you?" "Pfft." Tang Xuanyu couldn't help but chuckle, stepping closer. "Stop pretending. Confess, did you make that Nian beast disappear? You didn't leave with Brother Luo because you want to see how that Nian beast is doing, right?" Chen Mo looked somewhat helpless, but this was within his expectations. Xuanyu had seen this ability of his back in Huabei City, and the Shoshi deity's disappearance this time was too obvious, even a fool could guess. Chen Mo didn't hide it. He spread his hands. "Bingo, you guessed it." Tang Xuanyu paused, puzzled. "You're admitting it so readily. Why not?" Chen Mo shrugged, climbed onto the Qiongqi's back and gestured to her. "Get on." "Where to?" "To find a place where I can let it out and recover." Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he murmured. The power shared by the she-beast temporarily alleviated the weakness from the berserk potion, restoring some of his spirit. But through the Celestial Authority ability, Chen Mo could sense that the she-beast's condition was dire, terrible even. Outside the borders of Qiongqi City, Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu traveled atop the Qiongqi. Tang Xuanyu sat on the beast's back, a smile gracing her lips as her beautiful eyes flickered, lost in thought. Yet it was evident she was in good spirits now, perhaps because the ordeal of the Nian beast's assault had finally passed, or because Chen Mo had entrusted her with his greatest secret. He seemed capable of driving and enslaving these apocalyptic deities. This terrifying power suddenly made her understand why Chen Mo always walked alone, interacting most not with major military districts but with a survivor faction called the Lion. This ability was far too fearsome. One man's strength could rival 1,000 troops. Even that beast of joy and festivity alone could crush countless in the 6th military district. As for more, she wisely chose not to pry. Since Chen Mo trusted her so deeply, there was no need to dig for answers. They sat close, Tang Xuanyu pressed against Chen Mo's back. A flush crept across her cheeks as she softly reminded him. "Chen Mo, about this matter. Brother Luo might have guessed something. And you demonstrated it at the 6th military district before. Could they?" Chen Mo remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Luo Tianxiong is a shrewd man. Even if he suspects, he won't say a word. And rest assured, if I'm not mistaken, they won't think it's me." "Why?" Tang Xuanyu was puzzled. Chen Mo just smiled at her without a word. But soon, as if a realization struck, her beautiful eyes widened. "They won't think I summoned it, will they?" "That's impossible. That day I clearly used my ability." Chen Mo let out a hearty laugh. That scene was too chaotic. Most who saw the beast of joy and festivity were dead. Besides, unless the 6th military district knows of the divine envoy's existence, they'll rack their brains in vain. For now, everyone believed that whether innate or awakened ability users could only master one power. Thus, when the beast of joy and festivity caused a stir, their attention naturally fell on the sudden appearance of that unfamiliar girl. The Qiongqi beneath them let out a low growl. After searching for a long while, it finally found a place teeming with wandering zombies. Among them were many 2nd and 3rd tier zombies, truly quality food for the she-beast. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. He took out a 3rd tier spirit core to restore his strength. Though far less effective than recovery potions, he had already used up many in the battle against the she-beast. He decided to save what remained. Gazing at the horde below, Tang Xuanyu spoke. "So many. This is the right place. Chen Mo raised his left hand and unleashed the celestial authority ability toward the ground. A low hum resonated. The she-beast tattoo on his back spread like ink into his palm and an eerie purple light burst from his left hand. Then a colossal figure descended from the sky, crashing into the sea of zombies like a mountain. A thunderous roar echoed across the land. The she-beast appeared. Its enormous body, dozens of stories high, was covered in cyan-gray scales, many of which had fallen off due to the heavy damage it had sustained. Its thick limbs bore wounds from the Dominion ability and its body was stained with cyan blood, a fearsome yet battered sight. Majestic and immense, this ancient creature exuded an overwhelming pressure just by standing there. Tang Xuanyu covered her mouth, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Nian beast. No, let's just call it. Well, Nian beast is fine. It's all the same. Chen Mo smiled gently. Staring at the she-beast, the Qiongqi hovered in midair level with the creature's head. The she-beast's eyes, full of pressure and majesty, glared at Chen Mo on the Qiongqi's back, brimming with resentment and hatred. But under the oppression of the celestial authority it could not resist, it couldn't even control its own body. What? Hate me? Chen Mo chuckled with interest. The Qiongqi also roared, mocking alongside its master. After all, the Qiongqi was different. It had submitted earnestly even before Chen Mo awakened his ability, and as the first being enslaved by the celestial authority it reigned as the leader among all creatures so controlled. The she-beast's massive pupils glared fiercely at both the Qiongqi and Chen Mo. Tang Xuanyu held her breath, fearing this terrifying apocalyptic deity might suddenly strike. Humph. A deeply displeased snort rang out. The she-beast shook its fur and shattered scales. From the crevices of its body black specters gushed forth like a fountain, surging straight toward the countless zombies below. Black mist coiled across the field, devouring every zombie it touched, leaving nothing behind. It spread like a demonic dance, consuming all in its path. Human, do you know what you've done? I am the great. The she-beast's deep voice thundered. Sit. Chen Mo commanded, calmly channeling the celestial authority. With a rumble, the she-beast actually sat down. Wag your tail. The massive tail began to sway just like a dog's. This terrifying giant obeying so meekly created an overwhelmingly striking scene. Tang Xuanyu stared in shock for a long moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. You actually tamed it. How is it so obedient? The she-beast before them was utterly different from its former ferocious self. Boom. At that moment the she-beast felt as if struck by lightning. It tried to regain control of its body but found itself completely helpless under the celestial authority's grip. Its massive eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. No. A piercing scream echoed in its mind. It was on the verge of tears. This was nothing like the submission it had envisioned. Impossible. Not even a divine envoy could possess such power. No human could ever master this ability. The she-beast stared fiercely at Chen Mo, its agonized roar filling the air. Impossible, huh? Chen Mo murmured with downcast eyes. But here it is, isn't it? Just like you now, kneeling before me, wagging your tail for mercy. Tang Xuanyu looked at Chen Mo and the she-beast in confusion. Were they having a conversation? She chose not to interrupt and quietly observed from the side. The specters released by the she-beast continued to devour zombies, returning with vast amounts of blood, energy and power that merged into the beast's body. The she-beast's vitality rapidly recovered. This sensation of healing, like soaking in a warm spring, also flowed into Chen Mo through the celestial authority. Warmth enveloped him as his unique abilities slowly grew within. Gazing at the beast before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but entertain an intriguing thought. If the recovery of the beast was shared with him, then allowing it to consume endlessly would mean his powers could be limitless, an inexhaustible resource. Unfortunately, while the transfer of energy was possible, its effects were far less rapid than that of crystal cores or restorative potions. The beast remained fixated, ignoring the horde of corpses below, as even in stillness they posed no threat to it. After a long pause, a deep voice resonated softly. You are not human. Chen Mo's eyelids twitched as he furrowed his brows. What do you mean? The massive creature lowered its head closer, a pungent stench wafting towards Chen Mo, who pinched his nose. The beast sniffed the air and then lifted its head. Another message was conveyed, as if it had made a discovery. I can sense that your life essence seems different somehow. You seem to be of the same kind as me. No, I'm not sure, perhaps even higher. But I am willing to submit to you, my master. This time its tone was unusually relieved, devoid of anger or resentment. In the apocalypse, even divine beings had their hierarchies. It was highly intelligent and like the year beast harbored a fear of death and lacked backbone, yet to submit to a human was utterly impossible. However, submitting to a being of a higher life essence seemed not so difficult to accept. Gurgle gurgle. The beast continuously harvested the lives of nearby zombies, raising its body as a torrent of energy surged beneath its four limbs. The flowing water gradually enveloped its limbs and body, climbing upwards to cover its wounds. Soon an enormous sphere of water engulfed it, standing majestically in the center of the area. Chen Mo gazed at the colossal sphere of water, his eyes shimmering. He did not feel joy at the complete submission of the beast. Instead he looked at his left hand where the hidden Qiongqi abilities resided, pondering the beast's previous words. The creature knew only this much, which was sufficient for his purposes. Is it recovering? Looking at the massive water sphere, Tang Xuanyu finally could not help but speak. Her thoughts drawn back, Chen Mo nodded and said, yes, but this horde of zombies is not enough for it to fully recover. Qiongqi City is just this vast. Even if the beast were to consume all the nearby zombies and mutated beings, it would still be hard to recover even half. A 6th-tier divine being in the apocalypse is already beyond the limits for present humans if the quality cannot satisfy the beast, so they must compensate with quantity. Tang Xuanyu had thought of this too, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. So what do you plan to do? I heard from Brother Luo that in the 7 days since its appearance various military districts have suffered heavy losses. You won't let it eat people, will you? Chen Mo's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he remained non-committal. Don't worry, it won't happen here at least. In the depths of the sea countless beings exist. If the fact that the beast can traverse the ocean means it could appear in any country in the world, its role far surpassing that of the year beast. The second evolution spreads globally. Since the decline in population is inevitable, then other countries will have to bear the burden like a certain island. Some individuals are inherently bad seeds, their existence meant for destruction, and their deaths are not regrettable. Rather than that, it would be better for them to engage in something meaningful, contributing themselves for all humanity rather than merely being a nuisance. Under the healing flow of water, the beast's wounds were continuously mending. Suddenly a deafening roar reverberated. Ow! Splash! Water splashed as the beast emerged. All its wounds had healed under the water's restorative powers, and patches of blue-gray scales began to grow, glistening with luster. However, the zombies present were insufficient for it to fully recover, and like the year beast, its size had shrunk considerably to about the size of a sushi god. Endless swirling black mist was inhaled through the gaps in its scales and its mouth and nose. The zombies here had lost more than half, but some remained. Seeing this, the beast stomped its feet violently, and a large number of zombies that looked like ants in its eyes were crushed. The ground cracked and an endless torrent surged forth, drowning the densely packed zombies. With just this one strike, it effortlessly harvested countless lives from the zombies, its power astonishing. Even in a non-peak state, it was still within the realm of a 6th-tier divine being. In this era, apart from the central authority, if this creature were to appear anywhere else, resistance would likely be futile. The mighty wind swept past, lifting Tang Xuanya's flowing black hair, making it hard for her to open her eyes. Narrowing her eyes at the terrifying beast, she marveled at its formidable power. So strong. She had never truly faced the beast in its true form. If the 2 water phantoms could not match even half of its power, and a casual strike unleashed a torrential flood, making her sigh in awe at the strength of these divine beings of the apocalypse, their size alone instilling fear. Chen Mo spoke calmly. These are merely appetizers. How many more beings will it take to recover? Many. The beast's voice came through. I can also enter a slumber to recover myself. No need leave the vicinity of Qiongqi City, go to the deep sea to regain your strength. There's a place well suited for you. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on it and explained the cleansing plan to the beast. Once they eat freely, it's best if they go extinct. After a brief exchange, the beast quickly grasped Chen Mo's intentions. Communicating with a wise divine being like the beast is convenient. He need not control it, as it possesses judgment, unlike the sushi god, which remains clueless and can only understand simple commands. According to the information from Qiongqi, the sushi god also has the ability to shrink, but its intelligence dictates that it can control it but won't use it. Nonetheless, it was the first divine being he had tamed, and its ability to break the laws of sound was extremely useful, making him reluctant to sell it to a mysterious merchant. Through the beast's response, Chen Mo learned that nearly every divine being in the apocalypse had what could be termed a duty. Apart from the divine beings restricted by territory, the limitations imposed on the beast and the year beast were to wreak havoc and cleanse within their homeland. But for some reason, after being enslaved by the Qiongqi abilities, the beast's tasks disappeared, no longer bound to specific locations. Just like the sushi god, it could run freely within Huabei City. There are also divine beings of my kind responsible for cleansing, said the beast. Then lend it a helping hand, Chen Mo succinctly replied. Or directly replace it. As you command, master. The evening beast shook its colossal head and let out a long roar. Beneath its feet a water vortex, identical to the one before, began to swirl leading to an unknown destination. Its immense body gradually sank into the vortex. The floodwaters and the wandering specters drifting through the air surged frantically into the swirling abyss. Wait, Chen Mo suddenly transmitted through his Qiongqi ability. Leave a few scales intact ones. After all, as a sixth-order apocalyptic deity, the evening beast was a treasure trove from head to tail. Its scales, if handed over to Lin Yu for forging, might prove quite useful. The evening beast's massive frame shuddered, then shed several scales, the smallest of which were still enormous, before plunging into the water vortex and vanishing without a trace. Even its smallest scales stood as tall as a man. Chen Mo ordered Qiongqi to retrieve them using the Mingniao pearl to store the scales, which occupied more than half of the pearl space. After the evening beast disappeared, Chen Mo activated the Qiongqi ability and slowly closed his eyes. His vision merged with the evening beast's. Before him stretched an endless ocean. The beast's colossal form gradually submerged into the sea, countless fine bubbles rising as it descended into the deep. It merely opened its gaping maw and countless sea creatures and beings were sucked in. Where did it go? Tang Xuanya's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Mo opened his eyes and smiled. The ocean. The two rode Qiongqi back to the lion base. Luo Tianxiong chose not to reveal the matter to the survivors, knowing it would only incite immense panic. Yet the battle had been exceedingly brutal and the commotion from the clash with the evening beast in Tianhai City had been far too great. Even the oblivious survivors within the lion base kept in the dark sense that a terrifying battle had erupted. Some standing at higher vantage points could clearly glimpse the fearsome colossal silhouette of the evening beast. Despair had shrouded the entire base, but when they saw the victorious leader Luo Tianxiong and his men return to recount the tale, the lion warriors were greeted with endless cheers and joy. This battle forged an unprecedented unity within the lion base and yielded considerable gains. During the fight between the evening beast and Chen Mo, many scales had fallen. Though most were shattered, Luo Tianxiong was no fool. He had thousands of men haul back basket after basket of them. Afterwards, Chen Mo and Tang Xuanyu returned quietly, heading straight to the villa. Inside the room, Tang Xuanyu said with concern, "Chen Mo, get some good rest." "Yeah, brother Chen, your eyes." Chao Fengyuan, who had come on behalf of Luo Tianxiong to check on the wounded, was startled by the bloodshot look in Chen Mo's eyes and quickly urged him to take care. "Brother Chen, the boss said you should rest well. Just tell us if you need anything. If something happens to you, I won't be able to answer for it." Chen Mo felt his condition was still manageable. The evening beast had begun devouring sea creatures and its recovery was being channeled back to him. But under the forceful insistence of Tang Xuanyu and Chao Fengyuan, he was dragged into the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. "Brother Chen, there's water. I'll have some food prepared," Chao Fengyuan said as a final remark. In this apocalypse, besides food, clean water was no longer a rarity. Elemental ability users could produce it. Yet only a select few could enjoy such a resource. Chen Mo made himself at home. Finding a bathing area in the room, he took a cold shower. The cascading water jolted his mind into clarity. Blood, whether from the evening beast or himself, was washed from his skin by the flow. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he saw a man with a cold, resolute face and sharp, defined features. His physique was lean and powerful, with a fierce, sprawling tattoo covering his left arm. When he noticed his eyes unusually red and bloodshot in the mirror, Chen Mo paused briefly, then chuckled dryly. "No wonder everyone told me to rest. I really should get some sleep." The exhilaration of subduing the evening beast had masked the aftereffects of the berserker potion. Now that everything had settled, it was indeed time for a good rest. The awakened imprint of the Qiongqi ability was visible. Chen Mo looked at the tattoo that spread from his left arm to his shoulder and couldn't help but touch it. He could almost feel the warmth and heartbeat of the tattoos belonging to the Shoshi god and the peach tree, each fused into him as one. The Qiongqi ability. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes flickering as he recalled what the evening beast had said, lost in thought. After dressing, Chen Mo sat on the incredibly soft bed and began to sense the abilities gained from subduing the evening beast. Now with the Qiongqi ability, even without turning enslaved beings into tattoo forms, he could still access some of their powers. Chen Mo lay back lazily on the comfortable bed, propping his head with his right hand while aiming his left hand at the bathroom. Buzz! The water splashed on the floor began to churn. Then the droplets coalesced into a mass, rising and swirling, eventually forming a figure identical to himself, a water phantom. The evening beast possessed many abilities, but after breaking through to the 6th order, it had gained this new power, water phantom. Chen Mo couldn't use it to its full extent, just as he couldn't fly like Qiongqi. He could conjure one water phantom roughly equivalent to half his own power. Guiding it with his mind, the water form, Chen Mo expressionlessly raised his right hand. The dominance ability activated. Metal blades began to float around the water phantom. Seeing this, Chen Mo shot upright on the bed, his eyes blazing with excitement. The water phantom formed from the evening beast's power can actually use the dominance ability too. The water phantom echoed. The water phantom formed from the evening beast's power can actually use the dominance ability too. Chen Mo stared at the water phantom version of himself as if talking to his own reflection, and his expression twisted into something peculiar. He ordered the water phantom to attempt using the Qiongqi ability, but the result was as expected. The Qiongqi ability was too unique, the water phantom couldn't wield it. It was essentially a doppelganger, allowing him to converse through it and use the dominance ability. Unlike the evening beast, the water phantom could only be conjured one at a time. If not destroyed, it could last up to a day, more than enough time to accomplish many things. Chen Mo lowered his head, stroking his chin as he murmured, "Interesting. That means in the upcoming second evolution I can do a lot." He deactivated the ability. Bam! The water phantom in the bathroom shattered into a pool of water. As his abilities advanced, Chen Mo increasingly felt that his most potent means was not the mastery of his powers but the Qiongqi ability. The might of the Qiongqi ability was akin to a bug in the system. It was not just the terrifying nature of the subjugated deities of the apocalypse, but it granted him multiple powerful abilities. Even in his past life he had never heard of such a thing. Chen Mo lay in bed, fatigue and drowsiness washed over him like a tide, and he unconsciously closed his eyes. At this moment, in another realm of consciousness, dim and grayish flames flickered to life alongside a brilliant blue flame. Qiongqi, the peach tree Shoshi god, and the evening beast corresponded to these four formidable calamities or deities of the apocalypse. In this starry sea space uniquely constructed by the Qiongqi ability, four flames of different colors flickered with a ghostly glow, appearing both eerie and bright. 2 days later, Chen Mo suddenly felt as if he was grasping something soft. He squeezed a bit harder and his hand was smacked away, accompanied by a series of muffled yings. With a start, Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Qi and a large bear in his embrace, he let out a long sigh of relief. Wait. Why is Qi here? Qi seemed to be sleeping peacefully. She turned over and lay on her side. Chen Mo rubbed his eyes and carefully got out of bed, fearing he might disturb the sleeping Qi, and sat on the edge for a while to calm himself. It seemed he had slept for a long time, feeling the abundance of his powers within. His fatigue vanished and his mental state was better than ever. Most importantly, his Qiongqi ability had unexpectedly broken through to the 5th stage. What? Chen Mo looked at his left hand, his eyes bright with astonishment at this unexpected joy. In his mind it seemed another memory regarding the Qiongqi ability had emerged. It was a cryptic string of words, yet for some reason he understood what it meant. Sitting on the bed, Chen Mo activated his Qiongqi ability. Suddenly everything went dark. When he regained his senses, he had re-entered that magical space akin to inner vision. However, unlike before when he passively entered this space after awakening his Qiongqi ability to the 4th stage, this time he actively controlled the Qiongqi ability to enter. The space was incredibly ethereal, more like a medium constructed by the Qiongqi ability for the enslavement of living beings. Flames flickered behind him, revealing the figures of Qiongqi, the evening beast, the peach tree and Shoshi god, while he floated in the center surrounded by these flames. Among them was an additional dim flame representing that the current Qiongqi ability could still enslave 2 more deities of the apocalypse and other entities, provided that his mental strength could bear the strain. Chen Mo focused on the blue light orb belonging to the evening beast and his perspective instantly shifted. The evening beast was already in the deep sea region and would reach its destination shortly. The dangers of the deep sea far exceeded anyone's imagination. Through the pitch-black lightless vision of the evening beast, he felt as if he had become the evening beast. He could sense terrifying auras in the depths of the sea. If these presences were located in a particular area, and even the evening beast had to avoid them in fear. During this time the evening beast had devoured numerous sea monsters to recover. If the beings in the deep sea were not only powerful but also outnumbered those on land by several times. Had it not been for the mission from the deities of the apocalypse, the evening beast would find the ocean a far better habitat than the year beast. After a considerable time passed, he finally withdrew. So it seems we should arrive at the small island in a few days, Chen Mo murmured softly. The threat posed by the evening beast to coastal cities was like a tempest. Life would be difficult in the coming days. Suddenly, as if noticing something, the pink flame belonging to the peach tree trembled gently, as if calling out to him. This is... Look. Look. A faint consciousness from the peach tree reached him. Chen Mo frowned and entered the vision of the peach tree. Buzz. The scene before him surprised Chen Mo. The metal wall he had previously constructed to protect the peach tree in Huabei City had somehow been breached. What came into view was a large group of soldiers from the 6th Military District guarding the area, and the peach tree was surrounded by warning tape prohibiting entry. A cacophony of voices erupted. Trucks laden with corpses rolled, and the stench of death overwhelming. The trucks were filled with hundreds of zombie and mutated corpses, even mixed with humans. A man descended from one of the trucks and approached the guards. Today's supplies have arrived. The leading figure glanced at the trucks that had followed behind and nodded, waving his hand. All right, move along. Let them through. This place was eerily orderly, akin to a forbidden zone. Surrounding wasteland and roots of the peach tree sprawled across the ground. The peach tree had reached the 4th stage, not nurtured by the people of Longgang but by the 6th Military District. This is getting interesting. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. You are helping me take care of the peach tree. Through the memories of the peach tree, Chen Mo realized that it was the people of the 6th Military District who had breached his metal barrier. When several researchers arrived, they were utterly astonished. It was their first time witnessing a plant undergoing mutation. Moreover, the branches and sap of the peach tree had remarkable effects. They were not some diluted potion purchased from mysterious merchants, but the primary material for developing various potions. Upon learning this, the researchers from the 6th Military District were in awe, treating the peach tree as a treasure and reporting it for special care. Additionally, handling the corpses of zombies and humans was a troublesome affair, and the peach tree could decompose and absorb them, making this place a special locale. Had the peach tree not been enslaved by him, it might have borne a few fruits by now, but at present it was like a pie show, only taking in and not giving out. Let them bear a few fruits, after all they have nurtured you to this point, so show some value, Chen Mo said calmly. Plant-based mutations were exceptionally rare and difficult to cultivate. If the nutrients needed for a stage upgrade were terrifyingly high, making it a challenging endeavor. Originally, Chen Mo had planned to abandon the peach tree, which had been taking up space without serving a purpose, but now that the 6th Military District was nurturing it, it was not so bad. Seemingly recalling something, Chen Mo added, by the way, I might come by in a while and need some fruits. The mastery of his ability was nearing the 6th stage, and if he hit a bottleneck, this would be just right. The peach tree's intelligence was not low, it quickly conveyed a youthful voice in response. Okay. Chen Mo withdrew his consciousness from the medium space. After he left, the peach tree within the steel plant in Huabei City suddenly trembled violently, rustling loudly. Sensing the peach tree's movement, the 300 to 400 military personnel present immediately turned their gazes. What's happening? What's wrong with this peach tree? I don't know. I fed it as usual today, and then it just started acting like this. Wait. Look at that branch, what is that? On the branch of the peach tree, several fruits, each the size of a fist, began to visibly coalesce at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. Am I seeing things? Is it bearing fruit? Everyone present was utterly astounded, their eyes wide and their speech faltering. This is incredible. Quick, go report this to the professor. It was truly unprecedented. The 6th Military Region had nurtured this peach tree for so long, yet this was the first time it had ever borne fruit. Meanwhile, elsewhere. After exiting the medium space, Chen Mo put on his coat, tucked Qiongqi in, and quietly walked out of the room. The door creaked shut. The villa was empty and silent. However, on the table downstairs, the Lion Brigade members had already prepared food. After a simple meal to satisfy his hunger, Chen Mo finally stepped out of the villa. The weather was still somewhat cold and the surrounding snow was beginning to melt. Outside, Chao Fengyuan was sitting on a small stool smoking a cigarette and playing cards with a few Lion Brigade members. His gun lay at his feet, presenting a scene of leisurely comfort. Hearing the door open and seeing Chen Mo emerge, Chao Fengyuan immediately stubbed out his cigarette, grabbed his gun and jogged over with a mischievous grin. Hey brother Chen. Morning. You're awake. Truly worthy of brother Chen, you managed to sleep for almost 3 days straight without eating or drinking, and it's already noon. 3 days. That long? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. It seemed the aftereffects of the rage potion were significant, compounded by the extreme mental exhaustion from the battle against the she-beast, which caused him to sleep for such an extended period. Chen Mo spoke. Where's Xuanyu? Why are you the only ones here? Chao Fengyuan chuckled and replied. The sister-in-law. She's over at Building 6 with a large group of ability users waiting to awaken their acquired abilities tomorrow. Today is the 4th batch of ability user awakenings. Brother Chen, want to go check it out? Chen Mo nodded in realization. Luo Tianxiong had indeed mentioned the awakenings to him. So it was already the 4th batch. Yeah, take me there. Perfect timing. Inside the Mingniao Pearl there was still the unknown beast bone, the special core of the Nian beast, and several intact scales from the she-beast. To see if any new ability users with powers like appraisal or forging had emerged among the Lion Brigade ability users so these items could be put to good use. If not, he would have no choice but to seek Lin Yu's help from the 6th Military Region. Moreover, it had been so long since the apocalypse began that safe zones everywhere were well established. He recalled that the construction of Protective City started after the Nian Beast's rampage. Calculating the time, it should be starting around now. Having more means and methods would provide additional trump cards for survival within the secret realm of the second evolution. Chao Fengyuan immediately raised his hand upon hearing this. All right. Brother Chen'll take you there. With that, he looked at the several Lion Brigade members sitting there. They all stood up and walked outside, driving a vehicle over. The Lion Brigade base was divided into several areas. Chao Fengyuan led Chen Mo to the place where acquired abilities were awakened. The nearby survivors had already been dispersed. Due to the significant consumption of cores in this campaign, the number of ability users in this 4th batch was smaller. There were 300 people present today. All were young fearless volunteers selected from the Lion Brigade survivors. Earlier, Luo Tianxiong had clearly explained to everyone that the process of awakening an acquired ability was extremely perilous with only a 1 in chance of survival. Yet even so many who craved power and feared nothing came to participate. All 4 batches of acquired awakenings consisted of survivors not Lion Brigade members. This was because in a sense their lives were considered expendable. Success would increase combat strength while death would reduce the need for rations as they became zombies. Furthermore, killing them would yield first-tier cores that could be recycled for the next person. It was different for internal Lion Brigade members. Luo Tianxiong deliberately saved them for last, waiting until the brigade's core reserves were ample, then using cores of at least the 2nd to 4th tier for their awakenings. Now the 300 survivors were surrounded in the center of the grounds by a group of Lion Brigade members holding guns along with ability users. They stood in neat rows spaced 1 meter apart. Each person held a first-tier core. Some looked anxious, others excited, but none showed any regret. Almost everyone believed they would be the protagonist who survived that 10% chance. Luo Tianxiong, accustomed to this, repeated loudly. "I'll ask one last time. Does anyone want to back out? It's not too late to regret now. Once we start, there's no turning back." No one responded. Seeing this, Luo Tianxiong looked at Tang Xuanyu beside him and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, I'll leave it to you in a moment." Tang Xuanyu shook her head, looked at the crowd and said softly, After all, this was their own decision. Having witnessed the apocalypse for so long through consecutive days of awakenings with daily deaths, her heart had grown somewhat cold and numb. Just then a slightly teasing voice rang out. "With such a big event happening, Brother Luo, you didn't think to call me?" Hearing the voice, Luo Tianxiong was momentarily stunned, then looked over. Chen Mo and Chao Fengyuan approached. "Haha. Isn't this Brother Chen? Brother Chen, you're finally awake. Did you sleep well?" Luo Tianxiong asked with a hearty laugh as he walked over. Tang Xuanyu also came to Chen Mo, carefully checking him over from head to toe. Seeing he was several times better than before, she finally showed a smile. "Awake?" Chen Mo gave her a gentle look and smiled. "Yeah, stop checking. I'm fine." Then he turned to Luo Tianxiong. "The 4th batch?" Luo Tianxiong nodded. "Including today's, there have been a total of 2,300 people. I'm not sure if it's because of the cores, but less than 160 ability users have emerged. The ability assessment equipment purchased from the military region is still on its way, so we don't know yet if any high-tier abilities have appeared." "About 13 to 1, huh?" Chen Mo murmured. "That's normal. It's said to be 1 in 10, but various factors influence it." "Have any ability users with powers like insight or appraisal appeared as I mentioned?" Chen Mo asked. At this, Luo Tianxiong's expression turned somewhat strange. He looked at Chen Mo, then at Tang Xuanyu beside him. He cleared his throat twice, then directly pulled Chen Mo aside, acting as stealthy as a thief. Luo Tianxiong sighed and said, "In the 3rd batch of awakened ability users there was indeed one with a similar ability. But this person. Brother Chen, what a cruel twist of fate." Chen Mo was puzzled. "What's wrong?" When Luo Tianxiong quietly uttered the name, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched. "How could it be her?" "You mean the one who awakened the identification ability is Wang Luyao?" Chen Mo confirmed. Luo Tianxiong nodded. Dealing with this woman was too troublesome. Due to her connections with Chen Mo, she held a low status within Qiongqi, existing like an insignificant heir. What he never expected was that Chao Fengyuan, that simpleton, had actually included Wang Luyao in the list of survivors chosen for ability awakening. As luck would have it, among the 17 ability users who awakened postnatally through crystal cores in the third batch, Wang Luyao was one. The ability she awakened was exchange identification. Chen Mo murmured softly. Indeed, it's a type of identification but not top tier. It requires a certain price to obtain information, but it's still usable. Such unique abilities were extremely rare, perhaps not even one among thousands of ability users. Regardless, as long as it worked, that was enough. As for who controlled this ability, Chen Mo didn't care. He nodded and spoke. I understand. Where is she now? Seeing Chen Mo's calm expression, Luo Tianxiong glanced at Tang Xuanyu not far away. Tang Xuanyu muttered with some displeasure. What are you two talking about? Why all the secrecy? Luo Tianxiong burst into laughter and said. Seems I was overthinking it. Brother Chen, she's in building 4. I'll have Chao Zi take you there. Chen Mo hummed in acknowledgement, his eyes flickering. After a moment of contemplation he said. Once the Nian beast retreats, there will be a long period for development. If Qiongqi wants a place in this apocalypse, it cannot fall behind. In a while I need to go to the 11th military district to retrieve a key. Qiqi and Xuanyu will be in your care. The 11th military district. Luo Tianxiong was quite surprised. He had thought Chen Mo would stay in Qiongqi for the time being. Brother Chen, what are you going there for? What key? Chen Mo chuckled lightly without offering much explanation. The evolution dust stirred by the second evolution would spread everywhere. After that, so-called evolution sites would appear across the world like the Sun Palace and the Shura prison. The evolution dust drifted from these places, and every single secret realm without exception had an apocalyptic deity guarding it. Without a token or key, one could not truly enter. In his past life, when the secret realms first appeared, the military districts detected them with instruments that measured evolution dust concentration. A group gathered at the realm sites and exhausted themselves only to stand helplessly at the entrance, for no one knew about the keys at first. It was only when an utterly ordinary ability user from the 11th military district accidentally opened a secret realm that the truth dawned on everyone. That ability user gained a name overnight. Coincidentally, he shared Luo Tianxiong's surname. His ability was merely Crade and his name was Luo Ning. According to him, the key he obtained was a broken sword found inside a mutant he had hunted. That was also the first secret realm opened with a key among the military districts after the evolution dust appeared. The Fengdu Ghost Realm. The Northern Yin deity. As for more than that, he himself did not know. At that time he was merely an insignificant ability user in the 6th military district. But he had to thank the mental interference ability he controlled in his past life, which made his spiritual power countless times stronger than an ordinary person's, allowing him to absorb vast amounts of information. Now he could prepare well in advance to seize the coming opportunities. Chen Mo spoke calmly. I'll be off then. If Qiongqi ever needs anything, you can contact Long Gang from Huabei City and that woman named Lin Yu from the 6th military district. You've met her. Staying in one place for stability was not what he wanted. At least for now, neither the military districts nor Qiongqi could support the resources he needed for advancement. Luo Tianxiong was quite magnanimous. Though reluctance lingered in his eyes, he understood that Qiongqi was still too small to contain such a great figure. But Chen Mo's willingness to leave Qiqi and his sister-in-law in Qiongqi was undoubtedly a sign of trust. Luo Tianxiong sighed and said. Are you leaving today? Not telling your sister-in-law? Chen Mo shrugged, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. It's not like it's the first time. With that he turned a gentle gaze toward Tang Xuanyu in the distance and murmured softly. Besides, I don't want them to take risks with me anymore. If in his past life he lacked the powerful ability to change everything, then in this life he would never repeat the same mistakes. 15 years. In his memory there were only 15 years in total. By then all the deities' restraints would be undone and they would be free to act. Mutants and zombies grew stronger with time relentlessly. If he just waited idly, the seemingly stable existence before him would shatter like a bubble at the slightest touch. He had already seen that female zombie near Tianhai City. She had developed individual consciousness. Even Shoshi deity, that fool, could now understand many commands, let alone creatures of higher intelligence. Chen Mo cautioned. By the way, there's a very special zombie near Tianhai City, a female zombie. If you can capture her. As for the rest, you and Qiongqi need to be more vigilant. Send people regularly to clear the zombies at the borders, or a zombie tide might form one day. Luo Tianxiong listened earnestly and nodded solemnly. I understand. He had few talents: ruthlessness, loyalty, and the ability to take advice. He who heeds counsel will thrive. He trusted Chen Mo's words implicitly. Even if Chen Mo said the world would end tomorrow, he would probably lead Qiongqi to find a feng shui treasure site to bury themselves. And it was precisely because Chen Mo recognized this quality in Luo Tianxiong that he repeatedly helped Qiongqi grow. Chen Mo smiled, his tone lightening. Alright, don't worry too much. With Xiangxi's current strength, ordinary zombies are no threat, just walking crystal cores. I'll take my leave now. Don't you have ability awakenings to handle? Go ahead. With that, Chen Mo walked over to Tang Xuanyu and Luo Tianxiong followed. Tang Xuanyu looked at them suspiciously, her expression odd. You two have been whispering for ages. What were you talking about? Luo Tianxiong laughed heartily. Haha, nothing, sister-in-law. Just some man talk. Tang Xuanyu shot him a glare and said coquettishly. Don't you go corrupting him. Chen Mo smiled and stepped forward. Alright Xuanyu, I have some things to attend to. I'll be off. So the arduous task of handling the failed ability awakenings falls to you. Tang Xuanyu didn't think much of it and nodded. Okay, remember to come back for dinner tonight. Will do, Chen Mo replied with a smile. At least it was safe in Qiongqi, and with tasks to do Xuanyu wouldn't be bored. Chen Mo went to Chao Fangyuan's place. Chao Fangyuan stared at him, eyes wide. Brother Chen, what's up? Chen Mo said flatly. Take me to Wang Luyao. Chao Fangyuan gasped, knowing some rumors, and sighed inwardly at this tangled fate. He nodded, looking at Chen Mo meaningfully. Brother Chen, I mean sister-in-law, is pretty good. Chen Mo said impatiently. What are you thinking? Let's go. Oh. Inside the villa. Wang Luyao sat nervously in the study. Since awakening her ability, she had moved from the lowest tier of Qiongqi, a tent in what was almost a slum, to this place. The treatment for ability users was decent. Although about 15 of them lived in one building, it was 1,000 times better than the dark, damp underground garage tents, and they could even bathe. Having stayed in Qiongqi for so long, she had gradually grown accustomed to its internal stability. As long as she worked, she could eat. But deep down she craved a better life. Who wouldn't? On New Year's Eve, upon learning that Qiongqi had a way to artificially awaken abilities, she silently made a resolution. Even if it meant death, she wanted to change her life. She didn't want to spend the rest of her days in a cramped, privacyless tent, tortured by the snoring and stench of neighbors at night. Unfortunately, her only friend who came with her died. But fortunately she succeeded. She was one of the 17 survivors from that batch. After enjoying her private space, a comfortable bed, and a bathroom, Wang Luyao felt for the first time the joy of achieving all this on her own, not by relying on others. Now Wang Luyao bit her lip and placed a hand over her chest. Her heart was pounding so hard she could hear it. Will he really come? She had just received word that Chen Mo was coming. He was now a figure even Xiangxi's leader Luo Tianxiong had to respect. The villa's other residents had already been cleared out. In this post-apocalyptic world, Wang Luyao for the first time paid attention to her appearance again. She spent a long time in front of the mirror before coming to the study to wait, full of anticipation. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Wang Luyao sat upright and murmured softly, "Is he here?" Creak. The door opened. "Brother Chen, it's right here," Chao Fangyuan's voice came from outside. He pushed the door open. "Brother Chao." Wang Luyao said politely. Although Chao Fangyuan disliked this opportunistic woman, he didn't show it because of Chen Mo. Chao Fangyuan was a bit troubled. He mainly worried that old flames might rekindle. He had heard that before the apocalypse Chen Mo was a poor guy dumped by her. Now that he had become so formidable, if they got together again and she whispered in his ear, it would be a disaster. Chao Fangyuan said flatly, "Brother Chen is here. He has something to discuss with you. You two talk." Wang Luyao could sense his displeasure but didn't understand why and said nothing. Chen Mo walked in from outside and the door closed behind him. Wang Luyao felt her heart race even faster, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Chen Mo met with such fervent gaze upon entering. Chen Mo frowned. What was this? Wang Luyao was attractive with a well-proportioned figure after tidying up. Perhaps he had liked her before, but after 15 years everything had faded. Sit down, Chen Mo said, indifferently, unmoved. He showed no emotion at seeing his ex-girlfriend. If not for the fact that she was the only one in Qiongqi who had awakened an appraisal ability, the two would likely never have crossed paths again. Wang Luyao froze, standing there unsure of what to do. She looked at the man before her with a complex expression. Tempered by the apocalypse, Chen Mo's demeanor had become cold, his eyes deep, his features sharp, exuding an aura of aloofness and killing intent. Wang Luyao opened her mouth, marveling at his transformation, and couldn't help but speak. Chen Mo. You're finally willing to see me. I'm sorry. Chen Mo's face remained calm as he looked at her apologetic expression. I'm not here for that. You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. I heard you awakened an ability, right? Chen Mo cut straight to the point. I have something I need you to look at a favor. With that he took out the beast fang bone. Without any superfluous movements or words, not even giving her a chance to say more, he was so swift that Wang Luyao was taken aback. Wang Luyao felt as if struck by lightning, mocking herself for her foolishness. What was I even expecting? So that's how it is. She wasn't stupid, she could feel the distance in Chen Mo's demeanor. Biting her lip she nodded. Oh, I see. Her tone was humble, a complete reversal from her previously condescending attitude. The apocalypse had taught her the law of the jungle. My ability is exchange appraisal. I can clearly see an item's attributes and effects, but it requires a crystal core as payment to obtain the information. I know. What grade is it? Chen Mo asked. Exchange appraisal was relatively common, but the grade made a huge difference. For example, if a grade A exchange appraisal cost 1 crystal core, a grade B would cost 5, and so on. This. Wang Luyao was stumped and shook her head. I'm not sure. Brother Luo said a device to test ability grades would arrive in a few days. Chen Mo, how many crystal cores does it usually take to appraise an item? It depends on the value. Ordinary items cost a few first-grade cores. Brother Luo's blade cost about 10 second-grade cores. The blade she mentioned was the Lion King that Luo Tianxiong had planned to give Chen Mo, but which he had called a ripoff. What were its attributes? Wang Luyao recalled for a moment. Strength 37, toughness 53, durability 402, and no special traits. She recited the precise numbers. Since it was forged from emerald crystal, its toughness and durability were decent, but it was a reject left over from Long Gang's selection, so its strength was lacking. Chen Mo stroked his chin, listening to the information. A weapon of this grade costing 10 second-grade cores to appraise. Probably between B and C. Not bad. Really? Upon hearing this, Wang Luyao's eyes lit up and she looked at him with joy. She had always thought her ability was weak and insignificant compared to others' miraculous powers. Chen Mo nodded calmly. Appraisal abilities are rare and their value can't be compared to most other abilities. You're lucky. Since that's the case, take a look at this bone and this blade. I'll leave it to you. Since he was already here, he might as well have the Taya blade appraised and see its attributes. With a rustling sound he retrieved a large number of crystal cores from the singing bird bead, all of which were second-tier, roughly over 60 in number. Upon receiving Chen Mo's affirmation, Wang Luyao's previously gloomy mood cleared away instantly. She immediately grasped a crystal core in one hand and placed the other on the Taya blade, activating her ability. The crystal core in her left hand continuously had its energy drained, used one after another. After 4-9 and up to the 20th crystal core, information about the Taya blade finally echoed within her mind. What does it say? Wang Luyao murmured while continuing the appraisal. Strength 72, toughness 80, durability 154, traits are drain, bleed, Taya might. The Taya blade. Forged from the spine of some being. Somewhat shocked, Wang Luyao's delicate frame trembled as if she couldn't believe such a sinister weapon existed. With all the information about the Taya blade clear in her mind, she stared at the blade before her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. It was the first time she had appraised such a unique item. And whose spine was it? Chen Mo, upon hearing this, remained remarkably calm. The abilities matched what the mysterious merchant had said, and the attributes, whether strength or toughness, far surpassed the Lion King blade. But this durability. 154. So low. After all, Luo Tianxiong's Lion King blade had over 400 durability. Although Chen Mo had used it many times since acquiring it, it shouldn't have been reduced to such a low amount. What's the deal with the durability? Chen Mo asked. Wang Luyao replied, it originally only had 300 durability. Chen Mo frowned deeply, then suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his pupils constricted. Taya might, it's best not to use it too often. He recalled the words of that mysterious merchant. Damn it. So that was what the bastard meant, using Taya might would reduce the Taya blade's durability. Chen Mo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and murmured. You've lost an important customer, you know. From now on, even if he had to drag the corpse of an apocalypse god with Shoshi god, he would never trade with that stingy bastard again. Take a look at this beast bone too. After learning of the Taya blade's drawback, Chen Mo held little hope for the so-called mystery box. Wang Luyao nodded and then began appraising the beast fang bone. One crystal core after another was consumed. This time even after using 20 crystal cores she still couldn't determine what it was. Wang Luyao furrowed her delicate brows staring intently at the beast fang bone on the table as she continued using her appraisal ability. 23-26. All the way to 30 crystal cores. Only then did the information from her appraisal ability confirm what this object was. This. Wang Luyao looked at the beast bone on the table in confusion, momentarily wondering if her ability had malfunctioned. Seeing her like this, Chen Mo became somewhat curious and asked, "Can't do it?" "No," she shook her head, taking a long moment to come back to her senses. Wang Luyao looked at the beast fang bone on the table and murmured, "I can't discern anything else, but it seems to be a sacrificial medium, a key to open some place." "A key?" Chen Mo's pupils widened in surprise, a hint of excitement in his voice. Staring intently at the beast fang bone on the table, he immediately understood what it was. A key to a secret realm. He hadn't expected to obtain a key before the second evolution even began. But a secret realm key using a beast fang as a medium was something he had never heard of. After all, secret realms not only contained apocalypse gods and evolution stones but also harbored many special treasures. From this perspective, the items drawn from the mystery box were an unexpected boon. Not bad. In a slightly better mood, Chen Mo grinned. Wang Luyao's face was somewhat pale, clearly drained from appraising this item. She said softly, "My intuition tells me this isn't something good." Chen Mo waved his hand and stood up. "No matter, I happen to need this item." "Thank you. The remaining crystal cores on the table can be considered my thanks to you." He didn't want to entangle himself too much with Wang Luyao. Providing the crystal cores needed for appraisal plus extra ones counted as a transaction. These 10 second-tier crystal cores would be enough for her to use for a while. Packing up the Taya blade and the beast fang bone from the table, Chen Mo said nothing more and turned to leave. "Chen Mo!" Wang Luyao suddenly called out from behind him. Her face was pleading and full of resentment as she said, "Can't we talk a bit longer?" Chen Mo paused slightly and replied flatly without any emotion. "No chance. I'm leaving." With that, he opened the door and walked away without looking back, leaving Wang Luyao standing there alone, dejected and lost. A surge of intense regret welled up in her heart. Meeting again, the once vast gap between them had reversed, but Chen Mo's words had dashed her last glimmer of hope. She collapsed onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Stepping out of the villa, Chen Mo stretched lazily. Chao Fengyuan approached and chuckled, "Brother Chen, all done?" Chen Mo shot him a glance. Why did that sound so strange? But he didn't dwell on it and instead used his Qiongqi ability to summon Qiongqi. "Alright, go attend to your business. I have things to do." "Got it. So how should we handle your ex-girlfriend?" "Treat her according to your lion's rules." "Alright." Shortly after Chao Fengyuan left, a figure streaking through the sky from afar rapidly descended. Slowing as it reached the ground, Qiongqi flapped its feathered wings and landed gently, stirring up rings of air currents and dust. Looking at Qiongqi with its flight ability, Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at how convenient flying was. Being able to fly meant avoiding a large portion of unnecessary troubles in the apocalypse. At least the land-based mutants and zombies couldn't hinder him, making travel anywhere extremely convenient. "Let's go, Qiongqi. Next I'll take you to a good place." "Ao." Qiongqi tilted its head in confusion. The military district. In the apocalypse, when it came to resources, no survivor faction could compare to the various military districts at present. With the central government as a medium spreading influence, its former prestige could still intimidate the ambitious and restless high-ranking officials in various military districts. The 12 military districts exchanged and traded resources with each other, forming a complete supply chain that allowed them to share scientific research achievements and reach a certain degree of consensus. Lion still had a long way to go. One couldn't become a glutton in a single bite. Only after the second evolution descended would the true rise of major survivor factions begin. The Qiongqi lowered its head and approached. Chen Mo leaped onto its back, patting its head as a gust of wind rushed past. Feeling the temperature of the wind, the Qiongqi soared to 100 meters in the air, heading toward the location Chen Mo had conveyed. It had been some time. The small fortune he had amassed in Huabei City must have reached a staggering amount. He would first go to the 6th military district to collect the crystal cores Lin Yu had saved for him, then hand over the complete scale of the She Beast and the special crystal core of the Nian Beast for her to forge something for him. Before setting out, he had prepared ample food in the Mingniao Pearl. As the apocalypse progressed, even items with extremely long shelf lives had begun to decay rapidly. Even Luo Tianxiong, who had accumulated considerable resources, could hardly have imagined that he would one day command such a mighty lion. Fortunately, at the current pace, they wouldn't run out of food anytime soon. Besides, if a 5th-tier dual ability awakener were to starve to death out here, it would be a laughingstock. The Qiongqi flew at incredible speed and Chen Mo kept a close watch on the ground below. Having traveled this route many times, he noticed nothing unusual. Whenever they encountered 3rd-tier zombies or mutants along the way, both man and beast would descend to hunt them down. In his past life he had been a member of the 6th Military District, so he was intimately familiar with its base and the surrounding layout. From Tianhai City they journeyed until they were about 2 or 3 kilometers from the 6th Military District in Huabei City. There Chen Mo had the Qiongqi land in a dense thicket. "Alright, don't go any further. There's a range detection type awakener," Chen Mo said calmly. The Qiongqi was too conspicuous and would be easily spotted. He withdrew the Qiongqi into his Tianquan ability, then parted the branches blocking his view. The branch in his hand transformed into a surging silver liquid which floated before his face and formed a mask. The Qiongqi had landed on a mountaintop. Below, a towering earthen wall rose like a fortress. The safe zone was enclosed by these high walls. Inside stood rows of crude buildings and the dense flow of people below was clearly visible. In this post-apocalyptic world, only within the major military districts could one witness such a semblance of a city. The high wall stretched for miles, and at the center stood the peak tower of the 6th Military District's high command, as prominent as the Oriental Pearl Tower. This was still just the prototype of a safe city. Due to various reasons, the development of the 6th Military District had been excruciatingly slow. It wasn't until Lin Anha returned to take full control that they quickly caught up with the other districts. With the assistance of awakeners, such a massive engineering feat was not insurmountable. In his past life during the mid-apocalypse, each faction had its own style, but the military districts were all uniform, surrounded by metal walls, their interiors featuring sleek technological architecture, solemn and imposing. Back. The memory of the 6th Military District merged with the scene before him. Chen Mo gazed at the vast boundless safe zone, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over him. Everything I had started here. If it weren't for Lin Shu, I wouldn't have chosen the lion in this life. Instead, I would have brought Yuer back to rejoin this place. After all, he had no real conflict with the 6th Military District. If anything, it was Lin An's orders that had led to the pointless deaths of 4,000 people. This location should be the east gate of the safe zone, as it was the only side surrounded by mountains. Chen Mo turned and strode into the dense forest. Outside the safe zone, a massive city gate stood tall, guarded around the clock. On the uneven road there was a steady flow of people, traders from other factions and awakeners coming and going after completing missions. The gate had 2 passages. The crowd was noisy. "Haha, I killed a 3rd-tier zombie today, plus over 20 second and 1st-tier small fries. Finally I can trade for that blade. I heard it was forged by Lady Lin Yu. I've been eyeing it for so long. A single one. You call that worth mentioning? Ridiculous. With your strength, I'd advise you to stay put in this safe zone lest you get yourselves killed one day. I heard a 4th-tier mutant appeared next door. What do you say, want to team up? 4th tier? Are you crazy? We'd all die. Better leave it to those royal ration guys. Tisk Lu Yuan, what happened to you? Lost a hand? Don't tell me a zombie bit it off. Better stay away from me, I'm afraid you'll turn into a zombie, haha. Piss off. A group of awakeners spoke loudly and recklessly while ordinary people deliberately steered clear of them, not daring to utter a word, clearly terrified. Strangely enough, Chen Mo, wearing his mask, appeared utterly unremarkable among the crowd, surrounded as he was by a motley crew of bizarre awakeners. Reinforcement-type awakeners who could change forms unhesitatingly, maintained their beastly postures. Elemental-type awakeners had flames and water swirling around them. They all flaunted their abilities as if desperate to brand "Awakened One" on their foreheads, basking in the fearful, cowering gazes of ordinary people. In this apocalypse, awakeners enjoyed immense privileges. Even if they beat someone in public, as long as it didn't result in death, the higher-ups turned a blind eye. Similarly, discrimination among awakeners was severe. Where there were people, there was conflict, especially in a stronghold like the safe zone with its thousands of inhabitants. Chen Mo remained low-key. Watching those who flaunted their abilities with their noses in the air, he couldn't help but chuckle. No change. Still the same as ever. In his past life he had a low-level ability and was often looked down upon. In this apocalypse, everyone was filled with extreme oppression and brutality. Ordinary people could only suppress themselves, while awakeners could vent their emotions without restraint. Conflicts were never in short supply. Chen Mo shook his head with a faint smile and walked on. But in the eyes of these ostentatious awakeners, sometimes being too low-key made one the most conspicuous. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Hey kid, this is the Awakener's Passage. Ordinary people aren't allowed here, a gruff voice sounded. The immense force in that hand would have knocked an ordinary person to the ground. Chen Mo paused slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He slowly turned his head. He was a tall burly man standing at least 6 feet. Beside him followed several members of his squad, each bearing wounds of varying severity, their expressions grim. Not long ago they had gone hunting and unfortunately encountered a third-tier charger. The beast's hide was so thick and tough that it was nearly impossible to harm, leaving the squad battered and their spirits deeply low. When he realized that his palm did not press the young man before him down, the burly man was somewhat surprised. An ordinary person's physique could never withstand such force. You're an ability user too. Forget it. The burly man spat, withdrawing his hand in disappointment. Frustrated, he had sought to vent on an ordinary person, and spotting Chen Mo in the ability user passage without displaying his powers, he assumed his luck was in. He never expected Chen Mo to be an ability user. Chen Mo stared at him, eyes narrowing. The burly man felt a chill under his gaze, sneered and barked, "What's with that look? Want a fight? Listen, I'm in a bad mood and don't want to bother with you. You'd better back off. Forget it. Forget your damn mother." Before he could finish, the burly man felt the world spin as Chen Mo grabbed his thick arm and slammed him heavily to the ground. Bang! A searing pain shot through him. The arm he had extended was twisted into a grotesque spiral. The man broke into a cold sweat, screaming in agony. "Who said it's over?" Chen Mo's voice was cold. The loud commotion naturally drew the crowd's attention. The ordinary people in the other passage, long accustomed to such scenes, continued about their business. The ability users, however, watched with keen interest. A group of them, eager for the drama, shouted loudly, "Nice one, bro. Wang He is a third-tier enhancement type ability user. Can't believe a small frame like yours packs that punch. Why the mask? You look young. Are you with the Imperial Army? Well done. Fight." They cheered incessantly, clearly no strangers to such brawls. The men behind the burly man charged forward, their faces twisted with fury as they glared at Chen Mo. "Captain. What do you think you're doing?" Their eyes hostile, they began channeling their abilities. On the ground, the burly man clutched his numb arm, his face contorted in pain, and spat venomously. "You motherf." Chen Mo looked at them coldly, his voice icy. "My mood just turned sour too. You want to die?" A low hum filled the air as spinning steel pellets materialized around him. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Oh. A metal manipulating ability user. I thought he was enhancement type. What tier?" "No idea, but to injure Wang He like that, he's probably at least 4th tier, right?" At this the crowd erupted in murmurs. 4th tier. Even within the safe zone, such power was rare and formidable. If Chen Mo were an enhancement type, breaking Wang He's arm would be unsurprising. But for an elemental type to rely solely on physical strength to cripple an enhancement type was truly terrifying. Empowered by the Qiongqi tattoo, Chen Mo's physical prowess rivaled, if not surpassed, that of enhancement type ability users. Many ability users' expressions shifted, instantly falling silent. Only a few from stronger teams continued to speak, even fanning the flames. "Wang He. Don't be a coward. Getting taken down by an elemental type and not fighting back. Yeah. I wouldn't take that. So what if he's 4th tier? You've got numbers." Pft. Pft. In an instant, several steel pellets shot out, perfectly avoiding lethal spots but piercing the arms and legs of the instigators. Screams echoed outside the city gate. The steel pellets stained with crimson blood returned. Chen Mo turned to the speakers, his voice calm. "Want to try too?" A sharp intake of breath. In that moment everyone's pupils contracted. Even the ordinary people turned to stare. Blood had been spilled. In ordinary scuffles, as long as things didn't get too out of hand, the military usually turned a blind eye. There were simply too many incidents daily to manage. But drawing blood changed everything. "Bastard. Who gave you the nerve to touch our people? Hey bro, what's the meaning of this, attacking our men?" Several squad leaders stepped forward, their faces dark. Wang He trembled, his tiger-like eyes wide as he stared at Chen Mo. Strangely, seeing those troublemakers worse off than himself brought him a twisted sense of relief. He wasn't stupid. He knew those bastards were just trying to provoke him. Faced with Chen Mo's overwhelming strength, retreat began to seem wise. Maybe. Let it go. Just as he hesitated, the squad members of the injured men made the first move. Damn it. Attacking Wolf Fang. Let's see how you handle this. Charge. What's there to fear? Get him. Chen Mo remained calm, his fingers twitching slightly. As a 5th-tier sovereign ability user, his post-apocalyptic foes had been apocalyptic deities like the she-beasts. The highest tier present was only 4th tier. With a mere exertion of his sovereign power he could annihilate them all. But just then, a sudden gale swept through the area, separating everyone from Chen Mo. A sharp commanding voice rang out, "What are you all doing here? Are you rebelling? Stop immediately or everyone will be expelled from the safe zone." From the distance a fiery curvaceous woman in a long coat and boots strode forward with an air of authority, followed by 24 disciplined stern-faced soldiers carrying rifles. They swiftly cleared the area, encircling the troublemakers. At the sight of her the ability users' faces drained of color. Damn, it's that she-devil. Chen Mo stood frozen in shock for a long moment. The woman before him was Liao Ruyu of the Long Steel group, whom he hadn't seen in ages. Liao Ruyu's beautiful face was icy as she stepped forward. "You've grown far too reckless. Hand over your ID cards, all of you, including the spectators." And she paused, noticing the familiar mask on the man before her. Liao Ruyu was thunderstruck. Her eyes widened, her expression as if she'd seen a ghost. She stood rigid for a moment before exclaiming, "What are you doing here? What, am I not allowed to come?" Chen Mo found it somewhat amusing. Liao Ruyu's expression turned to astonishment at the sight of him, while the surrounding psychics' faces shifted in color. Wasn't this guy acquainted with the female demon? The female demon had once been a member of Longgang, the largest survivor faction in Huabei City aside from the military district. Somehow she had been recruited by the 6th military district. Though she held no explicit authority, her status was far from low and she had been placed in charge of this Eastern Gate area. Moreover, behind her stood countless former members of Longgang. Even the high-ranking officers of the military district had to show her some respect, and few psychic squads were foolish enough to provoke her. If this man was acquainted with her, then... "Sister Liao, do you know him?" He started it. "Look, our squad members are still injured," the squad leader said, reluctantly steeling themselves. They dared not provoke Liao Ruyu. "Is anyone dead?" She cast a cold glance at the group. It wasn't the first time conflicts among psychics were frequent, though after making an example of a few they had learned to restrain themselves. But who was Chen Mo? She knew him all too well, he wouldn't bother with such explanations. Huh? The squad leaders were taken aback. "No one's dead. Then what's all the fuss? If you can't beat him, do you expect me to avenge you? Get lost." Liao Ruyu said impatiently, unwilling to punish them further, eager only to leave with Chen Mo. That was it. He had actually attacked. The group exchanged glances, all somewhat embarrassed. Anyone could sense the female demon was shielding this man. "Liao Ruyu, still here. Do you all want your points deducted?" The most crucial item in each safe zone was the identity card, which bore corresponding points with a maximum of 10. Higher points meant greater privileges, better benefits, and more discounts on consumption within the military district. Those with points below 2 faced extreme difficulty in the safe zone, whether in transactions or exchanges for materials. When points dropped to 0, the identity card would be destroyed and the holder expelled from the safe zone. Liao Ruyu had 6 points, placing her among the elite. The group's points ranged from 2 to 3. At the threat of point deduction, everyone present turned pale, hastily supporting their injured teammates and slinking away without a word. "Sister Liao, we're leaving right now." A crowd of onlookers remained, but a single glance from Liao Ruyu sent them scattering. Chen Mo couldn't help but tease. "Quite the authority you wield, have you become an official?" Liao Ruyu's face remained cold, she offered no pleasantries, directly grabbing Chen Mo's arm. "Come with me." Entering the safe zone required presenting an identity card, but with her authority she could bring Chen Mo in unchallenged. Once inside a small crude room within the city gate, she slammed the door shut with a bang. "No one enters without my permission." She turned to face an innocent-looking Chen Mo. "What are you doing here? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Mo shrugged, spreading his hands. "I'm looking for Lin Yu." "Where is she?" Liao Ruyu stared at this man who always gave her a headache. Regardless, their Longgang faction had indeed profited handsomely from the Emerald Crystal Core. At that thought her expression softened slightly. She sat down, pulled a blank identity card template from a drawer and began filling in the details. "See that tower over there? She's now a highly protected VIP in the 6th military district. You, a man without even an identity, can't even enter the city without me, let alone see her. And with your sensitive status, do you know how many people in the 6th military district want to kill you to curry favor with the higher-ups? The reward is enormous, a jump to 7 points, access to the upper echelon's exclusive special weapons, and 200,000 crystals. Only 200,000. That's so little. You know about crystal coins. Liao Ruyu was surprised, rolling her eyes in exasperation. It's a lot. Do you think the military district is wealthy? For them the key is the 7 points, which grants immense power. Lin Yu and the higher-ups have only 8 points. Those psychics are like wolves. If you had been exposed just now, you'd be finished. I wore a mask. Liao Ruyu, who was filling out the identity card with a special pen, suddenly stopped and looked up at him angrily. That's it. What did it hide besides your face? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, murmuring. You have a point. Maybe I should take it off. Don't. Liao Ruyu immediately stopped him, her eyelids twitching. She couldn't stand this guy who got on her nerves with just a few words. She tossed the identity card to him. Take it. Chen Mo caught it. Just like in his past life, it was made from special crystals, deep black with fractured patterns. These cards were linked to the special device Wisdom Core at the center of each military district, also distributed from the central authority. Chen Mo, gender male, psychic ability a level, metal control, psychic level 4th stage, info. Authority 3. Liao Ruyu's voice came through. My authority only allows me to give you a card with 3 points. You can have Lin Yu upgraded. It'll save you a lot of trouble in the safe zone. Chen Mo nodded. He was already aware of this. For new identity cards, ordinary people got 1 point while psychics got 3. The point system was also a means for the higher-ups to control everyone in the safe zone. Deductions were easy, but increasing points was as difficult as reaching the heavens, requiring completion of various tasks for increments of 0. 1, 0. 1. Unless one made monumental contributions, even psychics had a maximum cap of 5 points, unchangeable. As it stood, only those with 8 points had the authority to modify others' points. I know that. But are you settling a personal score? Chen Mo pointed at the name on the card where the character Mo had a line break. Liao Ruyu snorted. It's still Chen Mo. I couldn't be bothered to think. Besides, you want to hide your identity, so this is fine. No, it's not. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Under his insistence, Liao Ruyu reluctantly changed the name from Chen Haichuan to Chen Ming. Chen Mo nodded slightly, looking at her. So can you tell me now? What did you say? What's going on with you from Longgang? How did you get into the 6th military district? Moreover, your clearance level is 6, which is quite high. Chen Mo said softly. Liao Ruyu stared at him for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh. As you can see, what else could it be? It's nothing but failure, really. At this point she seemed somewhat helpless. Chen Mo frowned. Logically, Longgang's influence shouldn't be small, and it had a cooperative relationship with the 6th military district. Could it be that they were directly swallowed up? Seemingly guessing what Chen Mo was thinking, Liao Ruyu continued. Actually, when I heard that you recommended Miss Lin Yu to the military district, it eased their immediate crisis. Our Longgang had a decent relationship with them and we often interacted. But good times didn't last long. Lin Anha returned. As soon as he returned, he dealt with several high-ranking officials who opposed him, solidifying his authority. He also brought back many people from the central command to strengthen the fighting force, not allowing any other factions to exist beneath his nose, constantly putting pressure on my uncle Liao. Lin Anha and his ilk are not something Gao Limao can compare to. With both kindness and intimidation, my uncle couldn't withstand it. Under threats and tempting offers, he took advantage of my unawareness to betray us. Liao Ruyu rubbed her forehead. After returning that day, Uncle Liao Wen had been tirelessly persuading her, and he had already moved all Longgang members. What more could she say? Moreover, with Lin An's return, the 6th military district developed rapidly. The safe zone was quickly established and a new order emerged. She could only watch helplessly, which made her realize that she was not a match for the opponent, so she simply chose to give up. Taking advantage of the earlier introduction of Lin Yu, she proactively surrendered and secured a decent position. Chen Mo wasn't surprised by this and nodded. If your own people agree, then there really is no other option. Joining the 6th military district is indeed a good choice. Not everyone is like Liao Ruyu, Luo Tianxiong and Old Zhong, having certain abilities and ambitions. One could only say that Longgang had bad luck being neighbors with the military district. No leader could tolerate having other factions operating right under their noses. No wonder a capable leader like Liao Ruyu, whose methods are sufficiently ruthless and extraordinary, could not make Longgang raise even a whisper in her past life. Under such a colossal entity it would be impossible for anyone to thrive. It would be better to comfortably enjoy being a powerful figure in the safe zone getting whatever one wanted. One could only say it was both fate and timing. However, as she spoke, Chen Mo began to worry whether Lin Yu would also be completely absorbed by the 6th military district. Well, since you all have made your decisions, it seems there will be no more connections between us in the future. Don't worry, even if I am exposed I won't reveal you. Take me to Lin Yu. I want to see her. Chen Mo said. Liao Ruyu looked a bit strange upon hearing this. Are you really going over there? She now held considerable power, unlike me. Even if exposed, nothing would happen. However, if I were to reveal you, that would be dangerous. Chen Mo said lightly. It's best not to. Everything she has was given by me. If she does that, I can just take it back. I do hope that when we meet next time we won't be enemies. I know your strength. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Liao Ruyu said with a smile, though her eyes were complex and full of unwillingness. No one feels good when their hard work is destroyed. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she placed her hand inside her coat, pulling out a card that shimmered with a faint blue light and handed it over, saying, "This contains some shares. The equipment Lin Yu made for me previously earned a decent profit." She kindly reminded him in case Chen Mo didn't know how to use it. The points inside are universal regardless of which military district you are in. You can think of it as currency. This is my personal gift to you as thanks for your earlier assistance. The card shows 30000 points. Chen Mo nodded, took it and left the place. Initially Liao Ruyu thought he would want her to guide him personally, but Chen Mo refused. The appearance of the safe zone was somewhat rudimentary, yet it was not far from what he remembered. The population of the entire 6th military district's safe zone was considerable, with many ordinary people repairing the newly built houses or struggling to carry enormous corpses of exotic creatures. At present the only livelihood for ordinary people was selling their labor or begging on the street, hoping to receive that so-called card balance. Most of those working were ordinary people, while the ability users walked swaggeringly down the street, squeezing their living space. Of course, besides these ordinary people there was also another type of person most present here. These were women dressed in thin, revealing clothing, their beauty striking as they posed on the roadside, occasionally pulling a male ability user into a dark, narrow building. The other men coming out looked pleased, paying with those meager crystal currency points. Among them were a few slightly older women looking pale and pitiful as they stood outside, ignored. Beauty has always been an advantage even in the apocalypse. Young and beautiful women could find opportunities to cling to ability users, while those who were less fortunate could only remain here. It is a harsh and realistic situation, giving a sense of chaotic disorder, much like a refugee camp. This was the outermost part of the safe zone. As Chen Mo walked along, he spotted something he was very familiar with. Come take a look. The new supply liquid launched by all military districts. Just 10 crystals for a bag that can keep you working all day long, packed with nutrition. The vendor was an ability user, but because his powers were too weak, his situation was not much better than an ordinary person's, reduced to selling here. Supply liquid. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In his past life he often saved money by consuming this supply liquid, and it was indeed as useful as he claimed. At this moment he was feeling a bit hungry. Although there was plenty of food in the Ming Niao Pearl, he suddenly wanted to change his taste today. Moreover, this thing had virtually no shelf life and could be stored much longer than packaged or canned food, making it useful for emergencies. "It'll take 10 bags, Chen Mo said indifferently. The vendor was stunned, looking at Chen Mo in disbelief. 10 bags? Are you serious?" "Yes." Seeing this, his mouth almost twisted into a smile, and he deliberately offered a 5 discount, which came to 95 crystal coins. This was newly released by the military district and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Ability users scoffed at it, so it wasn't selling well. Thus they let external merchants sell it, and he made quite a profit from this deal. "Alright, here you go." The crystal card could transfer the amount upon contact. Ding. Payment successful. Under the stall vendor's stunned gaze, Chen Mo sealed 9 sacks of crystal cores into his Mingniao Pearl and turned to leave, then tore open the single remaining sack of nutrient solution he held. A pungent, even fishy stench wafted from it. Without hesitation, Chen Mo drank it down in one gulp. 15 years into the apocalypse, having anything edible at all was already a blessing. Nutrient solution itself was often a luxury, and he had long grown accustomed to it. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the solution touched his tongue, its unbearably bitter taste made Chen Mo's expression contort violently. Even he struggled to articulate that uncanny flavor. After a long pause he stared at the half-empty sack in his hand, and suddenly understood. In his previous life this nutrient solution had undergone countless iterations of refinement. What he now held was likely an early prototype freshly developed by the military district, its taste utterly unoptimized. Chen Mo fell silent. Gritting his teeth he forced down the last drop. As expected, satiety swiftly followed. Never again. He strode toward the central tower of the safe zone, a soaring spire reminiscent of the Oriental Pearl Tower, home to the elite echelons of the military districts and the most prosperous inner city. The sixth safe zone resembled a vast beehive, 5 distinct sectors, east, west, south, north and central, each walled off by colossal fortifications to demarcate territory and assert hierarchical distinction. In this apocalyptic world, an Esper's individual strength dictated myriad facets of life: identity card privileges, access to inner versus outer cities, and the very introduction of crystal cards, all instruments devised by the upper echelons to maintain order. They sought to make Espers feel exceptional, to offer them an aspirational ladder, thereby quelling unrest. Put simply, give them purpose lest full bellies breed mischief. Indeed, only those holding level 3 or higher clearance were permitted entry into the central city. Most were Espers, though a few ordinary civilians also possessed such privilege. After presenting his identity card, the gate sentries granted him passage. Before him unfolded a scene 100-fold more refined than the grimy, foul-smelling periphery of the safe zone. Smooth stone-paved avenues stretched out, surrounding buildings exuded greater craftsmanship. Entertainment venues, pharmacies dispensing capsules, and armories selling weapons and gear had already taken root and begun functioning. Passers-by wore clean, well-kept attire. Espers consciously suppressed their abilities. Anyone residing here, whether Esper or civilian, possessed notable background or influence, rendering public displays of power both unnecessary and undignified. Here Chen Mo spotted numerous weapons forged from emerald jade crystal cores, most displayed prominently at shop fronts. Currently nearly all specialized weaponry produced by the 6th Military District originated from Linyu. Though other Espers possessed forging abilities, none could rival the flawless mastery of a divine artisan. Linyu's current stature was thus self-evident. Chen Mo felt no urgency. He hadn't returned to the 6th Military District in years, yet its surroundings remained largely unchanged from memory. He had joined only after the district's infrastructure was fully established, and now witnessing its gradual expansion stirred within him an unfamiliar quiet resonance. Chen Mo's eyes flickered thoughtfully. What if the Lion clan seized control of this safe zone? A ready-made, rigorously governed stronghold lay before him, tempting beyond measure. Yet the notion vanished almost instantly. He continued forward until reaching the heavily fortified Hightower precinct, when a deep, solemn voice rang out. "Halt, present your identity card." It belonged to an Esper. Chen Mo handed over his card. The man glanced briefly at its data, then frowned. "What is your purpose?" "Non-combat personnel are strictly prohibited from entering." "I need to see Lin Yue," Chen Mo replied calmly. "Lady Lin Yue." Upon hearing the name, fellow sentries burst into raucous laughter. "Ha! Kid, Lady Lin Yue isn't someone you simply request an audience with. Countless Espers line up daily seeking her forging services." "Yeah, another greenhorn, huh? Be off with you, entry is forbidden here." "Silence, now!" the lead sentry bellowed. All fell instantly still. Others might not know, but he had clearly seen the card's details: low clearance, yet bearing the mark of an A-rank Esper. Moreover, the masked figure before him was a 4th-tier Esper. Such a being, unless newly arrived, would inevitably ascend to the safe zone's highest clearance level, 5, in due time. He himself stood only at 3rd tier, and had no desire to provoke such a formidable presence. With solemn respect he addressed Chen Mo. "My apologies, brother, my men spoke out of turn." "You seek Lady Lin Yue. However, non-combat personnel may not enter freely. Even authorized entry requires prior notification and a minimum clearance of 4. Should you wish her to forge equipment for you, first complete assigned missions, or submit crystal cores and materials to elevate your clearance." His tone remained courteous as he returned the identity card and offered Chen Mo thoughtful counsel. Chen Mo shook his head. He'd forgotten this detail upon arrival. Had he known, he'd have brought Liao Ruyu, whose level 6 clearance granted unrestricted access. "I lack the time. Yes, I seek her forging services, and I possess both sufficient crystal coins and raw materials to substantiate my capability." With that, Chen Mo revealed his crystal card. The sentry frowned, then froze, pupils dilating in disbelief at the balance nearing 30,000. "Let me see." Several patrolling guards crowded close, then recoiled in shock. "Holy hell! 30,000. Seriously? Never seen wealth before. Look at you all, holy hell. Father." One guard shamelessly blurted out. Brash exclamations filled the air as they gaped. This crystal card system was newly launched. Aside from exchanging crystal cores and supplies, mission rewards remained the sole reliable source of crystal coins. A sum of 30,000 crystal coins was unimaginable for most, only high-ranking merchants affiliated with major factions could possibly amass such wealth. Most espers carried balances hovering between 1 and 2,000 points. Even the lead sentry, third tier himself, held merely 2,000. Others fared worse. Some squandered earnings on fleeting pleasures, others spent recklessly on serums and gear, or even accumulated debts. Their daily wage for standing guard amounted to just 100 crystal coins. Bro, did you just ransack some minor faction? Lend me a bit, will you? Someone shamelessly flattered. My god, with this many crystals you could keep those internet celebrities from the West District entertained all night long. Many eyes glinted with greed, for those standing guard outside were hired mercenaries not as disciplined as the internal patrols of the war zone. Chen Mo naturally understood the value of these crystals. Liao Ruyu had indeed given him a generous sum. In his past life his entire fortune amounted to no more than 20 or 30,000. Alright. Disperse. The military district hired us and you're gathering here like this. What kind of spectacle is this? The man suddenly bellowed. He cast a profound glance at Chen Mo. Setting aside the fact that he was in a rank 4th tier Psion, just possessing so many points alone marked him as no ordinary person. He spoke in a deep voice. Brother Chen, go on in. Lady Lin Yu is on the 13th floor. Let's call it making a friend. Wu Xiong. After all, they were merely hired hands, not bound by rigid rules. Besides, if the man chose to act, would they really give their lives for the 6th military district? They weren't Psions of the 6th war zone. Chen Mo was slightly surprised and said, thanks. Wu Xiong nodded and directly let Chen Mo pass. Brother Wu, you're just letting him go. What else? We're all just trying to make a living. No need to make enemies. Besides, what do the deaths of the higher-ups have to do with us? True enough. I'm exhausted. Who'd have thought we'd still have to work in this apocalypse? The 13th floor of the tower. It was a circular corridor. To show absolute regard for her, this entire floor was allocated to Lin Yu for her residence. About a dozen people were present, queuing at the door. They held no low authority, most were relatives of the higher-ups or war zone personnel with formidable psionic abilities, and several faces looked quite familiar. When they saw Chen Mo arrive, they glanced at him but said nothing more. After all, countless people came daily seeking Lin Yu to forge special weapons, from the high-ranking officials of various factions to Psions of such skill that even the military district valued them. A chubby young man, however, approached with familiarity. Bro. Where you from? Haven't seen you before. An outside Psion. Chen Mo glanced at the fat man, who left no impression on him, and nodded. I'm here to see Lin Yu. The chubby man grinned. That I know. Who here isn't here for Lin Yu? Get in line first. Young Master Wang is still inside, strutting around like a peacock. Who? Chen Mo asked. The chubby man's eyes widened. You don't know? Wang Hengyuan, he's Lin On's nephew from the 6th military district, just brought back from the 3rd. Tisk, that guy doesn't even come here for forging. He just wastes time here every damn day. Today's crowd is small, usually there are 30-odd people just staring at each other. You got lucky. The chubby man's expression was incredibly animated as he winked and chuckled. Just then a heartbroken voice came from the spacious room. Xiao Yue, why can't you understand my feelings? Look at this necklace, I had people search far and wide for it. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find an intact uncorroded necklace in this apocalypse? It's rarer than a 4th tier mutant zombie. I don't know. Get lost. A familiar but icy voice came from within. It was Lin Yu's. Bang. A handsome young man in expensive clothes, clearly from a well-off family, was shoved out. Wang Hengyuan still held a seemingly magnificent necklace in his hand. His face darkened with fury and he hurled the necklace to the ground in a fit of rage. Seeing this, the chubby man laughed silently and muttered, rejected again. That useless chain couldn't even fool a naive girl before the apocalypse. I heard he spent a fortune in crystal coins on it. What a sucker. Wang Hengyuan seemed to have heard this. He whipped around, glaring at the chubby man, and roared, Gao Yuansai, do you think I'm deaf? Who the hell are you to talk about me? Do you really think just because your useless father got a promotion you're someone important? I'm telling you. Your father Gao Limao is nothing but a dog kept by my uncle. The chubby man was Gao Limio's only son, usually doted on endlessly. Gao Yuankai flew into a rage upon hearing this. Don't you dare talk about my father like that. I'll fuck your grandmother. Relying on his size advantage he charged forward but was instantly pinned to the ground by the Psion guarding Wang Hengyuan. Bang! Wang Hengyuan stepped forward and viciously kicked Gao Yuankai a few times. After venting his anger he sneered, "You fat pig, think having a psionic ability makes you something. My uncle doesn't have a psionic ability either, but he runs this entire military district. How dare you act tough in front of me? What's the matter? Can't stand hearing about your useless old man being talked about. If it weren't for my uncle's promotion had been nothing." Every other word was Lin Anha, a name Wang Hengyuan as his nephew was immensely proud of. Since Lin Shu's death, Lin Anha seemed to have transferred the affection he had for his son onto Wang Hengyuan. He spared no effort or resources to bring him over from the 3rd military district, living like a local tyrant, enjoying an incredibly comfortable life. Upon seeing Lin Yu's extraordinary beauty and her strength divine artificer ability, a highly functional psionic power, Wang Hengyuan launched a relentless pursuit. He spat in disdain. Gao Limio's son is just as useless. Chen Mo watched coldly from the sidelines, choosing not to provoke unnecessary trouble. But then Wang Hengyuan turned to the tightly shut door and shouted loudly as if afraid Lin Yu inside wouldn't hear, "Won't let me in, huh? Fine, I've given you so many chances. If you won't let me in, then no one else gets in either. I'm laying it down right here. Anyone who dares to go in today is going against me." Lin Yu held considerable authority in the military district, level 8 clearance, and given her unique status even the higher-ups dared not offend her. Though he was Lin An's nephew, he couldn't use force, so he resorted to this shameless tactic. At these words the faces of those who had been waiting outside for a long time fell. "Come on, young Master Wang, this isn't right." Many had come from other factions or military districts waiting for hours for this chance. Damn it, this kid is even more arrogant than Lin Anha, throwing his weight around. Even the Psions were deeply displeased, but there was nothing they could do but curse inwardly. Chen Mo was silent for a long moment. Wang Hengyuan planted himself at the door, declaring arrogantly, "My uncle is Lin Anha, the top commander of the 6th War Zone." As everyone exchanged uneasy glances, Chen Mo sighed and walked straight forward. Wang Hengyuan, who had been basking in his display of dominance, saw someone daring to approach and his face instantly darkened. He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Chen Mo. "Are you asking for death?" But before his hand could fall, slap. Wang Hengyuan suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his face, shattering all his teeth. Caught off guard, he was sent flying dozens of meters, rolling several times on the ground before finally stopping. Bang bang bang. So fast was the strike that even the Psion assigned to protect him didn't react, his eyes wide with shock. The surrounding crowd was even more stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Holy shit. Everyone present fixed their gaze on Chen Mo, who was shaking his hand, their expressions filled with awe as they silently gave him a thumbs up. A true badass. A cry of excruciating pain rang out. Young Master Wang. The psychic beside him finally reacted, rushing over to help the prostrate Wang Hengyuan to his feet. Wang Hengyuan's mouth was now full of blood, the left side of his face swollen from the slap. He covered his burning tender cheek with one hand and touched his mouth with the other, his palm stained with crimson blood. Blood. It's blood. You actually dared to hit me. Having been pampered since childhood, Wang Hengyuan had never suffered such humiliation. Chen Mo glanced at him indifferently. Just hitting a dog that barks incessantly. What did you say? Wang Hengyuan suddenly shrieked, his eyes wide with fury. Do you know who I am? Get off me. Don't help me, go kill him. Kill him. He roared at the psychic beside him. The crowd quickly scattered, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. What they feared was not Wang Hengyuan himself but his uncle Lin Anha, an undisputed authority in the 6th military district, capable of commanding countless psychics and soldiers. Though they secretly admired this man for doing what none of them dared, as Wang Hengyuan lashed out, they all looked on with sympathetic eyes. It was satisfying, but having offended young Master Wang, this man was surely finished. Even if he survived today, he would never be able to stay in the safe zone. The chubby Gao Yuankai staggered to his feet and said, "Brother, well done. You should have given that bastard a good beating." Chen Mo glanced at him but said nothing. Meanwhile, upon receiving Wang Hengyuan's command, the psychic quickly activated his ability. Ripples of energy emerged from his body and he vanished from the spot. Watch out. That guy beside Wang Hengyuan is a 4th-tier psychic with a chameleon ability, he can blend into his surroundings. Gao Yuankai's pupils constricted as he warned. Kill him. Wang Hengyuan screamed. Whoosh. The psychic appeared before Chen Mo in an instant, his expression cold. He swung a dagger down at Chen Mo. Chen Mo neither dodged nor flinched. A hint of mockery gleamed in his eyes. Just as the dagger descended, it suddenly burst into a glob of molten metal which transformed into steel pellets that shot back toward the psychic. The psychic's pupils dilated in disbelief at the scene before him. Just then an angry shout rang out. Wang Hengyuan. Who gave you the right to cause trouble here? Tell your man to stand down. The ability was slightly retracted. Several steel pellets slammed into the psychic's body, sending him flying just like Wang Hengyuan before him. Bang! He crashed down beside Wang Hengyuan, his ribs and arms shattered by the pellets, leaving a hollow dent in his body. He lay on the ground in agony, clearly incapacitated. At this sight the surrounding crowd was astonished. Just who was this man? That was a fourth-tier psychic. And he was so easily defeated. Wang Hengyuan was also stunned, but his eyes burned with rage as he vented at the psychic. Useless. Useless. You're all useless. Aren't you a fourth-tier psychic? How could you not even take him down? What good are you? Enough. Wang Hengyuan, you're getting out of control. I've turned a blind eye for your uncle's sake, but what are you trying to do today? Are you trying to kill someone here? The door was pushed open heavily and Lin Yu emerged with a little girl. Her face was filled with anger and coldness. She had heard the commotion but never expected such a violent conflict. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Wang Hengyuan and his psychic lying on the ground looking as pathetic as drowned rats. Lin Yu was taken aback. What happened? The scene was completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought Wang Hengyuan was bullying someone again, but instead it seemed he had been taught a lesson. She turned to look at the crowd. When her eyes fell on Chen Mo, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, then to overwhelming joy and elation that sparkled in her bright eyes. Chen Mo. Though he wore a mask, she instantly recognized the man she had longed for day and night. An indescribable emotion welled up within her. The surprise was too sudden. She had never imagined Chen Mo would appear here today. This man, who had given her a second life, a new beginning. Having spent these days among the scheming high-ranking military officials, she had come to understand many things and knew Chen Mo's situation, so she did not lose her composure. Seeing the crowd keeping their distance from Chen Mo, afraid of being implicated, and Wang Hengyuan's pitiful state, Lin Yu's face instantly turned cold. Wang Hengyuan. From now on you are banned from this place. If you show up here again, tell your uncle that I will not provide anything to the 6th Theater Command. You know the consequences. Now Lin Yu could do without the 6th Theater Command, but they could not do without her. The reason the 6th Theater Command had managed to catch up with other theaters in a short time, aside from Lin An's rise, was largely thanks to Lin Yu. Even other forces and theaters had to spend a fortune to purchase the special weapons and ammunition she forged, and some had even sent people to poach her with generous offers. If they knew Lin Yu was thinking of jumping ship, the high-ranking officials of other theaters would be laughing in their dreams, eager for it. What? Wang Hengyuan's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He pursued Lin Yu not only because she was beautiful, but more importantly because her ability as a divine artificer was of great interest to Lin Anha. He had been sent to get close to Lin Yu and tie her firmly to the 6th Theater Command. These words were clearly a serious threat to him. If his uncle found out, he would be scolded to death. Xiao Yue I. Wang Hengyuan was at a loss for words. Take your people and get out of here. Lin Yu gave him no chance to say more, her voice cold. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Looking at Lin Yu, whose demeanor had changed so drastically from the desperate woman she once was, he couldn't help but marvel at the transformation. Being publicly humiliated like this, the proud Wang Hengyuan's face darkened. Without another word, he said sullenly. Fine, I'll leave. Without even bothering to check on the psychic lying beside him, he passed by Chen Mo and with reckless abandon threatened him viciously. Just you wait, you're dead. Wang Hengyuan. Say another word and I won't be polite. Lin Yu, who had also heard this, was furious. Chen Mo replied indifferently, didn't you hear? Get lost. Humph. Wang Hengyuan snorted coldly and angrily left the place. Seeing this thorn leave, the surrounding crowd let out a sigh of relief, not expecting the original author Chen Mo to be completely unscathed. Someone seized the opportunity and approached with a smile, ingratiatingly saying, Master Lin Yu. About the shipment we agreed on earlier. Get out of the way. According to the previous queue, I was clearly the first to arrive, so I should be allowed to trade first. A group of people surged forward, isolating Chen Mo. Lin Yu maintained an extremely cold demeanor, looking at the crowd before her without any favorable expression. Just a moment ago no one dared to speak up for Chen Mo, and now they were coming forward. You all should leave too. All those present were taken aback, their faces filled with confusion. Why not? I have been queuing for several days. Behind me is the representative of the 7th Military District. Master Lin Yue, what do you mean? I'm just in a bad mood today. Lin Yu said impatiently. There was no reason, she simply didn't want to forge for this group of people, finding them displeasing. The crowd looked helpless, but when they saw Lin Yu uniquely direct her words to Chen Mo saying, "You come here," they were all dumbfounded by this special treatment. Why would a group of people who had been queuing for days not get forged for while someone who just arrived could cut in line? What kind of reasoning was this? However, this guy was not someone to be easily provoked, and in the end they could only chalk it up to him having beaten Wang Hongyuan, leaving in a dejected manner. The little girl beside Lin Yu looked up at her in surprise, then her eyes began to size up Chen Mo. The chubby Gao Yuankai smiled at Chen Mo as he was leaving. "Buddy, well done. Gao Yuankai. Remember to come find me when you have time. We definitely have to share a drink." He was an ability user, so his injuries weren't severe, but Chen Mo had vented his frustrations, making him feel quite satisfied. After everyone left, Chen Mo followed Lin Yu and the little girl inside. Chen Mo glanced around. The room was large, featuring a circular structure with complete facilities. Various exotic materials were arranged around, with a significant number of jade spirit stones and hundreds of failed forged weapons piled together. Those materials had been processed and emitted no strange odors. As soon as they entered, Lin Yu's cold face immediately vanished, replaced by a beaming smile. She directly leaped into Chen Mo's embrace, her beautiful eyes filled with affection and reliance as she tightly hugged him, softly murmuring in his embrace. "Chen Mo. I knew it was you. How did you come? Why didn't you notify me in advance?" Feeling the softness of her body in his arms took Chen Mo by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned and at a loss. What is this? He seemed to have underestimated Lin Yu's longing for him, even failing to consider it at all. The little girl beside them widened her eyes, falling into a long state of shock. Yeah, is he the Chen Mo? Chen Mo glanced at the little girl. Lin Yu continued to hold onto him tightly for a while, resembling a little kitten sniffing the scent on Chen Mo, and after a long time she finally released him. Her beautiful face radiated uncontrollable joy as she nodded at the little girl and explained, "Chen Mo, don't worry, Tian is not from the 6th Military District, she won't say much." After her introduction, Chen Mo finally learned who this little girl was. She was Tian, the sister of Zhu Rui, who possessed the ability of dream manipulation and was once under Zheng Haifeng. Both were also from the central region. After Zheng Haifeng committed suicide, Zhu Rui returned, and among the batch of ability users brought by Lin and Tian was one of them. Due to the need for Lin Yu's assistance in forging a special weapon, the two gradually got to know each other. As their relationship grew closer over time, Tian did not hide it and directly told Lin Yu that she had ulterior motives for approaching her. This mission was not to help Lin, but to secretly protect her and take Lin Yu to the central region without participating in any other matters. The little girl Tian looked at Chen Mo and said, "I heard Xiao Rui mention you. You are quite impressive. The false report of the 6th War Zone's battle couldn't be hidden from us. Many people in the central region are paying attention to you and trying to contact you." She didn't have much opinion about Chen Mo, as she wasn't serving Lin An or the influential Lin Lao. What happened to his son had nothing to do with her. However, Tian looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression and said, Yeah, is it because of him that you want come with me?" "Yes." Lin Yu nodded. "That's just perfect." Tian, who was 2 years older than Lin Yu, nodded seriously. "Since you and Ye know each other, why don't the two of you come with me?" Chen Mo shook his head and said, "I don't want to go for now." As if she had anticipated this, Tian replied nonchalantly, "That makes sense. You have a grudge against Lin An, and with Lin Lao in the central region your visit might not end well. Although other high-ranking officials in the central region had capabilities, they wouldn't offend someone as established as Lin Lao over a mere ability user." Lin Yu had been looking at Chen Mo with deep affection, her gaze not straying for a moment, and she spoke up. "Chen Mo, did you come to find me for something? I heard you went to Libin City when I visited the Lion's Den. It's very dangerous outside now, especially with the year beast rampaging. Why not stay here?" Chen Mo smiled and replied, "I have other matters to attend to. I came this time to ask you for a favor." Saying this, he directly took out the beast scales, year beast crystal core, and a sword from the Mingniao pearl. "What is this?" Lin Yu looked at the items before her, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her eyes lit up. The scales of that year beast. So complete. She curiously stroked the complete glossy grayish-blue scales, looking up at Tian. The two had an understanding. Tian nodded and reached into her pocket, pulling out a small box. Opening the small box revealed a collection of miniature items including beast bones, beast skins, crystal cores, etc. She rummaged through and selected a few scale pieces the size of a fingernail and handed them to Lin Yu. Is this it? Lin Yu glanced at them and nodded. Yes. Good. Tian casually tossed the fingernail-sized scales onto the ground. Boom. Boom. The sound of something exploding rang out. Those scales began to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Mo was taken aback, his pupils narrowing. This space ability. Those with this type of ability regardless of the form were extraordinarily powerful without exception. Such as spatial storage, spatial lines, spatial cutting. Lin Yu was smiling beside him as she explained, Tian's ability is very useful with spatial compression. I usually have her store materials that won't fit in this little box. Space compression. Chen Mo looked at the little loli with some surprise. As expected of a supernatural being from the central region, none of them are simple characters. The compressed scales of the evening beast were tattered and far from the intact scales Chen Mo had produced with mottled dried blood still clinging to them. Lin Yu took out the 2 sets of evening beast scales for comparison, murmuring, indeed these are the scales of the year beast, so complete. Chen Mo, do you want me to forge these scales? Chen Mo nodded and handed over the bright red special crystal core of the year beast, saying, you are more skilled in this area, so I'll leave it to you to play freely. Not being familiar with these matters, he thought that as long as the items were crafted by a master artisan they wouldn't be of poor quality. Although the master artisan ability is extremely rare with only 3 individuals possessing it, even in his past life their combat power is incredibly weak and their physical enhancement is not as pronounced as that of ordinary supernatural beings. He wondered what level of supernatural being Lin Yu was at now. Her ability had a unique way of improving without relying on extraordinarily powerful crystal cores. As long as she continuously and skillfully forges items beyond her capacity, she could advance on her own. Without the protection of a large power, survival in this apocalyptic world would be difficult. Seeing the bright red crystal core that Chen Mo held, Zhu Tian couldn't help but widen her eyes and exclaimed, a special crystal core. Chen Mo looked over. Have you seen one before? Yes, Zhu Tian replied, her eyes filled with astonishment. Special crystal cores are incredibly rare and are invariably found within powerful mutant creatures or deities. There are a few in the central region, not many. The unique properties of these crystal cores can be attached to forged weapons. The supernatural identification device was made using a special mutant crystal core, but your crystal core. Why is it stronger than any I've seen? She could sense the violent power within this year beast crystal core, feeling that it was significantly different from the descriptions she had encountered. Given the power of this crystal core, it was highly likely to be Tier 5. Zhu Tian was somewhat shocked if this could explain why the 6th military district had suffered over 4,000 casualties. Chen Mo smiled and said nothing more. Although the year beast had just awakened and was extremely weak, it was still a 5th-tier apocalypse deity. Merely carrying it could greatly enhance the abilities of fire element supernatural beings more powerful than the amplification ring he wore. The value of this crystal core was naturally self-evident. Where did you get it? Zhu Tian asked curiously. I found it, Chen Mo answered playfully. Are you kidding me? The little loli had a dark expression, feeling as if Chen Mo was treating her like a child. I'm already 24 this year. Tell me where you found it, I want to pick up 100. Lin Yu giggled beside her. Come on Tian, does it really matter? She knew of Chen Mo's abilities. The first time she met him he easily killed 3rd-tier zombies and mutants. Now even if Chen Mo told her he had reached 5th tier she wouldn't be surprised. It certainly matters. You don't know how few special crystal cores we have. Zhu Tian exclaimed. However, yeah, with this special crystal core your master artisan ability should advance further. Lin Yu nodded, and upon receiving the year beast crystal core she understood its value. Such powerful strength. And there are many hidden characteristics within it along with the complete scales of the year beast. After forging, the hardness could reach about 80 to 90, much better than high-quality jade crystal effects. But Chen Mo, while the scales are manageable, the power within this crystal core is too formidable. Given my current ability I'm afraid I can't forge it yet. Lin Yu said, feeling a bit disappointed and guilty. I might have to wait until I reach tier 4 to confidently perfect its forging. The enhancement speed of the master artisan ability is slow. Even with the large supply of materials in the 6th military district she had only just stepped into tier 3. This was her first time dealing with special materials like the year beast crystal core, and she feared that due to her insufficient ability she might not be able to bring out its full potential. Chen Mo waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, no need to rush. Just take your time with this, you'll leave everything to you. Forging special equipment is not that easy. Even now Chen Mo has not seen many, and such equipment is extremely important for supernatural beings. For those high-ranking forces without supernatural powers it is even more difficult to obtain. The previous Ghost Cutter and the current TWO blade can both be considered special equipment. Possessing them is equivalent to having an additional ability that ordinary people can also wield. In his past life those high-ranking members of various powers without supernatural abilities almost armed themselves to the teeth from top to bottom, and even ordinary 5th or 6th tier supernatural beings could do nothing about them, highlighting the rarity of special equipment. As for the direction, let's forge it towards enhancement. I already have the weapon. Chen Mo took off his ring that could enhance supernatural abilities by x1.25 and handed it over. Just help me attach it to this ring. How long will it take? Lin Yu thought for a moment before replying, given my current rate of supernatural ability improvement it should be ready within 3 months. Alright, and can you also repair my TWO blade? I had it appraised earlier and it seems its durability is almost gone. Chen Mo was not polite. Since he was already there he figured it was best to get all the preparations done in one go so he wouldn't have to find someone else to forge and temper this weapon after going to the 11th military district. With Lin Yu's ability there was no need to worry about the TWO blade. They could start restoring its durability now. It's indeed not high, only just over 100 points. Lin Yu said. After preparing a series of materials she chose a large number of high-quality jade crystal cores and the damaged scales of the evening beast among other mutant materials. Using her master artisan ability under her guidance the TWO blade gradually merged into a cluster of light. Then Lin Yu closed her eyes and skillfully melted the surrounding materials into it. The light cluster continuously emitted various colorful glows undulating throughout. Her control skills over the master artisan ability had long surpassed her past self, and adding durability to the TWO blade was not a difficult task. After about 10 minutes Lin Yu slowly opened her eyes. Within the white melting light cluster the TWO blade forged from various materials appeared anew. The TWO blade forged from the spine of an apocalypse deity and various materials has its core in the hilt. Each use of the TWO power greatly consumes the blade. Now in Lin Yu's hands both the blade and hilt had been restored. The previously modeled and somewhat rough deep red blade had turned into a pitch black color as if polished with a layer of light smooth as jade, extremely sharp and adorned with delicate crack patterns resembling beautiful scales. Grasping the TWO blade in her hand Lin Yu carefully sensed it for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up with joy as she spoke. After adding the perfect quality emerald crystal core its sharpness increased by about 15 points and the durability has been restored to 300. Chen Mo, aside from the hilt of this blade being somewhat special the other materials were quite crude so I replaced them for you. Now the TWO blade's attributes are roughly strength 87, toughness 132, durability 300. It will be sufficient for a long time. Chen Mo took the TWO blade, stored it back into the Ming bird pearl and nodded. Thank you. Why be so polite with me? Lin Yu pouted with slight displeasure. Compared to the kindness Chen Mo had shown her this was utterly insignificant. Her ability was also bestowed by Chen Mo, though it was merely a first-tier core it had changed her entire life. Are you planning to do something? You could have just asked the Lion Clan to find me for such a trivial matter, Lin Yu suddenly asked. She had a feeling Chen Mo wouldn't stay here long. Chen Mo replied calmly, going to the 11th military district. The evening beast had already arrived at the island and begun its fierce battle with the Yamada no Orochi. Now at the end of the year, as per normal developments, the second evolution was soon to descend. Although he possessed a secret realm key to open the Fengdu Ghost City, he could only enter by using the broken Ghost King's sword, the key belonging to Luo Ning. I see. Lin Yu lowered her eyes, a hint of disappointment in her gaze, but she asked no further. Gathering her emotions she revealed a beautiful smile and said brightly. Give me your ID card. What for? To upgrade your permissions, of course. ID cards across all military districts are interconnected. With higher permissions even the 11th military district will be convenient for you. Her permission level was 8, second only to Lin Anha in the 6th military district. She upgraded Chen Mo's ID card permission to 6, the highest level she could grant, already equivalent to the rank of high-ranking officials in various military districts. At the same time Lin Yu handed over a crystal card with a balance of a staggering 300000. Crystal coins 300000. This terrifying amount left even Chen Mo stunned for a long time. Zhu Tiantian standing nearby looked on with envy. Yeah, you're really generous. That's your entire savings, isn't it? In this early period when crystal cards and coins had just been introduced, individuals with such personal assets were few and far between. Not long ago when the trading house listed third-tier cores for exchange, Lin Yu had snapped them all up instantly. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Compared to what Chen Mo has given me, this is nothing." Zhu Tian rolled her eyes and muttered inwardly. "Right, you're a divine artificer, so you never have to worry about resources. Unlike us who struggle with missions and still can't afford a few cores." She only had about 200,000 crystal coins on hand. The Divine Artificer ability, aside from lacking combat power, was the pinnacle for ordinary people, no fighting, respected status, and wanting for nothing. Chen Mo gave her a deep look, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yu blushed under his gaze, lowering her head shyly. "Actually, most of this comes from the value of the Emerald Crystal Mine. My personal share is small, it's your own money." The Emerald Crystal Mine was like a treasure trove. "By the way, aren't you heading to the 11th Military District? No time to waste, they'll have Tian take you to the trading house to stock up on supplies. Go." Lin Yu urged hurriedly. Zhu Tian sighed helplessly, "Using me as free labor again." Lin Yu stuck out her tongue. Not at all. It wasn't that she didn't want to spend more time with Chen Mo, but he had offended Wang Hengyuan earlier. She knew Wang Hengyuan's nature well, he would definitely bring people to cause trouble for Chen Mo. Coupled with Chen Mo's identity, the longer he stayed here the more dangerous it became. Lin Yu watched them leave reluctantly. Chen Mo didn't linger either, departing with Zhu Tian. Inside the safe zone trading house, a vast array of goods was available for purchase, with a bustling crowd of almost all ability users. The items they bought most were various diluted recovery capsules, recovery potions, and easily preserved food supplies. Chen Mo ignored these if they were of no use to him now, being too low level. He went directly to the area where cores were traded. The exchange rate for cores fluctuated daily. Currently the trading house only offered up to 4th-tier cores for exchange, while trading cores for crystal coins had no upper limit. A sign hung on the wall displayed the prices in crystal coins. 1st-tier core 8. 87. 2nd-tier core 75. 31. 3rd-tier core 895. 37. 4th-tier core 10244. 48. 5th-tier core 100000. Core prices were determined by daily trading volume. For 3rd-tier cores and above, each person could only buy 20 per day. The reason 4th-tier cores were so expensive was that at present they represented the peak of most military districts' top ability users. They were extremely rare with limited reserves, hence the high price. As for 5th-tier cores, the highest level listed on the sign, the price had never changed, meaning no one had ever exchanged for such cores. Chen Mo and Zhu Tian approached the counter. The attendant, a young girl, smiled and said, "Sir, what would you like to exchange?" Chen Mo stated directly, "A 5th-tier core." Though he knew the military district was unlikely to offer 5th-tier cores for exchange, he thought he'd try his luck. What if they had one? No loss if not. The girl's smile froze instantly. 5th tier. Sir, are you joking? She had never encountered a customer wanting to buy a 5th-tier core before. Zhu Tian chuckled beside him. 5th-tier cores are probably just for show. How could they possibly be traded? As Zhu Tian said, it was uncertain whether the 6th military district even had 5th-tier cores. They were too valuable to sell, as they were needed for their own use. Moreover, at this time few had many crystal coins. From the start the system had been set up without expecting any ability user could afford them. A crowd gathered around and some ability users couldn't help but jeer. Whoa! 5th tier. Did I hear that right? Well, today's a first. Bro, did you miss a zero? Hiss, but that means he's got over 10,000 crystal points. That's impressive. The girl pointed to the price list and reminded him. Sir, it's 10,000 crystal coins. She feared he might be joking. But Chen Mo replied seriously, no joke, I'm exchanging for a 5th-tier core. 10,000 right. He handed his crystal card to the girl. Her pupils dilated when she saw the staggering balance and her face turned pale in an instant. 30,000. Her expression grew flustered and she stood frozen in panic. Thighs. Do you have one? The young girl was momentarily stunned on the verge of tears, for she had never seen so many crystal coins before. The surrounding ability users, upon witnessing her expression, stood dumbfounded, their faces twisted with peculiar disbelief. No way. Does he really have that many crystal coins? A 5th-tier crystal core. That's 100,000 right. Where did he get them? Some still uncertain even glanced back at the notice board. Damn it, you couldn't steal this many even if you tried. He must be some high-up's offspring, or where else would he get so many? A crowd simmered with resentment, their eyes fixed on Chen Mo with envy and jealousy. Chen Mo said calmly, doesn't it say on the board that 100,000 crystal points can be exchanged for a 5th-tier crystal core? I'll take them all. Wait. Sir, could you please hold on a moment? This is beyond my authority. The young girl hurriedly rushed off. Before long she returned with a burly man whose face bore a hostile expression, his muscles bulging under his exposed skin radiating obvious displeasure. He was an ability user from the 6th war zone. After the girl told him someone wanted to exchange for a 5th-tier crystal core, he didn't believe it at all, convinced no one could afford it and assumed it was a provocation. It's Qin Bing. He's a military ability user. So the boss behind this trading house is him. Need you ask? Good profits stay within the family. In the safe zone almost all trading houses are run by the military. Qin Bing approached with a scowl. As the girl pointed to Chen Mo, he looked over and barked loudly. What's everyone crowding around for? If you've got nothing to do, move aside. And you're the one who wants to trade for a 5th-tier crystal core. I suspect your crystal card is fake. Hand over your crystal card and ID card, I need to verify them. His tone was harsh and his temper equally foul. Chen Mo frowned without a word, then handed over the 2 cards. Let me see where you got so many crystal cores. Qin Bing looked down. When he saw the authority level 6 on the ID card and the crystal card with over 300,000 crystal coins, his burly frame trembled, his face filled with sheer astonishment. No way. Buddy, are you for real? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, locking eyes with Chen Mo. He had assumed Chen Mo was a relative of some big shot. Within the military, members received daily crystal core distributions and had dedicated exchange channels at lower prices, forbidden from competing with outside ability users for resources. What was this guy up to? But the level 6 authority on Chen Mo's ID card couldn't be faked, only a level 8 big shot could grant such privilege. Qin Bing himself was only at level 4. Qin Bing immediately dropped his displeasure, plastering on a fawning smile as he respectfully handed back the ID card and crystal card. He scratched his head, putting on a rustic, honest expression. Hee brother, I was too hasty just now. Please follow me. Higher authority levels meant better treatment. Not only did they receive free daily resource distributions, but they also had the power, like Liao Ruyu, to strip others of their level privileges. Layer upon layer in this apocalypse where order had crumbled, authority levels grew ever more alluring and commanding. After all, in this end times, those with low authority, whether 1 or 2 people died or even a whole group, no one cared because no one would step in to take responsibility. Can't bear it? Then get out of the safe zone and keep company with the zombie mutants. Since the Nian beast appeared, no one dared to leave anymore. Brother, my apologies for earlier. Don't take it to heart. Here, I'll make it up to you. This way, this way. Qin Bing bowed and scraped as deferential as if meeting a superior. Unmoved by his sudden shift, Chen Mo nodded and followed Qin Bing away from the spot, leaving behind a crowd of ability users frozen in shock, unable to snap out of it. Someone rubbed their eyes. Did I see that right? That's Qin Bing. Isn't he a military ability user? Why is he being so respectful to that guy? No idea. That guy's authority must be high, probably level 5, right? Holy crap. After some negotiation, Chen Mo and Zhu Tiantian left the trading house and stepped outside the safe zone. Zhu Tiantian muttered under her breath as she walked beside him. You're too much. The trading house's crystal cores are issued by the military and you've cleaned out all their 3rd and 4th tier cores. Trading for a 5th tier, anyone knows it's impossible. Only you do it. Chen Mo said flatly, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten so many crystal cores. Qin Bing had bluntly told Chen Mo that there were no 5th-tier crystal cores to trade if the notice was just for show. But because of Chen Mo's authority and the fact that he genuinely had that many crystal coins, Qin Bing's face flushed pale and red as he broke the daily limit. In the end, Chen Mo exchanged for a total of 80 3rd-tier crystal cores and 10 4th-tier ones, putting an end to the farce. It was worth noting that most ability users in the safe zone, when obtaining 3rd-tier crystal cores, couldn't bear to use them for their own advancement. Instead, they sold them for crystal points, reluctantly absorbing 2nd-tier ones, waiting for 3rd-tier prices to drop before buying again. This was more cost-effective. The day's price for a 3rd-tier crystal core was 895. 37 and a 4th tier was 10244. 48. A level 6 authority granted a 10 discount. The total cost came to roughly 150000 crystal coins, a considerable expense. These crystal cores were more than enough for him to break through to the 6th tier and also allow Qiongqi to advance simultaneously. With such a quantity, if handed to any faction, they could instantly forge 7 or 8 4th tier ability users with ease. Zhu Tian sighed helplessly. Yeah, saved up her family fortune for so long and you've blown nearly half of it in one go. Do you really need that many crystal cores for yourself? Aren't you afraid of bursting from absorption? And once the top ability users from major factions break through, the prices will drop. Aren't you worried about getting stuck with a loss? Chen Mo chuckled nonchalantly. Who said I'm using them all myself? Are you giving them to Qiongqi? Asked Zhu Tian. Forget it, I won't pry further. This is far enough, we're outside the safe zone. I need to get back to protecting little Yaya. Protecting? Chen Mo suddenly stopped, turning to face her with a faint smile, his eyes fixed on her. Is it really protecting? Zhu Tian frowned in confusion. What else? Why are you staring at me? Chen Mo glanced around. No one's around. Swoosh, without a word an arc of light flashed and slashed through the air. Chen Mo had drawn the Taya blade and swung it straight at Zhu Tian. The sudden attack made Zhu Tian's pupils contract, her face shifting dramatically. What are you doing? She wasted no time activating her ability, instantly compressing the space around her. The path of the Taya blade slash erupted with continuous explosive sounds. Boom. Boom. Chen Mo remained calm. The reforged Taya blade, without even needing to draw upon its innate power, was already an immensely formidable weapon in its own right. As the blade swept through, Zhu Tian moved with light and agile grace, her toes barely touching the ground as she leaped backward, spinning several times to create distance. Her wide eyes burning with fury, she glared at Chen Mo and snapped. Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? That man had truly just tried to cut her down. Zhu Tian's pretty face turned icy cold as she spoke with displeasure. Even if you're Yaya's friend, I'm going to teach you a lesson today because you've really made me angry. She immediately activated her ability. A low hum filled the air as the space around them began to compress, emitting a creaking, twisting sound. An immense crushing pressure seemed intent on tearing his flesh apart. Chen Mo swung the Taya blade horizontally. The seemingly unchanged space erupted with rippling waves as if something had been shattered. The Taya spirit had somehow leaped out behind Zhu Tian. With a swift whoosh, Chen Mo vanished and reappeared in the spirit's place, bringing the blade down upon her back. Sensing the danger, Zhu Tian was startled. The space around her suddenly became intensely distorted. As the Taya blade descended, its speed was continually hindered by the compressing space. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Tian dodged the strike again, creating distance and aiming both hands at Chen Mo to use space compression. Square white lines restricted Chen Mo's range of movement, beginning to contract violently. The force was incredibly fierce. An ordinary person would likely be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant by the shrinking space. The terrifying power of the compression on his body was something even an enhancement-type ability user couldn't withstand. It was an almost indestructible spatial cage. Chen Mo sneered, slicing through the square spatial lines with the Taya blade. Squinting, he said, a 5th rank ability user. Truly something else. Tell me, what is your real purpose for getting close to Lin Yu? Earlier Lin Yu had been right there and she seemed to have a good relationship with this Zhu Tian, so he hadn't pressed the matter. But now a simple probe had unexpectedly caught a big fish. A 5th rank ability user. Multiple silver blades had somehow surrounded Zhu Tian. Her expression remained calm and unreadable, but inside she was greatly shaken that her ability had been so easily broken by her opponent. Her opponent was also a 5th rank ability user. She stared intently at Chen Mo and spoke. I don't know what you're talking about. Didn't I tell you before? I was sent by Central to take Lin Yu away, not by Lin Anha. And if I wanted to harm Lin Yu, I would have done so long ago. Is that so? Chen Mo said with a smile. He didn't think it was that simple. A 5th rank ability user in this apocalypse was likely rare, even in that place, each one a vital asset cultivated with immense effort. Let's hope so. Chen Mo put away the Taya blade, shaking it off with a calm expression. I don't care what other tasks you have. Lin Yu is mine and you'd better not let anything happen to her. Otherwise, even if you are a 5th rank ability user, I will kill you, even if you're from that place. You should understand what I mean. Was that a warning? Zhu Tian immediately understood Chen Mo's intention. Her face darkened as she said, You're truly insane. No wonder you dared to kill Lin An's son. After all, she was from Central, and so far no military district would dare to let anything happen to someone sent by Central. Relax, I wasn't lying to you. I've protected Lin Yu at least twice already. I want to keep her safe even more than you do. But you on the other hand are in a precarious position. If your identity is exposed, things will get troublesome. Zhu Tian glanced at the silver blade surrounding her, her nerves taut as she spoke. Can I leave now? Chen Mo smiled. No rush. We've only just left the safe zone. Walk a bit further with me. Zhu Tian couldn't figure out what he meant. After a moment's thought she nodded. Once they had left the safe zone, Chen Mo slowed his pace considerably on the road ahead. Meanwhile, Wang Hengyuan, who had also followed from the safe zone, was close behind. 6 ability users accompanied him, and one of them asked curiously. Young Master Wang, which bastard hurt you? Well, get revenge for you brothers. They were all ability users from the 6th war zone of considerable strength, ranging from the 3rd rank to the 4th. Because of Wang Hengyuan's status, they all fawned over him. Wang Hengyuan's eyes were filled with hatred and rage, and his face was grim as he snarled. A masked guy named Chen Ming, a 4th rank elementalist. I heard he's already left the safe zone. He ran fast. When we catch him, don't kill him. I want him kneeling before me, understanding the price of offending me, Wang Hengyuan. Haha. Young Master Wang, don't worry. An elementalist. Even a 4th rank one is no match for us. Well, handle him easily. Well, make sure he understands his place. Exactly, we're all enhancement types. Beating him will be as easy as a father disciplining his son. Daring to lay a hand on young Master Wang inside the safe zone, he really doesn't know his place. The ability users flattered him obsequiously. But young Master Wang, you know, when we heard you were hurt, we specifically dropped our missions to come. Flattered by several formidable ability users, Wang Hengyuan's expression improved. Glancing at the speaker, he said dismissively. I know. What are those missions of yours worth anyway? Don't worry. After this, 5,000 crystal coins each. Working for me, Wang Hengyuan, the rewards won't be small. As Lin An's nephew, he had never been short of crystal coins. Once currency circulated in the apocalypse, even ability users would have to work for him, wouldn't they? As for Chen Ming, did he think running away would save him? Wang Hengyuan thought viciously, already planning how he would torment that man. Is this far enough? It's already too far. I need to go back. Zhu Tiantian, who had been following Chen Mo for an unknown distance, said impatiently. What exactly are you trying to do? You won't let me leave. If I go, who will protect Lin Yu? You're not counting on those people from the 6th war zone, are you? Chen Mo suddenly stopped ahead and said calmly without turning around, they're here. Ever since he was in the trading company, Chen Mo had felt many eyes watching him. At first he thought it was because trading a 5th rank crystal core was too conspicuous, but even after leaving the city gates, that gaze hadn't left. Someone was following him. Either it was that guy Wang Hengyuan, or it was a group of ability users coveting his crystal coins and seeking a suicidal confrontation. Who's coming? Zhu Tian asked, somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she paused and immediately looked in a certain direction, frowning deeply. There really is someone. Several figures appeared before them. The newcomers were none other than Wang Hengyuan, his face twisted with hatred, along with the 5 ability users. Chen Ming. Stop right there. Do you think you can just slip away after offending me, Wang Hengyuan? Seeing the newcomers, Chen Mo showed no surprise, but Zhu Tiantian's eyes narrowed. Wang Hengyuan. Why wasn't this bastard staying put in the safe zone? What was he doing here? She quickly realized why Chen Mo had asked her to stay, her expression shifting as she glared at him with fury. Was this jerk trying to drag her into this? A sense of foreboding surged within her. Chen Mo spoke calmly. And I thought it was someone important. What did you follow the scent here to court death? Court death? I think you're the one who doesn't understand the situation. This isn't the safe zone, no one's coming to save you. Wang Hengyuan led several formidable ability users forward, staring at Chen Mo with a vicious expression. Chen Ming, I suggest you kneel down and beg for mercy right now. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, he'll give you a quick death. Ever since his uncle Lin Anha had taken him in, no one had dared to disrespect him. Every ability user in the safe zone bowed and scraped before him. But this guy had struck him in public, severely damaging his pride. On his uncle's turf, he couldn't swallow this humiliation. Haha. Daring to harm young Master Wang, this guy really has a death wish. A 4th tier ability user thinks he's invincible. Young Master Wang, leave him to us. The ability users beside Wang Hengyuan were eager for action. 5,000 crystals was no small sum. Split among the 6 of them it would be at least 30,000 crystals. As Lin An's nephew he was indeed wealthy. Chen Mo glanced at the ability users flanking Wang Hengyuan. With them, a bunch of worthless scum. The ability users were enraged by Chen Mo's contemptuous words. What did you say, kid? Wang Hengyuan's face twisted with malice as he sneered. Soon enough when your limbs are broken you'll know who the real scum is. Get him. Cripple him. The woman beside him seems to be Lin Yu's people, don't leave her either or she'll run back and badmouth me. With that the ability users activated their powers and charged at Chen Mo. All 6 were enhanced type ability users specially selected by Wang Hengyuan for their combat prowess in the war zone. The ability users wore malicious grins as they moved with incredible speed like raging hurricanes. The ground beneath them shattered and roared with every step. Seeing this, Zhu Tianqian's expression shifted drastically. As the enemies closed in she was filled with fury, glaring at the arrogant Wang Hengyuan with growing irritation. Did this reckless fool really think Chen Mo was an easy target? A 5th-tier ability user like him could handle far more than this, even a dozen more wouldn't be enough to take him down. Now she understood why Chen Mo had made her follow him so far. This bastard was full of cunning schemes. She activated her spatial compression ability, manifesting square spatial lines before the charging ability users. She had no desire to stain her hands with the blood of 6th war zone ability users and incur unnecessary trouble. Holding back, she used her ability to bind the 3 attackers. What the hell is this? Boom. Can't break it. Move aside. Let me handle this. A figure darted past the 3 trapped men, charging forward like a rampaging beast. The other 2 followed, but the leader was especially terrifying, an rank ability granting 100-fold amplification across his entire body. He ignored the spatial pressure entirely, his muscles bulging with explosive force, his arms thick as pillars. Reaching Chen Mo, he swung a fist at his shoulder, aiming to cripple his arm. Kid, arrogance comes at a price. Unlike Zhu Tianqian's restraint, Chen Mo showed no mercy. With a cold expression he drew the Taotie blade and slashed. Haha. Kid, do you think that toy can hurt me? The man sneered, not bothering to dodge his fist, striking with even greater ferocity. A single blow could easily kill a 3rd-tier zombie. Wang Hengyuan laughed wildly from a distance. Cripple him. Smash his limbs to pieces. His tone was excited and fervent, as if he himself were the one striking. Suddenly. Schlick. A sound of flesh being torn. Ah. The man with the 100-fold amplification ability found his right hand split cleanly in 2 from the center of his fist by the Taotie blade. His hand now split into 2 halves, hung limply as blood gushed out, revealing raw flesh and white bone. Ah. The man collapsed to the ground in agony, his face contorted with pain, teeth bared. At the same moment countless silver blades shot forth from Chen Mo's side. Zhu Tianqian, as if sensing something, cried out in alarm, her pretty face turning pale. Wait. Stop. Schlick. Schlick. The silver blade sliced through the bodies of the remaining 5 ability users. Bloody fissures appeared on their forms, riddled like sieves, as the blades pierced their limbs, chests and heads mixed with flesh and brain matter. Even the one with stone arm ability, who had raised his arms to defend himself, couldn't escape. Thud. Thud. Within seconds the scene was drenched in blood. The ability users collapsed to the ground lifeless. Zhu Tianqian's face was filled with horror while Wang Hengyuan's manic grin froze. He stood rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. What was this? Ah. The ability user lying beside Chen Mo continued to wail in agony, trembling and muttering in terror. Who are you? An elemental type ability user. How could he be this strong? According to conventional logic, while elemental type ability users had long attack ranges suited for hunting large mutants in unknown combat, they stood no chance against enhanced type ability users whose bodies were nearly impervious to their attacks. That was why they had been so confident. Chen Mo offered no explanation, walking past the fallen man. The Taotie blade descended. You don't need to understand. Schlick. The Taotie blade plunged directly into the man's head. His pupils dilated as blood trickled from his forehead, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Boom. Wang Hengyuan's breath caught in his throat, his face a mask of terror as he let out a shriek. In the blink of an eye the men he had brought were all dead. Impossible. Impossible. Yuan, who was a 4th-tier rank ability user. How could a 4th-tier elemental type like you kill him so easily? There's no metal-type ability user this strong in the 6th war zone. Who are you? He trembled violently, staggering backward. Chen Mo's appearance had shattered his understanding of abilities. The military districts now had instruments to test ability quality and level, and through continuous testing a preliminary ranking system for ability users had been established. Enhanced type ability users far surpassed ordinary elemental type users in both perception and physical combat. But that was only true for ordinary ones. Chen Mo stared at him with a mocking gaze. You were quite cocky with your threats earlier, weren't you? Who am I? Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly. When he clearly saw Chen Mo's true appearance, Wang Hengjiwan's pupils dilated, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, instantly overwhelmed by immense terror. You are. Impossible. How could it be you? His legs began to tremble uncontrollably and even his breathing became extremely rapid, unable to catch his breath. As Lin An's nephew, the reason he could act arrogantly and dominate everything in the 6th war zone was entirely because his uncle's only son Lin Shu had fallen. And the information about Chen Mo who killed Lin Shu was no longer a secret. How could Wang Hengyuan not know who stood before him? The #1 wanted fugitive of the 6th war zone, Chen Mo. Metal. Chen Ming. Chen Mo. You are that Chen Mo? Wang Hengyuan exclaimed in horror, shrieking with fear. Chen Mo, if not me then who? Wang Hengjiwan's pupils dilated in disbelief. What kind of existence was this? Even Uncle Lin Anha could do nothing about him, and today he had encountered him. If it were usual with superpowered protectors by his side, Wang Hengyuan would have jumped up excitedly, having accomplished a great feat. But now the superpowered beings beside him had been instantly killed by this man, giving Wang Hengyuan a clear understanding of Chen Mo's strength. Thud. Suddenly his legs gave way and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Chen Mo. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I will never tell anyone about what happened today, I swear, believe me. Gone was his previous arrogant demeanor. Wang Hengyuan knelt on the ground, trembling, tears and snot streaming down his face as he kept begging bitterly. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. Please don't kill me, okay? It's my uncle who wants to kill you, I can help you. Uncle. Chen Mo's expression was eerily calm, completely unmoved, and he said flatly, perfect. Aren't you and Lin Shu cousins? I imagine he's been lonely down there for so long, you can just go down and keep him company. No. Wang Hengyuan screamed. You can't kill me. I can help you deal with my uncle. I am his only nephew, I know him best. He brought several superpowered beings from the capital. They know about your connection with the lion and have already gone to deal with you. If you kill me, none of the lion's people will survive. What? Chen Mo frowned upon hearing this. Zhu Tian hurried forward from a distance, her expression grim, staring at Chen Mo as she said. Chen Mo. Don't kill him. If you kill him, Lin Anha will go mad. Those superpowered beings dying was no great loss, but Wang Hengyuan was different. He had a formidable background. If he died here today and an investigation ensued, she would also be implicated. Seeing someone speak up for him, Wang Hengyuan, like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, shouted excitedly. Yes, yes. Zhu Tiantian, save me. Save me now. I swear I will never bother Lin Yu again. Save me today and I'll give you anything you want. Zhu Tian stood in front of Wang Hengyuan, feeling a headache at his words. This bastard had come to provoke Chen Mo himself, and now things had spiraled out of control. Chen Mo stared at her coldly, his gaze sending a chill through Zhu Tian. Move aside. Zhu Tian steeled herself. To be honest, from the previous skirmish she didn't think she could be a match for this madman. She snapped. Absolutely not. If he dies, Lin Yu might also be implicated. You've already killed enough people, Chen Mo. Escalating this will do neither of us any good. In desperation she could only invoke Lin Yu, hoping to make Chen Mo back down. Without saying much, Chen Mo activated his Dominion ability and silver blades materialized around him. The atmosphere grew tense. I dared to kill his son, do you think I'd hesitate over a nephew? With those words, swish swish, the silver blades shot forth. Sensing the fierce killing intent and the sound of air bursting, Zhu Tian immediately used her own ability, raising her hand to crush the incoming silver blades with spatial compression. Bang! Bang! Chen Mo. I'm a 5th rank superpowered being too. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Enraged Zhu Tian held nothing back, compressing the space around Chen Mo. The roar of air explosions resounded. Behind them, Wang Hengyuan saw an opportunity in their battle and scrambled to his feet, fleeing into the distance. I must survive and get back alive. If I tell uncle this news it will be a great achievement. Damn it, you're dead. Wang Hongyuan used every ounce of his strength, fleeing at the fastest speed of his life, his face twisted with malice. Suddenly the power of Taya was substituted. Chen Mo appeared before him holding the Taya blade seemingly out of nowhere. Wang Henjiwan's face changed drastically, collapsing in terror at this sudden apparition. You! Help! Help me! He shouted loudly. Who said you could leave? Chen Mo said without further ado, narrowing his eyes as he stepped forward brandishing the Taya blade. Meanwhile Zhu Tiantian, seeing Chen Mo vanish, furrowed her delicate brows. She thought she had him locked down, but it was this trick again. Was this guy really just a metal-controlling superpowered being? Suddenly blood splattered and a piercing scream echoed. Hearing Wang Henjiwan's agonized cry behind her, Zhu Tiantian whirled around to see his abdomen pierced by the Taya blade. Her pupils contracted sharply. No. She tried to stop it. It hurts. It hurts so much. Don't kill me. But Chen Mo's face was cold and he said calmly. Farewell. He pulled his right hand upward. Schlick. The Taya blade embedded in Wang Henjiwan's abdomen sliced upward, effortlessly cleaving his upper body in two. His intestines and organs were neatly severed and a torrent of blood gushed and splattered, a horrifying sight like a fountain. Chen Mo flicked his hand, scattering blood onto the ground as Zhu Tiantian arrived. You! Staring at the body split in two, Wang Hongyuan dead beyond any doubt, she trembled with rage at a loss for words. Wang Hongyuan was dead. Are you insane? Chen Mo said flatly, I've never been more clear-headed. But I'm afraid it'll have to trouble you. With so many corpses here, it wouldn't be good if they were discovered, don't you think? Chen Mo stared at her with a smirk. Zhu Tiantian's body felt icy cold and she said coldly, what do you mean? Chen Mo shrugged, adopting an indifferent attitude, and said. Whether I kill this guy or not, Lin Anha won't let me off. But you're different. If my identity is exposed, there are quite a few people who saw you leaving the city with me. What do you think he would think? Zhu Tiantian was struck as if by lightning. Chen Mo approached the corpse of Wang Hongyuan lying in a pool of blood. Unfazed by the crimson blood, he directly reached into Wang Henjiwan's pocket and rummaged around. He pulled out a crystal card and an identity card. Name Wang Hongyuan, gender male, ability none, clearance level 7, affiliation 6th war zone. SN 864, crystal card balance 106545. 25. Although the crystal card and identity card were marvelous, they had only been introduced recently and could not yet verify the holder's information. In other words, if one lost their crystal card during this period, the crystal coins inside would truly become a windfall. Only 100,000. Tisk, after all, he is Lin An's nephew and this is all the crystal coins he has. Such low standards. Seeing the balance, Chen Mo disdainfully flicked off the bloodstains on the crystal card and transferred half of the balance to his own card. Ding. Payment of 55000 crystal coins from card SN 6789. Then he tossed it over. Zhu Tiantian caught it, stunned for a moment, then looked up and stared at him. What do you mean by this? Isn't it obvious? Chen Mo grinned. It's a share of the spoils. Here there are still so many corpses. Their crystal coins are all yours, which should amount to at least 10,000. I'll leave this matter to you. Zhu Tiantian's face darkened as she fell into silence. Wang Henjiwan's crystal card still had over 50,000. After a fierce inner struggle, she finally let out a faint sigh. You bastard, you've really dragged me into this mess. I should never have come out with you. Since the deed was done and the people were dead, there was no use in saying more. Travel records in and out of the safe zone were logged, so it was inevitable that Lin Anha would find out that she had left with Chen Mo. She couldn't defeat him, so she might as well go all the way. Over 50,000 crystal coins was no small sum for her, and since crystal cards were universal across all military regions, she could spend them elsewhere. Moreover, she was from the central region with a mission, so if she denied everything, Lin Anha couldn't do much to her. Putting away Wang Henjiwan's crystal card, Zhu Tiantian said with displeasure. I'm so done with you, you sly dog. How did Yaya ever get to know a scheming bastard like you? Tell me honestly, did you plan to drag me into this from the start? Chen Mo waved his hand and said, I'm not that prophetic. I just left a safety net. Who knew this guy would actually show up? This was good though. At least Zhu Tiantian, a formidable 5th-tier psion from the central region, would not side with Lin Anha. One had to admit that the crystal cards introduced by the central region were a wonderful invention. After all, money makes the world go round, a truth that held in any era, even the apocalypse. By the way, I heard him say Lin Anha plans to move against the lions. I'd appreciate it if you could look out for them, Chen Mo said. Zhu Tianshan's beautiful eyes widened. You're pushing your luck. With your strength, are you really afraid of them? Chen Mo, I'm planning to go to a distant place. Besides, you're all from the central region, your words should carry weight. Just go through the motions. Alright, I won't say more. Off, you handle it. With that, not giving Zhu Tian a chance to refuse, Chen Mo vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only Zhu Tian, a little girl, clenching her fists and stamping her feet in fury. Bastard, bastard, bastard. She cursed for a long while before calming down. Then, looking at the corpses on the ground, she muttered with a headache. I might as well destroy this place entirely. Pushing her psionic power to the limit, the range of space compression expanded continuously. The spatial lines enveloped an area of 30 meters before beginning to constrict relentlessly until the pressure reached a critical point. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed so loud that even people far away in the safe zone heard the astonishing commotion and looked over. Meanwhile, Chen Mo toyed with the crystal card in his hand. The balance on it amounted to a full 220,000. One had to admit robbing was the fastest way to earn crystal coins. With Lin Yu and the Jade Crystal Mine, he now had a steady income stream, a considerable asset in the apocalypse. Why didn't I realize in my past life that crystal coins came so easily? Chen Mo murmured. Then with a wry smile he sensed the message from the Qiongqi tattoo and said. Alright, I know you've been cooped up. Come out. The Tianquan dark pattern emitted an eerie purple light, and the Qiongqi tattoo on Chen Mo turned into strands of black ink that coalesced in the area. Boom. A loud crash followed as Qiongqi spread its enormous black wings, stretched its limbs like a cat, arched its back, shook its fur, and turned to look at Chen Mo. Roar. Chen Mo stepped forward and patted the massive beast. Compared to other beings in the Tianquan psionic power, Qiongqi seemed to dislike staying inside it. Open wide. Boo. Qiongqi obediently opened its gaping maw. Chen Mo casually grabbed a handful of third-tier crystal cores from the Mingyao pearl and fed them to it. The sound of crunching echoed as Qiongqi contentedly devoured the third-tier crystal cores. Streams of light washed over its massive body, carrying the power within the cores. Watching Qiongqi's delighted expression, Chen Mo suddenly sighed. Sigh. Qiongqi was easy enough to raise. What troubled Chen Mo was the Shoshi god. The peach tree had people from the 6th war zone tending it with nutrients. The she-beast could forage on its own, but the Shoshi god had been stuck at the 4th tier for a long time. He couldn't find a suitable place for it to advance its psionic power. Against higher-tier beings, the 4th-tier sound-breaking chance effectiveness had diminished significantly. He had to enhance the Shoshi god's abilities to make better use of it. But raising a Shoshi god required dozens of times more crystal cores than Qiongqi. No matter how vast one's wealth, it was impossible to sustain. I need to find a place for the Shoshi god to advance to. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes flickering. I'll take a look on the way to the 11th military region. The cities within the 6th war zone, Chuanyuan, Huabei, Tianhai, had all been largely explored. Before the 2nd evolution arrived, only territories of smaller forces not occupied by major powers or military regions might still harbor large numbers of zombies or special mutant groups for the Shoshi god to devour. It was only when the 2nd evolution came that zombies and mutants would truly rise in power. Hordes of corpses, beast tides, and even highly intelligent overlord corpse kings would emerge. Unlike the apocalyptic deities, they were not bound by any rules. Let's go. Well, see you along the way. Without further thought, Chen Mo leaped onto Qiongqi's back. With a resounding roar, Qiongqi spread its pitch-black wings, stirring up a powerful gust of wind as it soared into the sky, heading toward the 11th military region. The 11th military region was established approximately 100 kilometers from Nanlin City in an extremely concealed location far from the urban area. Its current leader Jiang Xingming hailed from that very place, and in his past life Jiang Fan had always enjoyed a favorable reputation there, making it a coveted destination for many. Departing from Huabei City, the journey spanned roughly from the coast to the inland, a considerable distance that would have required 2 to 3 hours even by plane before the apocalypse. Chen Mo set out this time with ample provisions alongside Qiongqi. Though their speed surpassed travel on land, the skies were fraught with equally troublesome obstacles. A series of piercing shrill cries rang out, deafening in their intensity. Directly ahead, hundreds of crows dominated the sky, charging like swift arrows, their sharp beaks striking terror into the heart. Not only the ground but the heavens had become the domain of these flocks. These crows, with bloodshot eyes and bodies several times larger than before the apocalypse, formed an overwhelming black mass that blotted out the sky. Silver blades shot forth as cries of agony rang out incessantly. Black feathers scattered through the air as one crow after another plummeted down. The pair had been traveling for over half a day now. The farther they ventured from the military region's territory, the more abundant the birds, beasts and wandering zombies became. It had become a common sight. Chen Mo, his expression calm, activated his dominion ability, driving a torrent of silver blades to strike. The blades pierced into the bodies of the crows, cleaving them in two. Qiongqi let out a fierce roar toward the flock, blocking their path ahead. The powerful gust of air and the roar startled all the birds and beasts. The crows ahead scattered in all directions except for one massive crow, clearly the leader, which lingered stubbornly. Its eyes were fixed on Qiongqi and Chen Mo across from it, scrutinizing them for a long time. With a sharp sound, dozens of silver blades shot forth. The crow flapped its wings in the air, conjuring a massive whirlwind that sent all the blades scattering. Clanging sounds echoed. Sensing a great threat from the human, the crow let out a long cry as Qiongqi charged toward it. The surrounding flock immediately grew restless, fleeing in panic. The crow leader cast a deep glance at Chen Mo and Qiongqi before shooting upward like a black bolt of lightning. The overwhelming aura of danger compelled it to yield this stretch of sky. Qiongqi let out a violent roar, eager to give chase, but Chen Mo, seated on its back, spoke up. "Forget it, leave it be. Let's go." This was a fourth-tier aberrant creature. Swift as it was, being a bird, Qiongqi, despite its wings, was inherently at a disadvantage in pursuit. Moreover, it seemed to have already developed considerable intelligence, unlike those mindless zombie aberrations that only knew how to bite. If it chose to flee chasing, it would only waste a great deal of time. At his master's command, Qiongqi relented and flew forward. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he surveyed the crows scattering to avoid them, murmuring to himself. There are fewer on the ground. But the creatures in the sky seem to be increasing. And they're evolving even faster than the aberrations on land. For now, the mutated beings on land, unless exceptionally powerful, could still be dealt with by humans. Areas near the 6th War Zone and Qiongqi had already been largely cleared. But the skies and the oceans remained unclaimed territories. Aberrations with flight abilities not only developed rapidly but also boasted high survivability, capable of retreating when outmatched. Along their journey, Chen Mo and Qiongqi had already encountered no fewer than 5 or 6 third and fourth-tier avian creatures. Glancing at the darkening sky, Chen Mo patted Qiongqi beneath him and said, "It's about time for today. Let's find a place to rest. The 11th military region won't be reached so easily. Let's recover our strength first." After days of travel, there was still ample time, no need to rush. Qiongqi understood and landed directly on a desolate wasteland teeming with zombies. This place bore almost no trace of human presence. The zombies, long starved, caught the scent of living beings and charged forward with viscous saliva dripping from their mouths and a terrifying gleam in their eyes. After a brutal slaughter, over 1,000 zombies in the area lay dead, the highest among them only at the 3rd tier, with no zombie king present. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Mo saw ruins and decaying, collapsed buildings mottled with dried bloodstains. Sprouts had emerged here and there, and amidst the wreckage the ground was littered with the dense corpses of zombies. Though less than a year had passed, the scene felt as though decades had gone by. This place was a ghost city ravaged by the she-beast. In this apocalyptic world, everything was evolving. Even if left untouched, these zombie corpses would rapidly decompose, nourishing the land and giving rise to lush greenery that would replace all traces of human habitation. With a rumbling sound, Qiongqi crushed a pile of rubble into dust, then lowered its head and used its claws to sweep the debris aside, clearing an open space. It called out twice to Chen Mo, signaling him to come over. Chen Mo smiled faintly. With Qiongqi by his side, the journey was far from dull. "Don't waste these bodies. Go ahead and eat their crystals." Qiongqi nodded and prowled across the ruins, approaching each zombie corpse. It bit off their heads and swallowed them whole one by one. As night approached, Chen Mo gathered some materials and took out a lighter to start a fire. From the Ming Niao pearl he produced 2 crows, dressed them simply and began roasting them on the spot. Food is plentiful. Chen Mo watched the roasting bird sizzle as fat dripped into the flames. He tossed a few more pieces of firewood had scavenged from the ruins into the fire, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the blaze. Even ordinary people could eat the meat of these aberrations. As an ability user, consuming such flesh, or even zombie meat, posed no real issue. The only trouble was that these evolved aberrations were extremely difficult to cook through, requiring a long time, which was rather inconvenient. As the food crackled, Chen Mo didn't idle. He retrieved 4th-tier crystals from the Ming Niao pearl. There were 10 in total, all intended for his own breakthrough to the 6th tier of the Dominion ability. Clutching the 4th-tier crystal in his hand, he began to absorb its power, slowly closing his eyes. His consciousness involuntarily shifted. Within the Qiongqi space the she-beast's azure flames flickered ceaselessly. His vision grew hazy. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed as colossal waves swept across the 8 directions. Amidst lightning, thunder and darkness 2 gargantuan beings clashed on the sea's surface, churning up monstrous swells. The oppressive darkness was shattered by a flash of lightning and a peal of thunder illuminating the bodies of 2 colossal beings. One was a creature of immense size like a mountain, a majestic and ferocious apocalyptic deity. The she-beast. Opposite it within the seething ocean waters was a monster with 8 heads resembling a world-ending demon god. It was like a western dragon summoning wind, rain and lightning, flailing its claws and writhing wildly in the darkness of the night. The Yamata no Orochi. These 2 titans stood facing each other, roaring warnings in fury as if communicating something. You have violated the rules. This is my territory. Roar. The she-beast bellowed in response. Instantly hundreds of colossal water tornadoes surged around it, reaching into the sky. As a 6th-tier apocalyptic deity, this entire sea domain seemed to become its own dominion. Suddenly a massive vortex swirled around the Yamata no Orochi. Its enormous body seemed to be devoured by the whirlpool, writhing and howling in struggle as its 8 heads battered the sea surface in a desperate attempt to break free. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, spreading cracks like a spiderweb. Roar! With a deafening bellow the she-beast trampled the surging waves and lunged forward to bite. Thump! The scene vanished. This was everything brought forth from the she-beast's perspective. Even an apocalyptic deity would not permit another to intrude into its territory. The she-beast had crossed vast oceans to replace the Yamata no Orochi and devour every living creature here clean. It has already begun. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes. The energy from the 4th-tier crystal in his hand had been completely absorbed and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Eat to your heart's content. Chen Mo's expression was indifferent. Both were apocalyptic deities from the ocean, yet the Yamata no Orochi exuded an even more terrifying pressure than the she-beast. However, he was not too worried about the she-beast, for the Yamata no Orochi was only at the 5th tier while the she-beast was a 6th-tier existence. Qiongqi had returned at some point, lying nearby with its eyes closed in rest. Gazing at the blazing campfire before him, the roasted bird had turned a perfect golden hue, juicy and glistening. As he picked up the roasted bird, suddenly, gulp! A sound of swallowing saliva and a rustling noise came. Qiongqi opened its enormous pupils, its gaze darkly fixed on a certain direction. Chen Mo raised his hand to stop it and shook his head. It's nothing. As he spoke, he glanced calmly at a rock not far away, said nothing more and began eating the roasted bird. After finishing the bird, Chen Mo started to rest as well. Until the next morning. Upon waking, he twisted his slightly stiff neck and looked again toward the rock. A head peeked out from behind the rock, a small pitch-black boy staring straight at him. When their eyes met, the boy seemed startled and quickly ducked back. Interesting. I thought this was an empty city, but there are still survivors. A young boy surviving this long was quite something. Chen Mo found it amusing and chuckled lightly. Without another word, he leaped onto Qiongqi's back. Ignore him, let's go. Qiongqi let out a long roar, flapped its wings to stir up a windstorm and soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Only after Chen Mo and the fearsome beast had left did the boy timidly emerge. He came to Chen Mo's temporary camp, where a pile of burnt firewood and a roasted bird, now completely cold, sat on the fire. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up with longing. He dashed over, grabbed the bird with both hands and began devouring it ravenously. Nom nom nom. The wind howled, but Chen Mo elsewhere showed little reaction. On his journey with Qiongqi, he had witnessed countless people starving or dying at the hands of mutant zombies. Some were ability users, others ordinary. Though he wondered how that little kid had ended up there, he had no desire to find out. It's the 4th day, we should be close now. Along the way, many flying mutants had been a nuisance. Under normal circumstances, Qiongqi could fly about 100 li a day before needing to recover stamina. Now on the 4th day, at this pace they would reach Nanlin City in a few more days, perhaps sooner with luck. Chen Mo kept a constant watch on the land below. Over these days he had been looking for any sign of a zombie horde to let Shoshishin advance. But perhaps because of the she-beast, zombies only appeared in the suburbs. Most cities they passed were empty and lifeless, no hordes, not even a shadow inside. The rest were either controlled by small or medium factions that had cleared the surrounding zombies. After a while, as Qiongqi passed over the sky of a city below, as if spotting something, Chen Mo's eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted excitedly, Qiongqi, wait. He narrowed his eyes. That is. He could clearly see countless dense sea-like tiny black dots in the city below. They were spiders each the size of a house cat with some enormous ones among them. These spiders moved swiftly through the ruins, crawling in overwhelming numbers toward one direction. The entire city seemed overtaken by them, a horrifying sight that would trigger anyone's fear of dense clusters. Yet this did not dampen Chen Mo's joy. After so many days he had finally encountered a terrifyingly large group of creatures, not zombies but mutants. He had Qiongqi fly lower, descending into the clouds, and his view broadened. Following the direction the spiders were heading, Chen Mo's pupils contracted. He could see the entire city clearly. Before him lay a world of white, buildings wrapped and bound together by sticky spider silk everywhere, thick with webbing. The black spider army below moved swiftly on the ground, while others traveled along threads connecting the midair like a black flood of staggering numbers. Click, click, click. A crisp, dense sound echoed. At the city center there was a colossal nest nearly 100 meters high, wrapped in silk and suspended in the air. The nest stood midair, supported by a massive web below. Looking out, all the spiders seemed to receive some command, moving toward the central nest. This city had been completely taken over by these spiders. Was this a sovereign's domain? Seeing the full scene, Chen Mo's expression grew serious. His eyes flickered in thought, as if recalling something. In the apocalypse he knew almost all the sovereign-level mutants in each city. Staring at the distant massive spider nest like a white cocoon, he murmured. A spider nest. He had Qiongqi hover high in the sky, frowning deeply. After a long while he finally recalled information about this spider nest. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is Ruili City. Mountain spider. In this place resides a tyrant-level exotic mountain spider. Like other tyrants, it has occupied the entire city to build its nest, continuously breeding embryos to expand its clan. In his past life, because no one nearby could restrain them, the territory's clan grew larger and larger until the spider colony became a force to be reckoned with. Even the 11th military district found it challenging to take them down. It wasn't until the 6th year that a group of fire elemental abilities destroyed this spider nest, seizing a vast amount of spider eggs, spider silk, and other crucial materials. The most critical aspect was that among the thousands of spider eggs within this nest there existed a remarkably special entity. Scythe of Death. This is a being hatched from one of the spider eggs. Similar to the mythological beast Qiongqi, many beings in the apocalypse would have opportunities to evolve and grow powerful. However, this only refers to the first stage of evolution. In the past, someone had conducted research and it was found that the newborns born after the apocalypse were stronger in both physique and ability than the previous generation, most possessing extraordinary powers, including a few extremely rare variants born far surpassing their predecessors, endowed with powerful abilities akin to a secondary evolution. These were mostly seen among couples with special abilities, a rare occurrence. Yet within this mountain spider's nest there happened to be such a unique spider, discovered by chance among thousands of spider eggs, the only one. At that time various military districts were popularizing battle pets similar to Qiongqi. With tens of thousands of spider eggs flowing through the military districts due to the enormous quantity, they were inexpensive and many people bought them hoping to raise one. The Scythe of Death was a special case where an ability user purchased a spider egg and was astonished to find his little spider was exponentially stronger than others. Until the Calamity level corpse tide struck after the second evolution, that ability user along with his entirely different battle pet spider killed nearly 10,000 zombies in a single day, gaining fame and the title of Scythe of Death. Chen Mo's face revealed uncontainable ecstasy. To be born equivalent to a second stage evolved exotic being. Just when Qiongqi's ability had a vacant position. Scythe of Death. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled. With the memories of his past life he could seize any opportunity that enhanced his strength ahead of others. As for that ability user, I'm sorry, but I must have Scythe of Death. That special spider egg was something he was determined to obtain. Chen Mo looked down at the swarm of spiders heading toward the nest, seemingly called forth by the mountain spider rushing toward the center of the nest. Such a multitude of beings also represented the best opportunity for Shoshi Shen to advance to the 5th stage. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo pointed his hand at the swarm of spiders below, activating Qiongqi's abilities, his eyes shining brilliantly as he called out. Come out to feast, Shoshi Shen. A dazzling brilliance erupted. A colossal and terrifying figure, Shoshi Shen, appeared, crashing down with a thunderous roar like a mountain descending. Boom! In an instant the entire Ruili city seemed to experience a magnitude 10 earthquake. The heavens shook, the earth cracked, and countless black spiders were instantly crushed into a pulp by Shoshi Shen. Buildings collapsed and shattered with clouds of dust and smoke billowing into the air. The powerful gust forced even Qiongqi to flap its wings and swiftly flee the area. He. The voice of Shoshi Shen, reminiscent of an infant, echoed. Its massive body created a gigantic pit in the ground, causing the spiders within to stir restlessly, leading to chaotic swarms. Surprisingly, they chose to ignore Shoshi Shen, who had crushed their kin, splitting into two to avoid and swiftly head towards the direction of the nest. Shoshi, just stay here and eat freely, Chen Mo commanded. Seeing so many beings around, Shoshi Shen wobbled up from the ground. It stretched out its enormous palm, randomly waving its hands each time, grabbing a large group of spiders and swallowing them whole, beginning a glorious feast with immense satisfaction. Boom! Boom! Even though its target was not these buildings, with each of its motions everything around suffered destruction and obliteration. Delicious! Delicious! Through Qiongqi's abilities, Shoshi Shen's voice reached Chen Mo, who sat atop Qiongqi, unable to help but grin at the sight. With so much food here, if you still can't break through to the 5th stage, I'll sell you to the merchants. Shoshi Shen's massive body paused, shivering slightly. After so long, it had gradually begun to understand its master's words. Upon hearing this, it went wild, sweeping its huge body, slapping the ground, grabbing fragments of stone and black spiders and frantically swallowing them into its gaping maw. Crunch, crunch. The eerie sound of chewing echoed, sending chills down one's spine, while this vast swarm of spiders had barely been half consumed, with more spiders continuously pouring in from the distance. Since following its master, it had often gone hungry, facing the risk of being sold at any moment. Now, with so much food present, it was only natural to indulge all at once. Boom! A series of loud explosions resounded. Shoshi Shen's destructive power was terrifying, trampling the land like a gluttonous tyrant, constantly feeding. It even seemed somewhat dissatisfied, lowering its head and relying on instinct, opened its mouth to bite down on a large patch of land mixed with spiders. Yet even so many spiders climbed onto Shoshi Shen's enormous body, but still chose not to launch any attacks. Chen Mo could sense Shoshi Shen's current joyful and carefree emotions. Looking at that massive white creature below, seeing its frenzied appearance, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I truly feel sorry for you. Take your time eating. At this point, Chen Mo shifted his gaze sharply toward the direction of the immense white nest in Ruili City and spoke. Qiongqi, let's move forward. I must obtain the Scythe of Death. That is the only one among the thousands of spider eggs of this tyrant-level mountain spider in Ruili City. A being that was equivalent to a second evolution from birth, immensely powerful. Before Qiongqi evolved, its potential was arguably even greater. With hair blown wildly, Chen Mo's gaze was fierce. It seemed that Qiongqi sensed the intense fervor in his master's heart, letting out a long roar and flying at its fastest speed toward the white nest. Outside the mountain spider's nest, a brutal battle ensued, with spider corpses and several ability users' bodies scattered everywhere. Countless black spiders surged in like a tide toward the ability users, and some even leaped directly at their faces. Suddenly, one enhancement-type ability user was suddenly face-hugged by a spider. He shuddered violently, instantly going berserk and reinforcing his physique to the extreme. Get off me. I hate bugs the most. With a thud, he shook his entire body, blasting the spiders off his face and surroundings. A loud bang followed. Blazing flames surged around, incinerating a massive swarm of black spiders before him, their bodies crackling and popping incessantly. From another direction came an enraged shout. Disgusting creatures, all of you die. Zhao Chu, watch out. There are more here, damn it, these spiders are replenishing, send reinforcements. Hold the line. Brother Yu is dealing with that giant mountain spider, we can't let these spiders pass. Someone unleashed their ability, conjuring blades that swept out a blue radiance, decimating a large area of black spiders. Chaos reigned supreme as 50 to 60 ability users fought against the inexhaustible tide of black spiders. They belonged to Red Rainbow, a medium-sized faction near Ruili City, barely on par with the Lion's strength. Though these spiders were weak and easily slaughtered by the group, their numbers were utterly terrifying, converging from all directions like a plague of locusts. As time wore on, the ability users' energy quickly depleted. Help us, someone cried, exhausted and unable to summon their power, soon swallowed by the black spiders. In the blink of an eye, not even bones remained. No. I don't want to die. Another ability user was devoured clean by countless spiders. The Red Rainbow group's faces turned ashen. Having held their ground for most of the day, watching their comrades fall one by one, someone couldn't hold back their fury. Are we done yet? Should we retreat? Just then a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Startled by the sudden upheaval, everyone cursed in alarm. What the hell was that? Brother Yu. The brothers can't hold on much longer, should we pull back? Near the direction of the white nest, the scene was even more horrifying. A colossal spider tens of meters tall and covered in pale yellow bristles was locked in combat with several Red Rainbow ability users. Green blood dripped from the spider's downy hairs. Its razor-sharp legs and 8 crimson eyes glared fiercely at the equally battered ability users opposite it. The overlord of Ruili City, a 5th-order mountain spider. It was so formidable that the Red Rainbow leader had brought nearly all his members to slay it. Die. A man appeared beside the mountain spider, his face twisted in fury. Gripping a large cleaver, he swung it violently at one of the spider's legs. With the aid of his enhancement ability, his strength had reached a terrifying level. With a squelch, gushes of green blood sprayed everywhere. Accompanied by the spider's piercing agonized screech, its scythe-like forelimb slashed down in an instant. "Watch out!" several behind him shouted in alarm. The man's expression shifted in panic. He raised his blade to defend, but the mountain spider's immense power cleaved the weapon in two. Carried by the momentum, he was sent flying, heavily tumbling to the ground. With a thud, a bloody gash lay across his chest so deep that his organs were visible. The onlookers were aghast. A tall, gaunt young man with a sinister look clenched his fists, his pupils tight with fury. "Damn it! Why is this spider so hard to kill? I brought all 60 elite ability users of Red Rainbow." Deng Hao was a 4th-order enhancement type ability user. He was Ehuang, the leader of Red Rainbow. With a spurt, the mountain spider shot viscous silk from its abdomen, cascading like an inescapable net over the group. One person nearby manipulated falling rocks to shatter the web, scattering fragments to the ground. "Brother Yu, what's the call? Do we retreat or not?" Ehuang glanced at the Red Rainbow members fending off the black spiders in the distance, then at the mountain spider, which had also suffered considerable damage, and pondered silently. Should we really retreat? But the mountain spider gave him no time. It shot sticky silk from its body, coating the ground, then leaped onto the threads and scurried forward rapidly on its 8 legs. Seeing this, Ehuang's eyes reddened with unwilling fury. "Damn it, charge! I refuse to believe that all of Red Rainbow's elite can't take down this mountain spider." With a roar, Ehuang downed a recovery potion and blazing flames erupted around him. Fire was highly effective against the spider silk. Ehuang's flames spread along the white threads, burning toward the spider. The 5 others nearby forced their abilities to assault the mountain spider. The battle raged fiercely. Under Ehuang's relentless attacks, the mountain spider accumulated more and more wounds, blood seeping out. Its 8 legs swept in all directions with no apparent blind spots, and only Ehuang's flame ability could scorch it effectively. Suddenly, as if enraged, a ferocious roar erupted. The mountain spider's bristles stood on end. Its scarlet eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty malevolence, and its 8 legs shattered the ground, swinging indiscriminately. The endless tide of spiders grew frenzied as well. The Red Rainbow members' defenses crumbled, overwhelmed by the black spiders. "I don't want to die. Brother, you save me." Cries of agony filled the air. Enraged, Ehuang thought of these ability users he had painstakingly recruited and trained. In his fury, he launched his strongest attack at the mountain spider. Arg! Die! Torrents of flames swept forth, burning through the layers of silk suspended in midair. 2 swift intersecting arcs of light flashed. The mountain spider, with forelimbs sharper than blades, cut through the blazing fire and charged with incredible speed, belying its massive form. The nearest person's face changed. With a scream, blood sprayed as the mountain spider cleanly sliced him in 2. The survivors were horrified, unleashing their abilities desperately upon the mountain spider's body. Explosions rang out. Another person was cleaved in half by the spider. Without pausing, it lunged toward the next closest target. That target was Ehuang himself. Facing the frenzied mountain spider, he turned to flee, only to find his legs stuck by something impossible to break free. A chill ran through Ehuang. He stared incredulously at his right foot. When had this happened? Ehuang was stunned. Where his right foot stood, sticky white silk from the mountain spider had ensnared him without his notice. No! The mountain spider pounced with a roar. "Brother! Watch out!" A group of people paled instantly. They had gravely underestimated the mountain spider's might and equally misjudged the crippling constraints imposed by its silken web, now crisscrossing the entire battlefield. Ehuang's face contorted in alarm, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Without hesitation, he ignited searing flames directly onto the spider silk clinging to his legs. Every second counted. But the mountain spider moved with terrifying speed. The rhythmic staccato tapping of its 8 legs grew louder, closer, until at the very moment it lunged within striking distance, he finally tore free from the gossamer bonds and jerked his head upward. Boom! N8 grotesque monstrous eyes locked onto him with predatory fixation. The colossal beast swung a leg sharper than a scythe. Its descent cleaved the air with a shrieking howl, poised to bisect Ehuang in 2. Its overwhelming despair flooded Ehuang's soul. And then, NROR. Na thunderous roar erupted as a body heavy as a falling meteor crashed down upon the mountain spider's massive back. Krakum. Nit's central carapace buckled inward under the impact. All 8 legs splayed outward, pinned flat beneath a fearsome tiger-like beast with jet-black wings sprouting from its broad muscular back. The mountain spider's exoskeleton was frail. Qiongqi tore through its thickly furred rounded back with contemptuous ease, spraying viridian blood across the ground. Thud. Thud, and the horrifying spectacle froze the Red Rainbow team where they stood, stunned into silence. What the hell is that? Did I just see it fly in from the sky? Not even Ehuang could process it at first. He stared dumbfounded before snapping back to awareness and dashing immediately to rejoin his comrades. Gazing at the mountain spider locked in furious combat with the unknown beast, his eyes blazed with exhilaration. And this is our chance. Who would have thought Royally City harbored another mutant beast? The mountain spider's pinned, will recover briefly then strike both down together. Ehuang shouted, elated beyond measure, utterly forgetting he'd stood mere breaths away from annihilation moments before. The team jolted into action, pulling out restorative vials and gulping them down. Qiongqi's sudden arrival had granted the Red Rainbow squad precious respite. Under Ehuang's command they swiftly withdrew to regroup and replenish their abilities. Meanwhile, high above, Qiongqi lunged, its jaws clamping onto the mountain spider's soft underbelly, inflicting grievous wounds. Yet the mountain spider was a 5th-rank mutant. Letting out a shrill agonized shriek, it coiled all 8 legs, then launched itself skyward, hurling Qiongqi from its back. In midair it flared open its fanged maw and distended abdomen, simultaneously unleashing torrents of thick viscous white silk. Schlick. Schlick. Qiongqi beat its wings to stabilize mid-flight. Its razor-sharp claws slashed through the incoming strands, but sticky residue clung stubbornly to its talons, refusing to shake loose. Krathum. And the mountain spider landed hard, then charged forward on all 8 legs, coiling again, leaping once more toward Qiongqi and slashing downward with blade-like limbs, aiming to impale. Now. And below, Ehuang seized the moment. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate both monstrous threats in one decisive blow. His pupils burned with fierce excitement. With a commanding cry he channeled every ounce of his newly restored energy, conjuring a spiraling column of fire several meters long, hurtling through the air toward both beasts. The rest of the Red Rainbow team surged forward in unison, telekinetic pressure, razor-edged wind blade, searing flames, crackling lightning, all converging in a dazzling cataclysmic confluence of power. Locked in brutal combat, both the mountain spider and Qiongqi caught sight of the ambush out of the corner of their eyes, and roared in shared incandescent fury. Ryoaf. Na piercing ultrasonic shriek shattered the radiant energies midair, reducing them to dissipating sparks. Eardrums throbbed violently. The shriek froze the tide of black spiders in place like statues, while Red Rainbow members clutched their heads in excruciating pain. Af. What is that sound? Cover your ears, now. Krabum. And from afar came a deafening detonation. Silver beams lanced down, cleaving countless black spiders cleanly in two. Through the dense swarm a wide barren path opened, exposing bare earth for the first time. And from that gap a figure blurred forward, so swift, so indistinct no eye could truly follow. Moving faster than thought, the figure vaulted off the ground in a single soaring leap, surging past the stunned crowd and descending upon the mountain spider, blade drawn, a crimson-black sword gleaming with lethal intent. Schlick. Schlick. Then viridian blood gushed forth in torrents. Within mere heartbeats all 8 spider legs were severed clean. Deprived of support, the mountain spider's hulking frame collapsed like a felled oak, crashing onto the earth with a thunderous shuddering boom. Roar. Qiongqi plummeted vertically, seizing the figure in its talons and ascending skyward in one fluid motion. Chen Mo's clothes billowed fiercely in the wind, rustling like taut parchment. His expression remained icy, unreadable, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on the fallen mountain spider as he activated his sovereign ability. High above, a colossal metallic greatsword coalesced, forged from pure will and raw power, then plunged straight down toward the mountain spider's thorax. Krabum. Na plume of dust and debris exploded skyward, the ground itself seemed to buckle and sink. In one seamless, devastating stroke the 5th-rank mutant was impaled, pinned to the earth. The entire Red Rainbow team stood paralyzed, speechless. Even the teeming black spiders, now leaderless, scattered in blind, panicked retreat. Wah! Nas. The smoke-cleared Chen Mo stood atop the mountain spider's corpse, Tai-E blade buried deep in its skull. The beast convulsed violently, pierced through by the titanic blade, lying motionless in a widening pool of viridian blood, utterly lifeless. A 5th-rank mutant, just like that, gone. Ehuang and his team stared, struck dumb, rooted to the spot, eyes wide with disbelief, jaws slack in sheer astonishment. Brother, you. Is he, One of ours, a nun member, swallowed hard, voice trembling, eyes locked on the young impassive stranger standing atop the corpse. Qiongqi descended slowly, black wings beating with deliberate ominous grace, its massive golden eyes narrowed with hostility as it growled low at the Red Rainbow team. Brother Yu. Is it over? Why have the spiders withdrawn? And from afar, other Red Rainbow adepts, previously locked in desperate defense against the black spider horde, rushed toward the scene. Seeing their frozen commander, and the unfamiliar youth standing atop the mountain spider's carcass, their faces paled in unison. Who is he? Chen Mo's appearance swiftly and flawlessly slew the 5th-rank mountain spider. This was not merely because the spider had already been wounded by the members of the Red Rainbow. It was more due to the fact that Chen Mo's supernatural ability was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank. Unlike other independent dominant aberrations, the mountain spider as a hive creature could summon and nurture countless black spiders. This inherently prevented it from becoming overly powerful, as it relied mostly on the strength of its swarm. Otherwise, with such a massive swarm and terrifying strength, it would have long since swept across the apocalypse unchallenged. Chen Mo lowered his eyes, the Taya blade churning ceaselessly within the mountain spider's head. It was only after a long search that he finally touched a hard object. With a tearing sound, the flesh was ripped apart and the mountain spider's crystal core was also pried out. Grasping this 5th-rank crystal core, he stored it away before turning his gaze to the utterly stunned group of Red Rainbow. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. When they saw Chen Mo pocketing the 5th-rank crystal core of the mountain spider, their faces changed dramatically. No. Brother Yu. He's taken the mountain spider's crystal core. That's a 5th-rank crystal core. Who are you? This mountain spider is our Red Rainbow's trophy, someone shouted in displeasure. Ehuang, the leader of Red Rainbow, snapped back to reality and furrowed his brow. He stared warily at Chen Mo atop the spider's head, his expression sour. Friend, we are from the Red Rainbow faction nearby. I am Ehuang, the leader of Red Rainbow. We discovered and dealt with this mountain spider first, and we wounded it. This crystal core should rightfully belong to Red Rainbow. For you to swoop in and land the final blow just now. It's not quite proper, Ehuang muttered. The remaining superhumans of Red Rainbow gathered around. Their expedition against the mountain spider had cost them dearly, leaving fewer than 30 people. The members of Red Rainbow encircled the area, their gazes at the suddenly appearing Chen Mo a mix of suspicion and awe. Chen Mo leaped down from the spider's head and Qiongqi folded its wings to come to his side, letting out a dissatisfied growl. Just moments ago these people had even intended to attack him. Without sparing them a glance, Chen Mo patted Qiongqi and said softly. Alright, it's nothing. I saw everything. Hey kid. Our boss is talking to you, someone protested, seeing Chen Mo ignore them. Ehuang's face darkened. Since becoming the leader of Red Rainbow, no one had dared to dismiss him so blatantly. After all, he was a 4th-rank superhuman with a decent ability level. The 11th Military District had repeatedly sent people to invite him to join them. Wait. Boss, don't you think this man looks familiar? Someone with sharp eyes frowned, as if they had seen Chen Mo somewhere before. But this place was far from North China City, and Chen Mo's conflict with the military was limited to the 6th Military District. Not all districts had a warrant for him, so they couldn't quite recall anything at the moment. Who cares? That was the mountain spider's crystal core. Hand it over. We lost so many brothers in Red Rainbow, it's our trophy, someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Chen Mo found this somewhat amusing, a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at the group. Red Rainbow? Never heard of it. But from what I saw, you were all nearly killed by this mountain spider. I saved you. How does that make the spider your trophy? In his past life the mountain spider had been a long-lived overlord, and with the support of the black spider swarm it had been incredibly troublesome. He didn't know how these people had managed to get this far or even force the mountain spider out, but in the end it was the military who dealt with it. There was no way this group could have slain a dominant aberration of this level. They had been at their last gasp just now. If not for him and Qiongqi showing up, they would have been devoured by the mountain spider and its endless tide of spiders. This statement enraged the members of Red Rainbow. What do you mean? You clearly took advantage and reaped the rewards, and you actually think you killed this mountain spider? We had already gravely wounded it. It only needed one more blow to die. Have some shame. The speaker was a top combatant of Red Rainbow, a man with an enhancement-type ability. Ehuang stepped forward with a furrowed brow, taking a deep look at Qiongqi beside Chen Mo. Was that aberration his battle pet? He didn't seem like someone easy to mess with. With Red Rainbow's heavy losses, if he also lost the spoils, he wouldn't be able to remain as leader. We of Red Rainbow thank you for your help, but this mountain spider is extremely important to us. We sacrificed many people for this battle. We must have the mountain spider's corpse and crystal core. Consider it doing me a favor, Ehuang, and let's be friends, Ehuang said. Looking at this overly confident man, Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Be friends with me. I think you're not qualified. And do you really think trash like you could have taken down the mountain spider? You were all on the brink of death just now. You've scraped by with your worthless lives. Who gave you the confidence and nerve to speak to me? Insulted so thoroughly, even the good-tempered Ehuang couldn't help but flare up. Don't go too far. Want to fight? Chen Mo said flatly. Ehuang's face was as dark as water. The members of Red Rainbow were all exhausted and couldn't use their abilities anymore. Suppressing his rage, he said in a deep voice. Let's compromise. There are plenty of black spiders here and they have crystal cores too. We can give you all of those. We still have quite a few superhumans here. Now that the mountain spider is dealt with, if a fight breaks out, I don't think you'll come out unscathed either. At these words, several of Red Rainbow's superhumans were extremely dissatisfied. Brother, you. What are you saying? Our brothers died killing those spiders. This guy didn't lift a finger and just reaped the benefits. I bet he's been secretly following us the whole way, waiting to reap the spoils like a despicable schemer. That's right. Don't give it up. Everything here is ours. If he won't agree, let's fight him. There are many of us, how can he possibly be a match? The members of Red Rainbow were boiling with righteous indignation, their faces twisted with fury. After so many deaths, their hostility was immense as they glared at Chen Mo. Seeing that he had stirred up the crowd's anger, which was exactly what he wanted, Ehuang stared coldly at Chen Mo and said with a hint of threat. This is Red Rainbow's final offer. Don't push me. Chen Mo, utterly unconcerned by their threats, replied with a faint smile. Final offer. Considering you people haven't had it easy, I'll leave the black spider's crystal cores to you. Take them and get lost. If he hadn't appeared, these people would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation. After all, he wasn't an unreasonable person. The one who should leave is you. Finally, the man with the enhancement-type superpower couldn't hold back and charged forward. His muscles bulged as he stomped forward with ferocious strides, intending to teach Chen Mo a lesson. I want to see just what you're capable of. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually turning cold. It seems. You still don't understand the situation. With a flick of his right hand, a beam of silver light pierced through the man's head in an instant. The man froze mid-step, standing rigid with disbelief etched on his face. You. He collapsed to the ground dead. The members of Red Rainbow trembled, their faces turning pale with shock. They hadn't expected him to dare kill someone right before their eyes. Old Zhao. Brother Zhao. Ehuang was also shaken, and at the sight rage surged within him, his expression becoming furious. You bastard. How dare you kill one of my Red Rainbow men? Boss, let's kill him. I'll tear him apart. Ehuang roared. You're asking for death. Chen Mo sneered. Very well, since your fate is to die today, I won't hold back. Qiongqi. The superpowered members of Red Rainbow all struck out simultaneously, and even Ehuang in his fury summoned surging flames. There was no room for reconciliation. Charge! Ehuang bellowed. As they prepared to attack, silver blades materialized beside Chen Mo. But at that moment a thunderous rumble echoed from not far away. The ground shook and everyone could feel the violent tremors beneath their feet, as if a terrifying earthquake had struck. The attacking group was interrupted. In the distance, a colossal creature emitting a piercing cry like an infant's crawled toward them. Wherever it passed, fleeing black spiders were either devoured or crushed into pulp. Shoshi had devoured all the black spiders in that area. Sensing its master near the massive white spider nest, it crawled forward, leaving a trail of collapsed buildings in its wake. It was more a slow lumbering advance than a crawl. The members of Red Rainbow turned around, and when they saw the monstrous rolling behemoth, Shoshi, its body covered in the viscera of black spiders, they trembled violently, their hearts nearly stopping in terror. What? What kind of monster is this? Yuga. Look. What the hell is that? It was like a mountain bearing down on them. Compared to this terrifying beast, the mountain spider seemed like a mere toy. The appearance of Shoshi shattered their worldview. No, where did this monster come from? Was that earthquake just now caused by it? Red Rainbow was fortunate that the Nian beast hadn't ravaged their territory during the 7 days of the new year. But unluckily they had never encountered such a colossal mutant creature before. Run. Yuga. There's another monster. When they saw Shuxi's massive form approaching, they lost all will to fight. The crystals and the mountain spider's corpse no longer mattered. Their legs went weak and they just wanted to flee. Ehuang's face was also twisted in terror, his pupils dilated as he gasped for breath. Scatter. Mutants devour each other too. This monster must be after the mountain spider's corpse. Go. Chen Mo, however, remained calm, a faint smile curling at his lips as he murmured, finished eating so quickly. Oh. Finally reached the 5th rank. Through his Qiongqi ability, Chen Mo could clearly sense the changes in Shoshi. Its massive body had become even more solid and robust, its flesh and skin nearly indestructible, its defensive power vastly enhanced. He had been puzzled earlier as to why Shuxi's ability, the sound of breaking spells, could so easily destroy and nullify their powers. Now it was clear that Shuxi's breakthrough to the 5th rank was the key. Qiongqi, those people are yours. Chen Mo didn't forget to deal with the group. Though many were 4th rank superpowered individuals, they were now all drained of energy, making them easy prey for Qiongqi. Qiongqi flapped its wings and shot toward the Red Rainbow members with incredible speed. A roar followed by a pained scream echoed from behind. Ehuang, leading the fleeing group, turned at the sound and saw the fierce mutant, the young man's companion, slaughtering his men. His face paled as he summoned flames to burn Qiongqi, cursing. Damn it! Is that guy insane? Why isn't he running from that monster, instead coming after us? Is he looking for death? Yuga, let's go, forget about that suicidal fool. Suddenly everyone froze. They realized with horror that the bloated, terrifying monster had stopped before the mountain spider's corpse. Shoshi slowly extended a massive pudgy finger toward Chen Mo, making cheerful noises to invite him aboard. Under the stunned, incredulous gaze of the Red Rainbow members, Chen Mo stepped onto the finger and was lifted onto Shuxi's shoulder. That's his battle pet too. Impossible, this can't be. At that moment an overwhelming sense of fear and dread filled the hearts of Red Rainbow's members. Even the screams of those being killed by Qiongqi faded into the background. Ehuang's eyes were bloodshot, his mind utterly shattered by the sight. Shoshi, send them off. Chen Mo stood high atop Shuxi's body, gazing down at the stunned group below as he spoke calmly. Shoshi understood. It opened its massive crescent-shaped maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and let out an earth-shattering, utterly terrifying shriek. When Shuxi's voice rang out, the Red Rainbow members felt their world spin. Their hearts and blood pulsed in sync with the sound, and blood gushed from their mouths, noses, and eyes as they collapsed. They clutched their ears in agony, their internal organs shattered by the vibrations. Ehuang's eardrums were ruptured, blood streaming from his eyes as he stared blankly at the horrifying scene. A young man stood atop the colossal creature, looking down upon them from above. Monster. Despair filled his heart. Those were his last words. Qiongqi appeared before him, its face twisted in savagery as it raised a massive claw and brought it down. Blood splattered everywhere. No. This was Ehuang's final thought. As the unstoppable, terrifying claw came crashing down, Ehuang, the leader of the Red Rainbow and a 4th-order fire mutant, was mercilessly slain by Qiongqi, his flesh and blood torn asunder. His entire body was smashed into 2 halves, a bloody mess. At this moment the members of the Red Rainbow who witnessed this scene all changed color, standing frozen in shock and awe. Is the boss dead just like that? Gazing at the youth who stood upon that colossal beast, overlooking everything like a deity, many trembled. What kind of monster had they offended? Monster. He's a monster, he cannot possibly be human. Run. Flee quickly. The group scattered in chaos, surrounded by the screams of their companions. Meanwhile Chen Mo sat calmly on Shou Xishan's shoulder, thinking that if he hadn't appeared, these fools would never have escaped the grasp of the mountain spider. Since their doom was inevitable, he didn't mind hastening their end. Turning to look at the enormous white spider nest before him, he saw it covered in sticky snow-white silk. The nest was layered, and at its center, about 30 meters high, gaped a massive pitch-black entrance, clearly the passage for the mountain spider and its dark spawn. The mountain spider had built this white nest to such an immense scale that even Shou Xishan's colossal frame could only reach halfway up its structure. Chen Mo paid no heed to the Red Rainbow members being slaughtered by Qiongqi. Instead he used his Qiongqi ability to guide Shou Xishan gradually toward the white nest. Shou Xishan understood and moved slowly. Every step of this giant creature caused tremendous commotion, the ground trembling as if struck by an earthquake. As they neared the white nest, the obstructive silk threads grew denser. Shou Xishan dragged and tore through the sticky tough strands, his bloated arms becoming entangled in spider silk. Feeling hampered, he let out a grunt of displeasure. He was reluctant to move further. Chen Mo paused, then said with a dark expression, "He'll have Qiongqi clean you up later. You're a god of the apocalypse, why be so particular?" Reluctantly Shou Xishan drew closer. When they reached the giant white spider nest, dozens of newly hatched small spiders tumbled out of the pitch-black bottomless entrance along with a swarm of black spiders surging forth like a tide cascading down to form a dark waterfall. Dense and countless, their numbers far exceeded those that had retreated outside. Yet they too chose not to attack Shou Xishan as if fleeing from some disaster. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, noticing that many of the black spiders emerging from the nest carried spider eggs wrapped in silk. Each egg was about half a person tall, pure white with something squirming inside, though the contents were unclear. These were the first large batch of tameable war pets that the 11th Military District had harvested from this white nest in a past life. Their sheer number had brought great profit to the district. If his memory served, each egg, dead or alive, was worth a full 100,000 crystal coins. Even at such a high price, mutants flocked to buy them, and in the future catastrophic zombie tides these spider war pets would play a significant role. And the most coveted prize, the Death Scythe, might just be among them. Seeing this, Chen Mo grinned. His dominance ability formed silver blades that without harming the spider eggs precisely slaughtered the black spiders fleeing the nest. With a series of wet sounds, the silver blades turned into streaks of light dancing wildly through the air, reaping the lives of the black spiders. These are all my spoils. How could I let you take them away? Chen Mo murmured with a smile. Now it's time to enjoy the spoils. Shou Xi. The Shou Xishan beneath him understood, swinging its massive hands directly into the white spider nest. Sticky spider silk coated its palms, and with brute force it tore the enormous nest apart. The nest was built from spider silk, seemingly massive but light and fragile. A tearing sound like silk being ripped echoed. The white spider nest began to shed strands of silk. Under Shou Xishan's immense strength, a large chunk was ripped away. Like a maiden's torn garment, the upper part of the nest was pulled apart piece by piece. Each tear brought down a mass of black spiders, its arms wrapped in a white blur. Shou Xishan flung them aside without a sound. This white spider nest, built from countless silk threads, was a colossal treasure. The threads were highly resilient and would be useful in many fields in the future. The fluids within the spider bodies also had special properties. Such immense wealth was beyond his ability to carry away in one go. As a place for incubating spider eggs, it might hold hidden dangers. With Shou Xishan present, Chen Mo was not foolish enough to enter the nest alone. He simply had Shou Xi tear it open by force. Under Shou Xishan's relentless tearing, the entire spider nest gradually revealed its full structure. It was divided into several chambers, roughly 6 areas. The outermost seemed to be the passage for the black spiders, the second layer a storage for food, while the milky white spider eggs stood in rows tightly packed in the innermost central area, nestled within or pressed against the silk threads. There were also many newly hatched small spiders roaming about. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he leaped directly from Shou Xishan's back into the nest. The ground, made of spider silk, was firmer underfoot, able to bear his weight. As he landed, it felt like stepping on a cotton ball with a sinking, bulging sensation. Recalling the nest's layout from Shou Xishan's back, Chen Mo located the area where the spider eggs were stored. Laying eyes on the dense cluster of spider eggs, even Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. This is it. The spider nest. The spider eggs here were far more numerous than those seen on Shou Xishan's shoulder, forming an impassable path. The ground and surroundings were coated with mucus from the newly hatched spiderlings, and the trampled silk had congealed into hard clumped masses. Chen Mo gazed at the egg before him, roughly a meter in height, and couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch it. Through the thin membrane, the interior seemed to be liquid. His finger sank in, feeling cool and slippery, leaving a trail of viscous fluid. He shook his hand with a hint of disgust, surveying the scene before him. For a moment Chen Mo felt at a loss, unsure where to even begin searching for the special aberrant spider egg of the Death Scythe. Moreover, he had discovered a very serious issue. Although he could be certain that the Death Scythe had not yet hatched during this period, there was also the possibility that it might not even have been laid yet. Where was he supposed to start looking? Chen Mo began to feel a headache coming on, pressing his hand to his forehead. There are plenty, but they all look the same, nothing differentiates them. Just then the Qiongqi, having finished dealing with everyone from the Red Rainbow, flapped its wings and arrived, landing softly beside Chen Mo with a low growl. "You're back," Chen Mo glanced at it, saying no more. The Qiongqi, equally curious, trotted over to a spider egg, lowered its head to sniff, then snorted and moved on to the next one. Suddenly the Qiongqi paused, its large eyes lighting up. It tore open the fragile membrane with its jaws, and a torrent of transparent egg white-like fluid gushed out. From within, a small spider, slick with mucus and with its 8 legs crumpled together, was swallowed whole by the Qiongqi. The beast chewed, its eyes gleaming with excitement as if savoring some divine delicacy, then turned and began devouring ravenously. These were all creatures born after the apocalypse. The later the era, the more powerful the beings that emerged. Every one of these spiderlings had an elevated life stratum, making them a great tonic for the Qiongqi, no less valuable than crystal cores. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, still fretting over finding the death scythe, only noticed the scene after a long while. Seeing the Qiongqi feasting, his expression shifted dramatically and he hurried to stop it. "What are you doing? Stop. Qiongqi." In the moment he wasn't paying attention. At least 100 spider eggs had already been devoured. If the death scythe had been among them, he would have been truly devastated. Chen Mo trudged across the sticky ground, coming directly to the Qiongqi's side. He shot it a fierce glare, then surveyed the chaotic mess, marveling at how the beast had gorged itself as if it hadn't eaten in months. Sensing its master's anger, the Qiongqi let out a slightly aggrieved growl, conveying a message: delicious, useful. That was roughly the meaning. "Fine, then go ahead and eat." Chen Mo sighed. Fortunately there were enough spider eggs here. If this was just one egg chamber with 5,000 or 6,000 eggs, so losing a few hundred wasn't a disaster. If the death scythe had been unlucky enough to be eaten, so be it. Hearing this, the Qiongqi wagged its tail ingratiatingly and resumed tearing open eggs to feast. Seeing this, Chen Mo said with some exasperation, "If you're going to eat, eat. But why are you being so picky? One here, one there." The Qiongqi's eating method was quite particular. It would only take one or two every few meters, glancing at the others before moving on without interest. Wait. A thought struck Chen Mo and he froze. He stared intently at the Qiongqi, realizing that its pickiness wasn't random. The eggs it consumed were those that benefited it, while the ones it ignored were beneath its notice. Aberrant creatures could sense each other's life strata, and the Qiongqi was only selecting eggs with an elevated life stratum. If that were the case. "Qiongqi." Chen Mo's eyes lit up and he called out immediately. "Stop eating." The Qiongqi paused, turning back with a puzzled, almost pitiful expression, though it looked rather odd given its fierce and massive frame. "Oof. Chen Mo, can you sense the strength of these eggs? For now, stop eating and find me the most powerful spider egg around here." The Qiongqi was intelligent enough to grasp its master's intent. Though a bit confused, it nodded its large head in acknowledgement. "Remember, don't eat them. Find the strongest egg here." Chen Mo emphasized again. Survival of the fittest. Since the death scythe was born with a second evolution, it would be the ultimate meal for aberrants like the Qiongqi. The Qiongqi began searching through the eggs one by one. At each spot it only needed a brief sense to know if an egg was beneficial, wasting no time. It smashed through useless eggs, leaving a trail of ruptured membranes and dead spiderlings on the ground. Chen Mo watched from behind, feeling a pang of regret. Each of these eggs was worth 10,000 crystals, a sum that ordinary psychics would struggle to earn for a long time in this era when crystal coins and cards had just been introduced. By nightfall the Qiongqi had scoured all 3 egg chambers, while Shou Shishan, having broken through to the 5th rank, was sleeping soundly outside the white nest. A total of 16 high-quality spider eggs were selected from tens of thousands. These were the ones the Qiongqi had continuously filtered out, each displaying exceptionally strong life traits. Some were even leaking mucus on the verge of hatching. Chen Mo gazed at the pristine white eggs of varying sizes before him, his eyes flickering as he murmured, "I wonder if the death scythe is among them." According to the information relayed by the Qiongqi, these eggs had roughly similar life traits, all offering great benefits to it, truly 1 in 10,000 perfect specimens. Even if none hatched into the death scythe, they would be far stronger than previous generations, possessing formidable abilities. However, it couldn't discern the subtle differences between them. Before hatching, the death scythe seemed to show no distinct features, otherwise it wouldn't have been bought by an ordinary psychic in the past. "This is good enough, we've picked out quite a few." Chen Mo stared at the eggs, deciding to choose the most powerful one based on the Qiongqi's instincts. Even if it wasn't the death scythe, he would nurture it into one. Just then, beneath the white spider nest beside the colossal corpse of the mountain spider, a chilling, eerie wind blew from an unknown source. As if sensing something, Chen Mo suddenly turned around. Below the white spider nest beside the corpse of the mountain spider, a short figure in a black cloak with an indistinguishable face had appeared from somewhere unbeknownst to anyone. It seemed to be carefully examining the mountain spider's corpse, pondering something while also casting a slightly surprised glance at the colossal Shoshi god, which loomed like a small mountain. The arrival was none other than the mysterious merchant. A look of joy spread across Chen Mo's face. He immediately rode Qiongqi down to the base of the white nest, arriving at the mountain spider's location. Without a moment's hesitation, he spoke to the mysterious merchant. "A trade." The appearance of the mysterious merchant was like a timely rain. In this apocalypse there was hardly anything they did not know. With the mysterious merchant's wondrous abilities, they could certainly locate the scythe of death among the 16 spider eggs within the nest. After all, the reason the ancient martial alliance had managed to break the seal of the Nian beast back then was because they had consulted a mysterious merchant. The mysterious merchant turned around and spoke slowly. "It's you again." The voice was extremely hoarse but not unfamiliar to Chen Mo, for the mysterious merchant before him was the very one he had traded with multiple times before. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. It was this one who had come this time. That made things much easier. Compared to this merchant, the previous mysterious merchant who had come was far too stingy. This one, however, was a mysterious merchant with the authority level 4 credit, so the two were simply incomparable. "What is it your turn this time?" Chen Mo joked. The mysterious merchant's voice was calm, as placid as an ancient well. I happen to be in this area responsible for waiting for those who come to trade. I sensed something purchasable here, so I came to have a look." Mysterious merchants would appear randomly in any location. When ordinary people encountered them, they could trade almost anything for many good items. But for Chen Mo it was no longer so novel. After all, every time he killed a powerful god or aberrant, there was a high probability a mysterious merchant would appear. The other party was clearly not unfamiliar with Chen Mo either. As one of the earliest batch of mysterious merchants, it had also gained much from Chen Mo. Its authority was not low, and it was willing to exchange a few extra words with him. Chen Mo asked with some curiosity. "What were you doing last time? Why wasn't it you who came to trade? That guy who traded in your place was so stingy. I don't want to trade with him anymore. He didn't want to spend a fortune to buy another special weapon with low durability." The mysterious merchant said, "I was elsewhere and couldn't get away, so I had him come in my stead. You'll likely have to trade with him for quite a long time in the future until he similarly raises his authority and breaks free from his constraints." The internal competition among them, the mysterious merchants, was also very fierce. Each had rigid targets. Only by trading for items of precious and high value could they gain the ability to raise their authority. The higher the authority, the greater the control over exchangeable items and freedom. Moreover, every mysterious merchant had specific trading partners they paid close attention to. If a person or a force had the ability to frequently hunt apocalyptic gods and aberrations, they would become one of those under their watch. And Chen Mo happened to be under its watchful eye. Otherwise, with its current authority, the corpse of just this 5th-tier aberration would not be enough to make it appear here, it would likely have been someone else. The mysterious merchant looked up at the massive Shoshi god lying not far away and murmured softly. "So there's a Shoshi god here too. It seems you've tamed it." Chen Mo frowned upon hearing this. "Changed targets?" The mysterious merchant nodded. "To be precise, there are bigger trading partners. Each mysterious merchant is responsible for a different scope, not limited to you humans. For us high-authority mysterious merchants now, the gradually rising aberrations and apocalyptic gods seem to hold more value." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyelids twitched, fearing the other party would charge him an information fee like the previous merchant. As if knowing what he was thinking, the mysterious merchant said calmly. "Don't worry, you'll all find out this news sooner or later. No charge." In comparison, the difference was immediately clear. "See, that's what you call vision." But even so, Chen Mo still furrowed his brow and said, "I understand. You mean that the target you're responsible for in the future will no longer be us? Is there still a chance to trade? Because I really don't like trading with other merchants." Chen Mo said without a hint of shame. "We're old acquaintances. If I want to see a merchant, it's not difficult." The mysterious merchant said nothing, neither confirming nor denying. It suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is another way." "Oh." Chen Mo showed a flicker of interest. "What is it?" The mysterious merchant said, "Every merchant has the right to choose a long-term bound trading partner. It can be an individual or an entire force. We will go to trade at specific times. But for us, most choose to bind with a force, very few choose to bind with an individual. Because between an individual and an entire force, which one brings greater value is self-evident. But the only drawback after binding is losing the status of a free merchant, meaning you can no longer trade with anyone else." So there was such a thing. Even he was hearing this for the first time. However, given his level in his past life, he had never even seen a mysterious merchant once, let alone known such things. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and then said with a faint smile. "That's quite interesting. What are the benefits of binding a trading partner?" The mysterious merchant said, "After binding, both you and I can gain tremendous benefits from trading. If this 5th-tier aberration corpse can only trade for 30 of its value with me normally, then binding with a force yields 60 and binding with an individual yields 100. I've observed many people. If I were to choose an individual, I would consider you." The benefit of individual binding was 100, nearly double that of binding with a force. Although the profit was considerable, the prerequisite was that the value created by one person could rival that of an entire force. Most merchants either chose the status of a free merchant or chose to bind with a force. But there was still a very small number of merchants who planned to use a small stake for a big gain, binding with an individual trading partner to seek the greatest profit, closely monitoring the various movements across this apocalypse. And it might choose to become one of them. In its eyes, Chen Mo was exceptionally unique and extraordinary. Not long after the apocalypse began, when most people had yet to even become ability users and the ability users themselves had only just reached the second rank, Chen Mo single-handedly slayed a fourth-rank apocalyptic deity. Afterward he went on to kill the Toad King and the Nian Beast, among other fearsome aberrant creatures, demonstrating immense potential. Moreover, thanks to Chen Mo, it too had reaped considerable benefits, elevating its rank and thus gaining the right to invest. Chen Mo shrugged and spread his hands. I think you might want to consider me, but you'd better hurry before other merchants lock me in as a fixed trading partner. From his own perspective, realizing the full 100% trading value of the exchanged items would naturally be ideal. What Chen Mo hadn't anticipated, however, was just how ruthless these merchants were. According to its meaning, the items traded all along had only been worth 30% of their original price. The mysterious merchant didn't seem overly concerned. Binding a trader isn't limited to any race. I still need to observe for a while longer. The two chatted for a while. According to it, compared to their first meeting, the time it could stay and the permissions it had now had both increased considerably. It didn't avoid sharing some less important information, telling him everything one by one. This made Chen Mo understand that while the mysterious merchant could offer quite a range of items, it wasn't all-encompassing. Each merchant had a different rank. The higher the rank, the more precious the items available for trade. Otherwise, even if you prepared items of sufficient value, it still wouldn't be able to make the exchange. Chen Mo nodded, pointed at the corpse of the mountain spider nearby, and returned to the main topic. Let's set that aside for now. Since you're here, what about this 5th rank mountain spider corpse? Trade. Trade. What do you want in exchange? Let's start with information. See those spider eggs up there? Pick out the strongest one for me. That shouldn't be too hard for you, right? The mysterious merchant nodded slightly. The space before it rippled, and in the center of the area the 16 spider eggs transferred from the spider nest neatly lined up before them. It stepped up beside the eggs, examining them. These spider eggs are quite good, the finest quality here. The other eggs can also be traded, including those still in the nest. Want to trade? Chen Mo rolled his eyes. Of course he knew they could be traded, but the problem was the sheer volume of items here. With the limited storage space of the Mingyao Pearl, even if he traded for them, he couldn't take them away. Since Qiongfan was in the 11th military district and the district had an excellent reputation, he planned to take the opportunity to hand over all these items to the military personnel there when he went. One spider egg cost 100,000 crystal coins. First, help me pick out the best one. The mysterious merchant didn't say much. It approached each egg one by one and soon stopped before one of them. This one, it's the best. The egg chosen by the mysterious merchant was different from the one Qiongqi had selected. It was one of the smaller among the 16. Why? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. The space before him rippled layer by layer, and slowly a palm-sized compass-like wheel emerged, displaying clear numerical values. This is a device more advanced than the ability detection instruments. It can measure life levels. Other merchants lacked the permissions to unlock such items, but it was different. The ability detection instruments used by the various military districts, as well as special items like the smart cores that sustained entire large districts, were all purchased from mysterious merchants. Chen Mo took the wheel. The red pointer on it pointed at him, clearly showing a value of 1045. Curious, he aimed it at Qiongqi and the auspicious deity beside him. Qiongqi 539. Auspicious deity 765. Life level increased with each ability rank advancement and couldn't be equated to combat strength. Comparatively, the auspicious deity as an apocalyptic deity was much higher than Qiongqi. That was understandable. The auspicious deity was an apocalyptic deity, while Qiongqi was merely a product of post-apocalyptic mutation, having only completed its first evolution. But how could he have over 1000? That high? Chen Mo frowned, puzzled, and ultimately attributed it to having dual abilities. Compared to the naked eye, its detection is far more precise. Take a look, the mysterious merchant's voice came. Chen Mo nodded, took the wheel to the dozen or so spider eggs, twisted the pointer at the top and aimed it at each egg, starting with the first. 230, 191, 205, 177. Almost all were in the 200 range with little difference. When he reached the egg Qiongqi had chosen, the value was the highest, a full 280. Now look at this one, the mysterious merchant said. Chen Mo nodded and aimed at the spider egg that seemed nothing special. The pointer on the wheel began to fluctuate. 30. 87. 150. Soon it reached 200. But when it hit 200, the momentum showed no sign of stopping, continuing at the same speed straight to 280. Effortlessly breaking through 300. This didn't seem to be the limit. Chen Mo's eyes grew more astonished as he watched the value skyrocket. 360. 400. It didn't stop until it reached 589. A life value of 589. This. Chen Mo's pupils widened slightly, revealing disbelief. 589. That much. After all, Qiongqi was a former overlord in a past life, so having over 500 wasn't surprising. But how could this unhatched spider egg have a life value of nearly 600? That was terrifying. The mysterious merchant spoke calmly. A special existence, it has undergone a second innate evolution. In simpler terms, it mutated with a life value far surpassing its peers. Strictly speaking, the creature in this egg no longer belongs to the mountain spider category. Your pet's life level is inferior to it, so naturally it couldn't detect this one's uniqueness. Chen Mo's eyes were filled with shock upon hearing this. A second evolution, could it really bring such a massive boost? Just its innate state was this powerful. If it hatched and evolved, its future would be unimaginable. But through the mysterious merchant's words, Chen Mo could confirm that this spider egg with a life value of nearly 600 was undoubtedly the very one that would give birth to the Death Scythe. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement stirring within him. But then the mysterious merchant spoke again, its words dousing him like a bucket of cold water. Don't get too excited. This spider egg is special, it won't hatch easily anytime soon. How long will it take? Chen Mo asked. The mysterious merchant shook its head and replied, at least not now. An ordinary spider egg takes about a month, but this one, I reckon it'll take several years. Several years? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. That was far too long. He suddenly recalled that the Scythe of Death had been discovered only years after the apocalypse in his past life. So this spider egg had remained in the nest, never hatched. That's too long, I can't wait that much. Is there any way to speed up its hatching? Chen Mo asked. The mysterious merchant pondered for a moment before speaking. After all, it's a mutated variant that has already undergone second evolution. For now there's hardly anything that can aid it. I see. Chen Mo sighed. It wasn't entirely unexpected. This Scythe of Death spider egg was in essence already in the form of a being after its second evolution. Yet the world was still caught in the frenzy of the first evolution, which showed no signs of stopping. With the merchant's current authority, it could only offer items beneficial to the first evolution. No wonder the spider egg would take years to hatch. By then the world would have entered the second evolution, allowing such a twice-evolved creature to emerge. Otherwise, having all those mutated variants appear at this point would be nothing short of a devastating blow. Even as an egg, its life value already surpassed that of Qiongqi. Astonishing. Just then the mysterious merchant's voice rang out again. But as luck would have it, if you'd encountered another merchant, there'd be no solution. However, my authority differs from theirs, and I happen to have something that can hasten its hatching. The mysterious merchant said unhurriedly. Chen Mo was taken aback. Why do you speak with such pauses? As he spoke, a meter-tall oval glass bottle filled with green liquid materialized before the merchant, its surface bubbling densely. At the sight of it, Chen Mo's pupils constricted. This was a cultivation tank. He had seen this familiar item before. How do you even have something like this? Chen Mo asked in surprise, for this was an item that wouldn't appear for years. The mysterious merchant. This time it was baffled. It suddenly realized that this man seemed to know it well, recognizing almost everything it produced. Who was the merchant here? My authority is high, so I can unlock and trade many items. The cultivation tank can store this spider egg, and the liquid will accelerate its hatching. Since you know it, I needn't explain further. But such items are extremely rare, and I can only access a limited number. The price won't be cheap. Chen Mo answered without hesitation. I'll take it. Naturally he would take it. It was the only thing that could speed up the spider egg's hatching. The cultivation liquid provided the optimal environment for the egg, making it the sole useful item for it at present. Chen Mo stepped forward and lifted the spider egg, which was half his size, its surface coated in sticky wet fluid. He opened the lid of the cultivation tank, releasing a sour, foul stench. With a plop, the spider egg immersed itself in the cultivation liquid. He then stored it all into the bright bird pearl, completing the process in one fluid motion. The mysterious merchant watched dumbfounded and after a long silence said softly, "Fine, saves me the trouble of teaching you. That 5th rank mountain spider corpse will serve as payment for this transaction. I also have some new goods that I think you'll need." After completing these trades, Chen Mo had exchanged for 5 bottles of Berserk Potion, 30 bottles of Crank Recovery Potion, a life value detector, and a beast strengthening ring specially selected for Qiongqi. Through life value detection, Chen Mo realized Qiongqi's life level was somewhat weak, so this item was exchanged using extra resources. Beast strengthening ring. Strength 5, Speed 10, Agility 8. Bonus: when the variant enters Berserk mode, the enhancement effect triples. The stats were quite decent. For a variant like Qiongqi, weapons were unnecessary, its own body was the most formidable weapon. Transaction complete. As the words faded, the mysterious merchant's form gradually dissipated like wind-blown sand murmuring. After this, the merchant who comes for future trades won't be me, unless the items are of exceptionally high value. Perhaps he'll drop by if I have time. Chen Mo said with a smile, "Sure you don't want to consider binding me as your trade partner? I think you won't regret it." "Perhaps, but I need to observe a while longer," the merchant said bluntly. "Among so many mysterious merchants, how do I tell which one is you? By voice or code name?" "I am 7, merchant number 7. With that, 7 vanished like a gentle breeze, taking with it the hundreds of spider eggs in the white spider nest and the massive corpse of the mountain spider below. "Merchant number 7. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes glinting. It seemed the mysterious merchants were a vast group in the apocalypse, yet their origin and purpose remained an enigma to all. Chen Mo didn't dwell on it. Instead, he glanced at Qiongqi, who was wagging its tail, and said with a faint smile, "How does it feel?" "The beast strengthening ring." Qiongqi twisted its head curiously, eyeing the dark copper ring on its tail, and let out an awoo. It felt nothing. Chen Mo's face darkened. "I've already bought it." "You're stronger now, understand?" Qiongqi nodded vaguely, then roared skyward with full dignity. "Roar. Good, not bad." Chen Mo patted its body approvingly and said with a smile, "When the second evolution secret realm opens, I'll find you an evolution stone to elevate your life level. Make me proud. Let's go." He cast a final glance at the spider nest teeming with eggs. These were all his spoils. Trading with the mysterious merchant at a mere 30 of the value would indeed be a tremendous loss. Once he arrives at the 11th military district, he imagines Jiang Fan's uncle Jiang Xingming would be more than willing to acquire this massive stockpile of supplies. In the post-apocalyptic world, aside from daily pastimes, nothing delighted the ability users more than nurturing their own battle pets. Many would scrimp and save on themselves, yet be incredibly generous with their battle pets, purchasing all sorts of equipment and growth fluids to enhance their pet's aptitude and strength, a highly lucrative method of amassing wealth. It was roughly akin to the status of expensive pets before the apocalypse, wasn't it? And those wealthy individuals without abilities, lacking power themselves, were even more infatuated with such creatures. Chen Mo could already foresee the immense frenzy for battle pets that these spider eggs would stir up once they flowed into the various war zones. With this thought, Chen Mo directly activated his Dominion ability, watching as the white spider nest before him coalesced into rumbling metal walls that enclosed the area, just as he had done with the peach tree that day. With a low rumble, Ruili City had long become a dead city overrun by spiders. Apart from the nearby Qiongqi, hardly anyone ever came here. "Shoshi, you can stop now. Come back." He withdrew the still sleeping Shoshi god back into his celestial authority ability, and the colossal mountain vanished without a trace. No matter how many times he had used the celestial authority ability, Chen Mo never ceased to marvel at its extraordinary nature. If even such a massive apocalyptic deity could be transformed into a tattoo and contained within his body, then when his entire body was covered in tattoos, would he still be human, or would he become a monster? The Qiongqi beneath him let out a long roar, spreading its massive wings and leaping into the air with a fierce howl. The howling wind rushed past, and Chen Mo could clearly feel the difference. After equipping the enhanced beast ring, the Qiongqi's speed was greater than before. A 10 boost in velocity was a considerable improvement. And the reason he had chosen the enhanced beast ring was precisely because of its special feature, a triple effect amplification during the berserk state. Now that everything is in place, once I find Luo Ning, I can obtain the key to open the Fengdu Ghost City secret realm ahead of schedule. Chen Mo's gaze was like a torch blazing with excitement and fervor. The secret realm, a place where danger and treasures coexisted. And the Fengdu Ghost City, the first to be opened in the country in his past life, had drawn countless forces rushing towards it like ducks to water. Within this Fengdu Ghost City resided the master of the secret realm, a legendary apocalyptic deity. Number 89, the Northern Darkness God. The number depended on the order of discovery. Information about the Northern Darkness God remained unknown even to him. It was a classified file known only to those who had entered the Fengdu Ghost City and the first truly unknown deity he was about to face. Chen Mo couldn't help but tremble all over. Since his rebirth he hadn't felt the life-threatening danger of walking on the edge of a blade like he had in his past life for a long time. Even when facing the she-beast and the Nian beast he hadn't taken them too seriously due to his knowledge of them. Although he had nearly capsized at the she-beast's place. This only made him even more determined not to underestimate these apocalyptic deities. The 11th Military District incoming. 2 days later. In his past life, although he had visited the 11th Military District, it hadn't been often, and each time it was only to carry out missions. His impression was that the people of the 11th Military District were quite decent and ordinary folks lived fairly comfortable lives, that was all. The 11th Military District was located in the suburbs far from the city. When he arrived within the district's jurisdiction, from atop the Qiongqi, Chen Mo had already spotted no fewer than a dozen groups of people coming from various places. Some were survivors seeking shelter, others were ability users on missions. Whoa, a shooting star. At that moment a passerby heading to the 11th Military District suddenly spotted a dark shadow streaking across the sky and couldn't help but shout loudly. Huh? Where? Someone looked over. Where's the shooting star? I think you didn't sleep well last night, are you dreaming? I really saw it, the man yelled, drawing a chorus of snickers from the crowd. In a desolate spot Chen Mo dismounted from the Qiongqi. Looking up he could clearly see the massive magnificent city wall standing tall in the distance. What was most astonishing was that the city wall of the 11th Military District safe zone was actually forged entirely from metal. It looked almost exactly the same as in his past life, which took Chen Mo by surprise. Alright, this is far enough. Chen Mo withdrew the reluctant Qiongqi back into his celestial authority ability. After all, battle pets weren't popular yet and he had no intention of drawing too much attention by parading around with such a massive creature. Stepping onto the main road he could see the complete outline of the 11th Military District safe zone city with crystal clarity. The city wall, over 20 meters high, was still being continuously expanded. It was a colossal project. While many were still struggling to survive in the apocalypse, the 11th Military District had long since developed into a terrifying behemoth without anyone noticing. Truly impressive. No wonder they still had surplus resources to support the 6th war zone. Recalling the time when Jiang Fan had come to discuss purchasing ammunition, Chen Mo couldn't help but murmur. By the roadside he could see many passers-by. Outside the city a large number of soldiers armed with firearms and led by ability users were patrolling. Passing through all this, Chen Mo went directly to the outside of the safe zone city. There were no two separate passages, only a single main gate. Everyone had to queue, even ability users. ID card. A stern voice rang out, spoken by a soldier in military uniform with a solemn expression. Here. He presented his ID card. Place of origin 6th war zone. Seeing the authority level and information on the card, a hint of respect flickered in the soldier's eyes as he spoke. Go on in. Zone T5 has the best rest-ins prepared for those arriving from other regions. With your authority level you can stay there for 3 days free of charge within a month. He added a reminder. If you need a guide, there are plenty of escorts in the safe zone who can help you. Taking back his ID card, Chen Mo suddenly felt that having high authority was quite convenient. At the very least, within the safe zones of all the major military districts he could pass through without any hindrance, not even needing the most basic inspection. He proceeded all the way into the safe zone. Haha buddy, I killed another 3rd level zombie today, what do you think? Really? Brother Lu, you must have saved up 5000 crystals by now, right? I've seen you eyeing that breakthrough potion for ages. 3rd level mutant venison for sale. There's a small zombie horde mission 60 kilometers out, anyone want to team up? Along the way he could hear all sorts of shouts. The buildings in the safe zone were arranged in an orderly manner, much like the 6th war zone. The only difference was that these weren't crude stone houses but well-designed buildings with a sense of structure. Even ordinary people could utilize their pre-apocalypse skills here, solving their basic needs for food and shelter while under the safe zone's protection. The streets were spacious and groups of ability users chatted and laughed by the roadside, not being too flashy and appearing no different from ordinary people. It made Chen Mo feel for a moment as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. If he had to use one word to describe the environment here, it would be stability. Just those 2 words alone were enough to show the difference in the leadership of this place. It's like the stark difference between a rural village and a big city. Chen Mo's pupils flickered as he silently admired the leader of the 11th Military District. Suddenly on the road ahead he spotted an old acquaintance. A murmur rippled through the crowd just ahead of Chen Mo. Onlookers had formed a dense impenetrable ring through which one could glimpse a young man leading a group of awakened individuals, each bearing the colossal corpse of a monstrous aberration vast as a small mountain. It was a level 4 aberration that had long ravaged the borderlands. Every awakened face gleamed with triumph, basking in the envious reverent gazes of the surrounding throng. It's young Master Jiang. He and his squad have returned after completing their mission. HSS, wasn't that a level 4 aberration? I heard it was even a beast sovereignty or entity. Multiple squads accepted the assignment only to be wiped out entirely, and no wonder it's young Master Jiang. Can Ensrank awakening ability truly be this overwhelming? At that moment Chen Mo stepped into the crowd and caught sight of Jiang Fan, calm-faced serene, walking at the forefront amid universal admiration, his eyes flickering faintly with recognition. What a coincidence, I hadn't even set foot inside the 11th military district before running into him, and better still, no need to search. He could leverage Jiang Fan's authority and standing within the district to locate Luo Ning, the awakened individual he sought. Before arriving, Chen Mo had meticulously recalled every scrap of information about Luo Ning from his past life, though little remained. Most centered on the Ghost King sword key said to unlock the Fengdu Ghost City. The Ghost King sword itself had been discovered by Luo Ning long ago, reportedly retrieved from the carcass of an aberration, and owing to its extraordinary properties had served him for years as a unique weapon. Chen Mo strode forward without hesitation. Bystanders stared in astonishment. Where did this fellow come from? What does he think he's doing? Probably another aspiring disciple hoping to join young Master Jiang's squad. After all, membership guarantees a rare weapon and a life of ease and privilege. But he's doomed. He's about to cross paths with Canlang. The onlookers kept a respectful distance. They did so because Jiang Fan's squad included a fearsome figure known as Canlang, a formidable awakened being specially dispatched by Jiang Xingming, head of the 11th military district, to safeguard Jiang Fan. Lately a sinister cult called the Purification Sect had surfaced mysteriously within the safe zone, brainwashing survivors and even targeting high-ranking military officials. The sect's infiltration was insidious, almost supernatural, its influence spreading like contagion. Prolonged contact with the indoctrinated inevitably led to mental subjugation. Given Jiang Fan's prominent status, Canlang's sole purpose was to bar any unauthorized person from approaching him. As Chen Mo drew near, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a stern, expressionless face stepped forward to block his path. The rest of the squad watched indifferently. This was hardly unusual. One awakened individual lounging atop the aberration's corpse smiled and called out to Chen Mo. "Friend, Canlang isn't someone you want to provoke. Keep your distance and step back 10 paces, a deep resonant voice commanded. Chen Mo frowned, his gaze locking onto the man barring his way. Canlang's physique bore the unmistakable imprint of rigorous training, nearly 1.9 meters tall, towering over Chen Mo by a full head, his face grim and impassive, radiating palpable intimidation. "I need to speak with Jiang Fan." Canlang remained silent, then spoke coldly. "I'll count to 3." Chen Mo's frown deepened. Behind him a young awakened individual, about Jiang Fan's age, the same who'd spoken earlier, grinned and waved toward Jiang Fan up ahead. "Young Master Jiang, someone's here to see you." Jiang Fan blinked, then turned, sounding mildly exasperated. Who is it now?" Every day brought a flood of petitioners. Within the entire safe zone, not every single one perhaps, but certainly a majority of awakened individuals, sought entry into his squad. He wasn't naive, he knew precisely why they flocked to him, not for his own prowess but because his uncle was Jiang Xingming. Shallow. Jiang Fan bristled inwardly. With his own strength alone he could carve out a distinguished place in the safe zone, even without his uncle's influence. He looked, and when his eyes fell upon Chen Mo blocked by Canlang in the distance, his entire body jolted as if struck by lightning, stunned beyond measure. "Jiang Fan," Chen Mo greeted plainly. He wore no mask within the 11th military district. The 6th military district's warrant against him held no sway here. Indeed, he'd walked openly through the district's safe zone for days, yet no one had recognized him. Others might not know, but Jiang Fan did. He'd witnessed firsthand in North China City Chen Mo's solo duel against the Toad Sovereign, a display of terrifying power that left even Jiang Fan, possessing the Shrank Judgment Awakening, humbled and awestruck. Jiang Fan's face erupted in elation. He rushed forward shouting, "Brother Chen! Is that really you? What brings you to my 11th military district?" His voice brimmed with genuine delight. Ever since returning he'd spoken of Chen Mo's awe-inspiring abilities again and again, even urging his uncle Jiang Xingming to rescind the widely circulated warrant posted across all military districts including the 11th. That was why no one had identified Chen Mo. "Canlang. What do you think you're doing? Stand aside, Brother Chen is my friend." Jiang Fan stormed forward forcibly pulling Canlang away, then scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe, a wide unrestrained smile spreading across his lips. Brother Chen, when did you arrive? Are you planning to join our 11th military district? At this spectacle the surrounding crowd gaped in disbelief. Even Jiang Fan's squad stood frozen, none had ever seen him greet anyone with such fervent warmth. Li Tian, wait, is this fellow really young Master Zhang's friend? Someone turned to the young man who joked earlier, his expression deeply perplexed. Li Tian scratched his cheek sheepishly and admitted, I was just making idle talk, never imagined it'd turn out to be true. Then who is he? All eyes turned curiously to Chen Mo, bewildered. Where exactly had this friend of young Master Zhang's emerged from? Jiang Fan's effusive warmth took Chen Mo aback, so much so that he hesitated, momentarily flustered. He shook his head and replied, no, I merely had urgent business in the 11th military district. Excellent. I had no idea Brother Chen would actually come to the 11th military district, now I must personally show you around. Brother Chen, let's go. Jiang Fan declared with great enthusiasm, utterly disregarding every word Chen Mo had said. With that he grabbed Chen Mo's arm without further ado and strode forward. As he noticed the crowd gathering and murmuring around them, he frowned and spoke. All right, can't you see my friends here? Make way. Canine Wolf stepped forward boldly and the onlookers' faces paled as they hastily parted to create a wide path. Thus Chen Mo was dragged by Jiang Fan all the way to the center of the safe zone. He had his subordinates handle the mutant's corpse, and with only Canine Wolf following, Jiang Fan led Chen Mo to his residence. It was nothing extraordinary, merely the 19th floor of the central tower fully furnished with comic books and gaming consoles. On the cabinet against the wall were trophies from mutants Jiang Fan had slain. Leaving Canine Wolf to stand guard outside, Jiang Fan entered and immediately burst into excited shouts. Brother Chen, I never thought you'd actually come. My uncle told me the 6th war zone suffered heavy losses hunting someone down. Be honest, was that you? Chen Mo nodded, surveying the room that screamed of a shootin' lifestyle. Upon receiving Chen Mo's confirmation, Jiang Fan grew even more ecstatic. Damn. I knew it. Brother Chen, what rank awakener are you now? 5th rank. Already 5th. I'm still a bit short of advancing. I heard the 6th war zone put a bounty on you. How did you gather so many spirit cores all alone? Jiang Fan chattered on like a sparrow, perhaps pent up from being cooped up in the safe zone where everyone recognized his status and treated him with deference, stripping away any sense of equal dialogue. Upon seeing Chen Mo, he poured out a torrent of stories about everything that had happened since returning from the 6th war zone to the 11th. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, Jiang Fan looked somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and let out a sheepish laugh. I've rambled too much. Sorry. It's fine. Chen Mo shook his head. Enough of that. By the way, Brother Chen, you said you came to the 11th military zone on business. What is it? Jiang Fan asked curiously. Don't worry, as long as you're in this safe zone there's nothing I can't handle. Chen Mo nodded. It was precisely for this reason that he had initiated contact with Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's uncle was after all the chief here, the leader of the entire safe zone, and as his nephew Jiang Fan's status was self-evident. With his influence, finding someone within the safe zone was a trivial matter. I'm looking for someone named Luo Ning. Luo Ning. Jiang Fan murmured as if searching his memory for that name. I haven't heard of him, but don't worry, brother. If he's in this safe zone you'll find him for sure. Canine Wolf. Jiang Fan called out. The dutiful Canine Wolf entered from outside and Jiang Fan gave his orders. Go find a man named Luo Ning. He's an awakener too, his ability is wall petrification. Check the guild. If you find him, bring him to me. Canine Wolf remained unmoved. Glancing at Chen Mo beside Jiang Fan, he spoke calmly. Young Master Jiang, Chief Jiang ordered me to protect you. Recently many high-ranking officials have been swayed. Given your sensitive position, if... Canine Wolf. What are you implying? Jiang Fan fumed, raising his voice. Are you suspecting my good brother is a member of the Purification sect? The Purification sect. Chen Mo, standing nearby, caught the familiar name. This was the second time he had heard of the Purification sect. Calculating the timeline, it was indeed about time for them to emerge. After all, in his past life the Purification sect had run rampant during this period, attempting to subvert and overthrow major powers through fanatical faith, infiltrating silently at first before erupting into numerous conflicts. Canine Wolf said nothing, but his demeanor infuriated Jiang Fan, who waved his hand in annoyance. Get lost. Don't bother me. Have Li Tian handle this. Only then did K9 Wolf nod and leave. Is the Purification sect active in the 11th military zone? Chen Mo asked after K9 Wolf departed. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Brother Chen, you know about the Purification sect. I'm sick of those bastards. The safe zone has been restless, their followers are hiding everywhere. Our squad went out to find their headquarters but somehow they got wind of it and fled before we arrived. Speaking of this, Jiang Fan seemed furious. If not for the Purification sect he could have slipped out long ago instead of forming a squad and having K9 Wolf, placed by his uncle under the guise of protection, shadow his every move. Seeing Jiang Fan like this, Chen Mo could understand why Jiang Xingming was so worried. Jiang Fan was indeed highly susceptible to the Purification sect seduction. After a lengthy conversation, Jiang Fan learned the purpose of Chen Mo's visit. He agreed to help find Luo Ning and swore that within 2 days he would have news, provided Luo Ning was still in the safe zone. In the following days, Jiang Fan eagerly acted as a guide leading Chen Mo through the safe zone and showcasing the current state of the 11th military zone stronghold. His words brimmed with pride, for in terms of scale and operation it ranked among the top major powers, even in the apocalypse, a haven that survivors yearned for. After a day of sightseeing, Jiang Fan arranged for Chen Mo to rest in a lodging near the central tower. By early the next morning he was already waiting outside with Li Tian and K9 Wolf. Brother Chen. We found him. Jiang Fan exclaimed excitedly as Chen Mo emerged, immediately turning to Li Tian. Li Tian spoke. Luo Ning from Xinghua, aged 37, ability wall petrification 3rd rank awakener. Currently an independent awakener under the 11th military zone. Is this the person you're looking for? Li Tian handed over a file. Chen Mo took it and glanced at it casually. It showed a man with a birthmark covering half his face, giving him a fierce appearance. He didn't know Luo Ning's face, but based on the description this should be him. Chen Mo returned the file and looked at Li Tian. Where is he now? Li Tian replied, Luo Ning accepted a mission to hunt a 3rd rank mutant 2 days ago and formed a temporary team with 2 other awakeners. He should still be carrying out the mission. A mutant mission. The Ghost King Sword. SS ability. Chen Mo couldn't be certain if this was the Ghost King Sword, but as long as he found Luo Ning everything would be resolved. The Ghost King Sword was the sole key to unlocking Fengdu Ghost City. Even if Luo Ning hadn't yet obtained the sword in this era, it didn't matter. Chen Mo could simply wait at the city's entrance after the 2nd evolution arrived. The entrance to Fengdu Ghost City lay deep within the mountains of a remote county where a half-buried stone statue of a kitsune listening to the heavens stood. To open the secret realm one needed only to insert the Ghost King Sword into the statue's mouth. In his past life the 11th military district had relied on instruments that detected evolutionary dust to find the statue at the most concentrated site. It was through Luo Ning's hands that this ancient majestic city, born from legend and myth, was officially unveiled. Take me to him, Chen Mo said. Jiang Fan standing nearby looked puzzled and asked. Brother Mo, why are we looking for this Luo Ning? Is it really that urgent? You just got here to hang out and I wanted to introduce you to my uncle. He believed Chen Mo was exceptionally skilled and someone of his caliber would surely catch his uncle's interest. Once Chen Mo stayed he wouldn't be bored every day. Just then Li Tian's face showed reluctance as he spoke softly. Young Master Jiang, I found the person but his current situation might not be good. What do you mean? Jiang Fan frowned. The mission Luo Ning took was originally low-level, just minus. Many had accepted it before. But before this several teams had gone missing. Yesterday an A-level team returned with only 1 of 6 members barely alive, severely injured. So the mission's rating was upgraded from C- to A+ before he left. Li Tian said somewhat helplessly. Clearly he knew what an A+ mission entailed. The safe zone had many missions, each repeatable. Whoever brought back proof of the mission objective completed it, and multiple teams taking the same mission wasn't unusual. But Jiang Fan was stunned. His pupils dilated as he exclaimed in disbelief. What did you say? An A+ mission? That requires a 4th order ability user to lead a subjugation team, doesn't it? And Luo Ning, if I'm not mistaken, is only a 3rd order ability user with a weak crate ability, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Chen Mo standing nearby also furrowed his brow. An A+ mission was extremely dangerous for the current military district's ability users, most were perilous and arduous with few capable of completing them. Perhaps for him and Jiang Fan with his great judgment ability it was nothing, but for most ability users, survival was nearly impossible. Li Tian sighed and spread his hands. I can't help it, young Master Jiang. Many missions can't be accurately rated, as you know. Accidents happen. By the time this brother gets there, that guy might not even have a corpse left. 3 third-order ability users taking an apeless mission, wasn't that just suicide? Brother Mo, it's over. The person you're looking for is probably done for. Jiang Fan's face fell. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment before saying, he should be fine. Regardless, we'll only know after we see him. Where is that mission located? If the Ghost King's sword happened to be hidden inside the aberrant creature being hunted, then even if Luo Ning died it wouldn't matter. Li Tian said, the location is Jinxian City's zoo. The target is a mutated West African chimpanzee about 4 meters tall and immensely strong. It was initially rated as 3rd order, but after this incident it's been upgraded to 4th order. It's about 70 kilometers away. If we leave now it'll take at least a day. Even before the apocalypse the West African chimpanzee was incredibly powerful. After mutation it's claimed territory spanning several kilometers. The mission reward is substantial, which is why so many went. Luo Ning took the mission the day before yesterday. By now he's likely already reached the location. Jinxian City. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Another chance to go out, and the so-called West African gorilla piqued his interest. He looked at Chen Mo eagerly. Brother Mo, no time to waste. Should we head out now? Li Tian, gather the team. The judgment squad has work again. Li Tian's face changed, startled by Jiang Fan's boundless energy. They had only just returned yesterday. This time chasing down the Pure World sect members had drained considerable effort. Barely catching their breath, he now saw the young master wanting to leave the safe zone again. Young Master Jiang. It's not that we don't want to go, but our team members are all injured to varying degrees. Look at me, it still hurts. Li Tian rolled up his sleeve, revealing a red scar that had healed and scabbed over putting on a pitiful act. Jiang Fan glanced at it, raised a hand to signal a number and said impatiently, 5,000 crystal coins. What? On it, young Master Jiang. Li Tian's eyes lit up, instantly blazing with brilliant light. He immediately dropped his pitiful expression and declared without hesitation. I'll go find the people right away. Don't worry. When it came to crystal coins he had no fatigue. Jiang Fan glared at the grinning Li Tian. This money-grubbing guy. Li Tian was young, just over 20, and one of the few friends in the team he could joke with. Go on. Jiang Fan said. No need, Chen Mo interjected. I can go alone. That's enough. Thank you. Jiang Fan was taken aback, remembering that Chen Mo had always been a loner and might not be used to crowds. He said, how can that be? Brother Mo, you've only been here a short while. How about this, just bring Li Tian along. His ability is 6-Yao divination. He's amazing at rolling dice, I've never beaten him. Even he envied Li Tian's ability. Li Tian scratched his head modestly. Young Master Jiang flatters me. My ability is only good for show, besides guessing big or small. It's not much use. 6-Yao divination. Hearing this, Chen Mo was surprised. He immediately looked at the smiling, warm young man beside Jiang Fan. He had this ability. An S-grade divine type ability, the 6-Yao divination. It possesses no combat prowess whatsoever, yet its classification as an S-level superpower is undoubtedly due to its unique nature. This ability, the 6-Yao divination, can foretell fortune and misfortune. Regardless of the outcome, it bestows upon all a specific buff effect that enhances their subsequent actions, making it exceptionally remarkable. After all, he's the young master of the 11th Military District. His team composition is truly impressive, even an S-level superpower user has appeared. It's not entirely unexpected given the 11th Military District's evident progress. Powerful superpower users aren't fools if they naturally serve where conditions and treatment are best. Chen Mo cast a deep glance at Li Tian, suddenly finding the smiling, plain-faced young man before him somewhat inscrutable. With this ability had he already foreseen his connection with Jiang Fan and thus offered his warning. Your ability is impressive. Li Tian chuckled softly, betraying no unusual expression. It's alright. Don't praise me like that, I'm thin-skinned. Hearing Mo guess words, Jiang Fan proudly recommended him. What do you think, Mo? Go. Shall we set off with just Li Tian? Chen Mo nodded without denial. The 6-Yao divination ability provides a formidable boost to anyone steering them toward advantage and away from harm, pure gain without loss. It is arguably one of the most powerful divine-type support abilities, its status rivaling that of the divine artificer Lin Yu. Jiang Fan is truly fortunate to have found such a teammate. Chen Mo suddenly grew curious about the abilities of Jiang Fan's other teammates. Let's set off. To avoid drawing undue attention, the group exited the safe zone directly. Of course, with Jiang Fan, the young master of the 11th military district, present, the act itself was quite conspicuous. Unsurprisingly, Ken Lang, citing his duty, kept following behind Jiang Fan as they left the city. Jiang Fan ignored him completely, turning to Chen Mo beside him and asking. On foot. His judgment ability granted him flight, but he could carry no one forced to walk alone at the forefront. No rush. Let's take it slow. Chen Mo replied calmly. Jiang Fan's face showed a hint of doubt. He felt as though Mo Gu wasn't particularly concerned about the fate of that man named Luo Ning. Yet he didn't dwell on it, instead spreading his arms freely, savoring the unbound air beyond the safe zone. Finally out again. The air outside the safe zone is so much more refreshing. Jiang Fan looked around as if for him the safe zone was not a place of peace but a cage restraining his free-spirited nature. Li Tian following behind sighed. Can't you hold out even for a day, young Master Jiang? Countless people would kill to join our safe zone, yet you act as if you're in prison. Within the safe zone, though ordinary folks didn't enjoy the best living conditions, the 11th war zone was still a decent place compared to others. The well-fed know not the hunger of the starving. Jiang Fan walked ahead, his face brimming with joy, touching things here and there without looking back. The outside world is where the excitement lies. Like a rebellious young master. Chen Mo suddenly offered a cold reminder. Underestimating this apocalypse will one day exact a heavy price. In his past life he had seen Jiang Fan in the 6th war zone. Back then he wasn't this frivolous, mature and steady, he was a completely different person. Though he didn't know what had caused such a drastic change in Jiang Fan, Chen Mo suspected it had to do with the death of his uncle Jiang Shengming. In this life, having crossed paths with Jiang Fan and given the help had received, Chen Mo intended to warn him against repeating past mistakes. Hearing Chen Mo speak, the once excited Jiang Fan stopped and turned around with a grin. No worries, Mo Gu. A 4th-tier mutant is nothing for you and me to handle. His demeanor showed he hadn't taken it to heart at all. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged and he said no more. Even he, reborn with memories, had nearly suffered a great loss against the she-beast last time, let alone Jiang Fan. Though the young master was decent enough, his spoiled temperament and personality would likely require a painful lesson to truly understand. Words now were useless. The group headed toward Jinchang City. Bored on the road, Jiang Fan turned to Li Tian. Li Tian, calculate whether that guy Luo Ning has met with trouble yet. Show Mo Gu what your ability can do. Chen Mo, equally curious, looked over. In his past life had only heard of the 6 Yao divination but never witnessed it firsthand. Why didn't you calculate earlier? Chen Mo asked. Jiang Fan was momentarily stumped. Let's give it a try. Without seeing the person, empty calculations aren't that accurate. Li Tian explained, touching his cheek. At worst, ITLL, just add a buff. They all stopped waiting for Li Tian's divination. Li Tian slowly closed his eyes. Before the apocalypse he was an obscure little Taoist on a mountain, taken in as a child by his master who claimed he had rare talent, once in a century, so he mastered plum blossom numerology and the 6 Yao Zhou Yi. When the apocalypse struck, luck favored him with an ability awakening that complemented his divination arts, always astonishingly accurate. Jingle. A crisp sound like wind chimes swaying or raindrops falling came from somewhere. Chen Mo stared intently at the scene before him. Li Tian slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer with a haze of mist. In his vision, 6 illusory transparent copper coins appeared before him, coins invisible to others, their falling and shaking sounds the only perceptible clues. Li Tian formed strange gestures with his hands, then swept his right hand forward, grabbing the 6 coins and scattering them to the ground. Clink clink. The crisp sound of collision with the ground rang out again. The 6 coins began to spin continuously, gradually solidifying from their illusory state. Even Chen Mo and Jiang Fan could now see the shadows of the 6 coins on the ground. Where did they come from? Chen Mo was astonished. Divine-type abilities are profound and exceedingly rare, even he knew little about them. Jiang Fan shrugged beside him as if reading Chen Mo's thoughts and said. This guy always does this, loves to be mysterious. Li Tian, engrossed in the spinning coin divination, shuddered slightly and shot Jiang Fan a helpless glance. As the spinning gradually slowed, just as the 6 coins were about to stop one by one, Li Tian swept his hand, gathering all 6 back into his palm. The result was calculated. Let me see. Jiang Fan leaned in. Li Tian quickly stepped aside, shooting him a glare. Unacquainted people aren't allowed to see, it affects accuracy. He opened his palm, staring at the divination result. Li Tian frowned. He closed his hand, clenched it and flicked. One by one the coins merged into the bodies of Chen Mo, Jiang Fan and Ken Lang. A surge of strange special energy coursed through them. It was the temporary enhancement effect of the 6 Yao speed boost. Chen Mo felt his spirit and stamina suddenly brimming with vitality as if under some augmentation. What's the verdict? Jiang Fan asked. Li Tian pursed his lips, showing little emotion, and spoke. Wildfire scorches the mountain, none escape. Ah. He's already dead. The traveling volcano hexagram, an inauspicious omen. What do you mean he's already dead? Jiang Fan's face tightened with shock. If the man was dead, wouldn't that mean their trip would be in vain? Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? Double check. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Dead? No, that couldn't be right. In his memory, Luo Ning was still alive at least before the second evolution. Even if his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, the greatest impact should have been limited to the 6th warzone. The 11th warzone was far removed, it shouldn't have altered the grand scheme. Li Tian shrugged, the remaining copper coins vanishing from his hand as he spoke with a calm gaze. I've never met that guy, so maybe I made a mistake. But at least that's what the hexagram says. He had studied the 6 Yao and the Book of Changes since childhood. Though he said this, he was immensely proud of his divination skills. After awakening his 6 Yao divination ability in the apocalypse, his accuracy had become astonishingly high. Even if the traveling volcano hexagram was slightly off, it wouldn't be far from the truth. So he was fairly certain. Jiang Fan stepped forward and grabbed Li Tian by the shoulders, shaking him until he was dizzy. Do it again. Li Tian quickly broke free and glanced at Jiang Fan with some helplessness. Oh, my dear young master, please spare me. I can't do it again. Truly I can't. My 6 Yao divination ability can't be wrong. I can't be sure if he's dead or not, but his current state must be dire. If we're too late and the fire spreads, there will be no turning back. Though confident he hadn't erred, he couldn't withstand Jiang Fan's pestering, so he gave the two a sliver of hope. Jiang Fan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, then turned to Chen Mo. Brother Mo, it seems we can't take it slow. We need to hurry, or the man you're looking for might truly die. He activated his judgment ability, and from his back a pair of pure white wings unfurled. He rose into the air, hovering as he spoke. I'll fly ahead to scout, it's faster. Brother Mo, you and Li Tian catch up later. With that, Jiang Fan flapped his wings and shot toward Jinxian City at incredible speed. Watching his hasty, decisive departure, Li Tian sighed and smiled wryly. Young Master Jiang really can't wait a single second, can he? And you, Brother Chen, aren't you following? He looked at Chen Mo. My ability is useless except for divination and giving you buffs. When it comes to stamina, I'm no match for you. Brother Chen, go ahead. I'll catch up later. Chen Mo gave him a deep look, said nothing, and directly gave chase. As he moved, it felt as though invisible wings were propelling him forward. Not only did he feel no fatigue, but his speed also increased significantly. The 6 Yao divination had 8 types of enhancement buffs, automatically applying the most suitable effect based on the hexagram result. But these buffs each had their pros and cons. The enhancement gained from this divination was Sun Wind, symbolizing wind fueling fire, either extinguishing it with absolute gales or fanning the flames into an inferno. After the two left, Li Tian dropped his smiling demeanor. With a thoughtful look, he stroked his chin and mused. How strange. Why is there an elusive undertone to that hexagram? Ah, I almost forgot, Canlang, you're still here. Suddenly recalling something, Li Tian turned to Canlang. Young Master Jiang has a bit of a childish temper, don't mind him. His heart is in the right place. Just follow and protect him. What Jiang Fan didn't know was that he believed Li Tian had joined the team willingly. In truth, Li Tian was also one of his uncle's men. Understood. Canlang stood like a pine tree. He nodded, then lightly stamped his right foot, vanishing from the spot in a flash. Where he passed, a deep mark was left behind. Inside Jinqiang City Zoo. It was a scene of utter chaos, rubble and ruins everywhere, along with the bodies of ability users who had come to hunt and died here. According to the normal timeline, this was the time for the mutant West African chimpanzee to forage and patrol, guarding its territory. But now the park was eerily silent. The surrounding smoke, rubble and ruins bore witness to a fierce battle that had taken place not long ago, with blood pooled everywhere. In a desolate ruin, a massive chimpanzee as large as a small rockery lay on the ground. Its black fur was drenched in blood. Its abdomen had been neatly ripped open by something, leaving a colossal wound, and its internal organs had been hollowed out. The 4th tier mutant of Jinqiang City, the West African chimpanzee. This terrifying brute with enough strength to destroy everything the overlord of its territory had died a gruesome death within the park. Beside the chimpanzee's corpse lay piles of cleanly picked bones and remains, their volume even greater than the beast's own body. Suddenly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint sound arose. From the rubble piled high in the ruins a thick, grimy, blood-stained arm emerged. Pushing aside the stones atop him, Luo Ning slowly crawled out. He was drenched in blood as if struck by a tremendous impact. His head throbbed with pain and he clutched his forehead in agony. Where is this? Who am I? Luo Ning looked around in confusion. Corpses, blood, stones, ruins, that was all he saw, nothing else. His lips were chapped, his throat dry. He muttered to himself, water. I need water. Turning around he began frantically digging through the rubble behind him. Stone after stone he pulled them away. In the depths buried under the debris he found a tattered bag containing a half-empty bottle of water. Luo Ning's face lit up with joy. He grabbed the remaining half bottle and gulped it down greedily. He began to piece together his memories. After a long while he finally came to his senses. I am Luo Ning. Right, I came here after accepting a mission to hunt a mutant. As he said this, images of his battle with the West African chimpanzee flooded his mind. Roar. Run. He's not a third-tier mutant. We're doomed. No, don't kill me. No. Suddenly. A massive pitch-black stone hurtled toward him. Boom. Those horrifying flood-like visions suddenly dissipated in an instant. Luo Ning snapped back to reality, his face pale with lingering terror, and he began gasping for breath while lying on the ground. My comrades. My comrades are all dead. Where's that black gorilla? He started searching frantically, consumed by fear. Finally, amidst the ruins not far away, he spotted that colossal, despair-inducing black gorilla. The direction the gorilla lay was directly facing Luo Ning, and he could clearly see the massive wound on its abdomen from which all the blood had already drained. Luo Ning's pupils contracted sharply. It's dead. When did this happen? His face was filled with disbelief. Suddenly a sharp pain stung his right hand, startling him. Instinctively he activated his petrification ability, turning his left hand into a stone fist and striking out fiercely. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. But it seemed as though something had blocked his attack, leaving Luo Ning momentarily stunned. In the rubble he had blasted open there was a rust-covered bronze sword embedded in the soil. It was engraved with strange eerie patterns, stained a sinister red by blood. Luo Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. A sword? Where did it come from? Under his own strike this bronze sword remained completely intact without even a single crack. This made Luo Ning realize the sword was no ordinary object, and he immediately stepped forward to pull it out. The bronze sword was short, about the length of a forearm. Gazing at the sword in his hand, Luo Ning then looked at the neatly severed wound on the distant gorilla, and a terrifying suspicion surged within him. Could it be that this black gorilla was killed by this bronze sword? He glanced around it, there was no one in sight. The two comrades who had come with him had long since been crushed into pulp beneath the rubble by the stones thrown by the gorilla. While grateful for his narrow escape, Luo Ning couldn't help but feel puzzled. Who had killed that black gorilla? Clutching the bronze sword he steeled himself and approached the terrifying corpse. He reached the gorilla's head, which was completely intact. Luo Ning's eyes lit up and he plunged the bronze sword into it. Schluck. To his delight, though the bronze sword appeared rusty, it was incredibly sharp, easily piercing the gorilla's hard skull. He stirred the brain matter inside until he hit a hard stone-like object. Luo Ning's face erupted with ecstasy. A crystal core. This black gorilla's crystal core is still here. His voice was full of shock and surprise, as if he had just won a 10 million lottery. He quickly pried out the crystal core. When he saw the black, faintly glowing fourth-tier core, Luo Ning's eyes burned with fervor and he shouted with excitement. Fourth tier. This is really a fourth-tier crystal core. This incredible fortune came too suddenly. The value of a fourth-tier crystal core, if exchanged for crystal coins, would fetch over 10,000 coins. How many crystal coins was his bounty mission worth anyway? With this fourth-tier core he could live a life of luxury in the safe zone for a long time without risking his life on the edge. He couldn't believe his luck. Not only had he survived, but he had also obtained the gorilla's crystal core. Luo Ning trembled uncontrollably. Ha. Ha ha ha. Finally he threw his head back and laughed freely, never having felt such exhilaration before. He danced and gestured excitedly for a while, then carefully tucked the fourth-tier crystal core into his pocket, afraid he might accidentally absorb it. And this bronze sword, looks like a special weapon, huh? He had once tried weapons forged from jade crystals. Their sharpness and feel were incredible, but the price was far beyond what he could afford. Now not only did he have the 4th-tier crystal core, but he didn't even need to buy a special weapon. Luo Ning marveled again at his good fortune, then looked at the gorilla's corpse, his eyes still bright with joy. Grinning, he murmured to himself. This gorilla's fur is valuable too, and the meat, can't waste any of it. With these things I'll definitely be able to find. Find who? He paused mid-sentence, feeling he had forgotten something important, but didn't dwell on it. Instead he excitedly began to work. He decided to take back everything of value he could carry from the gorilla. It felt like a dream, and he couldn't help humming a tune while skinning it. Today is a good day, all wishes come true. Follow me, left hand right hand, a slow motion. Meanwhile on the other side, Chen Mo and Jiang Fan, who had traveled from the 11th safe zone, had arrived at the entrance of Jinxian City Zoo. Jiang Fan slowly descended from the air, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He pulled out a capsule from his pocket and swallowed it to restore his energy. I'm exhausted. If I remember correctly, Jinxian City once boasted about building the #1 zoo in the country. How did it end up like this? The surrounding buildings had been destroyed by the black gorilla, and large gnawed bones from some other mutant were scattered everywhere. Is this the place? Behind him Chen Mo's voice came softly. What the hell? The sudden sound startled Jiang Fan, making him jump and nearly take off. Seeing it was Chen Mo, Jiang Fan patted his chest and said in disbelief, Dude, when did you follow me? He had been flying. Without explanation, Chen Mo said calmly, I've been waiting for a while. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. But seeing Chen Mo's composed expression without even a heavy breath, he felt puzzled. Wasn't he tired? Yeah, Mo, go, this is the place. I've been here before. According to that guy Li Tian, Luo Ning and the gorilla should be here, right? Why is it so quiet? You don't think? Hey Mo, go, wait for me. Before he could finish, Chen Mo strode forward and Jiang Fan quickly followed. Along the way countless corpses were visible, as well as unknown creatures reduced to a pulp. The information describes this gorilla as highly intelligent and very fond of torturing living beings. It seems that many around were not eaten by it but rather played to death. You say you eat, but how can you waste food? Jiang Fan said indignantly. Chen Mo, who initially thought nothing of it, couldn't help but twitch his lips upon hearing this, marveling at the peculiar logic of Jiang Fan. Is this the main point? This guy seems utterly incapable of walking properly, looking around aimlessly. Jiang Fan seemed to notice something. What is this? It was a large mound of black dirt, and he curiously approached to touch it. Chen Mo merely glanced at it and said blandly. Doesn't it look like the gorilla's excrement? Thud. Jiang Fan was struck like lightning, momentarily frozen in place. He stiffly turned his head to look at the black muck, and the bit stuck to his hand. With a hint of suspicion and a trace of trepidation, he raised his hand to smell it. Ugh. It was an indescribable stench. Although it had dried out, making the smell less intense, it assaulted his senses as he got close. It was definitely excrement. Ugh. Jiang Fan gagged all the way. After realizing that the unidentified black substance was the gorilla's excrement, he felt utterly miserable, continuously pulling out a water bottle from a cubic stone to wash his hands. In this apocalyptic world, convenient storage items were scarce. For now, the only way to obtain them was through exchanges with mysterious merchants. Jiang Fan's cubic stone had about 30 units of storage space. After feeling it was enough, Jiang Fan wiped his hands and looked over, saying, Where is that guy? Here. Chen Mo stopped in his tracks. In front of the two was the massive body of the mutated gorilla. A man identical to the one in the photo and looking rather fierce was wielding a bronze sword, continuously slicing off the gorilla's flesh and fur, stacking them diligently without noticing the arrival of the two. That person is Luo Ning. Chen Mo carefully observed the Ghost King sword in Luo Ning's hand, noting the ancient and mysterious patterns and its unique shape, all indicating to him the key to Fengdu Ghost City, the Ghost King sword. Chen Mo's heart surged with excitement. He hadn't expected this trip to be so smooth. Luo Ning was still alive and he had successfully obtained the Ghost King sword. The gorilla is dead. Jiang Fan suddenly shouted beside him. This voice naturally attracted Luo Ning's attention not far away. Luo Ning, who was cutting the gorilla's corpse, trembled all over and immediately turned to look. Someone. His face changed drastically, and without a word he dropped the gorilla's body and materials, fleeing decisively. Having just experienced a fierce battle, this was not a safe zone. It was common for ability users to compete for tasks in the face of immense profit. One might even kill to silence witnesses. He couldn't confirm whether those two were good or bad, but he had already obtained the crucial 4th-tier crystal nucleus from the gorilla. Getting back safely was the most important thing. Luo Ning said little and chose to flee with the fastest speed he could muster. He wants to escape. Jiang Fan stomped his foot in frustration, suddenly understanding why. Open your eyes wide and see who I am. Do you think I want to rob you of your little possessions? Don't go. Buzz. Chen Mo made his move. Silver blades shot out like lightning, embedding themselves directly in front of Luo Ning. Bang bang bang. The silver blades pierced deep into the ground. Luo Ning's heart trembled at this sight, his breath catching. This. He stopped, his back turned to Chen Mo, his whole body shivering. I advise you not to move again, or the next target might not be the ground. A calm voice came from behind. Vroom vroom vroom. Silver blades had somehow surrounded him completely. Luo Ning clenched his fists tightly, steeling himself as he suddenly activated his ability, his arm petrifying and enlarging to strike out. Clang clang clang. The floating silver blades effortlessly sliced through his petrified fists, exposing deep wounds at the tips. Luo Ning's face turned pale with horror and silver blades shot toward him. Barrier, he shouted. Rumble. The soil beneath his feet enveloped him like a turtle shell. Stop it, we are not here to harm you. Jiang Fan outside flicked his fingers and a white elemental light orb easily blew open the stone wall. Bang. Luo Ning inside slumped weakly to the ground, filled with despair and dread. Those two were so strong. I didn't kill that gorilla. I can give you its crystal nucleus, don't kill me. Chen Mo and Jiang Fan approached. Jiang Fan frowned and said, it's just a 4th-tier crystal nucleus, who needs it from you? Huh? Luo Ning was taken aback and slowly raised his head to look at the two, his expression turning utterly bewildered. This. Jiang, young master Jiang. Why are you here? Luo Ning instantly relaxed, knowing he had surely saved his 4th-tier crystal nucleus. In the entire 11th military district, who doesn't know that Jiang Fan is proud, possesses immense abilities and has always helped others without ever taking from them? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes and said, isn't it to find you? Find me? Luo Ning was even more confused. After some conversation, Luo Ning finally understood their intent and looked at Chen Mo. So you are looking for me for this bronze sword in my hand? His words held some reverence. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Yes. Luo Ning scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I thought it was some big deal. I found this sword in the stone mill after I woke up. If you want it, just take it. Here. He didn't hesitate much and directly handed over the Ghost King sword to Chen Mo. To him, the most valuable 4th-tier crystal nucleus was already secured, and a sword of unknown origin wasn't so significant. After receiving the Ghost King sword and examining it for a while, Chen Mo noticed a crucial detail and looked up at Luo Ning. This sword wasn't found inside the gorilla's belly. Luo Ning paused slightly and said, no, I don't know how it happened. When I woke up from my unconsciousness, I found that the mutated creature was already dead. It must have been a powerful ability user who passed by and dealt with that mutated creature. As he said this, Luo Ning's expression turned somewhat strange. Even he couldn't believe that any ability user would forsake a 4th-tier crystal nucleus. That was simply impossible. You don't mean you killed it yourself? Do you? A PS extra update. It has been a long time since the last update because I was contemplating the next plot and it's finished, so here's an update. Please urge the updates with kind reviews and free gifts, thank you very much. It was Jiang Fan who spoke. Upon hearing this, Luo Ning's face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly explained. Me? No. Young Master Jiang, you've misunderstood. I'm merely a 3rd-tier ability user with unremarkable powers. How could I possibly possess the skill to slay this 4th-tier mutant? If he were truly that formidable, he wouldn't have passed out amidst the ruins. That does make sense. Jiang Fan scrutinized Luo Ning, also unconvinced that he could have killed the 4th-tier black gorilla. He then turned his gaze to Chen Mo. Then who did it? It's quite odd to leave behind a 4th-tier crystal core. Chen Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Who killed it no longer matters. Our objective here is complete. It's time to return. Having obtained the Ghost King sword, the next step was to find the Listening Stone statue to unlock Fengdu Ghost City. The only issue was that the evolutionary dust hadn't even appeared yet, making it uncertain whether the secret realm could be opened. Chen Mo stored the Ghost King sword away and looked calmly at Luo Ning. Thank you. I won't take this for nothing. I'll give you 10,000 crystal coins as a trade. 10,000. Luo Ning stammered. Had he stumbled upon incredible fortune today? First he obtained a 4th-tier mutant crystal core and now this young man was offering him a reward of 10,000 crystal coins. It felt like a dream. Luo Ning was stunned for a long time before struggling to speak. Better. Forget it. I just found it by chance and I seem to have lost my crystal card. Take it. As the words fell, Chen Mo tossed out a 4th-tier crystal core. It's worth about 10,000 crystal coins. Luo Ning looked utterly incredulous while Jiang Fan also stared at Chen Mo in astonishment. A 4th-tier crystal core. And he just gave it away. Luo Ning was dumbfounded, his eyes brimming with ecstasy. Another 4th-tier crystal core. Was his ancestors' grave emitting auspicious smoke today? He was overjoyed. The value of 2 4th-tier crystal cores was definitely enough to help him find. At this thought Luo Ning's brow furrowed deeply. Since waking up he had felt as if he had forgotten something crucial. What was he supposed to find? Everything he had done seemed to be in search of someone. Bro Mo, so this is what you came for. Now that we found everyone, let's. Suddenly an incredulous cry rang out. How is this possible? Why is this guy still alive? Jiang Fan paused and looked over. Li Tian. In the distance Ken Lang and Li Tian arrived. Ken Lang wore a cold expression while Li Tian's face twisted in shock as if he had seen a ghost upon spotting Luo Ning beside Chen Mo. Li Tian's eyes darkened as he stared intently at Luo Ning across from him. No, something's off. Though he couldn't be certain of other hexagrams, the volcano-traveling hexagram signified certain death. Even if he had never met this person, his divination would be nearly accurate. At the very least Luo Ning should have been gravely wounded or dying. Yet this man named Luo Ning now stood before him completely unscathed. Li Tian's nerves tightened and for the first time in his life he doubted his own divination abilities. He immediately activated his 6-yao divination ability to calculate. 6 copper coins were tossed swiftly without any superfluous movements in one fluid motion. Clink clink clink. With the hexagram in hand he flipped his palm to read it. Wind could not suppress fire, a wildfire raged. The hexagram remained the ominous volcano-traveling sign. This hexagram was not yet over. But where was the danger? Li Tian looked around. The black gorilla he had deduced earlier was dead beyond revival, its fur even stripped away. Who exactly are you? Li Tian stared at Luo Ning, a chill glint in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Luo Ning was taken aback, his face full of confusion as he looked helplessly at Jiang Fan and Chen Mo. And this is? No, Li Tian. What do you mean? Jiang Fan frowned. This is the Luo Ning we were looking for, isn't it? You gathered the intel. Don't you recognize him? And Brother Mo has already gotten what he came for. Why are you standing so far away? Chen Mo observed the wary Li Tian. If he hadn't been mistaken, Li Tian had just used his 6-yao divination again. Had he discovered something? The 6-yao divination ability was unique, its user possessed extraordinary perception, far more sensitive than ordinary people in avoiding danger. With this in mind, Chen Mo grew slightly interested in Luo Ning. From what the man had just said, it contradicted information from his past life. Either Luo Ning had lied in the past or something was different now. But Chen Mo leaned toward the former, as a 3rd-tier ability user could never single-handedly take down a 4th-tier mutant unless his ability was exceptionally powerful. Li Tian furrowed his brows tightly. He saw no deception in Luo Ning's expression, so why did the divination result say otherwise? Had he been overusing his ability and was simply too fatigued? After a long silence he suddenly burst into laughter, scratching his head awkwardly. Haha, young Master Jiang, my eyesight's not great. I must have been mistaken. My mistake, it's the right person. He shot a glance at Ken Lang and the two slowly moved forward. Just as they neared the group, Ken Lang suddenly launched an attack. His hands transformed into sickle-like claws and with incredible speed he closed in on Luo Ning and swung fiercely. Whoosh whoosh, a sharp gust of wind rushed toward Luo Ning. His pupils contracted as he sensed an overwhelming wave of death. Was this a silencing attempt? Clang. A metallic clash resounded. Ken Lang's hands went numb from the impact. Chen Mo had somehow appeared before Luo Ning holding a metal shield in front of him, his expression calm as he said flatly. What do you think you're doing? With a casual wave, a steel pellet shot out from his side with a sonic boom. Ken Lang's face changed instantly as he crossed his claws to defend. Boom. He was sent flying several meters back, transforming his hind legs into wolf claws to grip the ground tightly as he stared at Chen Mo, his heart filled with shock and wariness. This guy was incredibly strong. Jiang Fan, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Ken Lang. Li Tian. What are you two doing? Li Tian remained silent. He had noticed that Luo Ning truly had no power to resist, and the terror in his expression was genuine. If Chen Mo hadn't intervened, Luo Ning would have been cleanly cut in two by Ken Lang. Seeing that Luo Ning posed no threat to them, Li Tian finally relaxed and said with a light tone, "Well, young Master Jiang, we were just testing him to see if he was the right person. Recently the Purification sect has produced an ability user who can transform into the appearance of others. You are aware of this and I am concerned," Li Tian said with a smile. Jiang Fan was taken aback, feeling that what Li Tian said seemed not entirely unreasonable, but earlier Luo Ning had nearly been killed by Remnant Wolf right before his eyes. Jiang Fan still spoke with extreme irritation. "You two, before you do anything, can't you ask me first?" Li Tian put on an innocent expression, winking as he sidled over to ingratiate himself. Alright, this time it's my fault. Young Master Jiang, I'll forgo the 5,000 crystal coin reward, okay? Free labor. Jiang Fan gave a cold snort, his expression finally softening slightly. "If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, Luo Ning on the side was already terrified. He didn't even know what had happened. That fellow named Remnant Wolf had suddenly tried to kill him. That man truly wanted to kill him. Luo Ning's mind was shaken. He looked with immense gratitude at Chen Mo, who stood before him, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you. It's nothing." Chen Mo gave him a deep look. After some explanations, the misunderstanding was finally resolved. Li Tian also apologized to Luo Ning, claiming he had miscalculated. Luo Ning, being very magnanimous, directly forgave him. The group prepared to return to the safe zone. They had been in too much of a hurry when coming, but now there was no rush. On the way back, any zombies or low-level aberrations were dealt with by Remnant Wolf. Luo Ning also actively requested to join the fight, harvesting quite a few crystal cores. His smile never faded throughout the journey. Until deep into the night, the group decided to rest by the roadside and continue their journey back the next day. After a simple dinner, they sat around the campfire, taking turns keeping watch. Perhaps tired from the day's activities, Jiang Fan ate little and went to sleep early. Chen Mo, however, sat by the fire fiddling with the Ghost King sword in his hand, lost in thought. How exactly does this thing open the secret realm? He scrutinized the bronze patterns on the sword. The entire blade was one piece, only slightly longer than a dagger, and seemed unremarkable, perhaps even inferior to his own Taya blade. "Brother, want some?" At that moment Luo Ning handed over a piece of black gorilla meat. Remnant Wolf and Li Tian had gone to stand guard, and Jiang Fan was asleep, leaving only the two of them. As for food, he had no complaints. In the apocalypse, having anything to eat was good enough, especially since this was nourishing aberrant meat. Honestly, aside from that, the taste is pretty decent. Luo Ning chuckled beside him, his personality starkly contrasting with his fierce appearance. "A bite?" Chen Mo glanced at the offered roasted meat and shook his head. "I've already eaten, no need." As if noticing something, Chen Mo squinted at the right hand offering the meat. The fist that had been pierced by his dominance ability had healed completely without even a scar. "Did you take a recovery potion?" Chen Mo asked abruptly. Luo Ning was taken aback, not understanding his meaning, and gave an awkward laugh. "No, I used them all up earlier when dealing with that black gorilla. People like us just take odd jobs to get by. We can't afford to waste such expensive things on minor injuries." Recovery potions were practically life-saving treasures for ability users. However, unless one encountered a mysterious merchant, they had to be purchased at exorbitant prices from the safe zone, so most people used them sparingly, only when absolutely necessary. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Mo shook his head, his suspicion growing stronger. He felt that Luo Ning was problematic but couldn't pinpoint why. In both his past and present lives he had never met or interacted with Luo Ning, so he had no understanding of this person. Luo Ning smiled and said, "All right brother, I'll go rest now. To be honest, I'm dead tired and have been wanting to sleep for a while. Call me when it's my turn to keep watch." "Okay." Luo Ning walked aside, found a spot to lie down, and quickly fell asleep. Under the night sky, the burning campfire crackled and hissed, accompanied by a cool breeze. The flames swayed gently, burning even brighter. Chen Mo's eyes flickered as he looked at Luo Ning lying on his side. He might be hiding something, and he certainly seemed more complex than he appeared. But he didn't intend to investigate further. After all, he had already obtained the Ghost King sword. Whatever Luo Ning wanted to do wouldn't affect him. It was also time to see what the evening beast was doing now. After landing on the island, the evening beast had been gorging itself daily. Chen Mo felt that his dominance ability would likely break through to the 6th rank within a few days. By then, when the secret realm opened and the second evolution descended, he would be better prepared. He slowly closed his eyes, entering the internal visualization space of the Celestial Authority ability, and took over the evening beast's perspective. Whoosh, cries and screams filled the air, smoke and war raged everywhere. Beneath the heavens, towering tsunamis swallowed islands one after another. Boom, along with this came the endless black mist. The view became incredibly vast and expansive, as if from a very high vantage point. In the sky, fighter jets streaked by, while below humans fled in panic. Tens of thousands of heavy weapons bombarded relentlessly from all directions. Missiles and heavy artillery exploded, destroying everything around, yet from this perspective they seemed so insignificant. The dense human armies were as fragile as ants. This was the evening beast's perspective. Roar. A furious howl and bellow. The deafening roar unsettled the mind, and rolling waves directly engulfed the city and the vast array of tanks and troops before it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small island nation, lightning flashed and thunder roared, thousands of bolts of lightning fell. Boom, rumble. The scene was grand and terrifying to the extreme. The 8-headed serpent that had been subdued by the evening beast also opened its abyssal maw, beginning a frenzied devouring spree. After the evening beast and the legendary monster the 8-headed serpent fought fiercely, they somehow reached a consensus. Their tasks were vastly different. The 8-headed serpent only needed to devour tens of millions of lives, while the evening beast's task required hundreds of millions. In this small island nation with its limited population, the two ferocious mythical gods devoured tens of millions of lives in just a few days, and tsunami submerged most of its territory. Baka. My imperial subjects, kill this monster. Bastards. Don't push us. What is this black fog? Boom, boom, boom. Hail of bullets and rain of shells. The nation's firepower was split in two, resisting these two apocalyptic deities who sought to trample everything. After a few more days of devouring, it would be about time to withdraw. Though the island was small and ostensibly bound by a nuclear test ban treaty, Chen Mo harbored no doubt that given their nature they already possessed humanity's ultimate weapon, a trump card capable of posing a lethal threat even to the deities of the apocalypse. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen Mo issued this command to the Twilight Beast. Then, as a matter of routine, he began absorbing spirit crystals. Li Tian returned. Seeing the 4th rank spirit crystal in Chen Mo's hand, Li Tian glanced at it, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Where did this guy get so many 4th rank spirit crystals? He stretched lazily, sat down by the campfire and quietly gazed toward the direction of Luo Ning, who was lying on his side, a hint of confusion in his expression. Could it be my imagination? This guy doesn't seem to have any issues. Forget it, I won't bother. Hey, is that the thing he was looking for? Li Tian noticed the bronze Ghost King sword lying on the ground beside Chen Mo. With a trace of curiosity, he reached out, picked it up and examined it closely. For some reason his instincts told him this was not a good thing. After observing for a long while, Li Tian felt that this object resembled the ominous artifacts his master had spoken of. Shaking his head, he prepared to put it back, unaware that Chen Mo had already opened his eyes and was staring at him silently. Holy crap! Startled, Li Tian leaped up and the bronze Ghost King sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground with a faint red glow. But neither of them noticed. Chen Mo said calmly, taking other people's things is not a good habit. Li Tian finally relaxed, rubbed the back of his head and said somewhat sheepishly. Hee. I was just taking a look. Chen Mo stared at him. What did you mean earlier when you said Luo Ning is already dead? Li Tian was taken aback. You believe what I said? Just a little curious, Chen Mo replied flatly. Seeing that someone believed him, Li Tian perked up, moved closer and spoke unhurriedly. Don't you find it strange? How did that guy manage to survive a 4th rank mutant? Even if, as he said, a powerful awakener happened to pass by, wouldn't there be at least some traces of battle left behind? Who would pass up a 4th rank spirit crystal and let him get such an easy bargain? Chen Mo lowered his eyes, looking at the Ghost King sword on the ground. The sword? What? The blood on it hasn't been dry for long, and the wound on that mutant was far too clean, Chen Mo said slowly. As if struck by a thought, Li Tian's pupils constricted sharply. You don't think he killed it all by himself, do you? Chen Mo remained silent. Though the Ghost King sword was the key to opening the secret realm, it could also be a special weapon with extraordinary abilities. Since Luo Ning was the only one here, there was no other explanation but that he had wielded the Ghost King sword to slay the mutant. As for the passing awakener, like Li Tian said, it was pure nonsense. Could he be hiding something? As he spoke, Li Tian glanced at the sleeping Luo Ning, then shook his head and denied it to himself. No, that's not right. His strength can't be faked and the volcano travel hexagram can't explain it. His eyes flickering, Li Tian, refusing to accept defeat, performed another divination. Ding ding ding. Looking at the 6 copper coins that had inexplicably appeared on the ground, Chen Mo spoke. Isn't the 6 lines divination ability not supposed to be used frequently? Li Tian glanced at him in surprise. You know about it. This ability could only be used 2 or 3 times a day at most, with many restrictions, such as not being able to repeatedly divine the same person or event, and never for oneself. Overusing it consumed not energy but life force. He grinned unconcerned. I'm curious. If I can't crack this hexagram, I won't be able to sleep. Once a gifted disciple praised by his master as the finest their sect had produced in a century, he had never failed even before acquiring this ability. Luo Ning's peculiar situation stirred his competitive spirit. His face gradually paling, Li Tian took out a recovery potion and downed it. Staring intently at the spinning 6 copper coins, this time he had seen Luo Ning in person, and with Luo Ning as the center of the divination, the result would surely be precise. Suddenly. Bang! The 6 copper coins exploded into fragments, dissipating into mist. Li Tian, as if struck by a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering with a face full of shock and disbelief. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked. Li Tian's face was deathly pale as he spoke incredulously. Volcano travel. That's right, the image of mountain fire blazing through the wilderness, a long burning flame. But the only difference is that this guy is that small spark. We are the sun wind. Our arrival did not extinguish it but instead made it burn fiercer. Damn it. We have to leave. Li Tian's expression shifted dramatically and he sprang to his feet. He didn't want to spend another moment with Luo Ning, only wishing to bring Qiongqi back safely. If they continued traveling with Luo Ning, the consequences would be immeasurable and terrifying. Suddenly a chilling wind howled past, making Li Tian shiver and his skin crawl. There were 64 hexagrams, but their interpretation depended on the person. All hexagrams were subject to human understanding. Yet he had fallen into a misconception. The first time he used the 6 lines divination, it was not about Luo Ning but about themselves preparing to set out to find Luo Ning. After meeting Luo Ning in person, Li Tian finally understood why Luo Ning hadn't died. This guy was a jinx. Master Jiang, we can't stay here any longer. Let's go. Li Tian shouted urgently. But there was no response from anyone. If the surrounding environment had become eerily silent. Li Tian froze. He suddenly realized that Chen Mo, who had been talking to him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Turning around, he saw that the sleeping Qiongqi had also disappeared. The only one remaining was Luo Ning, still lying on his side with his back to Li Tian. The cold howling wind grew stronger, as if ghosts were whispering in his ear. The Ghost King's sword on the ground flickered with a faint red light. In Li Tian's eyes, Luo Ning too gradually faded into the darkness, consumed bit by bit before his very eyes. He felt as if he had fallen into a desolate dark wasteland where he was utterly alone. Li Tian's throat felt dry and he swallowed involuntarily. What is this? Suddenly, an immensely furious roar echoed through the dark expanse as a once-dead mutant black gorilla was resurrected. It pounded its chest in rage, its appearance grotesque and bloody, lacking fur and much of its flesh resembling a true monster. A long, neatly cut wound marred its abdomen, from which intestines continuously slipped out. The black gorilla attempted to stuff them back into its belly, but no matter how it tried, the intestines kept falling out. In a fit of anger, it roared and violently yanked at the intestines. Ryup, a length of intestine measuring several meters, was completely pulled out and violently thrown aside. The black gorilla suddenly turned to glare at Li Tian, its crimson eyes fixated on him, a man and a beast locking eyes in the depths of darkness. Roar! The black gorilla charged forward. Boom! Li Tian felt as if struck by lightning, his expression akin to seeing a ghost. Damn! I told you. This guy has issues. On the other side, Chen Mo was experiencing a series of extremely unusual events. As Li Tian spoke, he suddenly fell silent, staring blankly at Chen Mo, who frowned and asked, "Are you saying that Luo Ning is an ominous person?" Li Tian remained silent, still gazing at Chen Mo. Chen Mo sensed something was off, his eyes narrowing as he caught a whiff of an anomaly. Why has it suddenly grown quiet? Li Tian let out a sinister laugh, doing nothing but standing in place uncontrollably, producing an eerie sound as he ground his teeth. Chen Mo's frown deepened. What are you laughing at? The campfire crackled, the flames growing dimmer until finally with a sudden poof it vanished completely. Immediately after, a massive wave of darkness surged like a tide, and under the blood-red night sky everything around them disappeared. An eerie cold wind howled through and everything felt so strange. What is this? Chen Mo muttered, glancing at the spot where the Ghost King's sword had been, only to find it had vanished. Li Tian grinned, his mouth stretching wide, exposing a mouthful of sharp fangs as he let out a monstrous shriek. Thud. A silver blade plunged firmly into his forehead, blood trickling down in streams. Chen Mo's expression remained calm as he coldly remarked. A mirage. Such a thing cannot affect me. In my past life I was a mental power user, and now with the memories of 2 lives merged my mental strength is countless times greater than that of an ordinary person. After surveying his surroundings in stark contrast to Li Tian's experience before, Chen Mo, a colossal and majestic phantom, arose from the endless darkness. It stood 100 meters tall, a being that demanded reverence. Wearing a mottled crimson crown from which hung a curtain of beads made of skulls. With a green face and sharp fangs, black beard, dressed in a blued robe, it sat upon a throne like a deity punishing all. Surrounding it were countless wailing, resentful spirits, among whom Chen Mo recognized the figures he had previously slain, including Lin Shu present among them. The figure was overwhelmingly grand, illuminated by the dim ghostly flames, revealing a hidden ghost city in the darkness, desolate, solemn and imposing. Ritual flower garlands, broken drums, restless spirits drumming beneath it, were countless dead souls queuing to enter the city as if arriving in the underworld. Boom. 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 A thunderous sound shook the heavens and earth as a 6-meter stone lion appeared, its mouth open wide. Lo and behold, it was the Ghost King's sword lodged within its mouth. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo's pupils dilated and his body shook violently. Is this the Fengdu Ghost City? How did I arrive at the secret realm of Fengdu Ghost City? Chen Mo's gaze flickered as he looked towards the imposing figure of the Fengdu Emperor, the North Ean god, upholding the darkness. Just a glance induced no inclination to resist whatsoever. Behind him, Li Tian, with the silver blade embedded in his forehead, moved stiffly like a puppet endowed with a soul, approaching with a twisted smile. As soon as he got close, Chen Mo mercilessly severed him in 2 with the Taya blade, with no blood flowing as he searched for his severed body. Chen Mo ignored him, muttering to himself, no. In the secret realm a key is required to open it. This is definitely not Fengdu Ghost City. His face grew slightly cold, realizing that this incredibly realistic scene was merely an illusion. Was it the Ghost King's sword that caused this? Playing tricks. Chen Mo strode forward, each step seemingly igniting a faint light that flickered in the darkness. Around him the myriad of numb ethereal souls walked forward, seemingly oblivious to Chen Mo's presence. He directly approached the stone lion statue, his face as calm as ever, reaching out to grasp the Ghost King's sword embedded in its mouth. With a sudden yank, buzz, everything before him dissipated in an instant. The burning campfire continued to crackle. Everything prior seemed merely a fleeting dream. Chen Mo looked down, realizing that he had unknowingly grasped the Ghost King's sword. What on earth is happening? Why does this Ghost King's sword produce such illusions? Chen Mo murmured, wanting to ask Li Tian if he knew what was going on. However, he found Li Tian sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide open yet dull, appearing as if he couldn't see anything at all. Has he also entered that illusion? Chen Mo, expressionless, directly punched Li Tian in the face. Bang! A scream resonated. Li Tian rolled on the ground, clutching his face in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. This loud commotion startled Jiang Fan awake from his slumber. What's the noise? Jiang Fan unpleasantly sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and complained, can't anyone let me sleep? Upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, Li Tian, who was rolling on the ground, froze. Young Master Jiang. He suddenly looked up, taking in everything around him. Wait. Have I returned? Drenched in sweat, his back soaked, without him realizing, Li Tian looked at Luo Ning, still asleep nearby, fear gripping him as he scrambled to his feet. Damn. Young Master Jiang, you almost scared me to death just now. Quick, let's leave, we can't stay with this guy for even a moment longer. Li Tian kept tugging at Jiang Fan, who had never seen such a panicked expression on his friend's face before. His drowsiness began to fade, yet he still spoke with a furrowed brow. What's wrong with you? What are you doing? We have to go. We have to leave. Li Tian's eyes were filled with lingering terror as he exclaimed in alarm. There's something wrong with that guy, seriously wrong. I just inexplicably fell into an illusion. Guess what I saw? That black gorilla came back to life, pulling out its own intestines. It almost devoured me. This venture was exceedingly perilous. Both the bronze sword and that man Luo Ning were entities beyond the prediction of his 6-year divination. If they stayed any longer with this person, who knew what else might happen? Jiang Fan's face darkened. Being woken in the dead of night, he had thought a powerful aberrant zombie had arrived, never expecting such wild nonsense. He reached out and felt Li Tian's forehead, speaking with irritation. I don't think you have a fever. Have you lost your mind? That black gorilla has been dead for a long time. It's true. Li Tian was frantic. Just now there really was an illusion. Chen Mo's voice came from behind. He stepped forward, gripping the Ghost King sword, his eyes gleaming. But it wasn't Luo Ning. It should be this sword causing the trouble. Bro Mo. Even Brother Mo was saying this. Jiang Fan paused. If it were just one person it might be dismissed, but if even Brother Mo said so, then it probably wasn't a joke anymore. His expression instantly turned grave. This. Li Tian was overjoyed. You saw it too? Chen Mo nodded, holding the Ghost King sword as he spoke. This sword is odd. It created an illusion during our conversation just now. In that illusion he had seen the ghost city of Fengdu and nothing else. Li Tian, however, saw a completely different scene. No wonder he said the sword was an ill omen. His ability had likely sensed something was amiss long ago. It's the sword, isn't it? I felt something was off before. Perhaps, as you said, the death of that black gorilla is related to this object. Li Tian was utterly astonished. He had never encountered something so bizarre and uncanny, but in an apocalypse where even gods existed, anything was possible. Only Jiang Fan looked bewildered. Whether by luck he had been asleep at the time and felt nothing unusual. An illusion? What kind of illusion? What just happened to you? After Li Tian's explanation, Jiang Fan finally understood. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at the Ghost King sword in Chen Mo's hand. Can such a small sword truly possess this power? What in the world is it? Chen Mo shook his head. He himself knew little about the Ghost King sword, let alone Li Tian and Jiang Fan. The illusion had appeared without warning. If he couldn't control the Ghost King sword, Chen Mo wasn't sure they wouldn't suddenly fall into another illusion. It was a major problem. Throw it away. This is definitely nothing good. Li Tian urged Chen Mo anxiously. Trust me, my instincts are always right. Chen Mo stared at him and shook his head, speaking calmly. You two leave first. I'll walk the rest of the path alone. The Ghost King sword was the key to the secret realm of Fengdu Ghost City. He still needed it to activate the stone lion Dilu at the city's entrance ahead of time. He couldn't miss the treasures in the secret realm. Besides, with the joy god sound of lawbreaking, he wasn't too worried. Li Tian said decisively. Fine. Then young Master Qiongqi. No way. Jiang Fan immediately interjected. If we leave and Brother Mo falls into another illusion on the way back, what if he's in danger? Li Tian's breath caught as he stared wide-eyed at Jiang Fan. If you're scared, go back on your own. I'm not leaving. Jiang Fan said nonchalantly. Since it's an illusion, it's all fake, right? What's there to fear? Li Tian protested anxiously. That's not the point. Young Master Jiang, don't you know my ability? Volcano travel, this journey is fraught with danger. This is just the beginning. There will definitely be bigger troubles ahead. Danger. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up instantly as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Great. I love a good challenge. Just as he loved playing challenging RPG adventure games. Damn. Li Tian gasped sharply. Seeing that he had not only failed to persuade Jiang Fan but had instead made the reckless youth even more excited, he nearly choked and fainted from frustration. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been silent for a long time, surveyed their surroundings, his gaze fixed on the blazing campfire. The flame still burned without any sign of weakening. It was time to add more wood. It was too quiet, not even a breeze stirred. It felt as if they were the only three beings in the world. While Li Tian and Jiang Fan argued, Chen Mo walked over to Luo Ning alone. Even with such a commotion, the man still lay motionless on the ground. Chen Mo frowned. He crouched down and patted Luo Ning. Getting no response, his heart skipped a beat as a foreboding feeling surged within him. He turned the man over. What he saw was Luo Ning's face, deathly pale and covered in grime, his eyes wide open in an unblinking stare of eternal regret. Dead. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes, confirming his suspicion. What's dead? Jiang Fan and Li Tian came closer. When they saw Luo Ning's gruesome corpse, both were startled, their expressions turning to disbelief. Holy crap. How? How did this guy die? Even Li Tian was horrified. He immediately cast 6 copper coins, his pupils flickering as if he had sensed something terrifying. Damn it. We're still in the illusion. He shouted, his face incredulous. Slosh. A pale rotting arm suddenly burst from the soil beneath Li Tian's feet, grabbing his right leg tightly. Son of a bitch. Li Tian shuddered with cold fear and finally let out a curse. He viciously kicked the pale arm with his other foot. Bang. Will this ever end? The soil churned around them as zombies and skeletal aberrations clawed their way out of the ground surrounding the trio and letting out guttural roars. Crack crack. The sound of bones grinding. Even Jiang Fan was stunned by the horrifying sight. Wait, is this the illusion you were talking about? These were all the aberrations and zombie humans that the black gorilla had once devoured here. Roar. A chorus of snarls erupted as the skeletons and zombies lunged at them. What's going on? Jiang Fan's pupils contracted, his face full of shock. He instinctively activated the judgment radiance, which transformed into streaks of white arrows that blasted toward the horde of aberrant zombies surging around them. Boom. The judgment ability possessed a tremendous suppressive effect on these malevolent entities. As it engulfed and annihilated them, the blazing light also illuminated the surroundings. That was everything Chen Mo had witnessed before. Wisps of smoke rose like wolf fires. In the distance, the colossal being seated upon the throne passed judgment on all. There stood a grand and ancient city gate shrouded in eerie mist with bones paving the path. It felt as though they had arrived in another realm, not of the mortal world but a domain of the gods. Li Tian's heart trembled violently and he froze in place. Holy crap. Even he was stunned at this moment. Even if it were an illusion, it was far too vivid and realistic. Are we already gone? Li Tian let out a bitter smile, speaking half-jokingly. Trouble still an illusion. A series of roars sounded and the surrounding zombies and aberrations that had already died surged toward them. What are you two standing there for? Seeing that the pair had yet to snap out of it, Chen Mo bellowed and directly activated his dominion ability, unleashing extremely sharp silver blades that swept through and decapitated the ghouls charging at them. Thud thud. Only then did the two react. Li Tian said with a gloomy expression, Brother Jiang, see what I told you? Is this something a human could create? Well, now you can experience that feeling too. Shut up. Jiang Fan spread his wings behind him, pulled his hands apart and summoned blazing white arrows that shot out in all directions. Their power was terrifying, each strike scattering a large number of bones. Boom. The Taya saber shattered a skeletal frame lunging from the side. With each swing, the tactile feedback was so real that even Chen Mo found it difficult to determine whether they were still in an illusion or within the Fengdu Ghost City secret realm. These ghouls were not powerful, barely reaching the 2nd rank. Even Li Tian, who was not adept at combat, could pick up a bone club and take down several of them. But their numbers were outrageously vast, seemingly endless. As more and more ghouls surged forward, Chen Mo's expression turned icy. He slashed through the zombies charging at him, manipulated the silver blades to circle around him and sweep the area, finally holding back the ceaseless tide of ghouls emerging from the soil, thus alleviating the pressure on the two. Jiang Fan's face showed great shock. He stared intently at the bone club in Li Tian's hand, snatched it away and slammed it hard against the ground several times, saying angrily, Are you saying this is still an illusion? Li Tian, I don't know what's going on either. Looking at the ghouls being constantly slain beyond the silver barrier, Jiang Fan felt a chill on his scalp and asked, Brother Mo, what do we do now? Chen Mo tried to communicate with Qiongqi and Shoshi within his celestial authority ability, only to find that something here seemed to block his power. His face cold, he stared at the Ghost King's sword, which kept flickering with light, and murmured, Cover your ears. Since it could be so realistic, he wanted to see if everything here was indeed real. Huh? Jiang Fan was puzzled. Without further explanation, Chen Mo slightly opened his mouth and directly activated Shuxi's law-breaking sound. A piercing shrill sound rang out. Li Tian and Jiang Fan's faces turned pale, feeling their eardrums vibrate, and they both covered their ears. Boom. Everything before them seemed to freeze. In an instant, like a shattered mirror, it vanished. The view became dim. This time they had completely escaped from the layered illusions of the Ghost King sword. The campfire in the distance had gone out at some point. The night was silent, as if everything that had happened and been seen no longer existed. Are we back? Jiang Fan came to his senses, looking around and murmuring. Li Tian said with lingering fear, It's not still an illusion, is it? It's lifted. This time it's reality. Chen Mo spoke calmly. Li Tian's eyes were full of surprise as he looked at Chen Mo and couldn't help asking, what was that sound you just made? Isn't your ability controlling metal? Sigh, it hurts. As he spoke, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his right foot. Li Tian pulled up his pant leg and was horrified to find a bloody scratch on his right calf. Li Tian was utterly shocked. Seeing this, Chen Mo's expression turned cold. He picked up the Ghost King's sword, his eyes flickering, and said, so the damage suffered in the illusion is real. The secret realm key is indeed extraordinary. Having experienced 2 illusions, he had gained a preliminary understanding of the Ghost King's sword's abilities. If this was what one had to endure while holding the Ghost King's sword, then Chen Mo was now curious about how Luo Ning had managed to bring it back in his past life. Just then a weary voice came from behind. What's wrong with you all? Why aren't you resting? Everyone turned around. The speaker was Luo Ning, who had just woken up. Luo Ning took a deep breath to clear his mind. He stepped forward, saw that the fire had gone out, and said with a smile, why hasn't anyone added wood to the fire? Isn't it my turn for the night watch? He asked everyone, but no one replied. Li Tian's expression was gloomy. The injury on his ankle proved that damage sustained in the illusion carried over to reality. But why had Luo Ning died in the illusion yet remained alive and well in reality? This man seemed shrouded in an intangible mist in his eyes. Even with his 6 lines divination ability, he could not see through him in the slightest. Jiang Fan, on the other hand, laughed loudly and said, alive. It's great that you're still alive. You really scared me just now. So it seems we're truly back to reality, Brother Mo. Reality? Did something happen? Luo Ning asked. Li Tian stared coldly at him and said, stop pretending. Tell me, was it you who caused this? Luo Ning looked puzzled. I don't understand what you mean. Li Tian narrowed his eyes as if trying to read something from his face. Luo Ning did not avoid his gaze. He could feel the hostility from Li Tian, who had been targeting him ever since their first meeting. Even he felt somewhat displeased and said, if you have a problem with me, just say it directly. Sensing the tension, Jiang Fan stepped in and said, enough, Li Tian. This has nothing to do with you. Go away. Go find Ken Lang. Didn't that guy say he'd protect me? Why is he still not here? Li Tian withdrew his gaze, nodded and said no more. Ever since they found Luo Ning, bizarre events had been occurring one after another. He couldn't believe there was no connection. No one mentioned the illusion, as if by unspoken agreement. After 2 exhausting illusions, even Chen Mo felt a sense of mental fatigue. After Li Tian left, Chen Mo looked at Luo Ning and said, come here. What's up? Luo Ning stepped forward curiously, looking at the compass Chen Mo had taken out. What's this? It was the life value detection device obtained from the mysterious merchant. When Chen Mo saw the number on it, his pupils sharply contracted. Luo Ning's life value 0. Chen Mo's gaze changed in an instant, fixating on Luo Ning, who looked utterly bewildered. A life level of 0, this was simply impossible. Every word and action served to remind him that the Luo Ning before him was undoubtedly a living person. Chen Mo attempted to direct the life detection device towards himself. It registered a slightly stronger reading than before, 1098, more or less accurate. However, when he reoriented it towards Luo Ning, the values on the device suddenly plummeted as if nothing had been detected, returning to 0. Indeed, the life value of this fellow before him was truly 0. Chen Mo's expression turned somewhat stern, his eyes flickering. Luo Ning continued to chuckle away. This device looks somewhat familiar. It resembles those ability detection instruments in the safe zone. What does this value indicate? Heh. Chen Mo collected the life detection device without showing any emotion and smiled, saying, it's just an ordinary compass. There's nothing to worry about now, you should go rest. Though somewhat puzzled, Luo Ning did not question further and laughed heartily. Haha, I've already rested. Now it's your turn to take a break, otherwise I might feel a bit awkward doing nothing all the time. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way then. Wait a moment, Chen Mo smiled as he stepped forward and handed over the Ghost King's sword, speaking up. Luo Ning, take care of this thing for me. This? Luo Ning was taken aback, his face full of confusion. What are you doing? Just keep it for me for now, you can give it back to me when we return. Chen Mo said. Luo Ning, upon hearing this, wore a strange expression, unable to comprehend, and left in a daze while muttering to himself. What an odd situation. Is there really any difference between leaving it with me and leaving it with him? Watching Luo Ning's departing figure, Chen Mo's smile gradually faded, becoming exceedingly cold. He knew what it was. The Northern Een deity. This Ghost King sword might possess special powers, as Li Tian mentioned. Luo Ning probably fell during the expedition against that mutated black gorilla. What he saw in that illusion was the truest form of Luo Ning. The reason he could still appear lively before Chen Mo and the others was that he was the chosen agent of the Northern Yin deity, the Emperor of Fengdu, also known as a divine envoy. Only the power of a deity could explain his resurrection. As the high deity governing the city of the dead Fengdu, it would be an effortless task for the Northern Yin deity to make Luo Ning appear alive. Combined with Luo Ning's astonishing recovery abilities, Chen Mo deduced that the second ability he acquired as a divine envoy was likely something akin to immortality, one that even he himself was unaware of. The abilities granted by the deities of the apocalypse were without exception incredibly bizarre and terrifying. This was becoming interesting. Chen Mo grinned. Unexpectedly, Luo Ning was chosen as a divine envoy. Based on his past memories, Luo Ning's existence should have been to open the city of the dead Fengdu. Jiang Fan approached, asking, "Mo Gu, what are you laughing about? Is that guy really as strange as Li Tian said? Mo Gu, do you think we will enter that illusion again?" At this, Jiang Fan couldn't help but shiver. "Don't worry, it shouldn't happen again," Chen Mo replied calmly. Luo Ning's existence was special, straddling the line between life and death. He likely wouldn't be pulled back into that illusion. Finding a random spot to sit, Chen Mo leaned against a stone slab and closed his eyes to rest. "Let's take a nap, we still need to hit the road early tomorrow morning." Jiang Fan nodded and joined him. The next morning, Chen Mo and the others set off to return to the safe zone. That night an extremely terrifying event occurred. The eight-headed serpent of the apocalypse had died on that small island. That power came from humanity itself, the ultimate force. Thanks to his prior warnings, the Shisho had prepared for it, vanishing into the sea upon sensing that destructive power. Instead, the area surrounding the eight-headed serpent, spanning several dozen miles, was razed to the ground, devoid of life. A nuclear explosion. This time the Shisho returned fully satiated, and it wouldn't be long before they could come back. All they had to do was quietly wait for the arrival of the second evolution. As Chen Mo had guessed, ever since Luo Ning wielded the Ghost King sword, the sword's ability to create illusions had not manifested again. On the way, Li Tian still kept a good distance from Luo Ning. His 6 hexagrams divination ability indeed had not miscalculated, but he was unaware of the existence of a divine envoy and could not comprehend what form Luo Ning was currently alive in. As for how powerful the Northern Yin deity of Fengdu was, not even Chen Mo could fathom it. As the first deity to appear in the apocalypse, ruling over the city of the dead, even in legendary myths he was an unparalleled being, a 7th-tier high deity, which was merely the most conservative estimate. Chen Mo walked at the forefront, and the group was nearing the 11th safe zone. From this position they could even glimpse the towering magnificent metal wall not far away. Li Tian beside him let out a sigh of relief, expressing a hint of gratitude. Fortunately, the last stretch of the journey went smoothly. We can finally take a good rest. As long as Jiang Shao enters the safe zone, there shouldn't be any major issues. Given his status, if something were to happen in the place densely populated with ability users and the military's firepower, there wouldn't be any safe place left. As if noticing something, Jiang Fan, flying high in the air, looked in a certain direction, his pupils dilating as he shouted, "Wait! What is that?" About a few kilometers away he saw a large contingent of troops approaching, each clad in military uniforms and armed with heavy firearms, heading towards the 11th safe zone in a massive line. Jiang Fan's expression changed and he directly descended to the ground. Li Tian stepped forward to ask, "What's wrong?" Jiang Fan's eyes flickered. "What's happening? I see a large army from the west heading towards our 11th safe zone. Is Uncle planning something big again?" Li Tian frowned upon hearing this. A big move? Could it be an assault against a powerful mutated deity? But why hadn't he received any news about it? Where did they come from? Are they from our 11th Army District? Jiang Fan shook his head, saying, "Doesn't look like it. Remnant Wolf, have you received any news? Ken Lang is my uncle's man. If the military district has any major moves, he'd naturally be the first to know." Ken Lang replied, "No. Forget it, let's head back first. I'll go see my uncle." Jiang Fan didn't dwell on it. He looked at Chen Mo beside him and said with a grin, "Oh right brother Mo, come with me later. My uncle really wants to meet you. Don't worry, he's not prejudiced." In the post-apocalyptic world, each war zone developed independently. Though central authorities suppressed major conflict, skirmishes among psychics and soldiers in various zones were rampant. Over time, as the purification cult secretly meddled and incited clashes, the consequences erupted with terrifying ferocity. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Jiang Shengming, the leader, had always enjoyed a good reputation. From the development of the 11th safe zone, one could tell that in his past life, even though he died early, he had laid a solid foundation. After his death the 11th war zone remained among the top-tier forces. Alright, I do have some matters to discuss with your uncle. Previously delayed by the Ghost King's sword, now that both the person and the sword were found, there was finally time to pause. Those spider eggs needed to be dealt with. Jiang Fan exclaimed excitedly, great. Brother Mo, let's go together then. The 11th safe zone. Today something important seemed to be happening. The safe zone was bustling, filled with many unfamiliar psychics with numbers several times larger than usual. Jiang Fan told Li Tian to take care of Luo Ning. Li Tian, who had thought he could rest, turned pale and refused outright. In the end they had no choice but to let Luo Ning follow along. Luo Ning was eager to go to the guild to submit his mission in exchange for the 2 4th-tier crystals. Since it was on the way, the group traveled together. Walking down the street, Luo Ning couldn't help but remark at the lively scene, what's going on today? Why are there so many unfamiliar faces I've never seen before? Most of them were psychics. As a psychic affiliated with the 11th safe zone, he knew most of the usual psychic squads. Jiang Fan frowned and said, yeah, they don't seem to be our people. Strange. Chen Mo said nothing as he didn't recognize anyone. As they neared the trading market, a crowd of psychics had gathered there. Luo Ning spoke excitedly, young Master Jiang, young Master Chen, I'll head off now. This sword. As if remembering something, Luo Ning hurriedly handed over the Ghost King's sword at his waist. Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched. He had learned from experience that as long as the Ghost King's sword was in Luo Ning's hands it remained docile. But if it left him within half an hour at most, they would inevitably fall into the illusion again. The most baffling thing was that only Luo Ning never entered the illusion. He quickly stepped back. No rush, keep it for now. If I need it, I'll call for you. Chen Mo said with a kind smile. Alright, just call me. I'll be in the safe zone for a while. I live in the T7 area, haha, but I might be moving soon. Luo Ning laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. 2 4th-tier crystals, converted he would get at least 20,000 crystal coins this time. Add the 1,000 crystals from the mission and the black gorilla's pelt. TSK. He'd be rich. Luo Ning's eyes lit up, brimming with uncontrollable joy. 20,000 crystal coins might mean little to Chen Mo and Jiang Fan, but for ordinary military psychics like him it was an overnight fortune. I'll be off then, brother Chen, young Master Jiang. Next time we meet I'll definitely buy you a drink. Luo Ning said generously. Chen Mo nodded. As they were talking, a sudden loud noise erupted from the psychic guild ahead. Boom. In an instant the entire area shook. Several buildings near the guild were blasted with huge holes, sending dust and smoke flying. The crowd ahead erupted in chaos. Jiang Fan's face changed and he exclaimed, what the hell? What's going on? Is it the guild? Jiang Fan frowned deeply, utterly displeased. Damn it, which bastard started a conflict? Don't they know psychics aren't allowed to fight in the safe zone? There were many ordinary people in the safe zone. Without rules, if psychics fought freely, even a trace of leaked energy could be lethal to normal folks. He loathed this most. Turning to Chen Mo he said, brother Mo, wait here. I'll go check it out. Chen Mo nodded. Last night he had thought long and hard. The second ability Luo Ning gained as a Northern Divine Envoy might be an S-level Undying Body, an extremely powerful ability that rendered one nearly immortal. Meanwhile at the Psychic Guild, several psychics from the 11th safe zone squads lay on the ground, charred and bloodstained, motionless and emitting faint smoke. Opposite them stood a few young men and women, arrogant in demeanor, 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing expressions of utter disdain. So these are the psychics of the 11th military region. Tisk, they're far inferior to us. 3rd tier. They're not even worthy of me using 10% of my power, ha. The speaker was a young man with a long face and slanted eyes, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he looked at the 5 on the ground. I barely exerted myself, yet you couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lu Yuan wore special gloves crackling with a thread of lightning. They were from the Central Psychic Squad Thunder. As the squad leader, Lu Yuan was a 4th-tier psychic. His A ability Thunder Burst was terrifying in power, an extremely dangerous potent attack ability rivaling even Class 1's. The only drawback was that Thunder Burst harmed the user, forcing him to wear these black gloves made of special materials. The other young people chimed in with smiles, they're indeed weak. While Chief Lin talks with the 11th War Zone's leader, we have nothing to do. Brother Yuan, leave a few for us to toy with. I never expected the 11th safe zone to have a clothing store. The sole woman among them held a small mirror, touching up her makeup with great satisfaction. Compared to the 6th war zone, I prefer this, it's so beautiful. At that moment psychics from the 11th safe zone surrounded them shouting indignantly. Damn it, these guys are going for the kill. Are we psychics of the 11th safe zone all cowards? Let's fight them. But they're psychics from the central zone. And even the surging wave squad couldn't beat them. The group of psychics was furious, hurling accusations at the Thunder Squad. To hell with fear. They've come to our doorstep, how can we stand for this? Charge. What do you think you can do? Just a bunch of trash. Lu Yuan scoffed disdainfully as he looked at the group of abilities from the 11th military district rushing forward. With his right hand he gathered a terrifying amount of thunder, and from that cluster countless lightning serpents erupted, darting out with incredible agility. Boom. In an instant the entire venue transformed into a sea of thunder, the dense electricity paralyzing several advancing abilities. A young man beside Lu Yuan smiled and said, "This is too easy, they are so weak." With that he shook out a multitude of black specks from his sleeve. A pitch-black tide began to rise beneath their feet, enveloping those abilities. The crowd looked on in horror, their faces filled with shock as they exclaimed at the scene before them. What kind of ability is this? The few abilities from the center had never seen powers like this before. The darkness began to spread, and wherever it reached felt like a quagmire pulling them down and making escape impossible. The abilities from the 11th safe zone began to sink as if they were to be drowned by this blackness. An 11 ability, Black Swamp. Sun Haoyu said with a grin, "Don't struggle too much, if you get swallowed by my ability you might really lose your life." Upon hearing this the abilities trapped in the Black Swamp turned pale. Bastard! Are you trying to kill people in this safe zone? The abilities surrounding them who had not rushed forward could no longer tolerate it and shouted angrily, "Let them go. The enforcement team will arrive soon, if you take action not even those from the center will escape." Shut up. The girl with makeup said with a hint of displeasure as the mirror in her hand instantly reflected the image of the person speaking. Immediately after a terrifying attack from the mental realm surged forward. It felt like thousands of needles piercing into the speaker's head, the immense pain even more intense than physical suffering. They collapsed to the ground writhing in agony. Mu Ranjia snorted and said, "So what if you come? Can the enforcement team from your 11th safe zone control us?" The members of the Thunder team possessed formidable powers, easily subduing the group of abilities from the 11th safe zone. Lu Yuan let out a hearty laugh and shrugged. All right, let's not go too far, after all this is their territory. Let's leave." His tone was casual, showing no concern for the group. Suddenly Lu Yuan paused slightly as if sensing something and looked up at the sky. Above them a terrifying sphere of light was falling. He immediately unleashed his lightning explosion ability, sending dense lightning bolts towards the sky. Boom! The collision of the two abilities burst in the air like a dazzling firework. What are you all doing? Jiang Fan stood in midair gazing down at dozens of people lying on the ground, trapped and slowly submerged by the black swamp. His eyes filled with rage as he flapped his wings and descended. Looking at the 5 unfamiliar faces before him, he struggled to suppress his anger and spoke. What the hell is going on? Jiang Shao. It's Jiang Shao. The abilities present were filled with joy as if they had seen a savior. Jiang Shao, these people are abilities from the center. They not only mocked our 11th military district as useless, but they also attacked without reason. At this moment Chen Mo and Luo Ning squeezed into the crowd. Seeing the group lying on the ground outside the guild, Luo Ning's expression changed drastically as he murmured. What on earth happened? Chen Mo stepped into the crowd looking at the young man unleashing the lightning explosion ability, pausing slightly. Then an endless chill flickered in his eyes. He recognized them. It's him. Lu Yuan. I didn't expect to meet him here. The Thunder team was a highly renowned and powerful group in the past, and they were directly from the center. In the past, battle pets were all the rage, but they were too expensive. His team could only gather information to find mutant cubs or eggs to cultivate. After spending a huge sum they finally obtained a mutant cub, but on the way back they happened to encounter the Thunder team executing a mission. The girl next to Lu Yuan took a liking to the cub and it was ruthlessly snatched away. At that time the team led by Tang Xuanyu was nothing more than a third-rate force, and they could only unconditionally give in to the demands of the Thunder team to ensure their lives. As they left they were met with mocking laughter from the crowd. Upon witnessing everything happening here, Chen Mo understood immediately what was going on. Looking at Lu Yuan, who was proudly looking down on everyone relying on his thunder abilities to disdain everything, Chen Mo murmured softly, still the same as before. However, the Thunder team was supposed to be in the center, how could they appear in the 11th military district? In the center of the scene, Jiang Fan was confronting several members of the Thunder team while the abilities from the 11th safe zone continuously lamented. The more Jiang Fan listened, the darker his expression became. He coldly looked at the group from the Thunder team and said, "You should know that the abilities within the safe zone are independent. Since you're so capable, let me have a word with you." He hated those who relied on their abilities and looked down on others the most. What kind of skill was it to bully these people? The true elite of each safe zone directly belonged to the combat zone, assigned tasks from above without needing to take missions from the abilities guild here. Seeing Jiang Fan, Lu Yuan remained indifferent, shrugging and saying, "Are you Jiang Fan? I've heard of you. Judgment ability. I heard it was rated as class. I don't see how it could be higher than my lightning explosion ability. Besides, our Thunder team is directly affiliated with the center. The center doesn't support idle people. I said everyone here is trash. Is there a problem?" "Haha, Yuan Gu, why are you talking so much to this brat? If it weren't for his uncle being Jiang Shengming, could his pathetic ability be rated as class? I think you overestimate him. Besides, how can you still see ordinary people in this city? The 6th safe zone is not like you guys." One member of the Thunder team laughed. They were all abilities brought back from the center by Lin Anha. This time Lin Anha had come to discuss the extermination of a doomsday god, with Jiang Shengming bringing a full array of elite personnel. Jiang Fan's face darkened as he looked at the few people joking around who had injured so many and didn't care at all, feeling even more anger. He spoke. "You all come with me. Go. Your rules can't control us. Did you not say you wanted to have a word with us? Then come at me." Lu Yuan laughed dismissively, lightning swirling around his hands, and he snapped his fingers. Snap. Suddenly a cluster of thunder light surged from his fingertips directly towards Jiang Fan, its power terrifying and destructive, carrying an incredibly potent energy. He was also a 4th-tier ability user just like Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's expression changed, seemingly not expecting these guys to be so lawless. He spread his hands and condensed a shimmering light shield to resist the ferocious thunder, altering the magnetic field around him. His hair stood on end as he could distinctly sense the strength of the opponent's ability through the shield. Thunder is, after all, synonymous with violent destruction. If it weren't for the significant limitations this ability posed for Lu Yuan, it would have likely been rated S instead of a. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated. Lu Yuan mocked, "Is this what N's class ability looks like? I think it's nothing special." Huh. Suddenly a tall figure obscured his line of sight. It was the solemn and usually unsmiling Ken Wolf. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. When did this happen? Ken Wolf's expression was impassive. His ability was the Kuei Wolf Power, a rare all-encompassing enhancement ability like that of a Beast King. He struck with his fists and wolf claw phantoms appeared, both magnificent and fierce. However, the few teammates beside Lu Yuan were no pushovers either. One of them, surprised, immediately activated his ability. Bang! A powerful and muffled sound erupted. That person turned pale, and Lu Yuan also felt quite unwell, being blasted back several meters, trembling and looking extremely haggard. Why such immense power? Damn it! Zhao Qi's ability allowed for shared harm, distributing damage equally, but under this person's strike both were severely injured. Beside them, Mu Ranjia immediately used telekinesis to attack Ken Wolf's mind, while Sun Haoyu unleashed a black swamp to spread out. Ken Wolf remained expressionless. As someone personally sent by Jiang Shengming to protect Jiang Fan, he was a special forces soldier before the apocalypse, and he didn't take these youngsters who were still wet behind the ears seriously. He stepped forward, instantly turning into an afterimage and vanishing. What? The members of the Thunder team were all in shock. Not good, brother Yuan, be careful. As if sensing something, Sun Haoyu suddenly looked towards Lu Yuan's direction. Ken Wolf had already appeared behind him. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, releasing thunder that coiled around him, blocking the approaching Ken Wolf. He never expected such a powerful ability user to be here. Ken Wolf. Enough, stop. Jiang Fan commanded sternly. This is a safe zone. If there are any issues, the enforcement team will come to handle it. Upon hearing this voice, Ken Wolf suddenly stopped in place. He glanced back at Jiang Fan, said nothing further, and retracted his ability, turning to leave. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware of Ken Wolf's abilities, having once been his uncle's bodyguard. With his combat skills and abilities, even a 5th-tier ability user would find it difficult to deal with him. Moreover, elemental ability users are most averse to close combat. They simply cannot withstand the ferocious assaults that come like a raging storm. See. This is the ability user from our 11th safe zone. After Ken Wolf gained the upper hand, the surrounding ability users felt victorious and began to mock harshly. What are you pretending for? Is being from the central region that impressive? You lowly thing. Exactly, a bunch of people who can't even handle Can Wolf yet dared to boast earlier. If this is a slap to the face. Jiang Fan wanted to intervene, but Lu Yuan had other ideas. His expression darkened as he felt humiliated by the mocking voices around him. He brewed a terrifying surge of thunder energy in his right hand. Who said it's over? He directly launched his attack at the unguarded Can Wolf. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated in shock. No one expected this ability user from the central region to choose a sneak attack. Bastard. Stop. Can Wolf seemed to sense the terrifying power as he turned, his expression changing slightly, instinctively crossing his arms to block. The Thunder Burst ability is inherently unstable, and Lu Yuan used a massive amount of power this time. Even as a strengthening ability user, he might not withstand this violent attack. If hit, he would either die or be severely injured. Just as the terrifying thunder was about to strike Can Wolf, Chen Mo, who had been observing from the crowd for a long time, finally took action. With a swift motion of his right hand, an extremely sharp and rapid silver blade slashed through the air so fast that Lu Yuan didn't even have time to react before his arm was severed. Pfft. Blood splattered as the bloody severed arm dropped to the ground with a thud. Beside him, Luo Ning's pupils shook violently. He recognized that it was Chen Mo who made the move, but the speed of that silver blade was too fast to see clearly. All he could see was a flash of silver light. The thunder that had surrounded him dissipated in an instant, and Lu Yuan stood frozen. His pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at the gushing blood from his severed arm, screaming in terror. No. My hand. My hand. Not just him, the ability user from the Thunder team who had given him the shared harm effect also broke out in a cold sweat as if his arm had been severed, at the same time gritting his teeth in agony. Brother Yuan. Captain. The members of the Thunder team rushed forward. Show mercy to the enemy. Jiang Fan, is this what your uncle taught you? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Fan paused slightly and hurriedly looked in that direction. Brother Mo. He saw Chen Mo slowly walking out from the crowd, calmly approaching and speaking. Your uncle has protected you too well, and no wonder he always wanted someone to accompany you. If you ventured out alone, you might not even know when you'd die. So what if it's Enslaving ability? In this apocalypse, human hearts are treacherous. With the slightest misstep, even powerful ability users may fall. If he hadn't acted just now, Can Wolf would have likely been a corpse by now. Jiang Fan was shaken by these words, his face filled with shame as he lowered his head. I have nothing to say. Can Wolf shook his head and spoke to Chen Mo. Just now, thank you. He seemed surprised that Chen Mo would take the initiative to help him. Bastard. Who are you? Chen Mo's appearance naturally caused an uproar among everyone present. Lu Yuan's face was contorted in rage as he was supported by several members of the Thunder team. Even after drinking the recovery potion, he couldn't suppress the immense injury. A few Thunder team members glared at Chen Mo, shouting loudly. You lunatic. Do you know who we are? Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with a twisted pain. With the help of the recovery potion, the bleeding from his severed arm finally managed to slow. In this apocalypse, Lin Anha felt his temper growing increasingly volatile. His only son Lin Shu had perished at the hands of that damned commoner Chen Mo. His wife had turned into a zombie, and to this day the central government had yet to develop a cure capable of restoring her humanity. He was almost daily entangled in a series of trivial matters concerning the 6th war zone, for its foundation was exceedingly weak and its high-ranking officials were mostly incompetent schemers. After spending a long time calming his mind and gradually accepting these facts, he was informed a few days ago that his own nephew Wang Hongyuan had vanished without a trace within the 6th war zone. Even Lin Anha, a man of considerable composure, could not endure this succession of tragedies and erupted in fury. That was someone who had disappeared right under his nose. He set aside a series of critical matters to personally investigate the incident, only to learn that someone had seen him leave the safety zone. But a person could not simply vanish into thin air. After further investigation, he eventually narrowed the targets down to a masked man, Lin Yue and Zhu Tiantian, who had arrived from the central region. However, due to the special status of Zhu Tiantian and Lin Yue, both women firmly denied knowing anything about the incident. Lin Anha had no choice but to turn his investigation toward the masked man. Chen Ming, a metal-type superpower, a 5th-rank superpower. This news made Lin Anha grind his teeth in rage. He was almost certain that this man was none other than Chen Mo, the commoner who had killed his son, whom he had never met face to face. Bam! At this thought, Lin An's eyes blazed with overwhelming fury, his chest nearly bursting with rage as he slammed his fist fiercely against the table. That damned commoner! Once I revive Shu'er, Lin Anha will exhaust every ounce of my power to tear you apart limb from limb. His eyes were bloodshot as he almost roared out the words. Behind him the short-haired young man stood with a calm expressionless face watching the scene unfold without a ripple of emotion. Lin On's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Suddenly his heart convulsed sharply. Thump. Lin On's pupils contracted violently as searing pain and a suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. His face twisted in agony and he clutched his trembling chest. Xiao medicine. Get me the medicine. He was breathing rapidly, immobilized in his chair, his eyes bloodshot. He had a heart condition, and even after consuming various items that could enhance his physique during the apocalypse, it showed no sign of improvement. Witnessing this sudden turn, the short-haired young man quickly stepped forward, retrieved a small white bottle from Lin On's pocket, shook out 4 or 5 pills and fed them to him. The medicine took effect swiftly and the piercing pain in his heart gradually subsided. Lin On supported himself on the desk, gasping heavily as his condition stabilized. He glanced at the young man beside him and waved his hand. All right, I'm fine now. Xiao, sure, thank you. Rest assured, as you work for me, once the central government truly develops a cure to turn zombies back into humans, I will be the first to hand it over to you. After all, you know, my wife has also become a zombie. Lin On smiled faintly. The short-haired young man's eyes flickered and he nodded without saying much. This was precisely why he was willing to serve Lin On. Nothing was more convincing than this. Given Lin On's background and authority, it was by no means an impossible fantasy. Thank you, Chief Lin, said the short-haired young man. No need for thanks, Xiao, sure. But this time I may need you to step in, Lin On stated. Not long ago he had encountered a member of the Pure World sect who told him there was a way to resurrect his son. That in the 11th War Zone there existed an apocalypse deity who wielded the power of ghosts and gods capable of bringing the dead back to life. Lin On had initially dismissed it with contempt until he received a definitive confirmation from a mysterious merchant. There truly was a deity commanding the power of ghosts and gods. Lin On was profoundly shaken, his mind reeling with astonishment. Moreover, based on the information traded from the mysterious merchant, Lin On learned that this was no ordinary apocalypse deity. Its power was immense and its whereabouts were elusive.